Chapter 1. Pay attention, for this man is named Karl. At this moment, his brow is furrowed, intensely focused on the naval internal newspaper in his hands. More specifically, he is engrossed in an article titled The 24th Issue of the Naval Headquarters. The Marine Training Camp is about to commence. Karl exhales deeply, his expression relaxing as he folds the newspaper shut, tears off a piece of tissue, adjusts his trousers, flushes the toilet, lights a cigarette, and resumes his leisurely pastime. The host has accumulated 1,000 paid restroom visits. The slacking off system has been activated and is currently detecting the host profession. Profession successfully bound. Daily task issued. Slack off for 3 hours. Methods of slacking are unrestricted. Reward, designated attribute enhancement card, plus random additional rewards. This workday has accumulated 1 hour and 21 minutes. Please continue maintaining this pace. What the hell? What's going on? Karl incredulously slapped his forehead, casting suspicious glances around him. Am I seeing things? Could it be that even taking a dump has conjured hallucinations? Or perhaps his long-awaited golden finger has finally arrived? Indeed, Karl is a transmigrator, having accidentally arrived in this world plagued by pirates both familiar and foreign. With mediocre talent, average luck, and an equally unremarkable background, he had no choice but to join the Navy for some semblance of security. It's worth mentioning that Karl joined the Navy at the tender age of 14, starting as a lowly errand boy. After a decade of stagnation, he finally ascended to the rank of lieutenant in the 108th Division of the North Sea Navy. To be fair, Karl considers himself merely an ordinary individual in this world, lacking any remarkable qualities apart from his handsome appearance. But now, fortune seems to be smiling upon him. System? Slacking off system? Present. After conversing with the slacking off system, Karl finally understands what it entails. In simple terms, as long as he engages in activities unrelated to his duties during work hours, he will accumulate slacking off time, and upon reaching the designated daily duration, he will receive rewards. Karl's profession is bound to the Navy, where his current responsibilities involve maintaining law and order. Anything unrelated to this task counts as slacking off, which is rather convenient for him. Though he wouldn't boast about much, Karl is exceptionally well-versed in the art of slacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a lieutenant after all this time. The slacking off career mode has been activated, issuing a career task training camp turmoil. Join the Marine Training Camp at the Naval Headquarters, become a recruit, and commence a delightful journey of slacking. Reward: random devil fruit. Achievement reward for accumulating 1,000 paid restroom visits as still as a virgin. In a stationary state, stamina recovery speed is doubled. Karl paused, instinctively reopening the newspaper and murmuring, "The 24th Marine Training Camp? Luckily, there's still time. I just need to inform the boss." Subsequently, Karl remained in the restroom for an entire hour, finishing a whole pack of cigarettes before emerging from the lavatory, refreshed and heading straight to his superior's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Karl pushed open the door and entered the office, where a balding man draped in a justice cloak sat calmly sipping coffee. With a thud, Karl slapped the newspaper announcing the initiation of the Marine Training Camp onto Charles' desk, his gaze intense as he stated in a low voice, "Boss Charles, I wish to attend the Marine headquarters for training." Brigadier General Charles squinted, pondering how long it had been since he'd seen such spirited enthusiasm from Karl. 2 years? 3? Yet, witnessing his former subordinate rejuvenate fills him with pride. Little did he know, Karl's intentions were merely to complete his task while enjoying a change of scenery for slacking off, nothing more. "Karl, I recall having recommended you to the training camp on at least 3 occasions, yet you consistently declined. Now you're actively requesting to join. May I inquire why?" "It's nothing in particular. I merely wish to see what makes the so-called elite Marines so remarkable." Charles shook his head in resignation. It was clear Karl was not being entirely truthful. However, he refrained from pressing further, simply stating, "Very well, just don't let those monsters intimidate you. Remember, the 108th Division will always be your home." Karl nodded vigorously, deeply moved. If he couldn't make it at the Marine headquarters, he would guarantee his return as a mere salary thief. 2 days later, the naval ship dispatched by the headquarters arrived punctually. The officer sent to escort Karl was named Viju, a tall man with long arms and dark skin, ruggedly handsome, holding the rank of colonel. Upon seeing Karl, he wasted no time. "Hey, pretty boy, what are you still doing standing there? Don't waste my time. There are plenty of rookies waiting for me to pick them up." Karl was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. "What's wrong with being a pretty boy? Did I steal your ice? Do you even realize how much attention I receive from wealthy ladies around here?" Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, for looking at Zoe's well-built physique, Karl had no doubt he could be crushed in a single punch. "Yes, sir." Forgetting decorum, Karl hurried aboard the medium-sized warship, hastily bidding farewell to Colonel Charles. The ship soon departed the port, heading towards the next division. 7 days later, the naval vessel sailed across the ocean, making its way to Marine headquarters at Marineford. Karl languidly leaned against the railing, facing the setting sun. Not far away, several female Marines were gazing at him with infatuated looks. Karl flashed them a smile, causing them to shyly avert their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. Truth be told, Karl's stature was not particularly imposing, standing at a mere 192 centimeters. His black slacks hugged his long legs, while the collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing his chiseled upper body. With deep, captivating eyes and a face that could charm anyone, he was a veritable walking hormone, explaining why those female Marines were so entranced. Daily tasks completed, awarded a designated attribute enhancement card. Lifespan increased by 10 days. Having completed 10 daily tasks, the attribute panel has been unlocked. Would you like to view your attributes now? It has been exactly 10 days since Karl acquired the slacking off system, and he has flawlessly completed his daily tasks. Presently, he possesses a total of 10 designated attribute enhancement cards, along with a plethora of miscellaneous items. These include, but are not limited to, potato chips, sugary sodas, and other assorted rewards gained. Notably, on one occasion, he struck the jackpot, earning an additional 100 days to his lifespan. Without hesitation, Karl thought, "View attributes." Host, Karl. Age, 24. Physique, F. Perception, F. Willpower, E. Special ability, as still as a virgin. Gazing at his attributes, Karl frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Before acquiring the system, he had been an ordinary person with mediocre potential, and this world is replete with individuals of such caliber. But now, system used 5 designated attribute enhancement cards to boost physique. Karl felt a sudden spasm in his muscles after a jolt. Everything turned mundane. Yet it wasn't over. He invested another 5 enhancement cards, this time focusing on perception. View attributes. Host, Karl. Age, 24. Physique, E. Perception, F. Willpower, E. Special ability, as still as a virgin. Karl stretched his limbs. Hearing crackling sounds throughout his body had grown stronger, albeit only slightly. Nonetheless, Karl was quite satisfied. Sipping tea, reading the news, fishing, and flirting with girls was far easier than enduring a month of arduous training. Such opportunities were rare. Now, all he needed to do was reach Marine headquarters, join the Marine training camp, and embark on his grand journey of slacking off. From this moment forth, Aokiji would be his eternal idol, while he resolutely opposed Akainu, the king of overwork. What a joke with such a meager salary after a month. Why should he toil so hard? The following morning, as dawn broke, Karl was immersed in dreams, joyfully frolicking with lovely ladies, when the dormitory erupted into chaos. He vaguely heard discussions about Marine headquarters, Marineford, and similar topics. Cursing under his breath, Karl covered his ears and continued sleeping. He had stayed up late the previous night, and the cabin had turned into a snoring exchange conference, causing him to fall asleep past 3. He desperately needed to catch up on his rest. It was unclear how much time had passed, but he felt someone calling his name. Yet Karl remained steadfastly asleep. Bang! You lazy bum. Everyone else is up and assembled, and you're still snoozing? Unbelievable. Get up now. Shozwa angrily yanked the covers off Karl, dragging him all the way to Crescent Bay Port, where the other recruits were already lined up, standing tall with chests out and heads high, eyes forward. At the front stood a tall man with purple hair, roughly 65 years old, with a resolute face and an imposing physique brimming with muscle. Upon seeing the day's Karl, he frowned slightly and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Shiozwa, what's the matter?" Shiozwa composed himself, lowering his head respectfully. "Master Zefa, this lad was caught napping." "Is that so?" "Recruit, you'd better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Gazing at the tall, resolute man before him, Karl felt a twinge of emotion. Standing before him was the former Marine Admiral and current Chief Instructor of the Navy, Black Arm Zefa. He has cultivated a navy that spans the 7 seas, and even his superior, the old man Charles, was once a student of Zefa. Faced with Zefa's inquiry, Karl swallowed hard, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, a shiver running down his spine. With a tingling sensation in his scalp, he replied, reporting, "Sir, I was so excited upon learning I would be coming to the naval headquarters yesterday that I was unable to sleep, which caused me to wake late." A faint smile flickered across Zefa's impassive face as he recalled the new recruit's files he had perused the previous day. This lad had joined the Navy at the tender age of 14 and had been serving for a decade now. It was only his first visit to the naval headquarters. A certain level of excitement was entirely understandable, and Zefa, feeling generous, decided not to make things difficult for him. Time was precious, there would be ample opportunities to train him later. Fallen, Karl exhaled a sigh of relief and silently stepped into the ranks, standing tall and gazing straight ahead. Zefa surveyed the naval formation, nodding slightly in approval. Their spirits were commendable. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a heaviness in his chest, leading to an uncontrollable fit of coughing. "Cough! Cough!" Zefa waved his hand to indicate that Instructor Shiozwa need not assist him. After several firm thumps on his chest, he felt somewhat relieved, though he still gasped slightly for breath. "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, you shall be my soldiers, regardless of your previous ranks. Here you shall only bear one identity, that of a recruit. For the next 2 months, you will have but one goal. Tell me, what is your goal?" All the recruits, including Karl, shouted without hesitation, "To become stronger." There was no contradiction between idling and becoming stronger. Karl simply wished to grow in strength while enjoying some leisure, earning money while lying down. What fault was there in that? Precisely. What I can impart to you is the knowledge of how to grow stronger. Therefore, in the time ahead, I shall extract every ounce of potential within you, transforming you into elite naval forces. Do you have confidence? Yes. Excellent. I believe in you. Now, cough, cough. Follow Instructor Shiozwa to the training ground for your power assessments. Zefa had many more words he wished to convey, but alas, his asthma flared once more. He was compelled to conclude the briefing prematurely, instructing Shiozwa to escort the recruits to the training ground to evaluate their capabilities and gauge their worth. As Karl walked within the ranks, he lifted his gaze to behold the majestic naval headquarters. The words "Naval Headquarters" emblazoned on the building, flanked by the Navy's emblem. Upon passing through the naval family quarters and arriving at the headquarters, the procession came to a halt. Standing at the front of the ranks, Shiozwa proclaimed loudly, "Next, we shall test each of your power levels. When I call your name, step forward. First up, Ein." The youthful and spirited Ein emerged from the ranks, and under Zo's guidance, he struck the power testing device with all his might, registering a value of 401. Shiozwa, perusing Ein's file, inquired, "Are you a power user?" "Indeed, I am a paramecia-type user of the backward fruit." Shiozwa nodded, noting Ein's power level and drawing a circle beside his name before calling the next recruit. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Karl's turn. Taking a deep breath as he faced the testing apparatus, he prepared to unleash a powerful strike. 486, the highest in the room. Even Shiozwa, who had previously looked down upon him, gave Karl several extra glances. This pretty boy seemed to possess some hidden talent. Yet, it was merely a few extra looks. Such a score was not particularly exceptional. One must understand that the average naval soldier had a power level of 10, with anything above 500 considered superhuman. In the future, the group of mediocre CP9 operatives lurking in Water City would reveal that the strongest among them, Lucci, boasted a staggering power level of 4,000, while even the weakest, the Eagle, held a power level of 800. This was the result even after Karl used the attribute enhancement card. It can only be said that the strength of this batch of new recruits is rather mediocre, merely choosing the best among the mediocre. Career mission, Camp Turmoil. Successfully enter the Marine training camp, and the reward is the Devil Fruit, the Logia, Holy Light Fruit, which has been deposited in the system space. Please check it. Damn it. Karl murmured under his breath that he knew that with his luck, there was no hope of getting a mythical Zoan or Logia-type Devil Fruit, but having one is better than having none. While waiting, Karl quickly asked the system and finally understood what this Devil Fruit was. The Holy Light Fruit is an auxiliary-type Devil Fruit. After eating it, one can use the power called Holy Light. The Holy Light has two basic abilities. The first is healing, and the second is strengthening. In short, as long as Karl eats this Holy Light Fruit, he can become a support, capable of both healing and assisting. For the powerful Navy, this ability is simply superb. This fruit is really appealing. However, there's no rush. Let's see if there's a chance to obtain a mythical Zoan type in the future. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to talk to others when going out. Ding! The second stage of Camp Turmoil is Training Stage, with the cumulative slacking, off time reaching 400 hours. Reward, 10 designated high-level attribute enhancement cards. Special skill, move like a hare. When in motion, the physical energy consumption speed is halved. Karl swallowed hard. There was nothing more to say. Just start slacking off. The Tao power value test is over. Everyone follow me. The Tao power value test ended quickly. Among them, the most eye-catching new recruits were only three. The first was Karl, who currently had the highest Tao power value. Secondly, there were two Paramecia ability users, Ein and Bins, with values of 401 and 451 respectively. Learning that he was actually the highest in the whole place, Karl regretted it deeply. He should have just punched randomly. Now, he had become the standout and was very likely to be given extra attention. Increasing the difficulty of slacking off out of thin air. Ding! Daily mission released. Training camp stage during daily training. Accumulate 8 hours of slacking off. Reward, 2 designated attribute enhancement cards and 2 random additional rewards. Holy crap, the daily rewards in the training camp are doubled. Karl could only sigh that it was indeed a career mission. Ding! Warm reminder, the currently bound profession is Navy. The rewards of career missions and daily missions will increase as the host's military rank rises. Please correct your attitude. Slacking off is not slacking. That's right. For Karl, slacking off is just a means, and becoming stronger is the goal. Kazan, the long-faced man. Although he always looks sleepy when there's something to do, he really steps up. This attitude of slacking off when it's time to slack off and getting things done when it's time to work is something Karl should learn. Even though Kazan had such a negative attitude after the O'Hara incident, it still didn't affect Sengoku's appreciation for him when Sengoku was about to step down. He even wanted to recommend Kazan to succeed him as the next fleet admiral. What a model in the slacking off world. This is it. Unfortunately, the world government intervened, and he lost to the workaholic. Disheartened, he withdrew from the slacking off world. Thinking of this, Karl couldn't help but think of the Holy Light Fruit he had just obtained. This fruit seemed particularly suitable for him. No, there's no rush. There are too many people now. Even if he wants to eat it, it's not the right time. With a complex mood, Karl followed the new recruit unit to the training ground. Instructor Zefa had been waiting for a long time. When everyone arrived, Zefa took the roster information from Shusui, glanced at it casually, then put it aside and shouted at them. Attention! I declare that the 24th Marine Training Camp officially begins. Everyone, look right and run 50 laps around this playground. Start now. At the command, all the new recruits obediently started running around the playground. Zefa took this opportunity to start studying the information of each new recruit and occasionally communicated with Shusui. When he saw Karl's information, he couldn't help but ask, "Huh, the kid who was late just now is actually the strongest among this batch of new recruits." Instructor Zefa, yes, even I'm very surprised. This pretty boy. No, this kid looks weak, but unexpectedly, he has good strength. Zefa nodded and patted Shusui on the shoulder. Keep an eye on this kid for me. He still has potential to tap. On the track, Karl ran in the middle of the team with a bitter face that he swore that he was definitely slacking off, but the slacking off time wasn't being accumulated at all. Karl was almost in a hurry. If this continues, he might not even be able to complete the daily mission. Does he really have to pretend to be sick and avoid training to count as slacking off? But that won't work either. This isn't like the military training in Karl's original world. Pretending to be sick isn't that easy. If he gets caught, Given Zephyr's attitude towards Borsellino, it's very likely to deteriorate the relationship between him and Zephyr. And he might even be expelled from the training camp. After all, he's not Borsellino. The latter is a powerful Logia devil fruit user, while he is just a Marine with no outstanding talent. A mediocre Marine who doesn't work hard on cultivation but only wants to slack off and avoid training. Still wants to get by in the Navy headquarters? It is detected that the host is in a slacking off dilemma. A time-limited mission is released. Find a perfect way to avoid this training within 10 minutes. Reward: active skill weak and frail. After using the skill, lifespan 3 days, defense 100. Injury probability 1000. And obtained serious injury exemption. Immune to fatal injuries and their sequelae. Lasting for 3 minutes. Karl's eyes lit up immediately. He felt that there was hope in life again that the slacking off system. It's so considerate. Autonomy in slacking off. Although it requires sacrificing lifespan, it's only 3 days that it's not like he'll use it frequently. Not to mention that the random rewards might give days of lifespan. But the problem is, what method should he use to perfectly avoid this training? TSK with only 10 minutes. Karl suddenly felt a lot of pressure. His eyes began to wander, and unconsciously, he saw Ein walking steadily in front. Got it. You're the one. Ein, this girl's ability is the age, retrograde fruit that if Karl remembered correctly, her ability can make people become smaller as long as he becomes a child. Would Zephyr have the heart to make a child run 50 laps? The plan is perfect. Let's get started. Karl immediately accelerated and rushed to Ein's side in one go, looking straight ahead. But the corner of his eye was fixed on Ein's young body, smiling without showing his teeth. Hey, Ein, can you do me a favor? Ein, who was concentrating on running, turned her head and saw Karl winking at her. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Facing Karl's handsome and hearty smile, she was too shy to look directly into Karl's eyes. She could only pretend to be nonchalant and replied shyly. What do I need to do? Yes, Karl cheered in his heart. Being handsome really pays off. If he looked like Foxy the Silver Fox, there probably wouldn't be any chance for him. Ein, I heard that you're an age, retrograde fruit user. Can you show me your ability? Ein frowned slightly and said reluctantly. This, big brother Karl. Right now? Yes, right now. Try it on me. Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Karl slapped his chest loudly, fearing that Ein wouldn't believe him. Hearing this, Ein thought it was out of the question. She knew her ability all too well. Once used on Karl, it would definitely turn him into a child. She absolutely couldn't do that to her colleague. No, that I can't do this, big brother Karl. After saying that, Ein directly distanced herself with a very firm attitude. Karl slapped himself hard in the face in anger. Damn it, can't you be more good looking? Consider this a lesson for now. If there's a next time, you'll never get to use facial cleanser in this life. Plan A failed. It's okay. We still have Plan B. Running to Ein's side again, Karl whispered. Ein, show me your ability. You don't need to use it on me. Okay? Karl's tone was tinged with a hint of pleading, and he looked at Ein with pitiful eyes. As time passed by, Ein couldn't stand Karl's gaze any longer and sighed helplessly to end Karl's gaze. She stretched out her left hand, and a deep, pink halo emerged from Ein's palm, swaying like a flame, mysterious and strange. This is the moment. A glint flashed in Karl's eyes, and with lightning speed, his right hand grabbed Ein's left hand and held it tightly without letting go. After his body changed, Karl smiled slightly. The plan of feigning injury was declared a success. Ein covered her mouth, stunned by Karl's actions, but she reacted swiftly and immediately retracted her superpower. However, her ability takes effect instantly upon contact, and it was already too late to retract it now. Karl, who had transformed into a 14-year-old teenager, was tripped by his own trousers and fell to the ground. The Navy soldiers who were originally behind him couldn't dodge in time and were tripped by the fallen Karl. One after another. The commotion on the playground soon caught Zefa's attention. After stopping the recruits who were running laps, he rushed to Karl's side in one swift move. With a tightly furrowed brow, Zefa looked at the comical teenager who was covering himself with large clothes and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Report, instructor. Just now I asked Ein to demonstrate his ability. Out of curiosity, I touched it. And then this happened. This is sheer nonsense. You are in training, not playing around. Ein, is it so remarkable to be a devil fruit user? Do you have to show off in front of your colleagues?" I was wrong. Instructor Zefa. Ein wanted to say something, but soon hung his head dejectedly under Zefa's stern gaze, admitting his mistake and taking the blame for Karl. What are you all still looking at? Don't you need to train? Keep running. You too, come here. With a face full of anger, Zefa flicked his sleeve and left. Karl whispered to Ein, sorry, I'll make it up to you later. Ein pursed his lower lip, his face pale, having no mood to pay attention to Karl, and staggered forward. Alas, Karl heaved a long sigh. This time he was indeed unfair and got Ein into trouble. But he had always been the type to return favors and avenge wrongs. This time he owed Ein a favor, and he would surely pay it back next time. You two really have quite a nerve. Causing trouble on the first day of training. Ein, I ask you, can he return to normal? Ein furrowed his brows and said slowly, with my current ability, it will probably last about 3 days, and then Big Brother Karl will return to normal. Zefa nodded as long as he could recover. The situation wasn't too serious, but a reprimand was definitely inevitable. Ein, Karl, this must never happen again. As punishment, you two will have to do extra training tonight. Any objections? The two of them resolutely had no objections, and their attitude of admitting mistakes satisfied Zefa greatly. Ein, you go back to the team and continue running laps. Karl, given your current situation, well, go to the infirmary and have a physical check-up. If there's no problem, come back. When your body returns to normal, come back and participate in training to make up for what you've missed. The time-limited mission has been completed. Reward the active skill frail. Hearing the pleasant prompt sound, Karl felt a surge of joy in his heart. The initiative to slack off was finally in his hands. From now on, whether to participate in training was no longer up to Zefa, but up to his body. The only concern was that getting injured too frequently and being absent from training too often might cause his impression in Zefa's heart to plummet. This time, Karl thought of the holy light fruit he had obtained today. In the One Piece world, there are all kinds of strange abilities everywhere. But how many fruits have the ability to strengthen other strength? Very few. The inspiring fruit can count as one, and the hormone fruit can also be counted. And what about the shadow fruit? Anyway, auxiliary abilities are not common, and his holy light fruit was undoubtedly one of the most top-notch ones. Integrating healing and strengthening with immeasurable strategic value. Karl wouldn't say anything else, but he was certain that if he ate the holy light fruit, he would surely become a sought-after person in the Navy. After all, who wouldn't want to have such a teammate? Then, this devil fruit could help him slack off with a clear conscience. Imagine, when the battle starts, Karl releases a ray of holy light, his teammates are strengthened, and his mission is accomplished. The rest of the time can be used to slack off, and the strengthened teammates easily defeat the villains. Everyone is happy, and who would dare to say he's slacking? Finally, and most importantly, this kind of ability was likely to attract the attention of the Navy's high UPS to AT that time. Even if his relationship with Zefa deteriorated, he wouldn't be expelled from the training camp. Karl. The angry shout by his ear brought Karl back to his senses, and he quickly shouted, present. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and go to the infirmary. Looking at Karl's nonchalant appearance, Zefa furrowed his brows and thought, why does this kid seem so happy? Could he be doing this on purpose to avoid training? No, he must be overthinking. After all, this kid has been in the Navy for 10 years, and his resume has no blemishes. Over the years, only Kizaru has made him angry and helpless. Karl has big, bushy eyebrows and looks honest, so he probably wouldn't. Yes, sir. Karl nodded, and with difficulty, he lifted his trouser belt and walked towards the infirmary. There was no way. His body had shrunk so much that his clothes had become a burden instead. Half an hour later, Karl returned to the training ground quietly, sat beside the grandstand to watch the recruits training, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. This is youth, especially when he saw his continuously accumulating slacking off time. Karl almost grinned from ear to ear. One word, wonderful. On the training ground, Benz was training hard. Out of the corner of his eye, he happened to catch a glimpse of Karl on the grandstand with a beaming smile that he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. They were training hard, and this guy not only hid aside to rest, but also secretly laughed at them. It was too hateful. Benz wasn't the only one who thought so. Many people shared the same thought. They weren't really that tired originally, but when they saw Karl sitting there with his legs crossed, enjoying himself, they suddenly felt both tired and angry. Why? In the face of the gazes constantly directed at him. Karl was not affected at all and enjoyed the rare slacking off time with a clear conscience. Are you kidding? I slack off by my own ability. Besides, I've been a conscientious Navy soldier for 10 years. Can't I enjoy myself a bit? Shizo, who was guiding the recruits' training, also noticed the situation on Karl's side and finally understood why these recruits were absent-minded. "So it was you, kid, affecting the morale of the troops. What are you looking at?" Although Karl doesn't need to train for the time being, his Dao power value is the highest among you. No matter how much you dislike him, he can still easily defeat you. So, this is your chance now. Now, all of you train hard. Yes, Karl was already strong, and now was a good opportunity for them to catch up with him. Filled with enthusiasm, they let out a loud and roar. Yes. Seeing this, Shizuo was very satisfied. As for whether Karl would be isolated or targeted, it was completely beyond his consideration. Karl beside him sighed helplessly, judging from the way those recruits looked at him. He might really be targeted, but it didn't matter. He still had the system. He might as well eat that holy light fruit now. Taking advantage of no one's notice, Karl quietly came to a blind spot in the corner. After looking around to make sure no one was there, he took out the holy light fruit from the system space. This fruit looked like an orange on the outside, with a golden peel and intricate patterns and circles on it. Taking a deep breath, Karl bit into it without hesitation. Ugh, it tastes so bad. Karl threw the uneaten part aside, forcefully suppressing the urge to vomit, and watched as a pale, gold light ball slowly emerged from his palm. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Check attributes. Host, Karl. Age, 24 years old. Physique, E-perception, F-will, E-special ability, as quiet as a virgin. Holy light fruit, 0, awakening progress, active skill, frail, usable. Looking at his panel, Karl was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that after eating a devil fruit, his attributes, except for will, had all increased. These were all bonuses brought by the devil fruit. Alas, I can get stronger just by sitting. Isn't it annoying? After a simple test of the power of the holy light, Karl found that it was indeed, as the system said, for strengthening and healing, that he couldn't feel the strengthening effect for the time being. After all, he was in a 14-year-old body. As for the healing effect, well, Karl endured the pain and cut his palm with a fruit knife. After releasing a ray of holy light, the wound healed instantly. Only the blood on the ground could prove that he had been injured just now. Whoosh, this devil fruit is stronger than I thought. Although he was a bit disappointed that it couldn't make him fly or do other amazing things. After all, this was the One Piece world. If the devil fruit ability wasn't enough, there were still martial arts and hockey, not to mention that the holy light fruit wasn't useless. Oh, how terrifying. Another devil fruit user has been born. Huh? Hearing the sound coming from behind, Karl felt a sudden chill down his spine. Shocked, he turned his head to look. What came into view was a man with natural black curls, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and having a tall and slender figure. He was dressed in a yellow, white-striped suit, a purple tie, a dark green shirt, and white leather shoes. His slightly thin lips were pouted high, and one hand was pressing against his chin. With an expression of deep thought, he resembled you, Uncle Ppap. No, it was Admiral Kizaru. When did he arrive? Karl didn't notice at all. Kizaru. Kizaru. Karl stood up nervously and saluted Kizaru, his expression showing some excitement, which was quite in line with the attitude of an ordinary marine when encountering an admiral. Kizaru scanned Karl through his sunglasses and thought to himself, was Teacher Zefa's training camp so unreliable in recruiting people these days? They even dragged out minors to work. Polysolino, what are you doing here? Originally, Zefa didn't get along well with Kizaru. During Kizaru's student days, he was the student Zefa disliked the most, lazy, arrogant, and most importantly, he was seriously unbalanced in his studies. However, these were all old stories. Zefa no longer wanted to mention them, but when he saw Kizaru, he couldn't help but feel his blood pressure rising, especially when he saw Kizaru talking to his new recruit. He became even more anxious, fearing that Karl would be bewitched by Kizaru and embark on a path of no return. Wait, he didn't seem to be a devil fruit user. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, quickly waved his hand at Zefa, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, so scary. Teacher Zefa, don't be so excited. You have to be careful with your old arms and legs," Zefa said in a deep voice with a dark face. "I don't need your concern. But you, an admiral of the Navy, how do you have time to wander around here? Teacher Zefa, I heard that your marine training camp has started again, so I came here specially to help you see if there are any outstanding talents." This one is not bad. Hey little guy, what's your ability again? After saying that, Kizaru plopped down on the bench, crossed his legs, and slumped against the backrest, not caring about Zefa's gaze at all. Humph, then you're wrong. This kid isn't a devil fruit user. Your eyesight isn't that good either? Oh, is that so? Then what's this? Kizaru's figure flashed. He picked up the holy light fruit that Karl had left uneaten on the ground, then sat back in his position and showed the uneaten pulp in his hand to Zefa. It took less than a second for him to go and come back, showing how fast Kizaru's speed was. Poor Karl could only see a flash of golden light, and then the holy light fruit he hadn't finished eating was in Kizaru's hands. He couldn't see anything else clearly, looking at the fruit in Kizaru's hand. With its familiar patterns, Zefa's gaze sharpened. He turned his head to look at Karl and asked seriously, "Did you just eat this?" Karl swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded. Yes, but it was so that I only took one bite." Zefa frowned and snatched the holy light fruit from Kizaru's hand. He was someone who had seen the devil fruit illustration book, but after rummaging through his memory, he still couldn't determine what ability this devil fruit had. Puffed. The holy light fruit in his hand was crushed into minced meat by Zefa. He roared at Karl with anger in his tone. "Idiot! Is devil fruit something you can eat casually? Do you know that once you eat a devil fruit, you will be cursed by the sea and become a landlubber forever?" "Kizaru, I feel offended." Cough, cough. Zefa turned his head to glance at Kizaru, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Then he continued to say to Karl, "Show me your ability." Kizaru also leaned over with great interest, wanting to see what Karl's ability was. There was nothing he could do. These two were both big shots. Karl had no room to resist. He should have been more low-key and eaten it back in the dormitory. But who could have expected that this sneaky Kizaru would suddenly appear? Under Zefa's gaze, Karl stretched out his right hand, and a pale, gold light ball appeared in his palm again. Under Karl's control, it quickly merged into Zefa's body. Zefa's eyes widened. He had suffered from asthma for most of his life, and he had never felt his lungs and throat so refreshed. That ball of golden light was like the sun dispelling the darkness. Cough, cough, cough. Not long after, Zefa started to cough violently, as if he was going to cough up his lungs. His face had an abnormal red flush. Kizaru frowned. Although he didn't know what was going on with Zefa now, it must be related to Karl. The next second, Kizaru pointed his fingertip at Karl, and a dazzling golden light emerged. He said slowly, "What did you do to teacher Zefa?" "Stop." Zefa stretched out his hand to stop Kizaru. Then, with a poof, he spat out a large piece of pitch black phlegm with blood in it. The smile appeared on his face. He grabbed Karl's shoulder and asked in surprise, "Your ability, does it have a healing effect?" "Wait, my body." Before Karl could say anything, Zefa raised his hands in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. The golden light just now had actually made his strength increase a little bit. It was as if he had become a year younger. Although the increase was not much, Karl had just become a devil fruit user. Where did you find this devil fruit?" Karl certainly couldn't say it was given by the system. After thinking for a while, he said, "Didn't I go to the infirmary just now? When I came back, I bought some fresh fruits to eat, and then this happened." Karl was lying, but not completely. When he came back from the infirmary just now, he did buy some fruits, just to relive the pleasure of watching others do military training while he ate melons on the side. The melon rinds and fruit scraps on the ground could prove this. Zefa quickly guessed what had happened. When Karl was eating the fruits he bought, one of them suddenly turned into a devil fruit and was accidentally eaten by Karl, and then was discovered by Kizaru. "God bless the Navy!" Zefa roared excitedly, with tears streaming down his face. This old man, who had almost dedicated his entire life to the Navy, knew exactly how important the ability of healing and strengthening was to the Navy. Karl had just obtained the fruit ability and could have such an obvious effect on him. Once he grew up, his role in the Navy would be immeasurable. First of all, Karl's ability could be released remotely, which meant that he could conveniently strengthen his companions. After training, maybe he could strengthen multiple Marines at the same time, raising the overall combat power of the Navy by several levels. Secondly, Karl's ability had a healing effect, and the healing effect was very powerful that on the battlefield where swords and blades had no eyes. With Karl around, the casualty rate of the Navy would be greatly reduced, and the Navy could fight back, thus liberating more combat power. Finally, and most importantly, Karl was a 10-year veteran. His loyalty to the Navy was beyond doubt, and his foundation was solid, with a very high success rate of becoming a useful talent. As long as he was well trained, given time, Karl was bound to become a leading figure in the new generation of the Navy. Thinking of this, Zefa's gaze towards Karl became a bit more enthusiastic. "The Navy is lucky to have you. Karl, you, come with me to Sengoku's office immediately. Let's go right now." Zefa made a prompt decision and immediately grabbed Karl to take him to the marshal's office. Karl was completely confused, and Kizaru, who was watching the show from the side, was even more confused. "Kizaru, What's going on, teacher Zefa? Zefa looked back at Kizaru, his eyes full of disgust. He thought to himself that he must keep Karl away from such a person in the future. In case Karl was led astray by this bastard Kizaru, it would be a huge loss to the Navy. Karl, show Admiral Kizaru your ability. He should understand. Alas, life was tough. Karl sighed that he had to condense the holy light again and shoot it towards Kizaru. 3 seconds later, Kizaru's face changed. His pursed mouth opened in surprise, forming an O-shaped. He pointed at Karl and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time, being able to sit in the position of an admiral. Kizaru couldn't fail to understand how suitable Karl's ability was for the Navy. After being strengthened by Karl, his physique had only increased by less than 2, but he was an admiral. A newbie who had just obtained the ability could make his physique increase by 2. When Karl grew up, wouldn't he soar into the sky? Coincidentally, I also have to go to Sengoku to report my mission. Let's go together. You have some sense. Just like that, under the escort of an admiral and the chief instructor of the Navy. Karl left the training ground all the way, leaving behind a group of new recruits with their jaws dropped. Shiozwa, who was in charge of training the new recruits, scratched his head, completely unaware of what had happened. What are you looking at? It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and train. 5 minutes later, at the marshal's office. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door politely 3 times, Zefa directly barged into the marshal's office with Karl and exclaimed excitedly towards Sengoku, Sengoku, look what this old man has found. Sengoku, who was just about to say come in, cast a pained glance at the door on the ground, then quickly shifted his gaze to the young boy Zefa was leading and frowned, asking, Zefa, who is this child? Sengoku, this lad is a new recruit in the Marine training camp. Forget it. I don't have the patience to waste words on you. Come on, Karl, show Marshal Sengoku your abilities, and he'll understand naturally. Come on, show them. Karl straightened his body with neither humility nor arrogance, and said to Marshal Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku, my ability has the effects of healing and strengthening and won't cause you any harm. You don't need to be overly nervous. The reason for saying this was that Karl had almost been blown away by Borsellino just now, so he had to be more cautious to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. A glint flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and he glanced at Zefa subtly, seemingly already understanding why this old fellow Zefa had kicked the door in such a hurry. Sengoku's expression immediately became much more amiable. And he chuckled, Ha, this is quite interesting. Go ahead. This old man isn't that fragile. With those words of yours, I'm at ease. Karl didn't say any more and directly pushed the holy light that had condensed in his palm towards Marshal Sengoku. The holy light instantly merged into Sengoku's body and began to take effect. This kind of power. Sengoku slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging vitality in his body, and couldn't help but exclaim awe. Then he immediately threw a punch towards the window, and the majestic force shattered the window in an instant. Only then did Sengoku open his eyes and excitedly walk up to Karl. Grasping his shoulders, What's your name? Karl, Lieutenant of the 108th Branch in the North Blue. I've been in the Marines for 10 years. Good. Excellent. Wait, how old were you when you joined the Marines? Sengoku looked at Karl in confusion. He looked at most only a dozen years old, subtracting 10 years. Even if the Marines were extremely short of people, they wouldn't let a child join, right? At this point, Zefa coughed awkwardly. Well, Sengoku, he's 24 years old this year. The reason he looks like this is just affected by that little girl Ain's ability. So that's how it is. Sengoku had also read Ain's information. She was a user of the age fruit. Also a rather unreasonable ability. But compared to Karl, who had healing and strengthening abilities, she was far inferior, and no matter how powerful Ain was, she was just one high in combat power, but Karl was different. Once he grew up, perhaps he could turn high in combat power into top-notch combat power. That was Karl's value. Especially in recent years, the Marines had been lacking in talent. Since Smoker and Tashigi, there had been no new generation Marines that had impressed on the pirate side. However, talents emerged in large numbers. The most troublesome one was the former crew member of the Pirate King, red-haired Shanks, which gave Sengoku a headache. Karl, you're still a member of the Marine training camp now, right? Yes, I just arrived at the Marine headquarters today. Sengoku nodded in silence, stood up, and said to Zefa, Zefa, I'll leave Karl to you. You must make him grow up and ensure his personal safety at all costs. Humph, you don't need to tell me that. Give this old man some time, and I'll definitely turn him into a leading figure among the new generation Marines. When saying this, Zefa was full of confidence because he had the ability to do so. His students were in various positions in the Marines, the three admirals, the highest level combat power of the Marines, had once been new recruits in the training camp, not to mention mid-level mainstays like Mole and Kumo. With those words of yours, I'm at ease. Zefa, you take Karl back to the training ground first. Then Sengoku whispered in Zefa's ear, don't publicize his ability for now to avoid trouble. But we'll talk about everything after the training camp is over. By then, I'll have my own arrangements for his position. Zefa grinned and nodded. The reason he had rushed to bring Karl to see Sengoku was precisely to show him Karl's value, so as not to let him end up in a Marine branch and be unable to contribute to the Marines. Karl, come with me. After bidding farewell to Marshal Sengoku and Borsellino, Karl followed Zefa and left the marshal's office. After returning to the training ground, Karl finally came to his senses. Was this a sign of rising in status? Before coming to the Marine headquarters, the highest ranked officer he had ever seen was his direct superior, Commodore Charles. And on the first day of coming to the Marine headquarters, he had met a former admiral, a current admiral, and the leader of the Marines, Sengoku. The road ahead seemed to be getting broader and broader. Wait, Karl recalled what Zefa had said in the marshal's office and took a deep breath. According to Zefa's words, he was going to be closely watched, right? Then how could he slack off? Fortunately, Karl had completed the time-limited mission and obtained the week as a faggot status. Slacking off would be a piece of cake. By then, he didn't believe that Zefa could make him get up from his sickbed for extra training. Karl, you're a smart person and quite talented, but understand that the devil fruit is just a means. Never become dependent on it. A strong physique is the foundation of strength. So, definitely, stay away from that scoundrel Borsellino. Don't be lured by his heresies. Do you understand? Zefa's words made sense that in this world, the importance of a strong physique was beyond doubt. Look at Kinemon, who could break the sea-stone handcuffs with his bare hands and take Kaido's double-wielded conqueror's haki, infused mace with his face, yet only bled a little from his nose. What an incredibly powerful physique. In contrast, Ashura, one of the 9 red scabbards, was much weaker. He was actually blown up by a bomb, despite having a well-built body. You know, Luffy in Gear 4th was sent rolling with his eyes turned white by a strike from Kaido's mace, while Kinemon could take it with his face and even stab Kaido with a knife. Thus, it can be seen how important a strong physique is. But the problem was that Karl didn't need to improve his physique through training at all. Why slacking off every day? He could obtain growth far beyond daily training through the attribute enhancement card. Although it wasn't impossible to train after work, it would be rather boring. Karl was a man, a handsome and fierce man. How could he waste his precious nightlife on cultivation? Lu Sun had a saying. Handsome men are tired, and beautiful women suffer. Karl firmly believed in this. Cough, cough. Teacher Zefa, you can rest assured. As for what to rest assured about, Karl didn't say, and you shouldn't ask either. Zefa nodded in satisfaction. The youth is teachable. He patted Karl's shoulder and said, come back to the training ground in a few days when you return to normal. Otherwise, it will affect others. Great. Well, okay. By the way, Teacher Zefa, if it weren't for Ein today, I might not have gone to buy fruits, and thus wouldn't have accidentally eaten that devil fruit, so I hope you can be lenient and not make things difficult for Ein. Ha ha, this old man isn't that unreasonable. By the way, before the training camp ends, it's best not to expose your ability, or it will cause unnecessary trouble. Imichum. Okay, Teacher Zefa. Then I'll go. Karl nodded. If he hadn't been accidentally discovered by that sneaky Borsellino, he definitely wouldn't have exposed his ability so soon. Sensing the envious and jealous gazes around him, Karl scurried away from the training ground, lest he be torn apart by those envious people. In the marshal's office, besides Borsellino, there was also Staff Officer Tsuru. If Garp hadn't gone on vacation, he would probably have come to join in the fun too. Little Tsuru, did you bring Karl's detailed information? Staff Officer Tsuru nodded. Of course. All the information since he joined the Marines is here. Sengoku, is that kid's ability really as miraculous as you said? Before Sengoku could speak, Borsellino beside him interjected. Oh, Staff Officer Tsuru. Karl, Kuin's ability is really amazing. Even now, I can still feel it working. Marshal Sengoku, when Karl graduates, how about making him my adjutant? I'm quite optimistic about him. Sengoku frowned and adjusted his round-framed glasses. You're being too hasty, aren't you? It's at least 3 months until Karl graduates, but once Karl's ability is made public, he'll be very popular. After all, who wouldn't want a companion like Karl on a mission? Although Borsellino's tone was still casual, his expression was somewhat serious, a far cry from his usual indifferent attitude. As for what he was thinking, No one could figure it out, not even Sengoku, known as the strategist. But only Borsellino himself knew that he saw himself in Karl. There was a certain similar trait between them. Plus, he was a marine valued by Zefa if he could guide Karl to follow the right path like himself. Teacher Zefa would surely be very happy. Admiral Kizaru, I assure you that I will never disclose Karl's abilities before he graduates. As for whether he is willing to follow you, that's not up to me. It depends on Karl's own will. Kizaru pouted his small mouth, seemingly having come up with some cunning idea. After greeting, he directly left the marshal's office on the other side. Karl, who had left the training ground, wandered idly around Marineford, getting familiar with the terrain while seeing many familiar places. For example, the main battlefield of the future war on the top, Marineford Square, Crescent Bay, looking at the bustling naval family community. Karl couldn't help but sigh. I heard that one can get a house here upon becoming an officer of the. Alas, I wonder when I can get one too. It should be quite easy for you. Buddy, hearing this familiar voice, Karl was startled. Damn it, this sneaky Kizaru walks without making a sound at all. Don't you know this can scare people to death? You bastard. Admiral Kizaru. Little Karl, there's no need to be so formal. Just now, I heard you say you want a house here. Kizaru still spoke in that slow tone, which made Karl a bit impatient, but that wasn't the key point. Now he was in a juvenile body, only about 1.5 meters tall. However, Kizaru was a full 3 meters tall, nearly twice as tall as himself. That made it very difficult for Karl to talk to Kizaru, standing close. Even a 45-degree upward look wasn't quite enough. That's right, Admiral Kizaru. That's quite simple. As long as you come to be my adjutant after you graduate, you don't even need to mention the house. The logistics department will arrange it for you proactively. Karl was shocked. Was Kizaru recruiting him? No, he definitely was. Generally speaking, new recruits who participate in the training camp will be assigned to the 4 Cs and the Grand Line according to their grades after graduation. Only the most outstanding new recruits will remain in the Navy and grow under a vice admiral or admiral for a while. For example, the former Akiji was Garb's follower and admirer. Kizaru showing favor to him in advance undoubtedly meant that he had taken a fancy to his abilities. Karl was quite confident about this, which ADC wouldn't want a reliable support. But Zefa had just told him to stay away from Kizaru. And now Kizaru came to recruit him. This inevitably made Karl suspect that there was some secret competition between these two rivals. It was really difficult for him, a newbie, to be caught in the middle. However, to be fair, if he had to choose on his own, he would most likely choose Kizaru. The reason was simple. Akiji was kind of slacking off at this stage if he was already slacking. How could Karl slack off? Akina was dedicated, but with his strict personality, he definitely wouldn't tolerate Karl slacking off and would surely raise his requirements for him. So Karl didn't have many choices. One was Garb, who was powerful and had many vacations. The other was Kizaru, who was fast and efficient. Even if Karl added a buff to him at the Navy headquarters, Kizaru could quickly take down people. Admiral Kizaru, it's still early before graduation. There's no need to be so hasty. But don't worry if I have to choose at that time. I will definitely consider being your adjutant first. Kizaru's mouth curled slightly. Seemingly quite satisfied with Karl's answer, he reached into his pocket, took out a bunch of keys, and threw them to Karl. These are the keys to my former residence. If you don't mind, you can move in first. Consider it a gift from me. After saying that, Kizaru turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot, leaving Karl no room to refuse. Goodness, today has been quite magical that I have a house. My career is stable, and I've slacked off to my heart's content. TSK. On the 4th day of the training camp's opening, at the training ground, system, check the cumulative slacking, off time. Training camp chronicles, the cumulative slacking, off time is 35,400 hours in total. Please keep up the good work, host. The training camp starts at 6 in the morning and ends at 9 in the evening. With 12 hours of training time, the eating and resting time add up to only 3 hours, and the daily task only requires 8 hours of slacking, off time. This has led to Karl, who skipped classes for 3 days, fulfilling the task. Now there are 6 designated attribute enhancement cards and a large number of snacks and drinks in his system space. It's like making money while lying down. Unfortunately, as his body and age returned to normal, Karl's good days officially came to an end. Karl reluctantly returned to the training ground and joined the group to do basic training. It was said that they were going to start practicing the 6 styles of the Navy today. Zefa stood in front with a radiant face. His physical condition was much better than it was on the first day. Zefa himself felt this deeply, ever since he was healed by Karl's holy light. His chronic asthma had actually been cured. These days, not only was his breathing smooth, but he could even run without gasping for breath, as if he had never had asthma, without the trouble of asthma. His strength was gradually returning. Although he couldn't compare to that old monster garb, he was much stronger than he used to be. Today, I will personally teach you the cultivation method and application skills of the 6 styles of the Navy, iron block. Whether you have learned it before or not, listen carefully to me. If anyone slacks off, all of you will be punished. Iron block? A strange look flashed across Karl's face. The only 2 6 styles techniques he could use were shave and paper drawing. One for pursuit or escape, and one for self-preservation to dodge bullets. He didn't know anything about the others. That it wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but his physical quality was too poor before. Even if he knew the techniques, he couldn't use them due to his physique. Now, it was a good opportunity to learn. Anyway, there were 12 hours a day. He wasn't afraid of not being able to complete the daily slacking off task. Iron block is the only defensive technique among the 6 styles. The principle is to accelerate blood flow, making muscles move faster, thus making muscles as hard as steel. The drawback is that one can't move freely when using iron block. So, we must choose the right time when using iron block. Never be self-righteous and use iron block to defend against any attack from the enemy. Okay, next, I will explain in detail how to cultivate iron block. An hour later, ding, the combat technique of this world, the 6 styles of the Navy has been detected, collected by the system, and added to the random rewards. The extraction probability is increased by 50 during the Training Camp Chronicles mission. Karl immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You should have said so earlier. I listened so attentively for nothing, wasting an hour of slacking off time. Okay, I have told you all the cultivation techniques of iron block. Is there anyone who doesn't understand? The new recruits present all shook their heads. The technique of iron block wasn't difficult. As long as one's body control ability met the standard, one could easily master it. And even if someone really didn't understand, they wouldn't be the one to stand out. They could just ask others. It wasn't embarrassing. Very well. Since you all understand, then let's start the cultivation. I only give you 3 days. If there are still people who can't master iron block, so the training ground became like a holding in poop conference. Everyone frowned, their faces red, with an expression of trying but failing to poop. Karl was the same. Fortunately, Karl, a 10-year veteran, had already mastered the technique of paper drawing, and his control over his body was far beyond that of other new recruits. After practicing several times according to the method taught by Zefa, he easily mastered iron block. Not bad. After using iron block, Karl suddenly felt his confidence rising. With my steel-like body, no one can do anything to me. Unfortunately, it didn't have much effect on that place. Presumably, only hockey of armament color can enchant it. Hey, this kid is learning quite fast. Zefa, who had been paying attention to Karl's eyes lit up. That familiar luster was definitely iron block. After a little thought, he called Karl over. Karl, have you learned the 6 styles of the Navy before? Yes, Instructor Zefa. Commodore Charles taught me. But before, I could only use shave and paper drawing. I just mastered iron block. Charles, a young face emerged in Zefa's mind. It was the young Charles he remembered clearly because Charles was his first batch student, but his talent wasn't good. After more than 20 years, he was only a branch commodore. Guarding a branch was more than enough. That's not bad either. Your talent is indeed a bit better than that kid, Charles. Remember not to be complacent. Go and practice. Karl naturally agreed readily. Practice? That's out of the question. Slacking off time is about to begin. But before that, he had to find an unlucky guy to test the effect of his fragility. After looking around, Karl fixed his eyes on a peculiarly shaped guide at its U-bins, despite this fellow having slender arms and legs. He is a user of the flourishing fruit ability. In the Dow power test, he achieved an excellent score of 451 points and magnificently secured the 2nd place. Overall, he is already the strongest recruit apart from Karl, which shows to what extent the talents in the Navy are withering away. Are you Bins? Could you please help me test the effectiveness of my iron block defense? Looking at Karl, who had a playful smile on his face, Bins subconsciously furrowed his brows. Among all the recruits, Karl was the one he disliked the most. Why didn't he have to train as hard as them, and yet could still gain the favor of Instructor Zefa? Just because he was some kind of ability user. Although it wasn't very clear on the first day, most of the recruits could roughly guess that Karl was a devil fruit ability user. Otherwise, it was impossible for an ordinary person to release a golden light ball. It's just that they didn't know what kind of ability Karl had. Even if they wanted to ask, They couldn't find this fellow anywhere. So, when faced with Karl's request, he instinctively wanted to refuse. But then he thought, testing the defense effect of the iron block was just about getting hit, right? That meant Karl was asking for a beating on his own initiative. How could there be such a good thing? Great? No. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Benz changed his words quickly, but Karl still detected something amiss. Combining with the envious gazes of others, it wasn't difficult for Karl to draw a conclusion that he wasn't very popular. But Karl didn't care, putting himself in others' shoes. He himself couldn't even stand himself. They were all recruits. Why should others painstakingly train their physiques while he was enjoying himself at home? If someone admired him for this, that would be strange. Karl tore open his shirt, revealing his sturdy upper body, indicating that Benz could attack at any time. Then he silently recited in his heart, System, use frailty. Frailty was successfully used. Defense-100, injury probability 1000. And obtained serious injury immunity, lasting for 3 minutes. 6 styles. Iron block. Benz, come at me directly. The recruits who were straining nearby were also attracted by the commotion of the two. Anyway, they couldn't hold it in. So they might as well watch the excitement. Just like that, a circle of people gathered around the two. Zefa and Shizo stood on a high place, commenting, Shizo, do you think this kid Benz can break through Karl's iron block? Shizo shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With Benz's slender arms and legs, I definitely don't think it's possible. What about you, teacher? Although Shizo wasn't sure who would be stronger in a real fight, in terms of defense. Wasn't it that the more muscles one had, the tougher they were? Karl at least looked tough. Benz and him were completely on different levels. Benz was as skinny as a stick. Zefa patted Shizo's shoulder with a smile. Huh. No one knows Karl's strength better than this old man. That fellow isn't that easy to be defeated. There were quite a few onlookers, and Benz's pressure shot up, in the eyes of others. He was the second strongest after Karl. What if he couldn't even break through Karl's defense with his full force attack? How embarrassing that would be. Thinking of this, Benz, who originally just wanted to vent his anger, had a flame rise in his eyes. He stared intently at Karl and let out a loud shout. Ninjutsu. Great thrusting hand. Benz spread his long and thin arms, stomped his left foot on the ground, and leaped into the in mid-air. He retracted his arms, like a spring compressed to the extreme. His body suddenly lunged towards Karl, who was standing still. Two dragons soaring out. Well, both fists struck out. At that moment, he was like a god of war. Benz's attack undoubtedly struck Karl's chest. There was only a bang, then a cracking sound of bones. Karl was sent flying cleanly. This moment, he was already lying on the ground, on the verge of death, and seemed to want to say something. But after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately imitated Luffy, rolling his eyes as a warning. And before losing consciousness, the only feeling Karl had was that his chest was burning with pain. As if he had been shot. Damn it. I thought using the iron block would make me suffer less, but I didn't expect to be so seriously injured. What a stupid defense technique. Benz looked at his hands in disbelief, thinking to himself, am I really this strong? I defeated Karl, who was using the iron block, with just one move. The on-looking recruits were in an uproar. Many people thought that this punch might have carried some personal grudges. Ben seemed amiable, but unexpectedly, he was so ruthless. They had to stay away from him in the future. What? Zefa stood up abruptly, rushed to Karl's side in a few steps, squatted down, and stretched out his finger. There was still breath. Quick, hurry up and send Karl to the infirmary. Zefa had no mood to question Benz why he was so ruthless now. He only cared about Karl's physical condition, that he was the future hope of the Navy. Several strong recruits quickly carried out a stretcher from the utility room and escorted Karl to the infirmary. 30 minutes later, Zefa asked the doctor anxiously, how is Karl? Is it serious? The doctor took off his mask and said with a serious expression, Instructor Zefa, this Mr. Karl's situation is not optimistic. 3 ribs are broken, and the fracture ends are broken inwards at the same time. The chest wall soft tissues are damaged, the thoracic internal organs are injured, and there is a significant chest hematoma. Doctor, don't tell me all this, I just want to ask if he is in danger of life, and if there will be any sequelae. The doctor pondered for a moment, and then said, you can rest assured that this kind of injury is not life-threatening. As for sequelae, it's not clear for the time being that it needs to be observed for a while. Hearing that there was no danger of life, Zefa immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Karl's physique was the strongest among this batch of recruits. How could he not even withstand one punch? That's good. That's good. By the way, can I go and see him now? I'm sorry. It is recommended that you wait until the situation improves before visiting, so as not to affect the patient's recovery. Zefa sighed helplessly. Well, this old man will come back later. After returning to the training ground, Zefa, full of anger, grabbed Binz and dragged him to a corner and shouted at him, Binz, what on earth happened today? Tell this old man the truth. Binz scratched his head in grievance that he didn't know either. Just now, Instructor Shizo didn't believe it and specifically asked him to use that move again. As a result, Shizo easily blocked his attack without even using the iron block. Finally, the evaluation was, with this kind of crappy strength, how could he injure Karl so seriously? But there was no way. Facing the respected instructor Zefa, he honestly told the whole story. After hearing this, Zefa still had no clue and could only let Binz return to the training ground. This kid is really a bit strange. First it was Ein on the first day, and now it's Binz. Why do I always feel that this little rascal is doing it on purpose? But if Zefa knew what meant, he would surely confidently remove the word feel. Ding, the accumulated slacking, off time has reached 8 hours. The daily task is completed. Rewards, 2 designated attribute enhancement cards, 1 6 styles, iron block skill card, 1 bottle of happy fat, house water. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Karl woke up instantly, but immediately gasped in pain. It hurt. It hurt so much. Looking down, his chest was wrapped tightly, and there was an 4 drip beside him. Karl couldn't help but sigh. As expected, I ended up in the hospital. Although I successfully slacked off, I suffered a lot. Ouch. I can't stand it. It hurts. Karl reluctantly raised his right hand, condensed a ball of holy light, and slapped it on himself. A warm energy began to flow through Karl's body, and the pain instantly lessened a lot, relying on the abundant physical strength restored by quiet as a virgin. Karl quickly used it again. Suddenly, he felt that his injuries were almost healed. I feel much better. This ability is really useful. Karl estimated that 1 more use would make his injuries almost completely healed. But he should stop here. If he really got better, wouldn't his injury be in vain? Anyway, he had to lie down for 10 days or half a month at least, until he slacked off enough to be worthy of his sacrifice. Creak, the door of the ward was pushed open. A nurse with long golden wavy hair walked in. She was wearing a white nurse's uniform, with crystal earrings, and holding an iron tray in her hand, which was full of medicines. Seeing that Karl was awake, she seemed a bit delighted. She quickly put the tray aside, came to Karl's side, and asked with concern, Mr. Karl, you're awake. How are you feeling? A fragrant breeze blew over. Karl was a bit pleasantly surprised. There was such a beautiful nurse in the infirmary. Why didn't he see her last time he came? Well, I feel pretty good, except that my chest still hurts a little. The female nurse's lips curved slightly, showing a gentle smile. Besides the chest, are there any other discomforts? Karl shook his head. There were indeed some just now, but after his self-treatment, his body was almost fully recovered. How could there be any discomfort left? That's good. I'll change your dressing later. It might hurt a bit. Don't move around. Okay? Goodbye, Nurse Monica. Farewell, Karl. I'll come to visit you again tomorrow. Karl, with a beaming smile, saw off the nurse lady who had changed his dressing. His heart fluttered slightly. Just now, he had found out that Nurse Monica was 27 years old this year and currently single. No, to be precise, she was a Navy widow. Monica's husband was originally a major in the Navy headquarters. He was ambushed by pirates during a sea patrol and died under the artillery fire. It has been 5 years since then. 5 years. How many 5-year periods are there in one's life? At that moment, a sense of responsibility welled up in Karl's heart inexplicably. Taking care of a Navy widow is an unshirkable duty for us. Oh, it's really astonishing. Being injured yet still so energetic and chatting animatedly with the nurse lady. It seems you're not that seriously hurt. The familiar leisurely tone reverberated in the ward, giving Karl a start. He turned his head and saw the tall figure of Kizaru leaning lazily against the doorframe, tilting his head and gazing at Karl. Although it was hard to see Kizaru's eyes clearly, one could still sense the teasing look from his complex and ever-changing lip movements. Admiral Kizaru, when did you come? Kizaru strolled slowly into the ward, glanced at the gauze on Karl's chest, and said, when you were getting along swimmingly with that young lady, I had already arrived. Karl couldn't help clicking his tongue. This old guy had been eavesdropping outside all along. Ahem, Admiral Kizaru, did you come here specially to see me? Kizaru pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, how could that be? My mouth has been a bit dry recently. So I came to the hospital to buy some lip balm. Seeing you is just a coincidence, not a coincidence. Then why were you eavesdropping? Well, thank you for your concern. Admiral Kizaru. Subsequently, the ward fell into silence. Kizaru didn't speak, nor did Karl. They just stared at each other. Since you're okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Kizaru made a gesture to turn and leave, then suddenly turned back. Looking at Karl intently. Were you doing it on purpose? Karl gasped. How did you know? Could this be the tacit understanding among loafers? Ahem, Admiral Kizaru. You can't slander me without evidence. TSK, stop pretending that I was much more proficient in such tricks than you when I was young. Your injury is too trivial, but it's not your fault. Who made there be a monster like a Kainu in my batch? This sentence carried a lot of information. Karl quickly figured out why Kizaru could tell at a glance that he was doing it on purpose. Because this guy had done the same thing, and it was a Kainu who injured him. Sizzle, truly a fellow in the same trade. In terms of loafing around in the training camp, I still have a lot to learn from Admiral Kizaru. Akiji, sorry, I don't know him. Indeed, you kid are exactly the same as I was when I was young. Those boring trainings are really not interesting. Karl curled his lips. What do you mean by exactly the same? That's kind of an insult. Look at your wrinkled face, and then look at my handsome face. How can you say that? Admiral Kizaru, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Neither deny nor admit. Just stubbornly hold on. Kizaru grinned, showing a lewd smile. Young people these days are really terrifying. I won't tell anyone, but your abilities are different from mine. You still have to train your physique. Then, his tone changed. But as long as you're willing to be my adjutant, I guarantee that no one can hurt you. What do you think? Want to consider it? The real intention is revealed. Karl showed a thoughtful expression. After careful consideration, he decided to agree to Kizaru first. Otherwise, if he came to pester him whenever he was free in the future, that would be a real hassle. Sigh. Since Admiral Kizaru said so, I can't keep avoiding it. All right, Admiral Kizaru, when I graduate from the training and decide on my future, I will definitely choose to follow you. Are you satisfied now? Kizaru burst into laughter. His face full of wrinkles, he patted Karl's shoulder in great satisfaction, turned around and left, closing the door attentively. After confirming that Kizaru had left, Karl let out a long sigh, looking at the dim sky outside the window. He gradually fell asleep. 3 days later, which was also the 7th day of the opening of the Marine training camp. Karl, it's time to finish work. I'm going to get the meal, that I'll come back later. Take good care of yourself. Karl pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to show something? After saying that, Karl pointed to his cheek. Monica blushed, looked around furtively like a thief. After making sure no one was around, she quickly kissed Karl's cheek. Karl grinned, put his arm around Monica's neck, and kissed Monica's red lips with a smooch. Disgusting. What if someone sees us? Really? Monica pushed Karl away. Her face blushing like a peach blossom, she wiped the glistening thread from the corner of her mouth and quickly walked out of the ward with her shoes clattering. Karl laughed heartily as he watched Monica's flustered back. He wiped the lipstick mark from the corner of his mouth to eye in these 3 days. Apart from lying on the hospital bed, Karl wasn't idle either. His relationship with his personal nurse Monica had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was all thanks to Karl's humorous conversation and handsome face, which easily captured Monica, who had been lonely for a long time. Now, when there's no one around, Karl can hold hands, kiss, and even reach second base occasionally. Ding! The cumulative loafing time has reached 8 hours. The daily task is completed. Reward: 2 designated attribute enhancement cards, 1 finger gun skill card, 1 iron block skill card. The career task training camp stir cumulative loafing time has reached 82 hours. Please continue to work hard. Host: Karl has accumulated the rewards for the daily tasks for 7 days. Now he has 14 designated attribute enhancement cards, 1 iron block, shave, finger gun, and Rankyaku skill card each. The rest are snacks and days of lifespan, which can be ignored directly. System: use 9 attribute enhancement cards to strengthen the physique. Leave the remaining 5 enhancement cards for backup. The next moment, there was a faint cracking sound in his ears. Warm currents surged through his body, and his well-defined muscles became tingly, especially the deliberately untreated injured area, which was unbearably itchy. Karl could feel that the wound was healing rapidly. System: check the attributes. Host: Karl. Age: 24. Physique: E. Perception: F. Will: E. Special ability: quiet as a virgin holy light fruit. 0.5. Awakening progress. Active skill: frail, usable. After the enhancement, although Karl's physique didn't change and was still at level E. He vaguely felt that if he used a few more cards, he could break through to level E. Karl wasn't in a hurry to strengthen his perception and will for now. After all, physique is the real strength. Since obtaining the loafing system, Karl has made rapid progress, but compared with the big shots next door, he is still a nobody. You know, at his age, others can punch the 4 emperors and kick the admirals. Phew, the great cause of loafing has not yet succeeded that I still need to work hard. System, use all skill cards. Ding, it is detected that the host has mastered the iron block and shave. The skill cards are automatically converted into the proficiency of the iron block and shave skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, Karl felt the memories of using the iron block and shave pouring into his mind. Especially for the iron block, Karl felt as if he had become a CP9 member full of confidence. No matter how many techniques there are, I will block them with the iron block. After digesting the memories, Karl sighed, Wayu, in a long, drawn-out and melancholy way. Well, as for this iron block thing, it's better not to use it if I can avoid it. In the recruit training ground, Zefa glanced at the time and shouted to the recruits who were sweating profusely. Everyone stop for a moment. That's it for now. Assemble at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Dismiss. The recruits who had trained for a day cheered immediately and pushed and jostled each other towards the cafeteria. Ein and Bin stood still. It wasn't that they weren't hungry, but they were going to visit the injured Karl today. Ein, Bins, you two come with me. Yes, Teacher Zefa. The two followed Zefa closely, walking towards the Navy hospital. Bins looked at the approaching hospital. Feeling a bit conflicted, he whispered to Ein. Hey, Ein, do you think Karl will hold a grudge? After all, I hurt him so badly. Ein pursed his lower lip, thinking of the lively and cheerful Karl on the recruit ship. He shook his head. I'm not sure either. Judging from Karl's big brother's personality, he probably won't hold a grudge. Phew, that's good. Bins immediately let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the three entered the hospital and came to Karl's ward. The door was open. Zefa walked in without thinking. Karl, how are you recovering? Zefa stopped halfway through his sentence, his eyes wide open. He pointed at Karl, speechless for a long time. Ein and Bins looked puzzled. It was not until seeing Karl and Monica in the ward that they were also stunned. Karl, dressed in a pair of blue shorts, sat languidly on the armchair by the window, a cigar in his right hand, a newspaper in his left, and his legs crossed. Faint traces of kisses could still be seen on his fair face. Monica, like a docile young wife, stood behind him kneading his shoulders, when Zefa suddenly burst in. He and Monica seemed to be immobilized. Karl stared at Zefa in stunned amazement, not even noticing the ash from his cigar falling on his leg. Monica reacted a bit quicker, quickly withdrawing her hands and putting them behind her back. With an embarrassed expression, cough, cough, cough. Oh dear, Nurse Monica, I suddenly feel a bit short of breath. What's going on? Hurry and help me to the bed. I need to rest for a while. Seeing that Monica didn't respond, Karl looked embarrassed, stubbed out his cigar on his own, and staggered over to the bed, pulling the covers over himself. Stop pretending, Karl. So you did it on purpose? You've been deceiving me all along to avoid training, haven't you? Combining Karl's strange behavior since he entered the camp, Zefa quickly sorted out his thoughts. That guy was definitely doing it on purpose, and this kind of behavior made him feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That's right, it was that bastard Borsellino. The ways these two evaded training were simply of the same origin. No wonder Karl, who clearly had a physique far superior to Ben's, could still get so seriously injured. Did they really think he was a fool? Zefa's enraged voice echoed in the ward, and Ben's and Ein trembled in fear. Monica looked worriedly at the angry Zefa, then at Karl, who didn't dare to make a sound. Summoning up her courage, she said to Zefa, Mr. Zefa, please keep your voice down. This is a hospital, not a training ground. Please don't disturb the patient's rest. Karl heaved a long sigh and said, Monica, you can go out first. Looking at Karl with a serious expression, Monica's eyes flickered, as if she wanted to say something, but she still chose to be obedient, gave Karl a look as if to wish him good luck, and then walked out of the ward with a clatter. Zefa's chest kept heaving. After being rebuked by Monica, he calmed down. He looked at Karl expressionlessly and said, You've been living quite comfortably these days while you were sick. It seems that my training camp has been getting in the way of your enjoyment. Karl scratched his head in embarrassment. Why did he always feel that Zefa's words had a Borsellino-like tone? Well, Instructor Zefa, you think too highly of me. I just felt like I was about to rust from lying down, so I asked Nurse Monica to help me loosen my muscles and bones. It's definitely not what you think. Humph, Zefa snorted. Now he didn't believe a single word Karl said. I don't care about all that. Since you're almost recovered, please return to the training camp as soon as possible. Don't forget, you've been absent from training for a whole week. For the remaining time, I'll personally supervise you. I definitely won't give you another chance to be opportunistic. No. Karl was startled. His little head started spinning frantically. Once Zefa really did this, there was no way he could complete his daily and career missions. But he couldn't blame him either. As the chief instructor of the Navy, Zefa valued his potential and wanted to guide him onto the right path, hoping for him to become a dragon. Had he done anything wrong? No. On the contrary, he had done a great job. The countless elite Navy soldiers he had trained could well prove this. Alas, Teacher Zefa. To be honest with you, actually, I have a special training method, but I can only tell you alone. After saying that, Karl glanced at Ein and Binz, who were standing near the door. Zefa subconsciously thought that Karl was going to spout nonsense again. But when he saw Karl's serious expression, his heart softened. Thinking that the chronic asthma that had plagued him for years could be easily cured by Karl, maybe he really had something special? After thinking it over, he decided to give Karl another chance. If Karl was still talking nonsense, he would immediately drag Karl out of the sick bed and pull him to the training ground to train him to death. You too, get out? Yes, Teacher Zefa. Ein and Binz didn't hesitate at all and immediately turned around and left. Bang! Zefa closed the door, turned around, and stood with his arms crossed, staring at Karl. Well, Teacher Zefa, right after I obtained the devil fruit ability, I discovered that the power of the holy light is far more than just healing and strengthening. It can also enhance my physique. After saying that, Karl stood up, his body emitting a faint golden halo, as if a god had descended. Then he slowly closed his eyes and let out regular breaths. Secretly, Karl immediately used an attribute, enhancing card to strengthen his physique. A warm current immediately surged through his body, and his physique also changed from level E to level E. Did he break through? Karl had thought he would need to use a few more cards, but it turned out he was just one step away. The golden halo gradually dissipated. Karl opened his eyes and looked at Zefa with a smile, thinking that with Zefa's discerning eye, he should be able to tell, right, the moment Karl's physique broke through. Zefa's expression changed. He had been immersed in physical arts for many years and knew very well about physique. Just now, he clearly sensed that Karl's physical quality seemed to have undergone a transformation. Could it be that, as Karl said, his ability could strengthen his physique on its own? No, that's not right. Karl's ability could already give a strengthening effect, but it could only last for about an hour at most. Unless, Karl, let me test your strength, Zefa shouted softly. His well-developed muscles bulged high, like they were cast from steel. Karl's eyes focused at its tech eye. He used tech eye. Teacher Zefa, I'll show you my skills. Taking a deep breath, Karl punched towards Zefa. Only a duong sound was heard. Zefa's expression didn't change at all, but Karl retracted his fist in pain. His was hurting badly. It was too hard. He couldn't break through at all. He even suspected for a moment that Zefa was the one who had learned the real Tekai. Are you deceiving me again? You clearly used the holy light to strengthen your physique. Zefa's suspicion seemed to have been expected. Karl smiled indifferently. A golden light ball appeared in his palm. He slapped it on himself without any explanation and then punched Zefa again in the same way as before. He still couldn't break through Zefa's defense, but Zefa's expression changed. Zefa clearly felt that Karl's second attack was 50 stronger than the first. So, the first attack was really Karl's own strength at this moment. Zefa really believed Karl's nonsense. The holy light could enhance the physique of the ability user. Could there really be such a devil fruit in the world? Zefa exclaimed in disbelief. He, who had always looked down on devil fruits, was now a bit envious of Karl. Teacher Zefa, I didn't lie to you, right? The most crucial thing is that this method is highly efficient, far exceeding the growth that can be obtained from training. So, alas, with this kind of ability, did he still need to exhaust himself every day to train his physique? Of course not. Zefa heaved a long sigh and continued, I understand, since that's the case. I won't make things difficult for you. You can skip the daily physical training, but when I explain combat skills, you must be present, of course. Karl readily agreed. Having only a strong physique but no combat skills would make him a real brute with well-developed limbs. But regarding the time allocation, Karl needed to put it in a more tactful way. Teacher Zefa, I have one more humble request. Go ahead. Karl's expression became serious. Well, Teacher Zefa, look, how about this? Every day, I'll spend 4 hours attending classes, practicing and having actual combat. For the rest of the time, I'll leave the training ground and use my own ability to train my physique. What do you think? Can't you train your physique on the training ground? Looking at Zefa's expression, he seemed a bit dissatisfied. Karl's expression changed. He said pitifully, well, Teacher Zefa, didn't you say I should keep my ability hidden for now? If I'm on the training ground, there's no way to hide it. And Zefa immediately asked, and what? Alas, it's Admiral Borsellino. Admiral Borsellino has come to me, and not just once. Sorry, Borsellino. Anyway, your relationship with Zefa can't get any worse. You can just carry this blame for me obediently. Zefa's eyes widened. And he roared angrily. I knew it. That bastard Borsellino really has bad intentions. Was he spouting his heresies to you again? Huff. I'm going to have a good talk with that bastard right now. Hey, Teacher Zefa, calm down, calm down. Karl saw that this was no good and quickly grabbed Zefa, saying hurriedly, Teacher Zefa, don't be impulsive. Think it over carefully. Admiral Borsellino's ideas are actually quite suitable for me. Aren't they? Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of his dubious methods? Before he could finish his words, Zefa paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed, even if Karl solely focuses on developing his abilities, his physical prowess would not lag far behind. On the contrary, it is highly likely that as he cultivates his powers, his physique will concurrently strengthen. Karl merely needs to master combat techniques and translate his experiences from actual battles. Undoubtedly, he will emerge as a formidable force. Becoming a general is merely a matter of time. This concept elegantly synthesizes both his and Kizaru's philosophies. However, to have him embrace Kizaru's ideology, humph. Zefa snorted coldly, reluctantly acknowledging Karl's perspective. He was not an unreasonable man. Rather, it was precisely this quality that made him disapprove of Kizaru. He believed that Kizaru was utterly squandering his innate talents. If only Borsellino's physique could reach the levels of Akainu or Akiji, his strength would undeniably surpass that of the three admirals. So, Teacher Zefa, what do you think of the training plan I just proposed? Humph, this is the path you have chosen for yourself. I cannot impose my will upon you. Let us proceed as you suggested. Karl's heart leaped with joy. Had he truly succeeded in his ruse? Indeed, he was a genius at slacking off to concoct such a flawless rationale. But Zefa's tone shifted abruptly, causing Karl's expression to tense. I shall periodically assess your strength. Should you become lax, I will not concern myself with whether your abilities may be prematurely revealed. You are to remain diligently in the training grounds, just like everyone else. Yes, Teacher Zefa, I assure you. Zefa nodded, his large hand patting Karl's shoulder. Karl, rest well today. Tomorrow, I shall await you in the training ground. With that, Zefa turned and departed, leaving the room eerily silent. With only Karl remaining, feeling quite empty, Karl exhaled a long sigh, only for Zefa's figure to reappear at the door, curiously inquiring, if I recall correctly, that Nurse Monica is a widow of the Navy. Isn't she? It seems your relationship with her is rather complicated. Teacher Zefa, please do not misunderstand. I was merely offering condolences to the Navy widow. Yes, condolences to the Navy widow. Condolences to the Navy widow? I fear if I had arrived a tad later, I would have found you offering condolences in bed. Never mind. The matters of youth are beyond my jurisdiction. However, moderation is essential. Do not let indulgence deplete your vitality. Leaving behind a meaningful remark, Zefa departed once more, this time not to return. As Zefa reached the hospital entrance, he discovered Benz and Ein still waiting outside. They appeared to have been there for quite some time, prompting him to say, Benz, Ein, you should go and see Karl now, especially you. Benz, remember to apologize to Karl. Yes, Teacher Zefa. The two then made their way back to Karl's hospital room, with Ein carrying a fruit basket and Benz a bouquet of flowers. Ein smiled as he set the fruit basket aside and cheerfully remarked to the reclining Karl, Brother Karl, your recovery is astonishingly swift. I thought you would be bedridden for a month. Oh, you are far too kind. As long as gifts arrive, why worry about the cinder? Benz interjected. I think that was a bit backward. Karl, I sincerely apologize for my earlier excessive force. It was my fault. If you're still upset, feel free to hit me, Benz said earnestly. What is a minor injury to me? Am I truly so petty? If anyone should apologize, it should be I, for having chosen you two as my tools for slacking. Without your assistance, I would not have managed to slack off so easily. However, henceforth, I shall no longer trouble you two, for I have now acquired exclusive slacking privileges. The following day, Karl reported to Zefa on time, primarily to receive personal instruction. Having been absent for a week, he had fallen behind in his training of the Navy's 6 styles, although he currently only lacked proficiency in the moonwalk, as long as he could use the shave and possessed a robust physique. Mastering the technique of stepping from his left foot to his right foot would be effortless. What Karl now required were some clever tips for employing the Navy's 6 styles and practical combat techniques. Zefa was evidently a competent martial arts instructor. I have imparted all the necessary techniques to you. Yet, nothing compares to the experience of a genuine sparring match. Henceforth, I shall be your sparring partner. Unleash all your skills and launch an assault on me. Karl nodded, assumed his stance, and initiated with a finger jab, followed by a dual foot assault akin to the Gale foot, ultimately using the shave to close in on Zefa. Throwing a punch aimed at his jaw, his movements were swift and fierce, inflicting a damage of 250 to Zefa, unfazed, effortlessly absorbed all of Karl's attacks before swiftly subduing him. Such exaggerated movements. Are you intentionally making your attack obvious? The Gale foot is not used in such a manner. You must whip your foot like a whip to maximize its power. In summary, Zefa showed no mercy while instructing Karl. It was all or nothing. After a rigorous military training session, Karl's combat techniques advanced remarkably, mastering all except the moonwalk. All right, that will suffice for today. Tomorrow, once your physique has improved further, I shall teach you the techniques of the moonwalk. Breathless, Karl sighed with exhaustion, casting a beam of holy light upon himself to alleviate the fatigue from the intense training. Teacher Zefa, when shall I awaken my haki? Zefa furrowed his brow, initially intending to reprimand Karl for wishing to run before he could walk. Yet, upon reflecting that this individual was not like the others, he pondered before responding. Karl, there is no need to rush regarding haki. Once you have fully mastered the Navy's 6 styles, I will provide you with specialized training in haki. Really? That is splendid news. Thank you, Teacher Zefa. I shall take my leave now. Zefa glanced at the time. Excellent. Less than an hour remained until lunch. The days in the training camp were monotonous, dominated by the themes of diligence and perseverance. As sweat flowed freely, thus, time passed day by day, and before long, the 60th day arrived, heralding the end of the new recruits' training camp journey. Today marked the day of assessing the new recruits' growth, commonly referred to as the new recruit trials. After 60 days, Karl had transformed from a mere novice into a true elite of the Navy, standing head and shoulders above his peers, with Ein and Ben struggling to catch up. Karl had already completed the second phase of the training camp's tasks, easily acquiring 10 advanced attribute enhancement cards, and, most eagerly anticipated, the special skill as swift as a rabbit. Without the advanced enhancement cards, Karl's attributes were as follows. Host, Karl age, 24 physique, C perception, D will, D, special ability, still, as a maiden. Swift as a rabbit, holy light fruit. 5.8, awakening progress, active skill, weak as a breeze, usable. From these attributes, one can discern Karl's strategy regarding the use of attribute enhancement cards. He prioritized physique as the main focus. Secondary on perception, while will was neglected. Karl recognized that as his strength continually increased, his will attribute would gradually rise as well. Thus he was disinclined to squander enhancement cards specifically on it. The reasoning was simple. Physique influenced Karl's strength, speed, stamina, and recovery, while perception affected reaction and cognition. The impact of these two attributes on Karl's combat prowess was substantial. It was evident that the higher these attributes, the stronger his combat capabilities would be. E.as for the will system. Its explanation was intricate, involving a mix of spirit and tenacity. However, the only noteworthy point was that achieving an S level in will would automatically awaken the Conqueror's haki. Ding ding ding. Karl, wake up! Aren't you supposed to participate in the test today? Do not oversleep. Monica, clad in a white spaghetti-strap nightgown, vigorously shook Karl's shoulder, prompting him to awaken with a yawn, mumbling in response. Okay, I know. Suddenly jolted awake, Karl scrambled out of bed, hurriedly donning his uniform, washing up, and after exchanging a quick kiss with Monica, dashed toward the cafeteria. After finishing his meal, he finally arrived at the training ground. Phew. Thankfully I am not late. Otherwise, Teacher Zefa would have torn me apart. Good morning. Brother Karl. Morning. After a brief exchange with Ein, Zefa arrived at the center of the training field, his deep, resonant voice echoing. New recruits. Assemble. Report. All personnel were present. Dressed in a purple suit and adorned with the mantle of justice, Zefa surveyed the ranks and began. There is no need for trepidation today. This is merely an assessment of what you have achieved over the past 2 months. Your efforts and the sweat you've shed, I've witnessed them all. To be honest, I'm truly gratified, for you haven't let down your own endeavors. You're all remarkable. Today, feel free to showcase the fruits of your hard work. Oh. The hot-blooded new recruits let out enthusiastic shouts to avoid standing out. Karl joined in with a few yells. Next, all the new recruits, under the guidance of instructor Shozwa, began to warm up, getting ready for the upcoming new recruit competition. Everyone was well aware that today was their prime opportunity, as it was related to their future prospects. Zefa had long stated that every year, during the new recruit competition, officers above the rank of Commodore would come to watch, and every recruit had the possibility of being selected by an officer to become their subordinate, if one were to gain the favor of a renowned vice admiral or even an admiral. It would not only enrich their resume but also allow them to amass a great deal of military achievements alongside them, thus attracting the attention of the Naval High Command and soaring in their career. The Navy is not merely about upholding justice and engaging in battles. There are also human relationships and worldly wisdom within it. This might seem rather utilitarian, but such is the reality. A decade in the Navy has taught Karl in abundance. Before getting on good terms with Charles, it took him 7 years to be promoted to sergeant. After being valued by Charles, he was promoted once a year and quickly obtained the rank of lieutenant. That pink-haired turncoat Kobe was promoted to colonel in just 2 years. Excluding the factor of strength, Karl doesn't believe Karp didn't pull some strings behind the scenes. Even Karl himself is in a similar situation now. Due to the unique characteristics of his devil fruit power, he has caught the eyes of the fleet admiral, the admirals, and Zefa, who has the most extensive connections in the Navy. Rising to the rank of admiral is no longer a mere dream. As time passed, a stir arose among the new recruits. Look, it's the admirals of the Navy, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Are they all here to watch us? Hiss. The vice admirals have also come. Why does it seem a bit different from what Teacher Zefa said? How can I not be nervous? Akainu, Akiji, Kazu, the Navy's top combat forces, were all present. The vice admirals also arrived at the scene one after another, took their exclusive seats, and engaged in whispered discussions about the quality of this batch of new recruits. The admirals can select the most powerful new recruits and don't need to compete with these vice admirals, and the vice admirals can't compete with them anyway. They can only compete with other vice admirals. It's quite common for them to argue heatedly over a new recruit with above-average potential. Wow, I didn't expect Kazan to come too. So, is there any new recruit you have your eye on? Akiji scratched his fluffy curly hair and said in a lazy tone, I don't care. What? It seems like you're quite interested in a certain new recruit from what you said. That's right. I'm quite interested in a new recruit named Karl. You two better not compete with me later. Akiji shrugged helplessly and said indifferently, whatever you want. Oh, the sunshine is so comfortable today. After saying that, Akiji pulled down his eye patch and blatantly started to sleep. Claiming it was to conserve energy for the next mission, Akainu beside him seemed rather dissatisfied with Akiji's attitude. He snorted coldly and said in a frosty tone, Don't worry, Borsellino, that I certainly won't compete with you for recruits. In fact, Akainu didn't have high hopes in the first place. He comes every year, but is disappointed every year. The Navy is short of talents. So when Kizaru asked him not to compete for recruits, he readily agreed that in his opinion, this year would be no exception. Just a bunch of mediocre new recruits that my goodness, so many well-known Navy officers have come. Looking at the row of Naval High Command, Karl couldn't help but be astonished. He didn't know many of them. The 3 admirals were the most familiar to him. Among the vice admirals, he knew Mamoru, Mole, and Prometheus. Hey, Smoker and Tashigi are here too. What are they doing? Just coming to join in the fun. Smoker was still dressed in the familiar way Karl remembered, with 3 cigars in his mouth. Beside him was Tashigi in a dark red suit and sunglasses. The two of them standing together actually had a certain chemistry. Smoker exhaled a smoke ring and complained to Tashigi, Why do you think Teacher Zefa called us here? Could it be that we also have a chance to select some as subordinates? Tashigi didn't know, but if you hadn't your superior 2 months ago, you might have had a chance. Smoker sneered disdainfully. He was about to retort, but thought better of it. When it was 8 o'clock, Zefa walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and officially announced the start of the test. The first match, Mallory versus Joyce. The two who were called by Shozwa showed delight on their faces, with a fighting spirit in their eyes. After going on stage, at Shozwa's command, they charged at each other with shouts. Since it was a test, the purpose wasn't to determine a winner. Otherwise, if they met evenly matched opponents, They might fight fiercely and even shatter the principles. So each battle was limited to 15 minutes. Within these 15 minutes, whether a winner was determined or not, the match would end automatically, and the next group would take the stage. After all, a fight between mediocre opponents isn't very interesting. Within these 15 minutes, it's enough to display all of one's strength and let the officers present see it. This Mallory is quite good. Although his physique is a bit lacking, he's very proficient in the 6 styles. He's a promising talent. Yes, you're right. But this Joyce is also good. He fights smartly. The Vice Admiral's discussions were lively. In contrast, the 3 admirals hardly communicated. Akiji was sleeping, Akainu had a gloomy face, and Kizaru was leisurely trimming his nails with a nail clipper. Soon, the first battle ended. The two looked at each other, panting. Although no winner was determined, after seeing the expressions of the officers, they walked off the stage happily. The second match, Ian versus Binz. Karl, who was drinking soda, was startled. Ian is fighting Binz? Then who will he fight? Could it really be a one-sided match? He looked at Zefa with a puzzled gaze. Zefa happened to be looking at him too. If he had expected Karl's surprise, he nodded slightly, indicating that he should be patient. Jokingly speaking, Karl was taught by him personally. One knew Karl's strength better than him. Ian and Binz together might not necessarily be able to defeat Karl. Just in terms of physical skills, Karl could already compete with Tashigi and Smoker, who had graduated long ago. Unfortunately, Karl had never awakened the two. Color hockeyed, he could only think of ways to help him during the internship period after the test. As Ian and Binz went on stage, the Vice Admiral's discussions became lively again. Hey, these two are both devil fruit users, right? Yes, I've heard about it. They're both from the Paramecia type. One is the user of the age, revolving fruit, and the other is the user of the flourish fruit. Battle start. Binz looked at Ian warily. One knew Ian's strength better than him. That age, reversing power, once touched, would surely lead to his defeat. Flourish, flourish. Binz quickly scattered a handful of plant seeds and then started some strange dance. As he danced, the seeds germinated rapidly, and dozens of thick vines appeared on the ground, sweeping under Binz's control. Shave. Ian disappeared from the spot, dodging the vine sweep, and then slapped one of the vines. The huge green vine quickly shrank back into a seed, one after another, leaving a ground full of seeds. Binz had anticipated this situation and wasn't flustered at all. Today, he had brought several hundred grams of seeds. Then one could see such a scene. Binz summoned plants. Ian turned them back to their original state. And the cycle continued. Karl was dumbfounded. These two were going back and forth, seemingly just mutually testing each other. Finally, Zefa couldn't stand it anymore and coughed. Only then did the two give up the competition of abilities and switch to a physical skills competition. Still, no winner was determined. What else could be done? Next group. There were 63 new recruits in the training camp. They fought from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, and more people were watching. But Karl couldn't get on stage. Excluding the meal time, Karl successfully slacked off as a spectator for 6 hours. Karl even suspected that Shiozwa must have forgotten to write his name on the match roster. Kizaru, it's almost over. Hasn't the new recruit you have your eye on taken the stage yet? Kizaru said indifferently. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Karl will be my future adjutant. Akiji took off his eye patch, looked sleepily towards the horizon, and mumbled that he had overslept again. The last match. Karl versus Lieutenant Commander Smoker. Akainu put down his crossed legs and leaned forward slightly, a sign of his serious attention. If he wasn't mistaken, after that rookie whom Kizaru favored used his ability, his strength suddenly increased significantly. Could this be the reason why Kizaru has a high opinion of him? Akainu couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at Kizaru. Sakazuki, you promised not to compete with me that you're an admiral of the Navy. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Humph. I always keep my word, but you have to tell me truthfully. What exactly is the ability of that kid named Karl? Kizaru smiled and looked towards Sengoku not far away. After finding that he didn't show any reaction, he smiled even more happily. Well, Sakazuki, don't underestimate the young people nowadays. The devil fruit that Karl ate is called the Holy Light Fruit. The Holy Light Fruit? A Paramecia type? Akiji suddenly interjected. That's right. You all saw the holy light he released just now. That kind of power has the effects of strengthening the physique and healing. And it can also be used on others. Sakazuki stood up abruptly, looking at Kizaru in disbelief. What? It can also be used on others. A glint of light flashed in the half-asleep Akiji's eyes. Without saying a word, he took off his eye patch, held his chin, and seriously watched the battle between Karl and Smoker. Otherwise, why do you think I have a high opinion of him? Kizaru looked at the excited Akainu and the suddenly serious Akiji. Feeling a bit regretful. I seem to have shown off too early. What if these two guys go back on their word? Then Kizaru stopped talking and sullenly watched Smoker and Karl's mediocre fight, only thinking about ending it quickly and then going to find Karl to finalize the matter. Otherwise, something bad was definitely going to happen. The scene returned to Smoker and Karl. Smoker was slightly out of breath, while Karl hardly gasped, because he not only had the holy light for endurance, but also a god-like skill like moving as swift as a hare that halved his physical exertion. This level of intensity was nothing to him. On the contrary, Smoker, because he always wanted to show off and actively gave up his advantage, was now in a tough fight with Karl and was even slightly at a disadvantage. After all, he was only 3 years older than Karl. After Karl used the holy light to strengthen himself, the advantage in physique was also evened out. He could only rely on his rich combat experience with Karl. Hey, you're Karl, right? I recognize your strength. Haha, Major Smoker. If you hadn't given up the advantage of the Logia type on your own initiative, I would surely have been defeated. Smoker forced a smile and didn't respond. He thought that once Karl learned hockey, his advantage would disappear completely. But it shouldn't be that soon. That he himself hadn't even seen a trace of hockey yet, let alone this newbie Karl. Time's up. Shizuo's voice rang out, and the battle officially ended. Smoker heaved a sigh of relief. He gave up the advantage of the Logia type and ended up in a draw with Karl, which wasn't too embarrassing. After all, this kid was really a monster. Zefa, dressed in a purple suit, walked forward with a microphone in his hand. The last battle is over. I, in the capacity of the Navy's chief instructor, announced that the 24th Seaman Training Camp is officially over. Great! Applause rang out, and the new recruits cheered. After 2 months of intense training, they had finally graduated. The officers in the stands became eager. They had already selected the talents they favored and were just waiting for the end of the event to approach them. Kizaru's eyes under his sunglasses peeked furtively at Akiji and Akainu beside him. His body was already ready to as soon as that old man Zefa announced the dismissal. He would immediately rush over to find Karl. I definitely won't give these two bastards any chance. Starting from tomorrow, you will have a 1-month internship period. All the recruits in the training camp will participate in the whole process of pirate hunting. You will personally experience the ferocity and cruelty of pirates. You are the elite of the Navy. Only after going through the baptism of blood can you be considered real Navy. Execute justice. Maintain peace, and justice will surely prevail. After Zefa's words fell, the shouts of the new recruits rose and fell one after another, loudly shouting the Navy slogan. Karl felt a bit of emotion. Finally, it had come. The fateful day of teacher Zefa. As early as when he saw Ben's and Ein, he knew that there would be a disaster in the future. It was also this tragic defeat that caused Zefa, who didn't kill admirals, to become extremely ruthless. But fate had quietly turned the gears. Without the asthma problem, would Zefa still lose his arm to that snot-nosed Weevil, watch the bodies of his students, and cry bitterly? And finally be completely disappointed in the Navy? Very well. I've long seen that those guys can't wait any longer. Ha ha ha. In that case, dismissed. The vice-admirals in the stands took action upon hearing this. They walked towards the new recruits with smiles on their faces, occasionally letting out lewd laughter, making the newbies tremble. Karl thought that since he had already been reserved by Kizaru, he might as well just turn around and leave. The next second, a flash of golden light, and Kizaru's tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Karl. Woofing. Admiral Kizaru, you're here? Kizaru had a serious expression. He looked around furtively like a thief and whispered, There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly. Hey, Pagliusolino, don't be in such a hurry. Don't we even have the right to take a look? Kizaru slowly turned his head and saw Akiji and Akainu walking towards them side by side, with faint smiles on their faces. However, Akainu's smile looked uglier than crying. My God. The three admirals all took a fancy to Karl at the same time. What kind of luck is this? Luck? It's clearly strength. Okay, isn't Karl the strongest in our batch? That's true. Under the envious gazes of other new recruits, Karl felt his scalp tingle. At this moment, he finally understood why teacher Zefa told him not to expose his ability. It was really troublesome. Karl couldn't afford to offend any of these three big shots. Fortunately, Kizaru had recruited him in advance, giving him at least a reason. Ahem, young man Karl, you haven't forgotten what I told you before. Right, come and be my adjutant. Just report to me directly after the internship is over. After saying that, Kizaru winked frantically at Karl, indicating that he should act according to his cues, but Karl didn't budge. Are you kidding me? With that damn sunglasses on your face all day? Who can see your cues clearly? Sensing the curious gazes of Akainu and Akiji, Karl was extremely panicked. Fortunately, Kizaru's words reminded him. Of course, Admiral Kizaru. Wait a minute. Kizaru looked at Akainu with a face. Well, I never thought that you, Sakazuki, with your big bushy eyebrows, would also go back on your word. Karl, can you let me experience your ability? Akainu looked at Karl with burning eyes, and an invisible pressure enveloped Karl. Akiji beside him also cast an eager gaze. Although he didn't speak, his face was full of words that, of course. Admiral Akiji, do you also want to try? Akiji pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, so I'm also included? On the surface, Karl was smiling, but secretly he thought, bullshit. What if you make things difficult for me in the future? Hearing Karl's words, Kizaru's expression became a bit mournful. Don't ask Karl how he knew, because when Monika's relatives came, she had the same expression. However, Monika was a young woman after all, and she could always perfectly relieve Karl's mournfulness. But Kizaru was just mournful. There was no sign of anger or rage on his face. An old hand is an old hand. There was no way, since Karl couldn't afford to offend anyone. He spread his hands, condensed 2 golden light balls, and threw them towards Akainu and Akiji. The moment the holy light entered their bodies, Akainu immediately closed his eyes, feeling the power of the holy light. His body instantly became much more relaxed, and the sense of fatigue was also reduced a lot. But these were not the key points. Slowly clenching his fists, feeling his strengthened physique, Akainu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The long-lost feeling of getting stronger. It was probably about a 2-fold increase. Perhaps his feeling wasn't accurate, but the effect brought by Karl's ability was very obvious, not only on the body, but also on the mind. Akainu suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze staring straight at Karl. This man must become his subordinate. On the other side, Akiji also slowly opened his eyes, although he didn't show it as obviously as Akainu. His eyes were full of eagerness for Karl. Karl, become my subordinate. I promise to make you a rear admiral of the headquarters within 3 years. Oh, Sakazuki, this is not what we agreed on before. No way, no way. You wouldn't even want to rob the subordinate I've already reserved, would you? Kizaru's lips puckered in astonishment as he began to chatter, seizing the opportunity to mock Akainu for his lack of faith. Then, he curled his lips. Roughly speaking, Akainu's promises were but a jest. One should merely listen and not take them seriously. Akainu ignored Kizaru's veiled sarcasm and, with a calm countenance, said, Apologies, Borsellino. But Karl's abilities are precisely what I require. With his assistance, I will be able to complete my tasks with greater efficiency. Even if I were to encounter the Whitebeard Pirates, I would not be afraid. Your capabilities are so formidable that you have no need for Karl's aid. Let him serve as my adjutant instead. Although he uttered words of apology, Kizaru could detect no hint of remorse in his demeanor. It was evident that he intended to seize Karl directly, which enraged him greatly. Karl, what do you think? Do not forget that the more tasks you complete, the greater the likelihood of accumulating more military achievements and advancing further. Having said that, Akainu cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru and said nonchalantly, Borsellino, only under my command can Karl attain the optimal environment for growth. Whether it be in the realm of physical techniques, ability development, or even swordsmanship, I will impart everything I know to Karl without reservation. Truly, Karl was almost tempted, but upon reflecting on Akainu's personality from his memory, he ultimately hesitated. How terrifying. Since you insist, it seems I have no choice but to yield Karl to you. Akainu maintained an impassive expression, yet the glint of joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings at that moment. Just then, Kizaru's tone shifted. He gently adjusted his sunglasses and then spoke, I almost forgot. Young Karl here had already made an agreement with me that upon graduation, he would report to my side. Isn't that right, Karl? Excellent. Now the pressure was on Karl. Karl's gaze grew solemn as he thought that if it were Akiji, he might have given it some consideration. But Akainu was not even on his list of options. In 4 words, their worldviews did not align. It would be better to be straightforward rather than risk future conflicts. Every time he was in a post-coital state, embracing Monika and listening to her gossip, he had heard numerous rumors about Akainu. Simply put, Akainu was overly dedicated to his work. He was either in the act of eliminating pirates or on his way to do so. Becoming his subordinate would likely encroach upon Karl's time for slacking off. Just this alone was unacceptable to him. Karl had a clear-cut plan. to gradually slack off while accumulating seniority, gathering military achievements, and promoting his military rank, thereby enhancing his own strength. This was precisely what Karl needed. Some might say that Karl was not a qualified Marine, always thinking about slacking off. But to Karl, being a Marine was merely a job, nothing more. Therefore, he made his decision. You it is, Kizaru. Akainu, while I would love to be your subordinate, I indeed have an agreement with Kizaru, and I am a man who keeps his word. So I'm truly sorry. Having spoken, Karl turned to look at Kizu, who was happily pouting. Kizu, once my internship ends, I will report to you. Please rest assured. Akainu's face darkened, and he suddenly felt a sense of humiliation. In a frigid tone, he said, Karl, do not regret it later. With that, Akainu snorted coldly and strode away. Gazing at Akainu's retreating figure, Karl couldn't help but sigh. See that, Kizu? I've offended Akainu just to slack off with you. An old fellow. In 3 years, if I don't get promoted to Rear Admiral, don't blame me for turning hostile. Ha! Truly a remarkable young man. He actually had the audacity to reject Sakazuki without hesitation. Keep it up and strive to grow. You are of great importance to the Marines. Akiji laughed heartily, patted Karl on the shoulder as an encouragement, and then turned to leave, from start to finish. He never showed any intention of having Karl as his subordinate. With the departure of the two competitors, Kizaru shrugged and spread his hands, wearing an expression of what just happened. Karl, this is the number of my den mushi. If you encounter an opponent you can't handle during your internship, call me directly. Of course, you can do so even after the internship. Karl was somewhat surprised as he accepted the note handed to him by Kizaru. If it were Akiji or Akainu giving him their numbers, he wouldn't have thought much of it. But who was Kizaru, the fastest man in the world? If one day he were cornered by Whitebeard, with a single call, Kizaru could rush to his aid in a short time. Even if they couldn't win, they could surrender together, right? At least they'd have each other for company. Thank you, Kizaru. No, sir. Kizaru grinned lewdly, nodded in satisfaction, and then vanished in a shower of light particles. Just then, Smoker and Zefa approached. Smoker's eyes were filled with mockery. I never expected you to be so popular, but it's understandable. After all, your abilities are incredibly useful. Smoker had just learned about Karl's abilities from Zefa. Even he wished Karl could be his subordinate, but he knew it was impossible, with Karl's strength and his strategically significant abilities. He was a sot. After asset in the Marines. It was out of the question for a mere major like him. Moreover, once Karl completed his internship, the least he could expect was to be promoted to major. After all, he was originally a captain in a branch. A1 rank promotion was quite normal. How could he follow someone like him, a troublemaker? You've still chosen to go with that Kizaru fellow? Zefa looked at Karl with a serious expression. Yes, Zefa. Kizaru and I had this agreement long ago. Zefa sighed and said helplessly, in that case, I won't stop you. But you must remember not to neglect your natural talent and physical techniques. Ha ha ha, of course. By the way, Zefa, during our internship, are we just going to catch pirates? Zefa nodded. Correct. I've already selected a target, a pirate crew with a total bounty of around 60 million berries. With your strength, dealing with them should be more than enough. But I want you to remember one thing. The Marines are a unified entity. A unified entity. Karl's eyes lit up. Did this mean that he should refrain from slacking off? No. Give others a chance to shine. He should refrain from taking action unless necessary. Right? He was quite familiar with this. After the Marine competition, there would be a 3-day vacation. During the vacation, there were no tasks for slacking off. Karl was quite annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. Only during workdays could one be considered slacking off. During vacation, one could do as they pleased. Ah, it's already 8 o'clock. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Karl, stop fooling around. Monica quickly got out of bed and pushed Karl's mischievous hands away. It's all your fault, Karl. You kept me up all night last night, and I didn't get enough rest. Go ahead then. I'll sleep a bit more. A faint snore echoed in the room. Monica quickly got ready and left the room. An hour later. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? It's me. Smoker. I know you're home. Open the door. Smoker, what does he want with me? Having no choice since the man was already at the door, Karl had to get out of bed. What do you want? Hey, why is there a woman here? The woman was naturally T-Bone. She had long pink hair, wore a dark red suit, and had a cold and glamorous face. Like Smoker, she had a cigarette in her mouth. Although Karl knew her name, they didn't know each other officially, so he had to pretend not to recognize her. Oh, this is T-Bone. We were in the same training camp cohort. She's sort of a friend of mine. Upon hearing sort of, T-Bone's face turned cold. Bone is disappointed. After all these years, we're only sort of friends. Fine. Find out you're my friend, okay? Whatever. I don't want to argue about this. Karl, come on. Let's go to the training ground. Karl gave Smoker a look of what are you doing? And pushed his hand away. Are you kidding me? I finally have a vacation. I'm not going to the training ground. Smoker sneered disdainfully. Don't think I don't know. Zefa told me everything. Stop pretending. We didn't finish our match yesterday. Let's have another go today. No way. I admit defeat. Okay. Karl refused without hesitation. How can you, a Logia type user, have the nerve to ask someone who doesn't even know armament hockey to spar with you? Hey. Fine. I won't use elementalization. Let's have a real fight. What do you say? Karl looked at Smoker suspiciously, highly suspecting that he just wanted to get revenge and teach him a good lesson. Come on. Karl, you can't stay at home for all 3 days, can you? Maybe if we spar, you might suddenly awaken hockey. Alas, it must be said that this statement does hold some truth. Zefa had already told him that the probability of awakening hockey during battles is higher. However, neither he nor Shiozwa could exert sufficient pressure on Karl as they could easily overpower him, for after all, Karl couldn't defeat them. Thus, an opponent like Smoker, who is evenly matched with him, is the ideal tool person. All right, wait while I tidy up. A quarter of an hour later, Karl and Smoker stood on either side of the training ground, with Tina acting as the referee. Are you all ready? Karl infused the holy light into his body, and his power shot up linearly. The physical attribute on the panel temporarily increased from C to C. If converted into enhancement cards, it would take approximately over 50 cards to raise his physical attribute from C to C. Come on, shave. The two were on the verge of clashing, and soon they were engaged in a fierce back and forth battle. During the following 2-day holiday, Karl mostly spent it sparring with Smoker and Tina. Currently, without elementalizing, Smoker is no match for Karl. When he has sufficient stamina, it's okay, but once he runs out of energy and reveals a flaw, Karl, who still has ample stamina, can defeat him in one go. In simple terms, the healing provided by the holy light and the halved stamina consumption from moving as swift as a hare enable Karl to have far greater physical strength than Smoker and Tina. Especially his recovery ability is at least as strong as that of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. Of course, if Smoker activates elementalization, it will be extremely difficult for Karl to defeat him. Besides Smoker, Tina also sparred with Karl several times. Tina's ability comes from the cage fruit, and her control ability is extremely powerful. Once Karl is locked by her, it's hard for him to break free. And they are evenly matched. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Karl soon became friends with these two new generation naval officers who are around his age. Phew. Thank you, Karl. Your ability is truly amazing. No wonder your sustained combat ability is so strong. Tina closed her eyes comfortably, feeling the warm energy flowing through her body. The injury she sustained from sparring with Karl healed instantly, and even her stamina recovered a great deal. Although she had been healed like this many times, she couldn't help but sigh. This is indeed true. If we could capture pirates with Karl, it would surely be much easier, and we wouldn't have to worry about getting injured. No wonder the three admirals all want Karl to be their adjutant. After experiencing Karl's ability firsthand, Smoker couldn't help but sigh more than once why he ate the smoke fruit. He felt like he wasn't good at anything and ultimately had to rely on his physical skills. Look at what you two are saying. We're all in the Navy, and there will surely be opportunities for us to fight side by side in the future. Smoker nodded. That's true. By the way, you're going to capture pirates tomorrow, right? Yes, I'll leave in the morning. Whether there's a holiday or not doesn't matter to Karl. Anyway, he spends most of his time slacking off. Having a holiday means there are even fewer daily tasks. Wish you a smooth internship. I should be leaving tomorrow too. What about you, Tina? Tina is going to the New World with he tomorrow. Recently, a new member of the Beast's pirates named Jack has been too arrogant, and he plans to carry out a capture operation against him. So she asked Tina to help. Karl's heart skipped a beat. Thinking that they wouldn't be able to meet for a long time in the future, he considered having a meal together or something, but then he thought better of it, as they all had tasks at hand. Since that's the case, let's part ways here. We must have a good gathering when we meet next time. It's a deal. Tina agrees. The next day, Monica, I'll be going out on a mission this month. Will you wait for me obediently? Monica wrapped her arms around Karl's neck, greedily inhaling his scent, and said reluctantly, Yes, I'll wait for you. You must come back safely. Of course, I'm leaving. Under Monica's affectionate gaze, Karl boarded the internship ship and waved goodbye to her. It was not until the internship ship left Crescent Bay that Monica reluctantly returned to the hospital, quietly waiting for the day Karl would return. The internship ship was sailing, Many new recruits looked excited. After 2 months, they could finally board a warship and enforce justice. Ahem, attention all. Assemble. Zefa held a megaphone in his hand, gathering the new recruits to explain the capture target of this internship. According to the information provided by the Navy Intelligence Department, the hunting knife pirates, with a total bounty of 47,450,000 berries, are wandering near Autumn Island. Your mission is to defeat them and send them all to Impel Down. Do you have the confidence? Yes? Very good. I believe you have the ability. I've said everything I needed to say. Now, set sail. Oh. Karl took a deep breath, feeling a bit pressured, mainly because of the unknown monster, Edward Weevil, who might pop up at any time, but since he was here, he would never allow the tragic events in his memory to repeat in reality. Ion, you seem to be in a good mood. Ion squinted his eyes and showed a happy smile. Yes, big brother Karl. When the internship ends, I can become a subordinate of he. I admire her so much. That's great, but there are both gains and losses. I suppose. Ion was taken aback. She understood the gains, but what did losses mean? Why? Why is that? Karl let out a long breath and gave Ion a handsome smile. Because it will be hard for you to see a navy as handsome as me again. Ugh, Karl, you're so narcissistic. Karl smiled but remained silent. He took the bounty poster of the target of this internship mission from Ion's hand and started looking at it with great interest, the hunting knife pirates. Captain Zakar, with a bounty of 24,500,000 berries, is proficient in swordsmanship. Whoa, so scary. Huh? Why does he start imitating Admiral Kizaru even before becoming his subordinate? Ion seemed quite dissatisfied with Karl's attitude. She raised her pink fist and said angrily, Zakar has committed numerous atrocities. He not only looted Autumn Island but also killed over 20 innocent civilians. I will never let him go. Ha ha ha, of course. Under my leadership, we will definitely complete this internship mission perfectly. Don't worry. Ion looked at Karl suspiciously. Then her gaze sharpened. By the way, Karl, what exactly is your ability? You should be able to tell us now, right? Well, it's okay, Karl. Now you're all Navy comrades on the same ship. It's better for them to know your ability in advance. Zefa suddenly appeared behind Karl and said, before Karl could answer, he called the new recruits together again. Karl, it's up to you. After saying that, Zefa stepped aside with a smile, looking at the curious and puzzled gazes of the new recruits around him. Karl took a deep breath and showed a smile. Presumably, you've all been curious about my ability for these 2 months. However, due to certain reasons, I wasn't able to disclose it to you. But it's time to come clean with everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Karl stretched out his right hand and condensed a golden light ball. Even under the blazing sun, it still shone brightly. Everyone, this is my ability that I named it the power of holy light. It currently has only 2 effects. One is healing, and the other is enhancement. Then Karl took out a pistol from behind, aimed at Benz, who was watching from the side, and fired. Bang! Blood splattered on Benz's thigh. Benz looked at Karl in confusion. Meow? Then he let out a heart-rending scream, rolling on the ground while clutching his thigh. Zefa, who was nearby, frowned, but thinking that with Karl's ability, there should be no major problem. He didn't say anything and let Karl do as he pleased. Everyone, please pay attention. Benz has been shot. If it were in a real battle, his combat power would drop sharply, and it would also take some time for him to recover after the battle. But Karl threw the holy light in his hand towards Benz, and the latter immediately stopped screaming, looking completely bewildered. The others only saw a black bullet fall out of Benz's leg and roll on the ground. What? This is an incredibly terrifying recovery ability. No, it must be Karl's holy light. The new recruits swarmed around Benz, tearing open his pants to check the injured area, but upon closer inspection, apart from the bloodstains left just now, there was no sign of any injury. This is the healing effect of the holy light. Of course, the enhancement effect varies from person to person, and everyone will feel different. Do you all want to experience it? The new recruits shouted excitedly at Karl. Sure. Karl grinned, his hands clasped together as a golden orb of light once again coalesced between his palms. The orb grew larger. His hands gradually parted until it reached the size of a yoga ball. Holy Radiance Redemption. With a resounding bang, the golden orb exploded, yet it caused no harm. Instead, every new recruit bathed in the golden rays experienced a significant boost in their aura. Karl panted slightly. Enhancing so many people at once placed a substantial burden on his physical strength. Fortunately, he had the stamina recovery effect provided by Quiet as a virgin, and the expended physical energy would be restored in about a quarter of an hour. I feel like I could punch a bull to death right now. It's so powerful. I accidentally sprained my ankle yesterday, But as soon as I was illuminated by Karl's holy light, it immediately healed. It's amazing. Exclamations of this sort were countless. The gazes of the new recruits of the same period towards Karl instantly turned fervent. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? As long as Karl was by their side, they could have powerful medical support and physical enhancement effects at any time. How could this not make them excited? No wonder Karl was tight, lipped about his abilities. No wonder instructor Zefa held him in such high regard. No wonder the three admirals vied to make Karl their adjutant. If they were in that position, they would surely do the same. Because Karl's abilities were simply too powerful, he was the dream teammate. It seems everyone is quite satisfied with my abilities. Then this internship mission. Binns, who had just been shot, immediately shouted excitedly, "Karl, leave it to us. Yeah, with your holy light, we have nothing to fear. The little knife pirates are nothing." Karl nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Excellent. Now he could finally slack off with a clear conscience. However, this guy Weevil was always a ticking time bomb in his heart. The key was that he didn't know when it would detonate. But looking at Zefa, who was walking with a vigorous gait and still as imposing as ever, Karl put aside his concerns for the moment. Together with Zefa, they would surely be invincible. He would handle the easy part, and Zefa would handle the tough part. I don't know how much time had passed. Karl had long since gone to a quiet place with Zefa to chat and smoke cigars, while those new recruits were still tirelessly engaged in one-on-one duels. Eager to see how powerful they had become after being enhanced, Zefa didn't even bother to stop them. The time on the voyage was the most boring, and it was good for them to vent their energy. "Karl, you did well just now. To be honest, with your strength, you could easily handle the little knife pirate single-handedly. But this situation is exactly what I hoped to see." Karl smiled and flicked the ash off his cigar, saying leisurely, "I think so too. Isn't this how my abilities should be used?" "Ha! That's right. The Navy is what it is because we are a whole. The strength of one or a few people is insignificant. Only by improving the overall strength of the Navy can we better deter those audacious fellows." Just as Karl was about to say something, Zefa's din mushy rang. "This is Zefa." "What's the matter, Commander-in-Chief Zefa?" According to the information from the Navy Intelligence Department, the firearm pirates with a total bounty of 30 million berries have landed on Spring Island. Your internship ship is the closest warship. Don't worry. I'll head over immediately. Zefa immediately hung up the phone and got up to walk towards the bustling deck. 3 minutes later, the internship ship began to accelerate. Spring Island, one of the Four Seasons Islands in the first half of the Grand Line. A pirate crew from the West Blue successfully crossed the reverse mountain as soon as they arrived in the first half of the Grand Line. They couldn't wait to start plundering. For them, this plunder might not have been necessary. It was more due to the excitement of coming to the Grand Line for the first time and an inexplicable restlessness. Wanting to do something big. Their goals were simple: money, fame, women, and fine wine. But what they didn't know was that an ordinary Navy internship ship was approaching quietly. Karl held a rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sentry on the pirate ship wailed and fell from the crow's nest, looking rather miserable. "Tisk, I'm out of practice." Karl shook his head helplessly. Back in Branch 108, he was an expert with a gun. But after not touching a gun for 2 months, his aim had deteriorated. "Brother Karl, hitting a target from such a distance with one shot is already amazing." Aine had become his little fangirl, cheering for him enthusiastically. "All right, stop flattering. Get ready to land on the island. Chunyu Town." Waha, a tall and slender man carrying a long spear looked greedily at the gold and treasures by his subordinates. Grinning with delight. He was Derman, the captain of the firearm pirates, with a bounty of 13.5 million berries. Unable to make it in the West Blue, he could only lead his men to the Grand Line to give it a try. Unexpectedly, their first plunder was so smooth. Thinking that he had seen a reporter taking pictures just now, he assumed his heroic image of killing people would soon be reported in the newspapers. How much would his bounty increase then? "Captain Derman, it's almost enough. If we take any more, our ship won't be able to hold it. Let's get out of here quickly. What if the Navy comes?" Derman looked at the town being devoured by flames, the civilians trembling with fear, the sobbing women, and the crying children. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Not in a hurry. Since we're here, let's go all out. Men, listen to my orders. Slaughter this town. Kill all the men and children. As for the women, you guys can do as you please." The underlings immediately let out howls of wild excitement. "Oh, Captain is brilliant." Bang! The door of a well-looking medieval-style building was broken open. A huge pirate burst in and looked greedily at the luxurious interior decoration. "I'm rich. This place hasn't been looted yet." "Ha ha ha. It's my lucky day. With a strange cry, the tall pirate rushed into the room and ransacked all kinds of things he thought were valuable. In the corner of the room, a mother and daughter with beautiful faces huddled together. Trembling, hiding under the bed and not daring to make a sound, praying that the pirates wouldn't find them. Otherwise, a mother-daughter pair with no power to resist would surely be doomed. Soon, the slightly anxious footsteps grew closer. The mother and daughter subconsciously held their breath. An old shoe heel appeared in front of them. The pirate was squatting on the ground rummaging through their wardrobe. Why are they all women's clothes? Could it be? The tall pirate's eyes lit up. He thought this house was too quiet. There must be someone hiding. Most likely, they were women. The man let out a lewd laugh and couldn't help but touch his crotch. Don't hide. I know you're here. You can't escape. I promise I won't hurt you. The wardrobe was roughly knocked down by the pirate, making a loud noise. The daughter in her mother's arms was so frightened that she cried out, which was by the tall pirate. Ha ha ha, so you're hiding here. You really made me search hard. Just as the pirate was about to reach out and lift the big bed, an urgent shout came from the street. The Navy is coming. The Navy is coming. Retreat. Retreat. Damn the Navy. The man stamped his foot. He quickly left the room. The mother and daughter immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Their clothes were almost soaked with sweat. But fortunately, they had escaped. On the internship ship. Karl, you are the most experienced Navy here in combat. I'll leave this operation to you to command. Remember, although this group of pirates isn't very strong, be careful in everything. Karl smiled slightly. Anyway, his slacking off time for today was almost up. He might as well stretch his muscles. Don't worry, Instructor Zefa. Leave it to me. With that, Karl walked up to these eager new recruits. And holy light gathered in his hands. May the holy light bless you. The Navy will surely win. The Navy will surely win. The new recruits, who had been eager to fight, shouted the slogan excitedly. Under Karl's command, they formed around the town, gradually shrinking it and trapping all the pirates who had looted the town. Damn the Navy. Men, charge at them. Bang. The battle broke out. The outstanding new recruits effortlessly dodged the pirates' bullets and launched a counter-attack. This bunch of rabble was no match for the well-trained trainees. I looked at the thin and tall man, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Shave. Damned woman, do you think you can defeat me? I'm the musketeer Demon. Die. Demon quickly aimed his musket at Ian. After briefly gathering power, he actually fired over a dozen bullets in succession. Truly worthy of being a pirate captain, he does have some skills. Damn it. Ian quickly used the shave technique to dodge to the left, but still got her arm grazed by the dense bullets. Intense pain shot through her arm, causing her to furrow her brows. But soon, a warm force soothed her pain. Turning her head, she found that the wound was rapidly healing under the healing of the golden energy. It was completely healed in just 3 seconds. Is this the healing effect that Karl mentioned? Indeed. One can only understand the power of this force after experiencing it personally. Without any further concerns, Ian suddenly became extremely fierce. She quickly approached the musketeer Demon and slapped him. What have you done to me? Demon looked at himself in horror as he grew smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a middle-aged man into a young lad. If that was all, it would be fine, but Ian slapped him again. This time, he turned from a young man into a child, and he couldn't even lift his favorite musket. Tie him up. The temporary commander Karl was in the town center. Sitting on a simple wooden stool, crossing his legs and leisurely exhaling smoke rings. As if this battle had nothing to do with him, a bearded pirate with a musket quietly emerged from the alley. Aimed his musket at Karl, who was sitting motionless, and let out a roar. Die, pretty boy. He pulled the trigger, and with a bang, Karl, who had already sensed it, slightly tilted his head and easily dodged the pirate's sneak attack. He calmly looked at the pirate who had attacked him. Before, he hadn't noticed this pirate, but somehow he had a premonition that he would be attacked. However, he hadn't awakened the observation hockey. Karl preferred to call it a half-awakening. Hey, that's too much. Are you perhaps jealous of my good looks? Damn it. Seeing that Karl easily dodged, the pirate panicked and reloaded his rifle, but just as he was about to aim, Karl's right hand appeared in his line of sight. Finger pistol. With a whoosh, a blood hole appeared between the pirate's eyebrows. He fell to the ground in disbelief, unable to figure out how this seemingly harmless pretty boy could be so deadly. You can be considered to have died a worthy death. At least because of your death, the average appearance level of all men has increased a little bit. After a while, a trainee recruit ran over. Looking around, his eyes lit up when he saw Karl. Karl, someone is injured. The situation is urgent. Come and take a look. Karl was stunned at what's going on. He must have had all the buffs on. How could someone still be seriously injured? When the person was carried over, he was shocked to see that the guy had been hit by more than 20 bullets. If it weren't for Karl's holy light keeping him alive, he would probably be dead already. Karl helplessly used the holy light to heal him and asked, "What happened?" This guy thought that with your holy light, he could be fearless, so." His Karl gasped in shock and looked at the reckless guy who had been hit by more than 20 bullets. "I didn't give you a berserk buff. Why do you think of yourself as a berserker? No wonder you got shot more than 20 times. You deserve it. If it weren't for my holy light keeping him alive, this guy would surely die." Karl let out a long sigh and silently thought in his heart, he's a teammate 3. After 2 holy light bullets, the reckless guy finally regained consciousness when he saw Karl. He seemed to understand something and became excited. "Thank you, Karl. I was too impulsive. Mainly when I saw those civilians killed by the pirates, I just couldn't help it. It's not your fault. But you must remember that only living Marines can carry out the act of justice." "Yes, I'll remember." 10 minutes later, the gunshots in the town gradually died down. The Marines were cleaning up the mess. "Karl, the Musketeer pirate group had a total of 32 people. We killed 20 and captured 12 alive. We had no casualties. It's a great victory. This is all your credit. Without your ability, how could we have taken down the Musketeer pirate group without any losses? Yes, long live Karl. Long live Karl." The recruits were extremely excited and praised Karl one after another, making Karl a little embarrassed because he was really slacking off. "Ahem, everyone, don't be too excited. Although I used my ability to assist you, ultimately, it was you who captured all these pirates. This is not the credit of me or any one person. It's the result of everyone's joint efforts. The Marines will win. Justice will prevail." Karl was quite proficient in this set of inspiring words. He used to encourage his subordinates like this in Branch 108. Seeing the excited expressions of his colleagues, Karl couldn't help but sigh that indeed, chicken soup is the primary productive force of humanity. Just as the Marines were cheering, a middle-aged man walked towards Karl excitedly. "Thank you. You Marines arrived just in time. If it weren't for you, the residents of our town would probably be in great danger. You're too kind. This is what we Marines should do. Binzi, you lead some people to return the treasures and other items looted by the Musketeer pirate group to the townspeople." "Yes." Hearing what Karl said, the middle-aged man was even more tearful with gratitude. He thanked the Marines one by one. The recruits all stood up straight, full of pride. Ian walked up to Karl and pointed at a group of pirates tied up tightly and said, "What should we do with these scoundrels? What else can we do? Can we send these guys to impel down?" Ian was stunned and asked hesitantly, "You mean, kill them all?" Then Ian made a throat-slitting gesture. "Who made them choose to be pirates? One should have this kind of awareness when they're in this business." The captain of the Musketeer pirate group, Demon, heard this and shouted at Karl excitedly. "No, you can't kill me. I've surrendered. According to the Marine regulations, you can't kill me. That's right, you can't do this. We know we were wrong. We're willing to go to impel down to repent." The pirates suddenly became agitated. They would die whether they surrendered or not. Didn't that mean their surrender was in vain? These few pirates seemed to know the Marine system quite well, but the system is rigid while people are flexible. Karl, a 10-year veteran, smiled gently and slowly walked up to Demon, who was shouting the loudest. He took out his saber and swung it at Demon. Demon instinctively closed his eyes, and a yellowish liquid seeped out from his trouser legs, pooling on the ground to form a black patch. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes in confusion and found that the ropes binding him had been cut by Karl, and his hands could move freely. "Take it." Karl picked up a pistol and handed it to Demon. "Huh." Demon swallowed a mouthful of saliva and trembled, not daring to take it. The trainee recruits watching from the side were also not knowing what Karl was up to. "I told you to take it." Karl shouted loudly, aiming the pistol at Demon as if he would shoot him if he didn't take it. "I'll take it. I'll take it." Demon's back was already soaked with sweat. He raised his trembling right hand and slowly reached for the pistol. Bang! A blood hole appeared between Demon's eyebrows. His eyes were full of confusion, and he fell to the ground with a thud. "Captain, boss." Everyone saw it. "He tried to snatch my pistol and attack me, so I killed him. This is self-defense. Don't go and tattle on me to teacher Zefa later." The recruits on the scene were stunned, then reacted and quickly echoed, That's right. Don't worry, Karl. We're not that kind of people." "Yes, we can all testify for you." The pirates looked as if they had lost their parents, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Karl. This Marine is really sinister. He could have killed the captain directly, but he had to make the captain reasonably die. "Oh my God, sir, if I'm not mistaken, you're the mayor of this town, right?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, I'm Rad, the mayor of Spring Rain Town." Karl slapped the pistol into the mayor's hand. He originally wanted to let the mayor decide the life and death of these pirates, but the latter was so startled that he jumped. "Ahem, Uncle Rad. There's no need to be nervous. Subsequently, Karl whispered softly in his ear. Leave these pirates to you. I believe you understand what I mean. Rajade calmed down, turned his head, and looked at the bound pirates. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Rest assured, sir, I will never let these scoundrels go. Karl patted the mayor's shoulder with satisfaction, then turned his head and shouted to the recruits, let's go. The saber pirates are waiting for us. Oh. The navy who had landed on Spring Island retreated like a tide, leaving not a trace of cloud. After the navy left, the townspeople who had survived the disaster turned their eyes to the 11 bound pirates. You killed my husband and stole all the money from our home. One of the pirates' eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and he roared in shock and anger. What do you want to do? I didn't do it on purpose. Who told him to resist me? I want you to pay with your life. A middle-aged woman rushed towards a pirate in a yellow top with red eyes, slashing fiercely with a scimitar she picked up casually. Blood splattered on her face, but it could not alleviate the grief in her heart at all. On the way back to the training ship, listening to the occasional gunshots and screams, Karl smiled but remained silent. This was the fate that pirates deserved on the training ship. Seeing all the recruits safe and sound, Zefa heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, he furrowed his brows and said, Karl, where are the pirates? Karl's heart skipped a beat. As expected, it was hard to escape his notice. After all, Teacher Zefa was once known as the no-killing Admiral. It can be seen that he did not advocate killing pirates, but rather chose to let them repent of their sins and impel down. However, even so, Zefa's family was still brutally killed by vengeful pirates. Teacher Zefa, there were 32 people in the Musketeer Pirates. 20 were killed in the battle, and 12 were captured alive. But when we left Spring Rain Town, I handed them over to the mayor of Spring Rain Town for handling. By now, they should all be dead. Hearing Karl say this, Zefa's frown deepened. Karl, you've been a Marine for 10 years. Don't you know that this is against the Navy regulations? Any captured pirates should be handed over to impel down, not to civilians for self-disposal. You know that if this gets to other pirates, what they will do to the civilians of Spring Rain Town when they land on this island. Karl thought for a moment and then said, they will massacre the civilians even more recklessly. Since you know, why did you do it? This sudden roar startled the other recruits. They had been in the training camp for so long, and this was the first time they had seen Teacher Zefa so angry. Teacher Zefa, aren't pirates such reckless creatures? The Navy did follow the regulations before, but haven't there been many incidents of pirates massacring villages and towns? Placing hope on pirates is a ridiculous act in itself. Zefa was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he said to Karl, you come with me. Brother Karl. Karl turned his head and looked at the recruits, indicating that they didn't need to worry, then walked resolutely into the room. Inside the room, Zefa was sitting on a bench, silently smoking a cigar. When he saw Karl come in, he asked faintly, tell me, what were you thinking? Karl casually found a bench and sat down, then skillfully took out a cigar from Zefa's drawer and lit it. We are in the internship period. Taking those pirates with us is a waste of both energy and supplies. It's even more impossible to wait for the transport ship from Impel Down in Spring Rain Town. Capturing the Saber Pirates is our top priority. The earlier we catch them, the safer the civilians will be. So we can't afford to wait. Handling them on the spot is the best solution. Karl sneered and said with some emotion, to put it bluntly, they are just the lowest, level ones in Impel Down. Instead of wasting the Navy's resources, it's better for them to return to the Earth and become nutrients. Karl, I'm very dissatisfied with what you did today. The reason the Navy is because of its discipline and regulations. We are soldiers, not pirates. Karl nodded innocently and then said, what about Admiral Kizaru? I heard that he doesn't hesitate to kill civilians in order to pursue pirates. Is this also a Navy regulation? Zefa fell silent, his face turning red and then pale. Humph, you're so glib. I can't argue with you. All right, but try to avoid doing such things in the future. It's okay to kill pirates without devil fruit abilities, but don't kill those with abilities casually. Because whether it's in the first half or the second half of the Grand Line, once a pirate with a devil fruit ability dies, their devil fruit will be reborn in a certain corner of the world. If someone who aspires to be a Marine eats it, that's fine. But if it's a pirate, then killing them is in vain. The Navy generally tries to capture pirates with devil fruit abilities. Only when there's no other way will they choose to kill them. Don't worry, Teacher Zefa. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry about me. You rascal. Zefa sighed. Somehow, he suddenly thought of his wife and son who had died under the pirates' knives. This incident had once plunged him into depression, and his former concept of the no-killing admiral was gradually changing. The principle of leaving some leeway obviously did not apply to pirates. So for Karl's recklessness, he just reprimanded him a few times and didn't really get angry. All right, All right. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Your first battle was a success. It's time to celebrate. Great. Karl, didn't teacher Zefa give you a hard time? Ha ha ha. Look at me. Do you think so? It's just a minor violation of Navy regulations. What's the big deal? Yeah. Isn't it just killing pirates? Is there anything wrong with that? Soon, Karl was surrounded by the excited recruits and became the center of attention. Ding. The fishing time has accumulated to 8 hours. The daily task is completed. Reward. 2 designated attribute enhancement cards. 1-6, Style Secret Art. Life Return Skill Card. 1-6, Style Secret Art. 6, King Spear Skill Card. It is detected that the host is in the final stage of the training camp. From now on, the daily rewards will be doubled, and the probability of obtaining rare items in the random reward pool will be increased. Please continue to work hard. Today's daily rewards have been reissued. Obtained 2 designated attribute enhancement cards. 1-6, Style Secret Art. Life Return Skill Card. 1-6, Style Secret Art. 6, King Spear Skill Card. Looking at the 4 enhancement cards and 4 skill cards in the system space, Karl couldn't help but exclaim. After briefly saying goodbye to others, he walked straight into his room. I'm rich. The internship period is 30 days. If it doesn't end early, I can get at least 116 more enhancement cards. Maybe I can raise my physique to be rank without using high-level enhancement cards. In this 6, Style Secret Art, it's so great. These 2 were skills he hadn't mastered before. Whether it was the highly practical Life Return or the killing move 6, King Spear, they were both excellent combat skills. There was nothing to say. Use them directly. System, use 4 attribute enhancement cards to enhance perception and use all skill cards. As a result, there were only 10 high-level attribute enhancement cards left for backup in the system space, along with a large number of snacks and sundries. Host, Karl, age, 24, physique, C, perception, D, will, D, special ability. As quiet as a virgin. As lively as a rabbit, holy light fruit. 9.6, awakening progress, active skill, frail, usable, except for the awakening progress of the holy light fruit. Other attributes remained unchanged, because the higher the attribute rating, the more enhancement cards were required. Karl was very satisfied to be able to become stronger little by little every day, compared to the meager presence he had when he first arrived at the naval headquarters. He has made remarkable progress. Now, all that remains is for him to successfully awaken the dual-color hockey, which would mark a perfect conclusion to Karl's training camp journey. This marks the 25th day of wandering in the waters of the Island of 4 Seasons. The morale among the new recruits aboard the training ship is dismally low, as they have been unable to locate any trace of the Hunter's Blade pirate crew, and even the Naval Intelligence Department has no news to offer. Were it not for their initial resounding victory in Spring Rain Town, the spirits of these recruits would likely have sunk even lower. Though it is lamentable, this is the routine of the Navy's mission execution. The vastness of the ocean makes it both simple and difficult to find a pirate crew. Zefa can only offer encouragement and solace in such circumstances. Although he is anxious, years of naval experience have accustomed him to this process. However, the new recruits are not so fortunate. Seasoned veterans like Karl are a rarity among them. While others wallow in despondency, idly passing time, Karl is thoroughly enjoying himself, having not encountered Weevil and relishing in a leisurely fishing experience. This is the naval life he has long dreamed of. How perfect it would be with a beautiful companion. After 20 days of accumulation, Karl has successfully elevated his physique from AC rating to C. And he has mastered the techniques related to the Navy's 6 styles with exceptional skill. In simpler terms, he can perform everything that Lucci can, and even some things that Lucci cannot, with the only distinction being the amount of force applied. Nothing more. Karl, how do you manage to be so cheerful every day? Our training mission seems nearly impossible to complete. Ian remarked helplessly, watching Karl leisurely fishing while leaning against the railing, his own heart heavy with frustration. They had originally hoped to showcase their skills during the training period rather than merely scrubbing decks and maintaining the ship, but Karl seems to be an exception. No, it appears he has always been this way. Ha ha, Ian, you don't understand because you've only recently joined the Navy. This situation is the norm for us. Aside from special missions, gathering intelligence is crucial for capturing pirates. Without information, we can only rely on luck. Ian pouted in frustration, sitting beside Karl and gazing at the azure sea. I truly envy your mindset. Hee, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Wait, I think I've caught something. Karl quickly lifted his fishing rod, and a half-meter-long fish flopped onto the deck, thrashing about. Ian's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward to grab the fish, handing it to Karl, only for it to shrink considerably in the process, becoming a mere fry by the time it reached Karl's hands. Observing the stiff expression on Karl's handsome face, Ian covered his mouth, chuckling with delight at having pranked him at the T-12 o'clock, 10 nautical miles away. "We have a situation. It's a pirate ship." A loud shout rang from the lookout, causing all the recruits to momentarily freeze before their spirits jolted with excitement. Finally, action. Ian's expression turned serious as he swiftly said to Karl, "Brother Karl, stop fishing. Pirates are approaching." In the distance, a pirate ship sped across the waves, chaos reigning on board. "Damn it, these Navy scoundrels just won't relent. Men, relay my orders. Full speed ahead, ignore those damn Navy." The speaker was none other than Zefa, captain of the Hunter's Blade pirate crew, with a bounty of 24.5 million berries. Originally a bounty hunter, he had turned to piracy, earning his reputation through his exceptional swordsmanship. "Captain, it's bad. The Navy is chasing us. Our ship is slower than theirs." Zefa's brows furrowed in frustration, but ultimately, he resolved to raise his sword high and bellow. "Since the Navy is relentless in their pursuit, there is no point in fleeing. We are the Hunter's Blade pirate crew. Men, prepare to fire. Oh, let us wipe out the Navy." On the training ship, Zefa slowly lowered his binoculars, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Have they given up on fleeing? Humph, they overestimate their abilities. Karl, here." Zefa glanced at Karl, clad in white naval attire, and said solemnly, "You will command this operation. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, Zefa-sensei." Karl's expression turned serious as he noticed the eager and expectant gazes of the new recruits. He sighed, realizing this must be what it means to be a mentor. "May the holy light bless you all." The recruits instinctively closed their eyes, feeling the surge of power and vitality within them. And they collectively let out a roar. "The Navy shall prevail. All hands, full speed ahead. Gunners, adjust the cannon's position and await my command." Yes, the training ship accelerated towards the pirate crew, several wildly off-target bombs dropping in the distance. Splashing into the water, pirates will always be pirates. They couldn't wait to fire at such a distance. How could they possibly hit anything? Karl watched the chaotic scene aboard the pirate ship through his binoculars, chuckling silently as he awaited their vessel to enter firing range. "Gunners, prepare to fire." With a series of booming blasts, the cannons unleashed a volley, the black projectiles shrieking like harbingers of death as they hurtled toward the pirate ship. Although a few fell into the sea, many others struck the pirate vessel with resounding explosions, leaving several gaping holes in its hull and scattering debris across the surface of the water. "Damn it! What are you all doing? After so many cannon shots, how could we not hit anything? While the Navy manages to inflict such damage in a single barrage, a bunch of useless fools." Zefa raged, his frustration boiling over as he surveyed the battered ship, spitting venomous words at his crew. "Zefa, why don't we steer closer and engage the Navy in a real fight? There is still a glimmer of hope." The speaker remained calm, seemingly the voice of reason within the pirate crew. His words struck a chord, and Zefa quickly calmed down. "You're right. We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. We might as well go all out. I want to see if the Navy can withstand my umarin." The first mate, Leek, glanced at the pitch-black blade in Zefa's hand, envy sparkling in his eyes. As a swordsman himself, who wouldn't wish to possess a fine weapon, Zefa's umarin was indeed a renowned blade, a prized sword that had earned him his fearsome reputation. "Men, bring the ship alongside," Zefa commanded, the vessel creaking as it closed the distance to the training ship. "Oh, these pirates wish to engage us in close combat. Have they lost their minds? Follow my orders. Fire. Why engage in a close fight when cannons could easily and comfortably dispatch the enemy?" After all, Karl had no desire for such a confrontation. Close-quarter combat on land may be unavoidable, but engaging in such a manner at sea seemed unwise. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to blow their ship to smithereens and strike when the pirates flounder in the water? The cannons roared once more. The Hunter's Blade pirates pressed forward under a hail of cannon fire, their ship already on the verge of collapse. Cowardly Navy, afraid to even engage in close combat? Zefa glared at the incoming cannonballs, his rage intensifying. Had he mastered the moonwalk, he would have charged directly onto the training ship. Unfortunately, he had not. What's worse, as a swordsman, he was not yet skilled enough to effortlessly deflect projectiles with slashing strikes. Thus, faced with the naval bombardment, he could only lead his first mate and capable subordinates at the bow of the ship, attempting to cleave through cannonballs to mitigate the damage to their vessel. "Can't we go any faster? If we don't eliminate this band of despicable Navy today, I, Zefa, vow to never be a man, Captain. If we go any faster, we won't be able to stop the ship in time. We'll collide with the warship." A fierce glint flashed in Zefa's eyes as he bellowed. "Then let us collide. We can afford to lose the ship. We will not allow this navy to capture us easily. Aboard the training ship, Ian cast a worried glance at the rapidly advancing self-destruct ship and turned to Karl, saying, "It seems they are accelerating again to this rate. Their ship will collide with ours." Hee, naive. Do you think I can't see through such petty tricks? Subsequently, Karl began to issue commands, and the training ship swiftly circled the pirate vessel while unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. Taking advantage of the superior performance of the training ship to bully them, Zefa, observing from the sidelines, nodded repeatedly. Truly, Karl, a seasoned veteran of 10 years, exhibited remarkable proficiency in naval warfare, exuding the aura of a celebrated general. It would not be long before he witnessed Karl's steady ascent, with the rank of admiral within the navy well within reach. In fact, Zefa believed that with Karl's capabilities, the position of fleet admiral would ultimately be his rightful destiny. After all, the divine light that could directly enhance strength and heal injuries was far more substantial than Sengoku's loud proclamations of encouragement. Karl, shall we defeat them using cannon fire alone? Is this truly? If Benzi were a Blue Star individual, he would undoubtedly assert that such a method of combating pirates lacked soul. Yet he was not. Rather, he felt that something was amiss. After all, they had already been blessed by the divine light. And yet here they were, merely standing on the ship and firing cannons. Indeed, Karl, why not let us engage this group of pirates in a proper battle? They have certainly given us quite a chase. The new recruits, witnessing the increasingly feeble resistance of the Cutlass Pirates, felt a burning desire to confront the pirates directly rather than merely obliterating their ship and fishing them out of the sea one by one. "Are you all serious?" Karl exclaimed, taken aback. They clearly preferred to defeat the pirates with ease, yet they desired to risk their lives in a real combat scenario. Was it them who possessed the system? Or was it he? "Please, Karl, just this once, let us give it a try. This is our only chance at a practical training mission. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to do my job?" Karl furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. These new recruits seemed a bit too high on themselves, even though he too felt that the pirates posed little threat and that allowing them to engage would not lead to significant problems. Such an attitude was not a good omen, especially considering he was unaware of when that fellow Weevil might choose to appear. If they maintained this mindset at that moment, they would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. At that moment, Zefa approached, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy. He had witnessed the earlier scene, and his blood pressure was rapidly rising. "What are you doing? Karl is the commander. Are you questioning his orders? There are countless pirates in the world. Do you have the ability to hunt them down? I see your postures are all rather arrogant." Karl's approach was indeed correct and rational, what a commander ought to do. After reprimanding the new recruits until their heads hung low, Zefa suddenly pointed at Karl. Karl's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this possibly extend to me? Surely not. Everyone was aware of Karl's strength. He alone could annihilate this band of pirates. Why was he suppressing the urge to take action and allowing them to face the pirates together? Was this not their one opportunity for a practical training mission? Zefa's words left the new recruits speechless. Their spirits dampened, and they could not help but harbor some resentment towards Karl. Yet upon reflection, they realized that Zefa was indeed correct. Karl could have easily dispatched all the pirates but chose instead to empower them, granting them a sense of involvement. It was truly heartbreaking, sacrificing his own experience for the sake of those less capable than him. What spirit was this? Selflessness. Perhaps this was the very essence of Karl. As the new recruits came to this realization, their gazes towards Karl became tinged with emotion. Some even glistened with tears. What is happening? Karl wondered, sensing their strange looks, as though he had committed some grave act. Yet he was unable to comprehend how this could be. He had been involved in every aspect of this training mission, even spending more time in the restroom than engaging with the pirates. How could he possibly have moved them so deeply? Just know it. Upon seeing that the new recruits finally understood the sacrifices Karl had made for this mission, Zefa nodded approvingly and approached Karl. "Fulfill their wishes. The pirates have already lost their will to fight." The principle of rewarding a slap with a sweet date was well understood by Zefa. The aim of this action was to pave the way for Karl. Just look at the expressions of those new recruits. In the future, when Karl was vying for the rank of Rear Admiral or even Admiral, would they not become his ardent supporters? At this moment, Karl grasped Zefa's intentions, and the image of Zefa in his heart grew significantly grander. "All hands, prepare for boarding." The new recruits present were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into fervent cheers. "Oh, oh, 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 oh. Long live Karl! Long live Karl!" Bang, bang, bang. The grappling hook securely latched onto the battered hull of the Cutlass pirate ship as the Navy personnel surged forth along the resilient ropes. Pirates, the Navy will triumph. On board the Cutlass Pirates vessel, chaos erupted as the crew, already worn down by Karl's relentless assaults, began to retreat in disarray. Those who were dead, those who were injured, and those who surrendered. It was clear that the battle would soon come to an end. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the training ship, Zefa and Karl observed the unfolding battle, arms crossed. Ha ha ha. These little fellows are certainly lively. Karl shook his head helplessly. The bounty on the captain of the Cutlass Pirates is merely over 20 million. In the grand scheme of the seas, it hardly holds significance, especially not in the Grand Line. Indeed, but it is merely a training mission. I cannot possibly send you after those with bounties exceeding 100 million. Can I? Zefa, do you think we are students from the first training camp? Zefa paused, then exchanged a knowing smile with Karl, understanding everything without the need for further words. Amidst the flourishing greenery, Binzi scattered a multitude of seeds and began to summon forth vines. Robust green tendrils rapidly extending towards the still-resisting Zefa. Ability user. How dare you underestimate me? Moonslash. Zefa gripped his wakizashi, channeling energy before sweeping horizontally, severing the resilient vines with a single blow, causing them to fall helplessly to the deck. This fellow's swordsmanship is rather impressive. Humph. This is the skill upon which I rely for survival. Die, Navy. In a sudden flash, Ein appeared beside Zefa and nonchalantly delivered a slap. Pop. This sound marked the moment Ein's ability made contact with Zefa, signifying the activation of his power. Zefa's form began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a 20-year-old youth. What have you done to me? Pop. Zefa shrank once more, now resembling a child, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. With his wakizashi clattering to the deck, with a soft thud, it embedded itself into the wood. The sword seems quite impressive. Binzi, controlling the vines, ensnared a lackey and turned to Ein, eyeing the wakizashi with newfound interest. Let me see. Hiss. This is the renowned wakizashi, a fine blade of 50 craftsmanship. I never expected such a small pirate captain to possess such a treasure. The now childlike Zefa lay on the ground, indignantly shouting, Don't touch it. The wakizashi is mine. Ein scoffed disdainfully. Be silent, pirate. He then glanced at Karl, who stood alongside Zefa on the training ship, contemplating whether Karl would appreciate the gift, considering he had never seen him wield a sword. Ein, could I take a look? Binzi said, his face beaming with a sycophantic grin. After all, I am also a swordsman. No, this is my trophy. Besides, I intend to give it to Karl. Are you trying to steal Karl's gift? Binzi paused, his spirits dampened as he muttered, but he doesn't even use a sword. What a waste. 10 minutes later, a torch was hurled from the training ship onto the Cutlass Pirates vessel, flames gradually engulfing the pirate ship as the training ship slowly departed. Zefa, the Cutlass Pirates had 47 members. We killed 17 in battle and captured 30, with no casualties on our side. Zefa chuckled and shook his head, addressing the enthusiastic student reporting the results. No. You should be reporting to your commander. He pointed at Karl, who responded with a cheerful smile, proclaiming, No need for reports. I have been watching all of your performances alongside Zefa. You are all exceptional. This was the truth. The normal battle had lasted a mere 30 minutes. And his conversations with Zefa had only taken a little over 20 minutes. Watching while chatting wasn't that tantamount to observing the entire event. Karl, thanks to you, we have avoided any injuries. This is the spoils I have captured. And I present it to you on behalf of all our classmates as your graduation gift. Ein handed the sheathed wakizashi to Karl, her face adorned with a shy smile, while the surrounding recruits erupted in cheers. Oh, accept it, Karl. Indeed. Ein's face turned crimson. If she didn't receive it soon, it could fry an egg. Karl grinned widely, taking the wakizashi from Ein's hands and unsheathing it with a sharp sound. Zekel, the young boy bound tightly, glared at Karl with resentment, shouting, That's my sword. It's mine. Unfortunately, neither Karl nor the other recruits paid any heed to his outcry. What a fine blade. Thank you, Ein, and thank you all. After 25 days of arduous training, we achieved our ultimate victory. We are all exceptional. The new recruits beamed with joy, celebrating with their arms around each other, while Zefa looked on with satisfaction. The fledglings had finally sharpened their wings and were ready to soar. And he could not be more pleased. Karl is right. During these 25 days, I have witnessed all your remarkable performances. Each and every one of you is an outstanding Marine. Now, I officially declare the objectives of the 24th Marine Training Camp successfully completed. Woohoo! A smile crept onto Zefa's lips as he quietly awaited their silence. The keen-eyed Karl noticed Zefa's subtle expression and immediately clapped his hands. Everyone, quiet down. Teacher Zefa has something to say. This kid. Zefa muttered under his breath, soon revealing a smile. Now, we will return to Navy headquarters, where you will each be assigned to various officers to learn, grow, and capture nefarious pirates. The 24th Marine Training Camp is hereby disbanded. But wherever you go, always remember, you are the Navy, the embodiment of justice. Now, let us set sail. Destination, Marineford. The recruits saluted Zefa in unison, producing a resounding sound. Yes, Teacher Zefa, not far away. A small vessel glided smoothly across the sea. Gulyalu, a hulking, grotesque man with a crescent-shaped white mustache, stooped down to speak to the diminutive woman at his feet. Mom, I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. This gluttonous figure, with a runny nose and a rather dim-witted appearance, clutched a massive sword several meters long. Miss Pekin replied impatiently, Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. I've worked hard to save money, and it's all spent on buying you food. Mom, I'm sorry, but I'm really hungry. In just one day's journey, they would reach Autumn Island. Be a good boy and listen to your mother. Just hold on a little longer. Weevil, with a furrowed brow, rubbed his growling belly, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a Navy flag appearing on the horizon, and his eyes instantly lit up. Mom, look over there. There's a big ship. There must be food on it. Miss Pekin followed Weevil's pointing finger and indeed saw a ship. Wait, it's white? Silly son, that's the Navy. Wait, something's not right. Let me take a closer look. Miss Pekin hurried into the cabin, retrieved a telescope, and scoffed. Humph, it's just a training ship. You scared me to death. Quick, my dear son. Steer the ship closer. There are plenty of delicious things on board. Weevil snorted, his nostrils flaring with excitement, and without hesitation, he dashed to the helm, steering the vessel toward the training ship, his eyes filled with desire for food. On the training ship, Karl methodically locked the captured pirates in their cells. It was then that he had the opportunity to closely examine the fine blade he had just acquired. In the world of One Piece, swords and blades are often indistinguishable. This wakizashi was labeled a sword, but to Karl, it resembled a double-edged straight sword. What else could it be? It was well-maintained, cool to the touch, and its patterns were quite pleasing. Within the cell, Zefa glared at Karl, who was lewdly caressing the wakizashi, his lips turning white with rage, his body trembling slightly. For a swordsman, a fine blade is akin to a lover, and now his lover was being toyed with by Karl. Was this not a form of betrayal? On the lookout, a voice rang out. Alert! Alert! A small vessel has appeared 12 nautical miles at 9 o'clock. The vessel is accelerating towards us. All hands, be on guard. The loud announcement echoed across the training ship, momentarily freezing the celebrating recruits, who quickly snapped into alert mode, arming themselves with guns and knives, ready for battle. Zefa peered through his telescope at the flag on the approaching ship. Frowning, it was not a pirate flag. Yet, it was evident that they were heading straight for them, and their intentions were anything but amicable. Teacher Zefa, what should we do? Where's Karl? Ian paused before speaking. Karl just went to put the pirates in their cells. I'll go get him. Oh, there he is. Ian pointed to Karl, who was emerging from the cabin. What happened? Karl's expression was grave. Having heard the alarm, he sensed something was amiss and rushed over. Unexpected events at such times could very well mean Weevil's arrival. A small vessel is approaching us. It doesn't fly a pirate flag, nor does it bear a merchant ship's emblem. Without a word, Karl picked up the telescope to survey the distant ship. He spotted a giant-like figure at the helm, beside which lay a large sword. Karl gasped. It was indeed him. Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, had come. All hands, be on alert. The approaching vessel is manned by pirates. Edward Weevil, with a bounty of 320 million berries. Ian exclaimed in shock. What? 320 million berries? That's considered a major pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. We can't believe we've encountered him. It's definitely him. I've seen many bounty posters, and this guy left a lasting impression on me. He bears a crescent mustache, just like Whitebeard does. Zefa's expression turned serious as he patted Karl's shoulder. A pirate of this caliber is beyond your ability to handle. You should direct them to prepare for cannon fire as a deterrent. If it comes to it, I will step in. Teacher Zefa, should we call for reinforcements? Zefa chuckled confidently. Just a pirate with a bounty of around 300 million berries. I'm not that old yet. It's not that I don't believe in you. It's just that Weevil is indeed a monster. In Karl's memory, this guy had relentlessly hunted down the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates after Whitebeard's death, single-handedly decimating them, resulting in over 600 casualties. But that wasn't even his limit. After being stripped of his Warlord of the Sea title, Edward Weevil's bounty skyrocketed to 2.4 billion berries, while Luffy, Kid, and Trafalgar, who had defeated Kaido and Big Mom, had only around 3 billion at that time. The most important point was that Edward Weevil operated alone. His mother's influence could be disregarded. His bounty was purely a reflection of his individual strength. With no assistance from any faction, this illustrated how terrifying his capabilities were. Although it was only 1513, he might not have reached that level yet, but how far could he be from it? Could one expect someone with such low intelligence to actively train? Karl nodded with concern, contemplating whether he should call the yellow monkey for assistance. No, let us assess the situation first. Even if teacher Zefa couldn't handle him, he could hold out for a while. Only if it comes to that should he summon the yellow monkey for backup. All hands, once the enemy vessel enters firing range, commence a broadside. Yes. Karl then turned and strode into the cabin. Determined to eliminate all uncertainties. Clang. The cell doors swung open as Karl entered, holding the wakizashi, gazing at the terrified eyes of the pirates within. Since a confrontation with Weevil was inevitable, Karl had to ensure that no uncertainties remained. These pirates represented the greatest uncertainty. If a fight broke out, it would be troublesome if they took advantage of the chaos. After all, this is not a prison made of sea stone, but rather a mere iron cell. As long as there are guards present, it is manageable. However, if left unmonitored, these pirates will undoubtedly devise a means to escape, sowing chaos in their wake, should any untoward incident arise due to their presence. It is something Karl cannot abide, thus it is best to eliminate those who might cause trouble. What do you intend to do? What are your aspirations? A few pirates exchanged glances, bewildered by Karl's antics. And no one dared to respond. It was only when Karl brandished his weapon against one pirate's neck that the fellow, trembling, dared to speak, to find the legendary treasure of the Pirate King. Roger. Karl nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. You have ambition. As a reward, I shall send you to inquire with Roger himself. Gasps of shock erupted around him. In this manner, Karl wielded his weapon with unflinching resolve, dispatching 30 men in quick succession without so much as a blink. He then kicked a gaping hole in the ship's cabin, unceremoniously tossing all the pirates' corpses into the sea. Karl's keen ears caught the sound of cannons firing. It seemed Weevil's ship had entered the strike zone. Observing the blood-soaked uniform, Karl frowned and quickly retreated to change into fresh attire before emerging onto the deck. What is the situation? I turned to glance at Karl, pouting slightly as she replied, not great. Their ship is small and exceedingly agile, making our cannon fire less effective. Do not concern yourselves with that. Continue the bombardment. Yes. With that, Karl approached Zefa's side, conjuring a sphere of holy light the size of a basketball, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Without hesitation, Karl pressed it into Zefa's body. Karl, have you enhanced your abilities? Zefa marveled at the surge of power coursing through him, astonished by the increase of at least 5-fold in his strength. Not to mention the continuous vitality being infused by the holy light, rejuvenating him significantly. Karl smiled gently. Of course, after more than 2 months of development, even I must have made some progress. I shall require your assistance shortly, Teacher Zefa. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. Let me show you my true strength. Looking at Zefa, who was proudly flexing his biceps, Karl couldn't help but chuckle at the old man's antics. The vile navy nearly blew me to smithereens. Miss Pekin, rubbing her waist in frustration, shouted at Weevil. The not-so-intelligent Weevil nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mom. Once we get a little closer, I'll kill them all and feast on their supplies in revenge for you. Yes, that's my good son. Hurry, increase speed. All right, Mom. Weevil responded earnestly, his eyes fixed on the approaching training ship, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. Closer and closer, Karl mused, turning to the new recruits and calling out loudly, "Cease fire." The recruits operating the cannons paused in confusion but ultimately obeyed Karl's command, halting their preparations and casting puzzled looks his way. Karl nodded at Zefa, who cleared his throat and said, "Benz, you are to immediately take all personnel except Karl and I onto the lifeboats and distance yourselves from the training ship." What? No, Teacher Zefa, we want to fight alongside you. Yes. It's just a pirate with a bounty of 320 million berries. With you and Karl here, we fear nothing. Nonsense. This is an order. Do you wish to defy military commands? There is no room for discussion. Depart at once. Do not force me to throw you into the sea myself. Zefa's tone left no room for doubt, and the recruits looked conflicted, hesitant to move. It was not that Zefa did not wish to fight alongside them, but rather that Weevil's strength was too formidable. Their presence would hinder Zefa's battle. Should Weevil turn his attention to them, Zefa would undoubtedly be distracted, risking injury. Was that what they wished to see? Karl is right. We should not remain here to impede Teacher Zefa. Benz was the first to react, urging the recruits to board the lifeboats. Soon, one by one, the recruits departed, leaving only Karl, Ein, and Zefa aboard the vast training ship. Ein, use your abilities on teacher Zefa. Ein nodded. Having sensed Zefa's intention to keep her behind. Karl, are you being overly cautious? Is Weevil truly that strong? Karl's demeanor turned serious as he nodded, stating to Zefa, he is a monster known as the second Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Zefa fell silent for a moment, his thoughts coalescing, and he extended his arm toward Ein. Come, Ein. Taking a deep breath, Ein summoned a purplish-red glow in her palm, touching it to Zefa's arm. The reverse fruit activated. Zefa's wrinkles began to diminish, his aura growing increasingly potent. Even he could not help but clench his fist, his muscles swelling with explosive strength. Ah, is this the sensation of youth? Ha ha ha. What a marvelous feeling. Currently, Ein's ability had a limit of reversing time by 10 years, with successive touches able to amplify the effect. Therefore, Ein prepared for a second contact. However, as the purplish-red glow made contact with Zefa, it vanished without a trace. Karl furrowed his brow. What happened? I don't know. It seems my ability can only affect teacher Zefa once. Perhaps his strength is too great for more. Karl stroked his chin, realizing that it was indeed surprising yet expected. Ein had performed admirably. You've done well. Now go. Leave this to me and teacher Zefa. Ein bit her lower lip. Karl, please be careful and don't overexert yourself. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I'm not foolish. Now go. Ein turned to leave, just as a towering figure descended from above, brandishing a large sword aimed directly at the equally tall Zefa. Come at me. With Ein and Karl's combined enhancement, Zefa was now at his peak strength. Facing Weevil's mighty strike, he boldly blocked it with his arm. Clang. The sound resonated sharply as Weevil's blade struck Zefa's arm, leaving no mark upon the inky black surface. Instead, the shockwave sent Karl hurtling several meters away. Damn, Karl groaned, clutching his chest, feeling as though he had been struck by a freight truck. Oh, this is the clash of titans. Indeed, I am but a mere speck. Ha ha ha, you've got some skill, Karl. Just watch yourself. I won't be able to protect you. With that, Zefa, brimming with excitement, seized Weevil's blade and, with a powerful heave, sent both the man and his sword crashing onto the deck. Producing a thunderous noise, Weevil quickly scrambled to his feet, furious. You old coot, you hurt me. I'll kill you. Unfazed by the encounter, Zefa's resilience was astonishing. Karl marveled at the sheer power on display. This was not a level he could contend with. Better to leave it to teacher Zefa. His target remained the woman who called herself the lover of Whitebeard, Miss Pekin. Take this. Zefa's gaze sharpened, energy coiling within him as he bellowed. Six-style secret technique. Dark arm. He deftly evaded Weevil's massive blade. Raising his right hand high as a terrifying energy began to coalesce, only to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding crash, Weevil emitted a wretched scream as he was sent flying by a single punch, rolling across the ground until he collided with the lookout tower and fell, creating a massive dent in the deck. Mere seconds later, Weevil sprang back to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Clearly incensed by Zefa's devastating blow. Damn you, old man. You struck me with such force. It hurts terribly. This will have serious consequences. Zefa could not help but furrow his brow, reflecting on how this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful Whitebeard, exhibiting extraordinary strength and an exceptionally resilient physique. What on earth were those imbeciles in the Navy's assessment department thinking? Such a formidable foe was only valued at a bounty of over 300 million. Without a shred of fear, Zefa charged towards Weevil, brandishing his weapon, as the battle was only just beginning. Bang, clang. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce clashes aboard the training vessel. The aftermath of Zefa and Weevil's struggle nearly tearing the ship apart. Karl observed the duel with a furrowed brow, attempting to gauge the strengths of both combatants. At this moment, it appeared that Weevil was evenly matched with Zefa, perhaps even slightly disadvantaged, as Zefa's combat skills overwhelmingly dominated. Or perhaps, Weevil's approach lacked any semblance of technique, relying solely on brute force. This indicated that Weevil was extraordinarily powerful, his immense strength coupled with the distinctive crescent-shaped white beard, making it no surprise that he was perceived as Whitebeard's progeny. Weevil let out a chilling scream as he was sent hurtling backward, writhing in agony on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Zefa's previous strike had landed squarely on his face, leaving him in excruciating pain. Holy light blessing. Seizing the moment, Karl swiftly cast a holy light bullet to alleviate Zefa's fatigue and heal his wounds, as contending with such a physically imposing monster would place an immense burden on the body. And the holy light was perfectly suited for this purpose. Zefa turned to Karl. managing a strained smile before immediately returning to battle. Refusing to allow even a moment of complacency, Karl's cautiousness was certainly not in vain. This creature was indeed a monstrosity. Could he truly be the offspring of Whitebeard? Zefa pondered, but in the next instant, Weevil leaped into action, raising his massive blade to strike. Zefa inhaled deeply, advancing rather than retreating, engaging Weevil in close combat to negate the advantage of his long weapon. "Good son, are you not finished yet?" The voice of Miss Bakken echoed from a distance, revealing that she had maneuvered the ship closer to the training vessel. Startled, Weevil sniffled and exclaimed, "Mom, this old man is quite formidable. He strikes with such pain. Just an old man. How formidable can he be? My dear son, quickly finish him off, and then you can have something to eat." The woman known as Weevil's mother, yet in truth the one manipulating him, Miss Bakken, was adept at handling his temperament. As expected, her words ignited a fervor within Weevil, causing him to swallow several times. Drool trickling down the right side of his sausage-like mouth, significantly enhancing his battle spirit. Observing from a secure distance, Karl felt a slight smile creep onto his lips. The opportunity had finally presented itself after all his evasion. Clap, clap, clap. Karl activated his moonwalk, soaring swiftly from the training ship to hover above Miss Bakken, then delivering a swift kick in her direction. Bang! "Ah, stupid son, come save your mother." Miss Bakken shrieked in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Clutching her face in horror. As she uncovered her hands to cry out, an enormous shoe print was starkly imprinted on her wrinkled, unattractive visage. "How dare you? Do not harm my mother. I will kill you." Weevil, upon witnessing this, felt an urgent need to break through Zefa's defenses and rush to save his mother. Yet Zefa was resolute in his stance. "How dare you obstruct me? Get out of my way." In a fit of rage, Weevil recalled the use of observation hockey, predicting Zefa's position and striking him aside with a powerful blow, before charging towards Karl with his long, noodle-like legs. Meanwhile, Karl was brandishing his weapon at Miss Bakken. And upon seeing Weevil approach, he remained utterly unperturbed, merely thrusting his weapon slightly forward. "Ah, Weevil, you fool, stop. Can't you see your mother is about to be killed?" Weevil slammed to a halt, scratching his head in confusion. Dejectedly apologizing. "Ah, sorry, Mom. I didn't see. Hey, you must not harm my mother. Otherwise, I will surely kill you." Karl, taken aback by Weevil's naive and foolish demeanor, found himself torn between laughter and disbelief. The formidable adversary he had perceived in Weevil was, in reality, quite the simpleton. This sensation was, Miss Bakken's small eyes darted around, seemingly detecting Karl's momentary lapse in focus, and she shouted, "Weevil, kill him," with an O of determination. Weevil launched an unhesitating strike towards Karl. In that instant, Karl felt the air around him grow dense, everything fading to black, his vision fixated solely on the glinting blade that approached with chilling clarity. Zefa, rushing to intervene, let out a furious roar. No. Just as the massive blade was about to descend upon Karl, a black sword materialized before him. Clang! Sparks flew as Karl grasped the hilt of his weapon with one hand and the blade with the other, blood trickling down the sword, dribbling onto the deck. Observing Karl's expression, his face flushed with exertion and veins bulging, it was evident he had poured every ounce of strength into blocking Weevil's ferocious strike. Yet even then, it had nearly overwhelmed him. However, neither Zefa, Karl, nor Weevil noticed the faint black hue that began to stain the edge of Karl's weapon. With a sigh of relief, Zefa leaped into the air, delivering a kick to Weevil's head, providing Karl with a moment of respite. Phew! Weevil was sent flying, and Karl felt an immediate alleviation of pressure at that moment. His weapon clattered to the deck, and he extended his trembling hand, channeling a surge of holy light into his body. Gradually regaining his composure. "Monsters," he muttered softly. Zefa and Weevil resumed their fierce clash, while Miss Bakken vanished from sight, leaving Karl temporarily safe. Yet, he remained on edge, for he had just come closer to Roger than ever before. But as he glanced at the system panel, which suddenly displayed Observation Hockey LV1, Max Level LV10, and Armament Hockey LV1, Max Level LV10, a weak smile crept onto his face. So this was what Teacher Zefa meant by a life and death crisis. Truly a harrowing experience, and oh wonder Teacher Zefa always claimed that battling powerful pirates was the best opportunity for awakening. Having just awakened his observation hockey, Karl could distinctly sense the heated battle between Zefa and Weevil, as well as Miss Bakken, who was stealthily moving in a nondescript corner. There were only 4 individuals aboard this ship. Who else could it be but Miss Bakken? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Karl's eyes as he picked up his fallen weapon. quietly approaching. What a wretched navy. How could they be so powerful? Weevil cannot seem to gain the upper hand. Miss Bakken muttered in frustration from her concealed spot. Suddenly, she felt a chilling sensation around her neck. That familiar touch. You. Shoo, quiet now, or you shall meet your demise. Miss Bakken's gaze shifted in terror to Karl behind her, her lips paling at the sight of his unapologetic murderous intent if she were to scream. She might truly perish. Do you know who I am? I am Whitebeard's lover. If you kill me, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Karl chuckled derisively, casting a scornful glance at the diminutive, heavily made-up Miss Bakken. Her face riddled with wrinkles. Just how much poison would Whitebeard need to ingest to even consider her? Moreover, considering their stark differences in size, Whitebeard towering over 6 meters while Miss Bakken barely matched Chopper's height, how could they possibly? Wait, this is the world of One Piece. Anything is possible. Nevertheless, so what? Even if you truly are Whitebeard's lover, do you think he would wage war against the Navy for you? Ultimately, you are merely a pirate. And the Navy's pursuit of pirates is a matter of duty. Miss Bakken exclaimed in desperation. No, you cannot kill me. I am Weevil's mother. If you slay me, he will go on a rampage. Karl slightly inserted the tip of the knife into Mrs. wrinkled neck. Wearing a cynical expression. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Don't get excited, old hag. Miss swallowed with difficulty, nodded, and then felt her body lifted up effortlessly by Karl. The cold blade was laid across her neck. Tell your good son to stop. Weevil, you fool, stop at once. Do you want your mother to die? Weevil, who was engaged in a battle with Zefa, looked towards Karl in a panic, his eyes widening. How am I caught again? Mom, are you all right? You little runt, if you dare to harm Mom, I'll surely kill you. The snot-nosed, simple-minded Weevil lacked any real intimidating power. Since Karl didn't respond, arguing with a fool was futile. So he just brought Miss closer to him. Idiot. Shut up. I think you really want your mother to die. Miss got anxious and started scolding Weevil harshly, putting Weevil in a dilemma. Tell him to drop his weapon. Miss gritted her teeth and shouted at Weevil, silly son, quickly drop your knife. But Mom, without a weapon, I can't defeat that old man. Idiot. When Mom tells you to drop it, you drop it. Do you want to watch Mom die right in front of you? Weevil immediately lost his temper. He looked at the big sword in his hand reluctantly and then dropped it on the ground, which made a clear sound. Seeing Weevil being so obedient, Zefa was somewhat skeptical about life. He had been struggling for so long, only to realize he was fighting a fool. Hey, young man, I've done what you asked. As long as you let me go, I promise Weevil won't cause you any trouble. Zefa beside him snorted coldly, wishful thinking. You audacious fellows, Impel Down is the best place for you. Karl looked at Weevil, deep in thought. Such a person with low intelligence but high combat power was obviously an excellent pawn. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. He wasn't very smart, and his personality was extremely unstable. No, this won't do. It's better for such a person to die. There are plenty of fighters in the Navy, especially in the future. We can even take advantage of Luffy. Why bother with Weevil? Tell your son to stand still. What? You can't possibly mean. No, it's impossible. Miss let out a shrill voice, refusing to let Weevil give up resistance. Because she knew, Weevil was her greatest reliance. Once Weevil was in danger, her fate wouldn't be any better. Only a living Weevil could pose a threat and keep these two Marines from acting rashly. So, under no circumstances would she let Weevil give up resistance. That way, even if she died, the enraged Weevil could avenge her. Karl snorted. As expected, the old woman was no fool. If you won't say it, I will. Karl casually picked up a piece of ragged cloth, intending to stuff it into Mrs. mouth to silence her so that he could use her to control Weevil. But when Karl picked up the cloth, Miss keenly sensed Karl's intention. After a brief consideration, she shouted loudly at Weevil. Son, don't worry about Mom. Kill them. MMPH. Weevil's mind went blank for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. He reached out to grab the knife he had just thrown away. How could Zefa not know Weevil's little trick? He had long been guarding in front of Weevil's big sword and kicked the sword away. With a splash, it fell into the sea. No. My sword. Weevil seemed to be stimulated by this scene. His eyes instantly turned red, and he panted heavily through his nostrils. Like a beast cornered. He roared and charged towards Zefa. Karl was stunned. He thought one had to lose a horse or something to go into a rampage. However, Weevil showed Karl with his actions that there was no need for such a thing. He could go into a rampage in an instant. Come on, bone. Crushing fist. Zefa's arm instantly turned jet black, and he directly confronted the enraged Weevil head on. TSK. It seems you're no longer useful. No. In Mrs. Horrified eyes, Karl slit her throat with a knife. A spray of blood splattered out, and her tiny body fell powerlessly to the ground. Her eyes filled with unwillingness. Whitebeard won't let you go, pointing at Karl. Miss uttered her last words, and then left this wonderful world. Lies. Karl wiped his knife in disgust. Whitebeard could even charge into the Navy headquarters for his adopted son Ace. If he really had a son, would he let you act so arrogantly? You can fool others, but don't try to scare me. I've watched the anime. Then he turned his gaze to Weevil. Your mom is dead. Now it's your turn. Teacher Zefa, can you hold on? Should I call for backup? Zefa's blood pressure shot up. What did that mean? Did he think the old man couldn't win? Fine. Today he would show this brat his true strength. After punching Weevil flying, Zefa turned his head to look at Karl. I'll deal with you later. Weevil got up from the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the corpse beside Karl's feet and let out a sorrowful roar. No, Mom. Then, regardless of anything, he rushed towards Mrs. Body. Karl's eyes tightened. He couldn't withstand Weevil's attack and quickly dodged using the Sara technique. Mom, wake up. Weevil shed big teardrops from the corners of his eyes. Grief, stricken, as if his mother had really died. Wait, the one who died was his mother. Giggling, Weevil clenched his fists, making a clear cracking sound. The sound seemed to come from the underworld. You killed my mother, so I'll kill you. No. You all have to die. With a bang, Weevil suddenly launched an attack, punching towards Karl, who was opposite Zefa. Now, the person Weevil hated the most was Karl, the man who killed his mother. Damn it! 6. Style secret technique. 6. King Spear. Karl's hands were instantly covered with armament hockey. He clenched his fists and put them together, facing Weevil's fist head on. The collision of their moves generated a fierce shockwave. Cracking sounds came from the small boat under their feet, as if it couldn't bear the weight. But Karl was ultimately no match for Weevil's brute force, seeing that he was about to lose his hold. Zefa immediately came to his rescue. 6. Style secret technique. Crushing fist. A fist as big as a cooking pot struck Weevil's head like a meteor. Weevil was sent staggering back by this punch. But he didn't seem to be too severely affected. He just shook his head, rubbed the part that Zefa had hit, and then charged towards Zefa, shouting. Karl, who had recovered, quickly shouted to Zefa, his upper body defense is too strong. Try attacking his lower body. Karl wasn't just talking nonsense. Weevil's upper body was as strong as an ox, but his two legs were as thin as noodles and didn't look very resistant to attacks. I'll give it a try. With that, Zefa quickly engaged in a scuffle with Weevil, constantly looking for opportunities to attack his lower body. Karl picked up the wutan that had fallen to the ground, held it tightly with both hands, and was ready to launch a surprise attack. No. How could what the Navy does be called a surprise attack? This is just backstab. As the two fought, the small boat soon started to sway precariously on the verge of sinking. But soon, an opportunity presented itself. Zefa grabbed Weevil's elbows with both hands, quickly adjusted his center of gravity, and suddenly tripped Weevil's supporting leg with his right foot, making him lose his balance. Hiya, fall down, you old fool. Zefa began to exert force, his muscles bulging all over his body. The off-balanced Weevil was forcefully given an over the shoulder throw by Zefa. With a boom, Weevil landed heavily on the ground. Karl's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity. He immediately raised the wutan, leaped high into the air, and with all his strength, slashed at the patellar ligament of Weevil's right knee. Slicing sound. Weevil let out a painful wail, slapped Karl flying, and rolled on the ground, clutching his knee in pain. Teacher Zefa, break his leg. Zefa nodded. He started to build up power in his right leg. Taking advantage of the moment when Weevil was rolling, he accurately kicked at Weevil's injured knee. With a clear creak sound of bones, Weevil's right leg completely collapsed, and he let out a long, drawn-out wail. Strike while he's down. Simultaneously, such a thought emerged in the minds of Karl and Zefa. Zefa took the initiative first and immediately launched an attack on the other leg of Weevil, with deft maneuvers. He disabled Weevil's left leg in no time. At this moment, Weevil completely lost his mobility. Only his upper body retained some lethality, yet not much. As the saying goes, a single hair's tug can move the whole body. Every part of the human body is of great significance. Losing both legs significantly reduced Weevil's lethality. Now, he was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Half an hour later, Weevil lost consciousness. However, he didn't completely perish. His vitality was incredibly strong, as if he were not human. Teacher Zefa, what should we do? Kill him. Zefa nodded, gasping for breath. The battle with Weevil had exhausted him greatly. After all, he was advanced in age. Even with the assistance of Karl and Nine, his physical strength couldn't sustain him in battle for days and nights, unless he overdrawn his life force. You brat, you're still asking me? Weren't you eager to kill him long ago? Karl smiled and scratched his head, then walked towards the unconscious Weevil with the two. This guy is a bit strange. Teacher Zefa, look at the scars on his body. Zefa looked in the direction Karl pointed. There were 3 horrifying scars on Weevil's body, as if he had experienced severe injuries where his entire left hand and head had been slashed or severed. I've noticed that long ago. At first, I merely thought his recovery ability was. Even after such attacks, he could recover, but upon careful consideration, it's simply impossible if he truly had such a powerful recovery ability. How could he have scars? Karl nodded in silence that he now strongly suspected that Weevil was a stitched-up monster created by the Navy Science Unit. Yet it was only a suspicion, lacking conclusive evidence. Forget it, Teacher Zefa. These aren't matters we should worry about. Let me end his life. You do it. I won't get involved. Zefa walked aside, breathing evenly. The sound of a knife piercing flesh was heard. Zefa slowly closed his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. With great difficulty, Karl finally sent Weevil out of this beautiful world. However, a crack appeared on the blade of the famous sword Surumaru he had just obtained. Karl guessed it should have been left when he blocked Weevil's strike. This sword was practically useless, but it didn't matter much. After all, there was still a black-bladed sword in the thriller bark. Teacher Zefa, I've fired the flare. Binns and the others should be back soon. Zefa nodded and turned to walk towards the cabin of the training ship. As he was about to enter, he turned back and said, Karl, remember to call for support from the Navy headquarters. Our ship might not be able to return there. Yes, don't worry. Another half an hour passed. Several lifeboats slowly approached the training ship. The new recruits swarmed onto the deck. When they saw Karl standing by the railing, smoking a cigar, they heaved a sigh of relief. Karl, how is Teacher Zefa? Is he okay? Karl turned around and smiled. Don't worry. Teacher Zefa is fine. He's just a bit tired. Don't disturb him and let him rest. Well, Karl, what about the battle just now? Only then did the new recruits notice that the training ship was in a sorry state, full of holes and sword marks, and the whole ship was creaking. Was the pirate with a bounty of 320 million berries killed by Teacher Zefa? Yes, the body is on that ship over there. If you want to see it, search that ship by the way. There should be some gold and jewels on it. Remember to bring them back to be confiscated. Of course. Soon, most of the new recruits rushed to the small ship, looking at Weevil's giant-like body. The new recruits gasped. This was the opponent Teacher Zefa and Karl were facing. It's terrifying. Look, he has a beard just like Whitebeard. Could they really be father and son? The new recruits excitedly gathered around Weevil, pointing and discussing. They didn't leave until the ship could barely hold on. Then they emptied the treasures Miss had instigated Weevil to plunder and returned to the training ship, watching the pirate ship being devoured by flames. Karl let out a long sigh. Finally, it's over. Zefa didn't lose any students, nor did he lose his arm. Weevil didn't get the chance to become a Shichibukai. So, Teacher Zefa shouldn't end up being killed by the Navy. Right? As for disappointment in the Navy, Karl didn't think it was a big deal. As long as one didn't have high hopes for the Navy, there would be no disappointment. He had been like this since the day he joined the Navy. He had thought about changing the status quo, but unfortunately, his words carried little weight, and saying more was of no use. Now, he still couldn't change the current situation of the Navy, but Karl believed that day wouldn't be too far off. He was very young, only 24 years old. Not far away on the sea, several Navy warships slowly approached. They transferred the people on the training ship to the warships, which officially marked the end of their internship. After returning to the Navy headquarters, they would officially start working and contribute to the Navy. 2 days later, in Marineford, Zefa sat in front of Sengoku with a calm expression and handed him the report on this internship mission. This is the summary report of the internship mission for the 24th new recruit training camp. Sengoku, take a look. Sengoku accepted it and opened it, quietly flipping through it. Zefa remained silent. Only the sound of Sengoku turning pages could be heard in the office. When he saw the record of Karl leading the new recruits to completely wipe out the firearms pirate crew and the knife hunting pirate crew and assisting Zefa in defeating Edward Weevil, he couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. Zefa, you've taught another outstanding student. This Karl is really a talent. He has rich combat experience, gives commands in an orderly manner, and even his strength is remarkable. Wait, he even awakened too. Color hockey during the battle. Sengoku looked at Zefa in disbelief that he really couldn't believe that a trainee seaman could awaken too. Color hockey so quickly. You know, even Akainu and the others awakened hockey only after numerous subsequent battles and then skyrocketed. But Karl awakened too, color hockey in a single battle. What a genius. The only thing that puzzled him was why such a talent had been unknown. Hearing Sengoku's praise of Karl, A proud smile appeared on Zefa's face. Actually, he had already shown signs of awakening before, but he lacked some pressure, coincidentally. Weevil provided sufficient pressure. So he awakened. I think it's quite normal. If he couldn't awaken under life and death pressure. I don't know how else he could. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. Finally, a talented person emerged in the new generation Navy. Moreover, Karl's ability could assist and enhance the high-end combat power of the Navy. When he grew up, the Navy's strength would be further enhanced. Such a talent deserved better treatment and a faster promotion speed. After pondering for a while, Sengoku made up his mind. Zefa, how about this? I'll first award Karl the rank of Rear Admiral in the main force. After he spends some time under Borsellino, accumulating military achievements and qualifications, then let him lead a team independently to build up his reputation. This way, Karl's subsequent promotion will be convincing and won't arouse criticism. What do you think? Zefa nodded. What Sengoku said made sense. The promotion within the Navy depended on strength, military achievements, and qualifications. Only when these three aspects were met could one move up. The rank of Rear Admiral in the main force for Karl was neither a huge leap nor likely to arouse criticism. After all, he was a captain before, and it was just a one-level promotion. Even if Karl was extremely strong, he still had to take it step by step. It's impossible for someone to be promoted directly from captain to commodore, right? Karl thought. Well, in the future, you'll see. I'll be promoted directly from a civilian to fleet admiral. You're the fleet admiral. You make the call. Anyway, as long as you know what you're doing. I'm leaving. Ding. The career mission. Camp turmoil has officially ended. Rewards are being calculated. The host has accumulated a total of 732 hours of slacking off. The task has been completed. A random reward is being drawn. Congratulations on obtaining the devil fruit, Zoan bird fruit, Raven model. The career mission, King of Slacking Off, has been activated. Mission requirements. Accumulate slacking off time of 500, 1000, 2000, 3500, 5000 hours. Rewards. According to the slacking off time, receive phased rewards, advanced and special attribute enhancement cards plus random rare rewards. That it is detected that the host's current rank is Rear Admiral in the main force. The daily task rewards have been upgraded to 3 designated attribute enhancement cards plus random rewards 3, and the probability of obtaining rare items in the random rewards has been increased to 3. Karl, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper, was startled by the tinkling sound of the system's prompt. He couldn't help but exclaim an expletive. 5,000 hours. If I slack off for 8 hours every day. 5,000 hours amounts to 625 days. That's less than 2 years. That it seems quite straightforward. Karl made a rough calculation and then dismissed it from his mind. This kind of thing can't be rushed. It can only be accumulated gradually. What he values more is the increase in daily rewards. That's the real deal. Oh, right? I seem to have obtained another devil fruit just now. Karl glanced at the system space. There lay a roundish purple, black devil fruit. However, upon seeing that it was just an ordinary Zoan type, he lost interest. Currently, I possess 10 high-grade attribute enhancement cards and 8 ordinary attribute enhancement cards. System, use them all to strengthen my physique. His physique was already at C. These should be sufficient to push his physique up to B rank. After the enhancement was completed, Karl's attributes were as follows. Host, Karl. Age, 24 years old. Physique, B-, perception, D, willpower, C-, hockey. Armament hockey LV1. Observation hockey LV1. Special ability. As quiet as a virgin, as lively as a rabbit. Holy light fruit. 13.6. Awakening progress. Active skill. Frail, usable. Now his physique far exceeded his other attributes. To be precise, it far surpassed his perception, because his willpower would automatically increase as his strength grew, so he didn't need to invest many attribute enhancement cards in it. Therefore, Karl's next strategy was to focus on perception. Perception affects his reaction speed and insight, and it has a significant boost to observation hackai. In short, Karl aimed to be an all-around fighter. Hey, Smoker, have you heard? Heard what? I'm now a major in the headquarters. Oh, and I also feel. Click. Smoker promptly hung up the phone. He knew Karl too well. Calling at this time was nothing but an attempt to mock him. Trying to show superiority in front of him. Smoker, impossible. At night, Smoker stood by the window. The room was filled with a hazy cloud of smoke, and 3 cigars were clamped between his lips. He pondered all night but couldn't figure it out. When he graduated, his military rank was merely a second lieutenant. How did this rascal Karl reach the same rank as him directly, the next morning? Brew, Karl, the phone. Go answer it. It should be for you. Karl opened his bleary eyes and saw the leering face of the chrysanthemum Din Mushy. Without even thinking, it must be Kizaru. Hello, Admiral Kizaru. I understand. So, I just need to wait at the Navy headquarters for one more day. Okay, bye. Karl hung up the phone, yawned, and put his arm around Monica, who was wearing a camisole nightgown. What's wrong? Are you going on a mission so soon? Karl idly played with Monica's curly hair and sighed. Yeah, but I can still rest today. I'll set off tomorrow. I can accompany you for one more day. Monica smiled sweetly and kissed Karl on the cheek. Then she felt something stirring. You were at it all night yesterday. How are you still so energetic? Karl looked innocent. Who told you to insist on taking the lead? Besides, with the dual boost of as quiet as a virgin, as lively as a rabbit, I wasn't even taking it easy. Okay, at the training ground. Zefa looked at the empty playground and a smile crossed his face. His students each had a promising future, and as their teacher, he was naturally happy for them. Hey, Zefa, you're still as energetic as ever. I heard you killed a pirate with a 300 million berry bounty a few days ago. Hearing this off the cuff voice, Zefa couldn't help but grin. You rascal. Is your vacation over? Karp, who was walking towards him, laughed heartily and picked his nose. It ended long ago. I've just been chasing that bastard Shanks recently. The two men bumped fists and then found seats to sit down. Crossing their legs. I heard you've taught another outstanding disciple. Zefa grinned slightly. He hadn't intended to show off, but Karp insisted on provoking him. Ha ha ha. How did you know? Karp pouted. I saw it when I was looking for Senbei in Sengoku's office. Is it that kid named Karl? That's right. He's the most talented new generation Navy officer I've encountered in the past 10 years. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. Hearing this, Karp looked at Zefa in amazement. Such a high evaluation. Is that kid a Logia type? Zefa chuckled. He had expected that Karp wouldn't look carefully, because if he had, he wouldn't have asked such a question. No, he's a Paramecia type. Karp scratched his head. Paramecia type, just like my damn grandson. The thought of Luffy made Karp furious. Damn it. What on earth did that bastard Shanks feed Luffy to make him so determined to be a pirate? I beat him half, to death, and he still wouldn't change his mind. Not an ordinary Paramecia type? Yes. The devil fruit he ate is called the Holy Light fruit. It can release holy light, which has the effects of healing and strengthening the physique. The key is that it can also work on others. Karp was dumbfounded. What? Is there such an ability in the world? Karp had been a Navy all his life and had seen countless devil fruit users. But he had never heard of such a devil fruit ability. It sounded perfect for the Navy. Yes, in previous internship missions, several students always died at the hands of pirates. But with Karl around, no students were killed or injured in this internship mission. And with Karl's healing and strengthening effects, 2 pirate crews were wiped out. There was even a student who was shot more than 20 times. And Karl managed to save him. Now you should know how powerful his ability is. Karp gasped in astonishment and quickly asked, so does that kid have an assignment yet? If not, I can take him under my wing. Humph. Zefa sneered disdainfully. It's too late. You can't even imagine how popular Karl is. So who is he with now? Akainu. Zefa shook his head. No, Akainu invited him, but he refused. If nothing unexpected happens, he should report to Kizaru. Kizaru, are you sure? Karp was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. He had thought it would be either Akainu or Akiji. Who would have thought it was the unpredictable Kizaru? Alas, it's a long story. Subsequently, Zefa recounted to Karp how Kizaru had discovered Karl's ability in the subsequent events, enjoying the look of surprise on Karp's face. After some time, Karp's curiosity about Karl grew stronger, and he simply said, Zefa, why don't you call Karl out so I can have a look? I'd like to experience that so-called holy light for myself. I'll give it a try. At Crescent Bay, Karl, who was strolling with Monica, took out the Din Mushy and held it in front of him. Teacher Zefa? Yes, it's me. Are you still at the Navy headquarters? If so, come to the training ground. There's someone who wants to see you. Karl was taken aback, thinking that he had nothing better to do anyway. He might as well go. Okay, Teacher Zefa. I'll be there right away. After putting away the Din Mushy, Karl took Monica's hand. Come on, let's go together. Monica quickly waved her hand. Isn't it inappropriate? Oh, don't be afraid. Teacher Zefa won't eat you. Come on. Inside the training ground, Karp, with sharp eyes, saw a handsome and cheerful young man walking in, arm in arm with a blonde girl, and quickly asked, Zefa, is that Karl? That's him. All right. Teacher Zefa, Vice Admiral Karl saw that it was indeed the case. On the way here, He had vaguely guessed that the person who wanted to see him was most likely the Navy hero Karl, because he had met most of the Navy's top brass. But only Karl was someone he had only heard of but never seen. To be honest, he had always been curious about what the Navy hero Karl was like. After all, what he had heard most about were his deeds. Finally, he got to see the real person today. Just as he remembered, Karl was tall and burly, even with his head full of silver hair. His powerful aura couldn't be concealed. He truly lived up to the reputation of getting stronger with age. Ha ha ha. I'm Karl. Zefa has been singing your praises to me just now. He's too kind. I'm just an ordinary Navy officer. As Karl and Zefa exchanged knowing smiles, Karl rose to his feet and patted Karl's shoulder. Young man, I shall not waste further words. Allow me to experience that so-called holy light, shall we? Of course. Karl promptly conjured a sphere of holy light and infused it within Karl's being. Karl closed his eyes, attentively savoring the sensation. After a considerable time had passed, Karl slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Karl with a complex expression. His heart filled with a subtle sense of reflection. No wonder Zefa valued Karl so highly. Such abilities were precisely what the Navy required. Karl, give it your all. Do not squander your talents. The following day, after bidding farewell to Monica once more, clad in a black suit and adorned with a cloak of justice, he stood tall at Crescent Bay, awaiting the arrival of Admiral Kizaru's warship. Ready for your first mission. Lieutenant Karl. Karl gradually turned his head, his gaze falling upon the towering figure of Kizaru. Certainly, Admiral Kizaru. What is our mission? Kizaru expressed a hint of frustration. It's quite a troublesome task. Our target is a newcomer from the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates, a newcomer? Karl recalled a mission mentioned by Tina a month prior, which seemed to involve capturing Jack. It appeared that Advisor Tsuru had successfully apprehended him. Isn't escorting a pirate a task for impel down? Why are we assigned to it? Let us board first. I will explain everything later. Once aboard, the warship sped towards the Red Line, traversing the transit device beneath Marineford en route to the New World. Kizaru elaborated on the origins of this mission. In essence, after successfully capturing Jack, Advisor Tsuru discovered that his identity was far from ordinary. At the tender age of 19, he had already become one of the three prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, highly esteemed by Kaido. Furthermore, with the Beast Pirates growing increasingly rampant in the New World, Advisor Tsuru devised a plan to confront Kaido, aiming to diminish his intimidating presence. The first step was to lure Kaido out. And Jack was the perfect bait. Thus, this operation involved two admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. As Kizaru's subordinate, Karl was naturally included in this challenging endeavor. This mission is no small feat, after all. We are dealing with a significant figure. Kizaru remarked. Karl remained unfazed, responding, a significant feat. I wouldn't say so. As a mere lieutenant, you cannot expect me to confront Kaido head-on. Ultimately, it will be you and Aokiji who do the heavy lifting while I provide support from the shadows. Kaido, one of the three emperors of the New World, was indeed a formidable adversary. Yet Karl was curious. The Navy had apprehended Kaido on multiple occasions, and he always managed to escape unscathed. Did this operation truly have a lethal assurance? Kizaru pouted, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Who knows? Just follow the mission directives, and do not overthink it. In truth, the aim of capturing Kaido was not solely to undermine his reputation. It also involved extracting his bloodline factors. The results of Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit project were imminent, yet Kaido's bloodline factors were dwindling, prompting the world government to expedite his capture for blood donation, indirectly facilitating this plan. However, Kizaru was reluctant to divulge too much to Karl. He would come to understand in due time. In no time, the warship traversed the transport device beneath Marineford, reaching the New World. Compared to the pirates' methods of entering the New World, this was not only convenient and swift but, most importantly, safe. During this journey, Karl beheld the splendor of Marineford. It was undeniably luxurious and grand, befitting the residents of the world's aristocracy. Yet, beneath the surface of opulence, the internal decay and corruption surpassed all expectations. Upon arriving in the New World, Karl observed the surroundings, which bore no distinction from the first half of his journey, and sighed. Is this truly the New World? It feels no different from the previous half. Reflecting on his past in the North Blue, he never anticipated that he would quickly connect with the New World after arriving in the Grand Line. After awakening his dual haki, he had hoped for a chance to practice against weaker foes. Yet he now found himself facing the colossal Beast Pirates. All he truly desired was to laze about. Truly, the audacity of a young bull unafraid of tigers. Lieutenant Karl, the pirates of the New World are quite fearsome. Karl smirked slightly, as he had long been mentally prepared and felt no particular apprehension. After all, he was following an admiral. He could not simply roam the seas, battling weaker foes every day. He was not smoker. Haha. By the way, Admiral Kizaru, Kaido won't actually come alone to rescue Jack. Will he? Kizaru scratched his head. Based on my understanding of Kaido, he will undoubtedly come alone. Well then, Kaido remains true to form. If he comes alone, Karl can rest easy. There is no need to worry about his life, and he can focus on providing support. A day later, Kizaru's warship successfully rendezvoused with Akiji at base G2, where Advisor Tsuru had long awaited their arrival. Kizaru, Akiji, your timing is impeccable. The news of Jack's imprisonment at the G2 branch has already been disseminated. If all goes as expected, Kaido will surely return to rescue him, and I will rely on you two for assistance. Akiji appeared to hold great respect for Advisor Tsuru, offering her a slight smile. Of course, Kizaru maintained his usual laid-back demeanor, engrossed in trimming his nails, while Karl expressed a sense of exasperation. However, Advisor Tsuru seemed accustomed to Kizaru's attitude. Turning her gaze towards Karl, who stood beside him, and offering a warm smile. You must be Lieutenant Karl. Karl promptly saluted Advisor Tsuru, responding with vigor, yes. Ma'am, I have heard that your abilities possess both healing and enhancement effects. When Kaido arrives, I hope you will lend your efforts. Rest assured, Advisor Tsuru. Even without your request, I shall do so. That's splendid. Splendid indeed. After the brief operational meeting concluded, Karl reunited with Tina at base G2, where she was accompanied by a tall and strikingly elegant woman. Presumably, this was Shirley, codenamed Peach Rabbit, a rear admiral and prospective admiral. When Karl first laid eyes on her, she was clad in a pink form-fitting top and ultra-short shorts, with a conspicuous spider tattoo adorning her outer thigh and a white-handled long knife at her waist. From Karl's perspective, her ample bosom, long legs, and fair complexion made her undeniably beautiful. No wonder Chopper had confessed his feelings 100 times without ever giving up. Karl, Tina knew you would come. Allow me to introduce you. This is Rear Admiral Shirley. Karl smiled and nodded at Shirley. Hello, Rear Admiral Shirley. You are quite lovely. Both you and Tina are beautiful, indeed. Worthy representatives of the Navy's appeal. Seeing the corners of Tina's mouth slightly rise, Karl breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided a social faux pas. Shirley, however, covered her mouth and chuckled. Lieutenant Karl, you certainly know how to flatter. I fear you may have deceived many unsuspecting young ladies. Karl smiled silently, for her words held an element of truth. Even though the North Blue was known for its handsome men, Karl's tall and handsome appearance had made him a well-known heartthrob in the region. By the way, I heard from Tina that your abilities possess healing and enhancement effects. Would you allow me to experience them? Sighing inwardly, Karl realized yet another person was drawn to his powers. However, considering she was a striking beauty, he felt it necessary to oblige. Extending his hand, Karl conjured a sphere of holy light and infused it within Shirley's being. Upon her first encounter with the warm power of the holy light, Shirley involuntarily let out a breathy gasp. Realizing her reaction, Shirley shot Karl an indignant glance, yet there was no hint of embarrassment. She was indeed a mature woman. Look, Shirley, your tattoo. Shirley glanced down, noticing that the spider tattoo on her outer thigh was gradually fading until it vanished completely. This is your fault. I had finally made up my mind to get this tattoo, and now it's all for naught. Karl scratched his head. Is it my fault that the healing effect is too potent? Hee. Rear Admiral Shirley, you look splendid without that tattoo as well. Just look how fair and youthful you are. Shirley burst into laughter, causing Karl to feast his eyes upon her. It was his first encounter with such a remarkable figure at Navy headquarters. While Monica was not lacking in her own attributes, she paled in comparison. Yet, Karl quickly averted his gaze, mindful of making a good impression on a first encounter and having already seen a plethora of beauties. This was merely a minor affair. Shirley's laughter soon captured the attention of Chopper, who was not far away. Why is Shirley laughing so heartily? Wait, is that a pretty boy? Upon hearing this, Keiki's complexion changed abruptly, and he hastened to join in the fun, exclaiming, You seem to be in a rather good mood today, Shiomi. Oh, who might this be? Won't you introduce him to me? At once, Shiomi's smile faded, and she replied indifferently. Rear Admiral Keiki, this is Major Karl, the adjutant of Admiral Borsellino Do. Major Karl, I've long heard of your name. I'm Keiki, an admirer of Rear Admiral Shiomi. Karl couldn't help but be slightly taken aback upon seeing Keiki's lewd and greasy visage. To be honest, he had never seen someone so repulsive. Even Borsellino paled in comparison. Subsequently, Karl cast a pitying glance at Xiaomi, thinking how nauseating it must be to be courted nearly 100 times by such a person. Well, in that case, I shall take my leave. Admiral Borsellino is about to show me this, so, called Jack the Drought. You two carry on. Karl had no intention of getting himself into trouble for a woman he had just met. After bidding farewell, he promptly left. Keiki nodded inwardly, thinking the young man was quite sensible, and he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Just now, upon closer inspection, Karl's good looks almost made him feel pressured. What if Xiaomi, who had rejected him so many times, happened to like this type? G2 prison. Admiral Borsellino. You're just in time, Karl. Look, this fellow is the new big shot of the Beast Pirates. Jack the Drought. Karl followed the direction of Borsellino's finger and saw a tall and burly man sitting quietly in the sea prism stone cell. His hands and feet were shackled with heavy sea prism stone manacles. Only his eyes were visible, and the rest of his face was covered by an iron mask. When Jack saw Karl enter, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he snorted. Karl smiled faintly. Oh ho ho, if it isn't the ship, Crasher, you're looking rather down on your luck on our first meeting. This guy is quite arrogant. Borsellino nodded earnestly. That's for sure. He was shouting and cursing quite fiercely just now. I gave him a little lesson, and that's why he's behaving himself now. Humph. Borsellino, have the guts to unlock these chains and see how I'll beat you up. Borsellino didn't respond but merely shrugged at Karl, as if to say, see, what's this guy's bounty again? Let me think. A little over 400 million berries. But in terms of actual strength, he's not as powerful as that Weevil you encountered last time. Karl understood from this. Jack's high bounty was only partly due to his strength. More of it came from the backing of the Beast Pirates. Haha. Admiral Borsellino, am I seeing this right? This guy is a Murloc? A Murloc who ate a devil fruit. Hey, big guy, can you swim? Jack's eyes widened, seemingly hit a sore spot. He grabbed the sea prism stone railing excitedly. What the hell did you say? Have the guts to come in and fight me one-on-one. Oh my, how terrifying. Don't scare my adjutant. The tip of Borsellino's finger condensed into a dazzling golden light, and a beam of light exploded on Jack's chest, blooming with a spray of blood. Jack immediately quieted down. Borsellino, Jack, will remember this grudge. If I catch you on the sea someday, just wait and see if I'll crash your ship. All right, Karl, let's go. There's nothing more to see here. With that, Borsellino left the prison on his own. Karl responded and then walked up to Jack, wearing a half-smile. If Kaido manages to rescue you, you'd better pray you don't meet me on the sea, because if you do, I guarantee you'll end up in a very miserable state. Humph, just you a pretty boy? You're making me laugh. Karl nodded non-committally. We'll see. Jack immediately wanted to retort, but Karl had already turned and left, so he could only bear this grudge in his heart. Once he got out, he'd make this pretty boy named Karl know what it meant to be a big shot. Soon, it should be soon, the boss should come to rescue me. In the future, Jack would be able to escape from prison on his own, without Kaido's help, but at the moment, he was just starting out. His armament hockey wasn't very proficient, and he could only rely on his powerful physique to overpower his enemies, let alone break free from the sea prism stone manacles. Now, the G2 branch had entered a state of alert. Any sign of trouble would trigger the alarm. Karl was somewhat fortunate to be with Borsellino. He could sit comfortably in the lounge, sipping tea, instead of busying himself like T-Bone. I heard you've awakened 2 types of hockey. Karl took a sip of tea and nodded slightly. Just by chance. I can only say I've grasped it, but I'm not very proficient in using it yet. Borsellino shook his head with a hint of sentiment. At your age, I hadn't even joined the Navy yet. You, on the other hand, have already awakened 2 types of hockey. It's really enviable. Admiral Borsellino, you're too modest. With your speed, even without 2 types of hockey, there aren't many people in the world who can do anything to you. Hearing Karl's flattery, Borsellino suddenly burst out laughing. You don't seem like a young person at all. Usually, 24-year-old young men are full of enthusiasm. Even I was no exception back then. But with Karl's work attitude, he's already saved himself 20 years of deters. No wonder he could convince Zefa and rightfully skip training. That's something I couldn't do back then. Ding. You've accumulated 8 hours of slacking off. The daily mission is completed. Rewards: 3 designated attribute enhancement cards, 1 armament hockey enhancement card, 1 observation hockey enhancement card, and an additional 50 days of lifespan. Karl's face lit up with joy, but he quickly regained his composure, inwardly exclaiming his good luck. Was this the treatment after leaving the newbie village? It's simply wonderful. If he slacked off for a few years, wouldn't he soar to great heights? Excuse me for a moment. Admiral Borsellino, with that, Karl picked up the newspaper and walked into the restroom. Borsellino rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking that this young man had saved himself not just 20 years of deters, but at least 30. He was almost on par with him. I in the restroom. Karl casually tossed the newspaper aside and couldn't wait to mutter, "System, use all attribute enhancement cards to strengthen perception. Use all hockey enhancement cards as well." After the enhancement was completed, Karl immediately felt his mind become much clearer, and his perception of the outside world became more sensitive. However, his perception still hadn't been upgraded. The only pleasant surprise was that both his armament hockey and observation hockey had been upgraded by one level. Reaching LV2. To test the effects of LV2, Karl extended his right hand and used armament hockey hardening. His arm instantly turned pitch black, reflecting light under the illumination of the lamp. Then Karl placed his hand on the sink, and the white porcelain sink was immediately covered with a layer of black. Hee, not bad. The strength has increased significantly. It's a pity that I still can't use hockey entanglement. I need to keep upgrading. As for the observation hockey, the change wasn't very obvious. Presumably, the difference could only be seen in a battle situation. Not bad, not bad. After a while, Karl walked out of the restroom refreshed, plopped down opposite Borsellino, crossed his legs, and lit a cigar. Ahem, Admiral Borsellino. Bang, bang, bang. Borsellino glanced at Karl, and Karl had no choice but to get up and open the door. Ion, what are you doing here? Oh right, I almost forgot. After your internship ended, you went to Staff Officer Tsuru's place. Come on in, have a seat. Ion saw Borsellino reading a newspaper in the room and quickly waved his hand. No need. Karl, could you come out for a moment? All right. Karl had no choice but to follow Ion out and close the door behind him. What's up? Ion's expression turned serious, and he looked directly into Karl's eyes. Karl, do you know what you've done? Karl looked completely confused. He had just arrived today. What could he have done? How would I know? Just say what you want, and I don't like playing guessing games. Ion crossed his arms and sighed helplessly. Just now, several female soldiers came to me asking about you. They wanted to know if you could help them remove some scars, Use your holy light to heal them. Oh, remove scars. Wait, I get it. Karl remembered that not long ago, after using his ability on Shiomi, her tattoo had disappeared. Later, it must have spread, especially since Staff Officer Tsuru's place was full of female soldiers. Women, after all, love beauty. Especially these female Marines, who often fight pirates and inevitably get various scars. Seeing that Shiomi's tattoo could be removed, they naturally set their sights on him. Ahem, Ion, go back and tell them that there will be an opportunity in the future. But not now. Kaido of the Beast is about to arrive. Asa just Marine. I can't waste my energy on such trivial matters. I gazed at Karl, who was assertively holding a cigar in his right hand. It wasn't that she doubted him, but rather that his numerous past indiscretions made it challenging to place her trust in him. I feel the same way. I will assist you in declining this time. But next time, Karl thumped his chest, declaring, rest assured. The next encounter was uncertain, unless Crane could wrest him away from the clutches of the monkey, yet Karl likely wouldn't consent to that. Ridiculous, with 27 or 8 women. Wouldn't he be devoured alive? I departed with lingering skepticism, recalling the pleas of her sisters, and sighed quietly. In Wano country, Onigashima. Damn the Navy for capturing my beloved subordinate. I must save him. Quinn exhaled a smoke ring, casually remarking, Boss, it would do Jack some good to face a bit of hardship. There's no need to rush to his rescue. I seriously suspect this is a Navy conspiracy. Beside him, Jean nodded. Boss, think carefully before you act. Kaido slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into pieces, glaring at the two. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Even if the Navy has some sinister plot, do they think they can kill me? Boss, Jean, there's no need to continue. Jack is my subordinate, and I cannot simply stand by while the Navy takes him. Kaido waved his hand dismissively and strode out of the hall, transforming into a blue dragon and soaring into the sky. TCH, that useless Jack. Even if I were captured, I wouldn't need the boss to come to my aid. Jean cast a sidelong glance at Quinn. That kid Jack is still young. Once he matures, he'll be fine. But you, with your gluttony, it's hard to believe you could escape from the Navy. Foolish Jean, this is not fat. It's muscle. Do you understand what muscle is? He at the G2 branch. Karl comfortably rolled over in bed, having slept soundly the previous night. Bang, bang, bang. Karl, it's time for the meeting. Remember to come. Got it. The only good thing about Kizaru was that he didn't care about sleeping in or enjoying afternoon tea. After all, if it were a kainu, He might have kicked down the door. Karl quickly got out of bed, washed up, donned his uniform, and leisurely made his way to the meeting room, relieved not to be late. After a while, Crane entered the meeting room with a serious expression, holding a bundle of documents that I received news from the intelligence department. The bad news is that Kaido has left Onigashima and is heading towards the G2 base. The good news is that he is alone. Based on my estimation, Kaido will arrive at the G2 branch by tonight at the latest. So everyone, stay alert and prepare to confront Kaido. Karl glanced around. Kizaru, Akiji, Peach Rabbit, and Squirrel Fire Mountain Point 2 admirals, 2 vice admirals, and 2 rear admirals that I asked for Crane. She was likely to command rather than participate in battle. This configuration showed significant respect for Kaido, though it was uncertain how long they could withstand him. In such a high-stakes situation, Karl could only play a supportive role. If he were to confront Kaido directly, he would likely be overwhelmed. After the meeting, Kizaru and Akiji were called aside by Crane, leaving Karl to idly pass the time alone. Who could understand this loneliness? Ji Yuan, with a cheerful smile, teased Karl. Brother Karl, today I have a favor to ask of you. Sister Ji Yuan, you just thought I can only offer a trifling amount of assistance. Ultimately, it rests upon you all. Hee, that is not necessarily true. Kaido is not so easily dealt with. Karl smiled non-committally, his gaze catching the glimmer of the Jinbira at Ji Yuan's waist, his eyes lighting up. That blade is indeed the Jinbira. Ji Yuan promptly drew the Jinbira for Karl to admire, smiling as she said, I didn't expect Brother Karl to have such an eye. The Jinbira is a renowned great sword of the 21 masterpieces. It has been with me for over 20 years. Karl was not surprised that the Jinbira was a great sword. Rather, he was astonished at Ji Yuan's age. 40. 50? He dared not speculate further. A few days ago, I also acquired a famous sword, but unfortunately, it was damaged in battle. Karl sighed, recalling how the Kurama had been ruined by that Weevil fellow just after he had obtained it. Now, seeing Ji Yuan's Jinbira, he couldn't help but feel envious. After all, unlike Kizaru or Akainu, who could unleash formidable power through elementalization, he had no choice but to hone his swordsmanship to enhance his own strength. Karl couldn't help but think of the black blade Chiosue in the hands of the zombie Longma. Once this mission concluded, he would have to venture into the Devil's Triangle Sea. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Look. Ji Yuan positioned the Jinbira before Karl, its blade suddenly turning black, then continued. Once you awaken the armament haki, you can harden your weapon, making it less prone to damage. I know this. I have already awakened the 2-color haki. Ji Yuan gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Really? Wow. No wonder Sister Crane always says you're a genius. Ji Yuan, what are you two discussing? Gaki approached, bustling over and casually glancing at Karl. Vice Admiral Gaki, I was admiring the Jinbira with Vice Admiral Ji Yuan. Oh, I see. Actually, I have some insights on famous swords as well. Ji Yuan, let me tell you. And then Gaki began to chatter away at length with Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, Sorry, Vice Admiral Gaki, I must go patrol. I don't have time for idle chatter. Farewell. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Let us patrol together. It's nice to have a companion. Gaki cast a glance at Karl before hastily following after her. Seeing this, Karl couldn't help but shake his head. Silly Gaki. In the end, you'll be left with nothing. If he were Gaki, he would never hang all his hopes on Ji Yuan. Whether he fawned over 1 or 100, it would merely increase his chances of success 100-fold. Why not take advantage of that? Phew. Thankfully I'm handsome. As time ticked by, the atmosphere at the G2 branch grew increasingly tense, as if a dark cloud loomed over the hearts of all the Marines, while sipping coffee and enjoying pastries with Karl. Kizaru's expression suddenly shifted as he looked toward the door. What a terrifying aura, Karl. It's time to prepare. Karl's demeanor instantly became serious as he quickly followed Kizaru to the center of the G2 branch. After a few breaths, the sky gradually darkened, as if a colossal creature was blocking the sunlight, and the air grew oppressive. Major Karl, I must trouble you. Crane nodded at Karl. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. Karl spread his arms wide, radiant golden holy light emanating from him, coalescing into a massive golden sphere. May the holy light bless you. As his words fell, the enormous sphere of holy light burst apart, transforming into 6 equally sized orbs of light that merged into the bodies of Kizaru, Akiji, and the other elite fighters. What a miraculous power! Akiji murmured in awe. The expressions of the others were equally striking, especially those of the vice admirals. Compared to the admirals, they could feel the enhancement effects more profoundly, with their physiques bolstered by about 10 points, at least equivalent to nearly a year's worth of arduous training. Kizaru, observing their astonishment, pouted slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. Jealous, are we? I can bask in the holy light anytime, while you'll be lucky to experience it a few times a year. Wow, the Navy truly regards Jack highly. They even dispatched 2 admirals to oversee him. Is my reputation causing you fear? Karl glanced upwards, where a massive dragon had emerged from the clouds, followed by its elongated body hovering in the air. Truly a mythical beast, even its transformation was unlike that of a regular Zoan type. Prepare for battle, Kizaru. Akiji, proceed as planned. Akiji nodded, and Kizaru, having transformed into light, soared into the sky, appearing right before Kaido, crossing his arms and tilting his head with a raised pinky. Staring directly at Kaido with a pout, Yada no Kagami, countless light bullets shot towards Kaido, whose beast form was massive, rendering him little more than a living target. Kizaru could easily hit him even with his eyes closed. Indeed, the Yada no Kagami struck Kaido directly. While some were evaded, many exploded upon his body. With a pained roar, Kaido opened his massive maw, flames beginning to accumulate in his throat. Heat breath. With a roar, a column of fire breath erupted from Kaido's mouth. Sensing the danger, Kizaru immediately transformed into light and fled. The searing breath extended for 1,000 meters, approaching the G2 branch. Akiji let out a cold snort and instantly disappeared from the spot. Soaring into the air, frozen time capsule, a vast amount of cold air sprayed out from Akiji's hands, freezing everything in its path, directly confronting Kaido's searing breath, creating a dramatic contrast of fire and ice. In the end, Akiji managed to deplete Kaido's searing breath with his frigid aura, thus sparing the G2 branch from disaster. Yada no Kagami. In the air, Kizaru continuously harassed Kaido, making him suffer greatly. However, Kaido could do nothing to Kizaru, for he was the man with the fastest speed in the world. Damn it, that wretched Kizaru, Kaido roared, reverting to his human form and plummeting from the sky towards the ground. Alas, what a pity. I was enjoying this fight so much. With his target gone, Kizaru expressed his annoyance. This also indirectly showed that although Kaido was stubborn, he was no fool. Boom, a huge humanoid creature descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the training ground of the G2 base, creating a human-shaped crater. Tsuru and Tashigi exchanged a glance and rushed towards the crater together, following the plan to exhaust Kaido's stamina. At this moment, Karl felt somewhat puzzled that it wasn't that he looked down on these vice admirals like Tashigi. Instead, given Kaido's formidable strength, could they really deplete his stamina? Tsuru seemed to notice Karl's doubt and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Karl. When you grow up, you'll also have the opportunity to fight against an Emperor of the Sea." A thunderbolt flashed through Karl's mind. So that was it. Tsuru meant to let the vice admirals fight Kaido to train them? Indeed, fighting against the Overlord of the Sea was a rare experience. The pressure exerted by an enemy of this caliber could help them grow rapidly. I see. Karl nodded. Could it be that Tsuru had also discovered Kaido's hidden talent, the #1 trainer in the world of pirates? No, that was just a meme. It couldn't be taken seriously. However, among the 3 overlords of the sea, there was indeed no one better than Kaido for training. Firstly, he was extremely durable, his speed was not overly fast, and his attack power wasn't as terrifying as Whitebeard's. Most importantly, the Navy had experience in capturing Kaido multiple times and knew him very well. That wasn't he the perfect training partner? The Navy could train by fighting pirates, and pirates could also train by fighting the Navy or other pirates. Most of the time, pirates fought with their lives on the line. Perhaps this was the reason for their rapid growth. From the human-shaped crater, Kaido jumped out with a large, black and thick-spiked club in his hand. Only then did Karl get a good look at his entire appearance. He was extremely tall and burly, with black hair flowing down his shoulders, a pair of long horn-like dragon horns on his head, a long beard like a dragon's whiskers on his face, and a red dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. His upper body was bare, with a purple fur cape draped over his shoulders. A purple shirt was hung around his waist, along with a shimanawa and a sake gourd with the character heaven printed on it. His lower body was covered by wide, dark green pants, with 2 golden chains hanging from them. Overall, his appearance was more or less the same as what Karl remembered, except that his body proportions were a bit exaggerated. Compared to his lower body, his upper body was incredibly robust. Why does it seem that he isn't even as tall as his subordinate Jack? Hearing Karl's muttering, Tsuru couldn't help but laugh. This kid really had a unique focus. However, She was a bit surprised that he showed no shock or fear in the face of such a powerful enemy. Hey, where are Akiji and Kizaru? Why are you all useless wretches? How arrogant. Tashiji's eyes turned cold. She grasped Kitakuji with both hands and swung her sword horizontally at Kaido. Golden edge slash. Kaido yawned disdainfully. Just as Tashiji was about to strike him, he suddenly lunged forward and slapped Tashiji with his palm. Tashiji, be careful. A glint flashed in Tashiji's eyes. She flipped and kicked at Kaido's arm, using his strength to fly above him, and then swung her sword down. A thin line of blood instantly appeared on Kaido's chest, and blood gushed out. But after a few breaths, the wound began to heal at a visible speed and soon returned to normal. Put more effort into it, but I almost felt a bit of pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido's right hand holding the spiked club twitched suddenly. Thunder Bagua. Tashiji quickly held her sword horizontally in front of her, but the overbearing force still sent her flying. She somersaulted several times in the air before regaining her balance and landing steadily on the ground. Are you okay, Tashiji? Kaku rushed over to show his concern, but this seemingly touched Tashiji's sore spot. Get out of my way. I don't need your concern. Just do your job well. Vice Admiral Kaku. Kaku scratched his head awkwardly, his face a bit unpleasant. Why did it seem that Tashiji had been treating him worse lately? Could it be because of that kid? But this wasn't the time to think about such things. The mission was more important. Tashiji rested for a while and found that she seemed completely unharmed. Could this be the holy light from little brother Karl? This healing power was amazing. Tashiji looked gratefully in Karl's direction and gave him a smile. Then she joined the melee between the vice admirals and Kaido full of energy. Even under the coordinated attacks of 2 admiral candidates and 2 vice admirals, Kaido remained calm and composed. He didn't even bother to dodge their attacks, taking them head-on. After nearly an hour of fighting, Kaido showed no signs of fatigue. That on the contrary, Tashiji and the others were exhausted, and the holy light in their bodies was gradually depleted. But amazingly, like Kaido, they had no wounds on their bodies. This left Kaido rather puzzled. He was a mythical Zoan type. That was true, but were these Marines also mythical Zoan types? Their injury recovery speed was almost on a par with his. This was simply absurd. Kizaru, Akiji, it's your turn. The two of them flashed and forcefully took over the battle, finally making Kaido focus and fight with all his might. Phew, this Kaido is really tough. His defense is too strong. If it weren't for Karl's holy light, I'm afraid I would have been injured long ago. Thank you, Karl. Mole politely thanked Karl, who waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Tashiji walked up to Karl, with a smile on her face, and said softly, Thank you, little brother Karl. If it weren't for you, sister might have been injured long ago. Incinerate and Kaku also thanked Karl one after another. The scene seemed to have turned into a group of praise that I really didn't expect that the supportive effect of your ability would be so powerful. Tsuru looked at Karl with increasingly affectionate eyes. With such an ability, why should the Navy worry about not thriving? In the face of so much praise, Karl just smiled and nodded, saying as little as possible. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the battle between the admirals and Kaido. Watching a battle was also a good way to learn, and more importantly, he didn't need to move. Damn Kizaru. Roaring thunder Bagua. Kaido suddenly exuded a powerful aura and wrapped this aura around his iron club. Holding it with both hands, he swung it towards Kizaru at an extremely fast speed. Kizaru thought it was bad and quickly transformed into light to escape. If he were to be hit solidly by that club, his small build would probably be seriously injured. This kind of aura, feeling the powerful oppressive force coming from all around, Karl clenched his fists and stared intently at Kaido with blazing eyes. This was the Conqueror's haki. Only one in millions could possess it. Being able to withstand this imposing manner without fainting, you've already surprised me. Hearing Tsuru's explanation, a longing welled up in Karl's heart. Was this the imposing manner of a king? One day, he would also possess such an imposing manner. Indeed, Karl was a man who aimed to become the king of slackers. If Karl were to glance at his attribute panel at this moment, he would discover that his will attribute was soaring wildly, leaping directly from C to B, instantly becoming his prominent attribute on the battlefield. Akiji's gaze was intently fixed on Kaido, and he extended his right arm behind the latter. Icy aura continuously gathered, eventually forming a gigantic ice bird that hurtled towards Kaido at an extremely rapid pace. Ice block pheasant beak. Everywhere it passed became frozen ground. Kaido, who was being led around by Kizaru, turned his head and saw this. His pupils instantly contracted into a tiny dot, and he hastily raised his arm with a dragon scale tattoo to shield himself. The ice bird carried Kaido 100 meters away. Then with a loud boom, it exploded, turning into a shower of ice crystals that refracted colorful lights. Kaido, who had endured this attack from Aokiji, had half of his body frozen. His lips were pitch black, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Taking this opportunity, the crafty Kizaru flashed above Kaido's head, pouted his lips, and exclaimed, "Yada no Kagami." Countless light projectiles hurtled towards the immobile Kaido. Upon contact with Kaido, they erupted one after another. Even from a great distance, Karl could feel the ground trembling ceaselessly. Why is there no movement? As the dust cleared, Kaido's massive body lay quietly in the pit, motionless. Kaido, we're old rivals. Playing dead is an outdated trick. The prone Kaido let out a hearty ho, ho laugh and slowly rose to his feet, exhilarating. This is what a battle should be. Come at me again. Kizaru scratched his head in resignation. What a monster. However, for Kizaru, it was just a bit more troublesome. All he needed to do was keep his distance and attack from afar, that Kaido's mobility was not strong, leaving him to stand and take the blows. Why? Because he just didn't like using armament hockey for defense. Aokiji soon rushed over and launched a flurry of attacks at Kaido. As the fight raged on, they entered the G2 branch. Alright, it's about time. You forego and engage Kaido. The four vice admirals nodded, looking at Karl expectantly, which left Karl rather perplexed. You surely don't expect me to go, do you? That's impossible. Wait a minute. Karl slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that the holy light within their bodies had been almost exhausted, and it was time to renew the buff. May the holy light bless you. It might be a bit plain, but it's simple and effective. A single recharge could sustain them for an hour. With the blessing of the holy light, the four vice admirals were filled with newfound confidence and charged towards Kaido in unison. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru also returned one after another. Judging from their states, they were in fairly good shape, hardly out of breath. After all, in a relay-style battle like this was exactly the desired effect. Phew, this guy is getting more and more difficult to deal with, Aokiji complained helplessly. Chief of Staff Tsuru nodded with a serious expression. Aokiji, how long do you think it will take to subdue Kaido? About 3 days or so, but with Major Karl here, it should only take 2 days. Chief of Staff Tsuru rubbed her temples and smiled at Karl. Major Karl, can your stamina hold up for 2 days? You can rest assured, Chief. 2 days is more than sufficient. As long as I'm fed, even if they were to obliterate the Great Tao, I could still heal them. On the battlefield. Why are you lot again? Where are Aokiji and Kizaru? Did they surrender? Shut up, pirate. Vice Admiral Momonga roared, gripping his greatsword with both hands and stabbing at Kaido's side. Kaido sneered, thinking that if he swatted these annoying flies to death, Aokiji and Kizaru would have to step in. So, the moment Momonga charged forward, Kaido raised his spiked club high and swung it forcefully at Momonga. A column, like club aura, precisely struck Momonga, who had no time to dodge, sending him flying instantly. Pwah! Momonga spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured, and lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. The holy light within his body was instantly drained as it focused on treating his injuries. This was the characteristic of the holy light. When there were no injuries, it focused on strengthening the physique, but once the host was injured, it would prioritize healing the wounds. However, this was a full force strike from the overlord of the New World. And this bit of holy light was far from enough. Sensing the disappearance of the holy light within Momonga, Karl's expression tightened. Not good. Vice Admiral Momonga has been severely injured. If he's not treated promptly, his life may be in danger. Well, didn't you use the holy light on Momonga? Karl smiled bitterly and said, precisely because I did. Vice Admiral Momonga is only severely injured. Chief of Staff Tsuru shot to her feet. Aokiji, Kizaru, you two cover Major Karl. Block Kaido and prevent him from disturbing Karl's treatment of Momonga. Aokiji and Kizaru exchanged a glance and joined the battlefield together, blocking Kaido along with the vice admirals. Karl, this is your chance. Momonga is in your hands. Yes, Karl's expression was somewhat solemn. After all, he was about to face one of the 3 overlords of the New World, Kaido of the Beast. A single strike from such a figure could bash his brains out. Jeppo! Karl stepped into the air and reached Momonga's side. Not far away, the battle was raging. Karl, is Momonga okay? Tashigi withdrew from the battle and came to Karl's side to act as a temporary guard. It's not too serious. Karl took a deep breath and placed his hand on Momonga's sunken rib. A steady stream of holy light poured into Momonga's body, rapidly healing his injuries. Momonga's face gradually turned from pale to rosy. and his broken ribs also mended. 3 minutes later, Momonga opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of coagulated blood, and his breath gradually returned to its peak. Thank you, Karl, that I almost thought I was a goner just now. Momonga looked at Karl gratefully, expressing his thanks repeatedly. Karl waved his hand indifferently. Vice Admiral Momonga, you're being too polite. This is what I should do. Besides, if I were in danger, wouldn't Vice Admiral Momonga come to my aid? Momonga immediately grabbed Karl's hand with a serious expression. Of course. From today on, you're my brother. If you ever need anything, just come to me. I'll go through fire and water for you. Now, what's that about the ways of the world? Big brother Momonga, you're really kind-hearted. Are you in a condition to fight now? Maybe you should take a break. We can leave it to Sister Tashigi and the others. Tashigi nodded repeatedly. Yes. Momonga, leave it to us. Momonga looked seriously at Kaido nearby. Evading a fight just because I'm injured is not my style. I'll get up right where I fell. Karl, be careful. Vice Admiral Tashigi. Let's go. Are you telling me what to do? Then Karl made a quick and clean getaway. Are you kidding? What kind of monsters are these? Weevil, Kaido, which one of them seems normal? If they were all like Smoker, Karl would definitely attack with all his might. On the other side, seeing Momonga join the battle unscathed, Kaido looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was on the verge of death just now. How did he recover so quickly? Who the hell is the one with immortality here? Seeing Karl's retreating figure, Kaido was startled. Could it be him? Kaido couldn't help but recall the battle performance of these Marines just now. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. They're difficult to deal with enough, but the key is that their recovery abilities are insanely strong. There must be something fishy going on. It must be related to that kid just now. Hey, was it that kid who gave you all this recovery ability? Tashigi snorted and couldn't help but taunt. You're not as dumb as you look. Kaido grinned. Of course not. I'm no fool. Don't waste your breath on him. Keep attacking. Thus, under the relentless assault of 4 rear admirals and 2 generals, Kaido's stamina gradually dwindled until he was finally felled by Akiji's devastating attack. Unable to rise again, the defeat came swifter than Akiji had anticipated, perhaps due to his subconscious underestimation of the combat prowess of the rear admirals and the divine light wielded by Karl. Observing the ravaged state of the G2 branch commander, Karl sighed deeply, relieved that it was finally over. This experience had granted him a profound understanding of the weight of the title Overlord of the Sea and a deeper insight into Kaido's formidable strength. His immense physique, impenetrable defenses, boundless stamina, terrifying regenerative abilities, expert combat skills, and profound mastery of Haki. All these attributes combined solidified his status as a maritime sovereign. The moment the battle concluded, the 4 rear admirals were already gasping for breath, while Akiji and Kizaru appeared considerably rejuvenated, even capable of facing Big Mom if necessary. The Whitebeard was a different matter altogether. Despite Karl's apparent detachment during the fight, he had diligently supported his comrades, ensuring that every hour he replenished their buffs and remained vigilant about the battle's developments. For Kaido occasionally unleashed sudden bursts of fury, resulting in injuries that required Karl's timely medical attention. In essence, apart from Kizaru and Akiji, all 4 rear admirals had been treated by Karl for severe wounds at least once. Watching the naval forces securely restrain Kaido, Ji Yuan finally exhaled in relief. No longer having to worry about the beast rising once more, finally dealt with this menace. It has utterly exhausted me. Ji Yuan unceremoniously seated himself on the ground, his heavy breathing causing his belly to rise and fall. The other rear admirals mirrored his state, resting on the ground, panting. Karl, where are the items I instructed you to bring? Here, take it. Karl presented a large silver box to Kizaru, who opened it without hesitation. Releasing a cloud of white vapor, inside lay a set of medical instruments that appeared to be designed for drawing blood, leading Karl to harbor some suspicions. Kizaru ambled over to the slumbering Kaido. Extending his right hand, Amaterasu, with a swift motion, he sliced open a wound on Kaido's arm, after which the Amaterasu dissipated, allowing Kizaru to insert a syringe into Kaido's body and commence drawing blood. Admiral Kizaru, what is this? I'll explain shortly. After some time, Kizaru had extracted nearly 3 blood bags worth of Kaido's blood, an insignificant amount for the beast, but more than sufficient for research purposes. All right, let us proceed to the meeting. I will further elucidate once aboard the ship. The two then entered the conference room, presided over by Admiral Kizaru, primarily to discuss the handling of Jack and his formidable brother. Karl had little interest in the meeting's content. Even if they were to transport them to Impel Down, it was highly likely that Kaido could overturn the prison ship mid-journey and escape with Jack in tow. Moreover, He was merely a junior Navy major, while everyone present was at least a rear admiral, thus possessing little influence. An hour later, the meeting concluded. The subsequent plans regarding Jack and Kaido had no bearing on Kizaru or Karl, so they simply gathered their belongings and departed. Upon returning to the warship, Kizaru ordered the vessel to be steered towards Punk Hazard, and by now, Karl had pieced together most of the situation. Presently, Punk Hazard, the bank's restricted zone, was no longer an island of ice and fire but a heavily guarded research base under the world government's strict surveillance, where Dr. Vegapunk had previously conducted research on artificial devil fruits. If all went according to plan, Dr. Vegapunk would indeed be present, but whether it was his true self or a clone remained uncertain. Punk Hazard was a research facility affiliated with the Navy's Science Division, currently engaged in projects concerning artificial devil fruits and biological modifications. One of the primary objectives of capturing Kaido was to obtain his blood samples for Dr. Vegapunk's study. Karl feigned nonchalance, nodding. Vegapunk, is he not the man with the world's greatest intellect? Indeed, however, he is currently engaged in research elsewhere. The one overseeing operations at Punk Hazard is merely his clone. Karl felt a spark of intrigue. If it was indeed a clone, perhaps he would have the chance to meet the smartest person in the world. Admiral Kizaru, I am quite interested in Vegapunk. Might I have the opportunity to meet him? Kizaru smirked. If it were the real one, you would undoubtedly lack the qualifications. However, as for the clone, my influence should suffice. Karl nodded contentedly, filled with anticipation for the upcoming journey, especially since he had heard that Vegapunk possessed technology enabling objects to consume devil fruits, much like Spandam's weapon that had ingested the elephant fruit. After all, Karl had an extra devil fruit on hand. Why not seize the opportunity? The G2 branch was not far from Punk Hazard. Even with a leisurely cruising speed, they arrived by evening. Stay put and do not wander. Await our return, Kizaru instructed. Yes, sir, Karl, let's go. As they set foot on the island, a group of personnel approached, promptly saluting upon recognizing Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, you have arrived, and this is... Kizaru glanced at Karl with a smile. This is Major Karl, my aide. The leading captain, with a serious demeanor, nodded toward Karl, saying, Apologies, Major Karl, but we must conduct a search as per protocol. I hope you understand. Karl met Kizaru's gaze, who shrugged, indicating he could do little to assist. Very well, I have little to bring. After confirming that Karl posed no issues, the guards allowed passage but temporarily confiscated Karl's din mushi and some miscellaneous items that I did not expect such stringent security here. It appears the world government holds Vegapunk in high regard, Kizaru remarked leisurely. Such comments should be kept private. Do not speak of it openly. The CP agents can be quite troublesome. Haha, I'm not that foolish. Upon entering the research facility, the scene matched Karl's expectations. Guards stationed every few steps, busy researchers, and death row inmates with fearful expressions all caught his attention. Hey, where are the death row inmates I requested? What are you all doing? A sharp voice pierced through, drawing Karl's focus to a man in a white lab coat with long black hair and prominent horns, shouting animatedly. Upon recognizing him, a flicker of disgust crossed Karl's eyes. Caesar clown. The Iron Beast. If it isn't Admiral Kizaru. Is that the blood sample from Kaido? How tantalizing. Kizaru smirked. Dr. Caesar, long time no see. Your dedication remains as unwavering as ever. Caesar beamed at the compliment, clearly pleased. Though no, it is you who is more dedicated. Admiral Kizaru, that must be the blood sample of the Overlord of the Sea. Surely, you faced numerous challenges to acquire it. Kizaru, uninterested in a lengthy exchange, made small talk before motioning for Karl to leave. I must deliver this to Dr. Vegapunk, so I cannot linger. Come, Karl. As their figures began to fade from view, Caesar reluctantly shifted his gaze from the silver briefcase in Kizaru's possession, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Damn Vegapunk, if he had entrusted me with Kaido's blood sample, I could whip up artificial devil fruits in no time. Navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, they finally reached the core area of the research facility. The number of researchers here was sparse, yet the guards were nearly doubled, particularly upon spotting Karl beside Kizaru, their eyes fixated on him. Upon entering a room, they were greeted by a robot engrossed in manipulating an array of experimental apparatuses. Dr. Vegapunk, I have brought you what you requested. Though I am but a clone of Vegapunk, I would prefer if you called me Pythagoras. The robot turned, allowing Karl to behold its full form, adorned with a spring-like headpiece. The character for wisdom emblazoned on its chest, and Punk 04 inscribed on its left side. Karl marveled internally, contemplating whether this was truly the pinnacle of technology 5 centuries ahead of the rest of the world. It's truly somewhat fantastical. It always feels as if the technology tree of this world has been randomly developed. Here's the blood sample you asked for. Should it be sufficient? Kizaru placed the silver suitcase on the clean yet disorderly experimental table. Opened it, enabling Pythagoras to see the blood sample inside. Wow, so much. It's enough. It's enough. With these, the artificial devil fruit project will soon yield results. Who is this young man? Only then did Pythagoras notice Karl standing beside Kizaru. The personified look of surprise in his eyes was hard to imagine as an expression a robot could make. This is Karl, a major in the Navy, and also my adjutant. He truly admires you. Pythagoras closed the suitcase, walked up to Karl, and looked him up and down. Hello, I'm Pythagoras, one of Vegapunk's clones. Pleased to meet you. Now, what do you want from me? Karl's expression turned serious. It's really straightforward to talk to an intelligent person. So he simply said, Dr. Pythagoras, I heard that you've developed a technology that allows objects to eat devil fruits. Is that true? Correct. This project is already quite mature. Do you want a weapon with abilities? Karl nodded. Exactly, Dr. Pythagoras. I wonder if you have the time to do me this favor? Pythagoras glanced at Kizaru. A look of distress appearing on his face, he scratched his head with his mechanical arm and said, This is quite a dilemma. I'd really like to help you, but I don't have any extra devil fruits for creating ability weapons. So, I'm really sorry. Karl felt a surge of joy in his heart. There's a chance. It's just a devil fruit after all. Ahem, Dr. Pythagoras. Actually, I have one since the crow fruit is in the system space. Karl couldn't take it out directly. After all, he had been searched that he couldn't just forcefully take it out from his butt. Could he? And what if Kizaru misunderstood if he took it out suddenly? Kizaru looked at Karl curiously. If he remembered correctly, Karl's holy light fruit was bought from a fruit stand. How could he have another one now? When did devil fruits become so easy to obtain? You have one. What type is it? Zoan? Paramecia? Pythagoras' expression showed some surprise and anticipation. Karl pretended to be puzzled and scratched his head. It should be Zoan. It seems to be the bird fruit, crow model. Oh, I see. Let me think. Coincidentally, I have here a replica of a famous sword made according to the ancient sword smelting technique. When you bring the devil fruit over, I can help you create an ability weapon. Karl was astonished. Vegapunk. No, Pythagoras is so easy to talk to and helpful. He had thought that he would have to make some kind of conditional exchange to get him to agree to make an ability weapon for him. He didn't expect the deal to be reached so easily, and he only needed to offer one devil fruit. He didn't even need to worry about the sword. That's great. Thank you, Dr. Pythagoras. Won't this trouble you? Pythagoras shook his head. It's no trouble. I've had some new ideas recently about the ability conversion conditions, and this is just the opportunity to verify them. I see. This is what they call a two-way pursuit. Since that's the case, I'll deliver the devil fruit to you as soon as possible. By the way, which famous sword replica is it? Pythagoras didn't say anything. He directly turned around and walked into a room. And then there came the sound of rummaging through things. After about 3 minutes, Pythagoras came out, holding a long stick that looked decayed and resembled a sword in his hand. Here it is. 15 years ago, I was very interested in weapons with a cursed nature like shikishi. Out of curiosity, I replicated one according to the smelting technique in the ancient books, but it doesn't seem to be much different from an ordinary sword. Take a look. What do you think? Karl curiously took the dilapidated replica of the shikishi from Pythagoras' hand, held the hilt, and slowly drew it out. A replica made 15 years ago, due to never being maintained. The scabbard and hilt had already decayed, but the blade still exuded a cold light and a chilling aura. Just from the material of the blade, this replica is much stronger than the karakuri he got before. Kizaru, who had been watching by the side, stroked his chin and said, This sword looks quite good. Although it's very old, the material is unexpectedly sturdy. Kizaru is an admiral after all, and his judgment surely isn't bad. Indicating that this replica does have something special, and no matter what, this is a replica made by the world's top scientist. Presumably, it's not too far off from the genuine one. It's indeed a good sword. Then let's use it. Pythagoras showed a human-like smile. Well, it can be considered as making use of something useless. All right, if you have nothing else to do, leave quickly. I have many projects to research. Kizaru shrugged and directly turned around to leave. Karl reluctantly put down the replica of the shikishi, bid farewell to Pythagoras, and then left the laboratory. On the way back, Kizaru seemingly casually said, Don't you have anything to tell me? Ha ha ha. You mean that devil fruit? I got it during my internship. Kizaru nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more questions. After all, it's just an ordinary Zoan. After returning to the warship, Karl went straight to his room. took out the crow fruit, put it in a box, and handed it to Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, I'll trouble you to pass this to Pythagoras. Really? Who's the adjutant here? Kizaru muttered, but still leisurely took the box to the island and handed it to the guards. He casually said that this was experimental material requested by Vegapunk, and the guards solemnly accepted it. Seeing this, Karl couldn't help but sigh. Kizaru's influence really works. Marineford, Marshal's office. You did an excellent job on this mission. The capture plan was a great success, especially you, Karl. Vice Admiral Mole and the others really like you. Ha ha ha. Karl shyly scratched his head. Marshal Sengoku, you're overpraising me. It's mainly the credit of Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Akiji and the Vice Admirals, I just did some insignificant things. Sengoku stroked his beard and said with a smile, you're too modest. You know, Mole, Akainu, and the others speak highly of you. This time, Karl smiled but remained silent. Facing Sengoku's praise, he just smiled, nodded, and said His whole body exuded a faint sense of being a bit of a green tea. By the way, Borsellino, the butcher pirates have been very active recently. Go deal with them. This is the relevant intelligence. Kizaru took the intelligence and started flipping through it. What came into view was the bounty poster of the captain of the butcher pirates. Butcher Oleg, with a bounty of 120 million berries. Keep reading. The vice captain has a bounty of 48 million berries. Obviously, this is a group of pirates who have just entered the New World. Their strength isn't particularly strong. Kizaru slightly frowned, sensing something was wrong. Normally, this kind of mission could be assigned to a vice admiral. Sending him to handle it is really overkill, but seeing Sengoku staring intently at Karl, Kizaru seemed to understand something. He should have thought of it earlier. This mission was clearly a test, although Karl demonstrated his abilities during the mission to capture Kaido, but this kind of merit isn't as persuasive as personally capturing pirates. For the Navy, defeating pirates is the best proof, and this mission is an opportunity for Karl to prove himself. Once he successfully defeats the butcher pirates, Karl will soar to new heights and become a true Navy officer. After figuring this out, Kizaru couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sengoku's emphasis on Karl means that the talent he managed to get is about to leave and work independently. Why is Kizaru so certain? Because the intelligence stated that Oleg, the strongest member of the butcher pirates, hasn't even mastered Haki. How could he possibly defeat Karl, who is proficient in the 6 powers and masters 2 types of Haki? Karl, go back and have a good rest. We'll set off tomorrow. After saying that, Kizaru helplessly glanced at Sengoku, handed the intelligence of the butcher pirates to Karl, and crossed his legs expressionlessly. Sengoku nodded silently in his heart. It seems that Kizaru has understood his meaning. Marshal Sengoku, then I'll take my leave. Okay. Watching Karl's departing figure, a hint of gratification emerged in Sengoku's eyes. Akiji, I know you're impatient, but hold your horses that I have my reasons for this. Originally, he indeed intended to let Karl train under Akiji for a while, and then have him lead a team independently. However, through the evaluation of Karl by Tsurum during the mission to capture Kaido, he changed his mind. Karl's potential was far higher than he had imagined. Staying with Akiji was safe, but his growth would also be restricted. The pirates Akiji dealt with on a daily basis were far more powerful than Karl, and Karl would hardly get the chance to take action. This would only waste his talent and turn him into a mere tool, which Sengoku was reluctant to see. So, after careful consideration, he deliberately assigned this mission to Akiji to see if Karl truly had the ability. If not, he would continue to train under Akiji. If he could, then he would be independent for now, given time to grow into a qualified high-in-combat force. After returning to the naval family compound, Karl directly lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, pondering life. Alas, it seems that I won't be able to loaf around happily with Akiji soon. The moment Akiji handed the intelligence to Karl, he immediately understood the ins and outs, because he was all too familiar with this trick. Charles did the same thing back then. Captain Oleg, with a bounty of 120 million berries, was proficient in unarmed combat and had a cruel and tyrannical personality. The vice captain, after reading the intelligence, Karl had only one thought. This guy was a bit of a handful, but that was all. Karl, who mastered 2 types of Haki, didn't find it too difficult to deal with him. Oh, Karl, you're back. Monica, who had just finished work, entered the room. Her eyes lit up when she saw Karl, and she rushed into Karl's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, greedily sucking on Karl's lips. I've only been away for a few days, and you miss me so much? Monica gave Karl a coquettish look. I was just worried that you wouldn't come back. You're so annoying, asking knowingly. Monica pouted cutely and leaned her head on Karl's chest. Hee hee, don't rush, we have plenty of time tonight. Let's go eat something first. After accompanying Monica on a shopping spree and having a sumptuous dinner, the two headed straight for their love nest, delving into the mysteries of life inheritance. The next day, Karl reluctantly bid farewell to Monica and boarded the warship. In the lounge, Akiji feigned melancholy and said, "Alas, Karl, Sengoku really values you. This mission was specifically prepared for you." Karl smiled slightly, took a sip of coffee, and then slowly said, "There's no help for it. A gem will always shine. In fact, this is a good thing." Akiji pursed his lips. "Oh, what's your opinion?" "Admiral Akiji, the powerful mobility of the Pika Pika no Mi means that you'll often handle urgent tasks. Unlike Admirals Akainu and Kizaru, who carry out normal pirate hunting operations. As your adjutant, I actually rarely get the chance to train." Hearing this, Akiji nodded. What Karl said was indeed true. He had experienced it for so many years. "So, I guess Marshal Sengoku's intention is to make me independent. Nominally, I'm still an adjutant, but I'll handle some non-urgent tasks on your behalf. When there are important tasks, we'll still act together." Clap, clap, clap. Akiji couldn't help but applaud. What Sengoku had privately told him yesterday was more or less the same, but it felt different coming from Karl's mouth. I didn't expect you to see it so clearly." That's exactly what Sengoku meant. With that, Akiji handed Karl a newspaper. Karl was stunned when he saw the headline and quickly read the content, taking a deep breath. This was a newspaper exclusive to the Navy, mainly about the whole process of the G2 base's victory over Kaido, with an emphasis on Karl's contributions in this battle. "Now you should know how much Sengoku values you. You're becoming famous in the Navy." At the same time, Akainu, who was on a mission in the West Blue, also saw this newspaper. His expression didn't change, but there was a hint of regret in his heart. At the 108th branch in the North Blue, Charles grinned and laughed happily when he saw the report in the newspaper. "This kid is really soaring, but he was promoted by me, haha." In the New World, Karl was studying the intelligence of the Butcher Pirates. The information given by the Navy Intelligence Department was that the Butcher Pirates landed on Thor Island 5 days ago, but they didn't take any action. After replenishing supplies, they left quickly and then lost their trace. The Intelligence Department speculated that their next stop would be either Aviles Island or Trin Island on the route, but Karl had been to both islands and found no sign of them. In this situation, Karl had no choice but to wait for news or rely on luck. As for Akiji, he received a phone call a day ago and left without saying anything, leaving the Butcher Pirates for Karl to handle alone. Well, not exactly alone. There were some ordinary naval soldiers on the warship. They could do some menial work, but it would be too much to expect them to help Karl capture pirates. "Report, sir, a pirate ship is approaching ahead." Karl stood up abruptly. "Is it the Butcher Pirates?" "No, it's not. It's the Witch Pirates." Karl's face fell instantly. He had gotten his hopes up for nothing. He knew his luck wasn't that good. But as a qualified naval officer, Karl quickly adjusted his mindset and said, "What's the background of the other side?" "The captain of the Witch Pirates is the Ice Witch Whitebeard, with a bounty of 280 million berries. She's one of the affiliated pirate groups of the Whitebeard Pirates." Karl stood up abruptly, walked out of the warship, and picked up a telescope to look at the pirate ship in the distance. It was a pirate ship with a steel cast hull. Snowflake patterns were embedded at the bow and stern as decorations. A skull was printed on the mast and the front sail. It looked more like an ice breaker. Karl's expression was solemn. The so-called ice, which wasn't too much trouble for him. The real trouble was Whitebeard behind her. Everyone knew that Whitebeard was extremely protective of his own. If you dared to attack his people, you had to be prepared to face Whitebeard's wrath. And the 43 affiliated pirate groups under Whitebeard, relying on Whitebeard's reputation, ran amok in the New World. Even the Navy had to give them some leeway. Whitebeard, the Ice Witch, was exactly the kind with a bad reputation. "Major Karl, what should we do?" Looking at the terrified soldiers, Karl sighed inwardly. Just an affiliated pirate group had them in a panic if they encountered Whitebeard's Moby Dick. They'd probably soil their pants. Of course, if Akiji were here, these naval soldiers wouldn't be so scared. Tio put it bluntly. They didn't quite trust Karl's strength. Yes. Oh, what if the newspaper hyped Karl up? His real-world achievements were non-existent. Karl took a deep breath and thought this was a chance to prove himself. Since he couldn't find the Butcher Pirates, he could test the waters with this Witch Pirates. Whitebeard, the Ice Witch, was a veteran crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. During the Battle of Marineford, she was almost cornered by the pacifistas, which showed how mediocre her strength was, although her bounty was as high as 280 million berries. In Karl's opinion, there was a lot of inflation. Defeating her wasn't a problem. The only concern was what to do after defeating her. Thinking of this, Karl began to give orders methodically, calming the soldiers' morale. and carefully observing the movements of the pirate ship. You, immediately go inform Admiral Akiji. The rest of you, get ready for battle. Once the witch pirates approach, launch the cannon fire immediately. Yes. On the Ice Witch ship. Boss, look, there's a warship over there. Wide-eyed picked up a telescope. When she saw that the person in command on the warship was just a young lad, she showed a confident smile, because this warship had no special markings, and the commander was someone she didn't know. So she just thought it was an ordinary warship. If it were a special, marked warship, she would turn around and run without hesitation. But now, guys, speed up. I really want to see if the Navy's warship can withstand the impact of the witch ship. Oh. Kill all the Navy. The Ice Witch immediately began to adjust its course, accelerating towards the warship. The pirates on board wore looks of fanaticism, occasionally letting out excited yells on the warship. Karl shook his head helplessly as he watched the pirate ship charging straight at them. He casually took the den mushy handed to him by a Marine. Moshi, Karl, if possible, just ignore them. Otherwise, it'll be a real headache. Sorry, Admiral Kizaru, it's too late to retreat now. They're coming straight for us. Well, that's terrifying. Well, in that case, handle it yourself. I'll be there in about an hour. You have to hold on. Ha. I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Karl's eyes gradually turned sharp. He turned to the Marines beside him and said, "Remember, don't let the pirate ship hit us. I'll be back soon." Major Karl. What are you going to do? Do what a Marine should do today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karl's figure disappeared from the deck. The Marines looked up and saw that Karl had already soared into the sky using Soru, traversing the sea. Boss, a Marine seems to be flying towards us. What? Wiper quickly looked towards the sky. There was a man in a white uniform wearing a justice cape. His feet were stepping in mid-air, and it seemed he was about to reach their ship. Courting death. Fire. Shoot him dead for me. Wiper lightly raised her arm, and the pirates on the deck immediately lifted their rifles, aiming at Karl in the sky. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The rifles fired in unison, and dozens of black projectiles shot towards Karl in the air. But Karl had already tilted his head in advance, dodging the bullets that would have hit him, and then continued to charge towards the pirate ship. Oh no, boss. He dodged them all. He's coming. Karl landed gracefully on the bow of the ship. Looking at Wiper, the Ice Witch wearing a captain's hat. She was quite a beautiful woman with a good figure. Beneath her beautiful appearance was a cold and ruthless heart. Countless Marines and civilians had died at her hands. And because of Whitebeard, the Navy rarely troubled her. Karl slowly drew his repaired Tsurugi, pointing it at this motley crew of pirates, and said, "Ready to meet your end? Scum." The pirates, who were on high alert, looked at each other after hearing Karl's words, and then burst into wild laughter. "Ha, pretty boy. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can be so arrogant all by yourself? Hey, this kid is quite fair-skinned. How about we capture him and send him to the boss's bed at night? Ha. That makes sense." Karl really wanted to say, "Is being handsome a crime?" But he just grumbled it in his heart. He was too lazy to waste words on these dying people. The sooner he finished the fight, the sooner he could slack off. Swish, a flash of sword light passed. The tall pirate in front of Karl unbelievingly covered his neck and fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. "Jill! Charge! Kill him! Avenge Jill!" A group of pirates swarmed forward. Karl was completely fearless and even a bit expectant. As the captain, Wiper smiled, lying comfortably on the fur-covered chair, calmly waiting for this overconfident Marine to fall in a pool of blood. However, the development of the situation seemed different from what she had imagined. Karl held Tsurugi in his right hand and used his left hand to perform finger pistol, charging in and out of the group of pirates 7 times. Every time he swung his sword and flicked his finger, a pirate would fall, but the pirates' attacks all missed. Clearly, he was right in front of them, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of Karl's clothes. Damn it, this Marine is as slippery as an eel. Everyone surround him and see how he can escape. Seeing dozens of pirates blocking his way, Karl wasn't panicked at all. He jumped up directly and shouted loudly. Rankyaku unlimited kicks. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of slashing waves were kicked out in a row. The pirates surrounding him screamed and flew backwards, clutching their chests. The deck was cleared in an instant, littered with corpses. The surrounding pirates looked at Karl, who was like a god of death, with fear. The hands holding the knives were trembling slightly. They shouted to charge, but their bodies didn't move an inch. Wiper, seeing that more than 30 of her subordinates had died in just a few minutes, couldn't sit still any longer. Enough. I'll get out of the way. I'll deal with this Marine myself. The lackeys immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The boss was finally taking action. If she hadn't, their lives would have been in danger. Standing among the corpses all over the ground, Karl smiled at the enraged Wiper. Finally, the main course is about to begin. You're not an ordinary Marine. Have the guts to tell me your name. I'm Major Karl of the Navy headquarters. Prepare to die. As soon as the words were spoken, Karl's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared in front of Wiper, slashing with his sword. Ding! Wiper quickly blocked with her sword, but her body involuntarily took a few steps back. Her eyes filled with horror. This Navy major didn't look very old, yet he possessed such great strength. What kind of monster was he? She had never heard of his name before this moment. Karl had a faint guess about Wiper's strength. Her physique was not as strong as his, probably only at the sea level, but she had rich combat experience. Whether she had mastered hockey remained to be verified. She seemed really awesome, but in fact, she was quite mediocre. She was completely incomparable to Weevil, who seemed mediocre but was actually awesome. Damn it. Ice assault. Wiper grabbed the sword hilt with both hands, gave a hard tug, splitting the sword into two. She held a weapon similar to an ice pick in each hand and stabbed at Karl with lightning speed. Karl's Kinbunchika hockey had already predicted the attacks on his chest and lower body in advance, and he quickly came up with a countermeasure. Crack! Tsurugi slashed at the two ice picks from the side. Deflecting them, he then raised his left fist and punched towards Wiper's face. No. Wiper reacted quickly and immediately raised the ice pick to block her face, but she didn't expect Karl's fist to have turned pitch black. Armament hockey. Damn it. How can you be just a major? Wiper was no stranger to the world. How could she not recognize armament hockey? But she couldn't believe that a mere Navy major could master armament hockey. In her experience, among Navy officers below the rank of colonel, very few people could master hockey. She hadn't seen many in all these years. Wiper immediately felt that something was wrong. This guy was going to be very difficult to deal with. Ready to admit defeat? That won't do. I haven't even warmed up yet. A faint golden halo emerged from Karl's body, providing him with continuous strengthening and healing effects. Wiper's face turned even uglier. He was actually a devil fruit user. This was really troublesome now? Don't dream. The Whitebeard Pirates never admit defeat. Karl sneered disdainfully. That all? Without Whitebeard, you're nothing but a piece of scum. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste words on you. Finger pistol. Speaking of which, after Karl came to the Navy headquarters, this was the first time he was having a proper battle with pirates. Before, either he didn't need to step in or he wasn't able to. Now, it was quite an experience. Bang. The two then engaged in a fierce battle, but Wiper gradually fell into a disadvantage in front of Karl. Although she had rich experience, the gap in physique and the quality of hockey was there. Defeat was only a matter of time. In Karl's opinion, Wiper's strength was at most 250 million berries. She was completely incomparable to Weevil. Her physique wasn't very strong, and she wasn't a devil fruit user either. In the New World, she was just an ordinary, level pirate. This showed how inflated the power of the Whitebeard Pirates, which spread across the sea, was. There were a lot of people, but also a lot of weaklings. Only a few could really be considered outstanding. The Navy had always been afraid of Whitebeard, not his Whitebeard Pirates. After being sent flying and spitting blood again, Wiper looked at Karl with unwillingness, then roared ferociously at a pirate hiding nearby. Damn Navy. Hurry, notify Pops to save me. Ugh. Karl's eyes narrowed. Whitebeard might not come so quickly, but Marco would be fast. After all, he was a bird man. If he came, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Karl raised his left hand towards the pirate who was about to call for help. Finger pistol. Don't even think about it. With gritted teeth, Windibe lunged at Karl and used an ice pick to block the shockwave shot by Karl. Tut. What a caring captain who loves his subordinates. Karl kicked Windibe flying with a single kick, and then slowly approached her. She was on the verge of death. Karl had always adhered to the spirit of humanism and was about to give her a quick end. Come on. If you have the guts, kill me. My father will avenge me. Karl frowned. This really reminded him that this woman couldn't be killed casually. After all, she had Whitebeard as her backer. This woman was, after all, a senior crew member of Whitebeard. It was impossible to say that Whitebeard had no feelings for her. Killing her would really bring trouble to the Navy, because Whitebeard was just like someone playing pirate games. Once he got angry, he wouldn't care about pros and cons. Alas, it's really difficult. As the saying goes, those in positions of great responsibility need to take action, while those in positions of little responsibility should try not to make mistakes. Karl was, after all, just a major. He would rather do nothing than make mistakes. If he were an admiral of the Navy, the situation would be different. Then he might rather make mistakes than do nothing. Seeing Karl's hesitant gaze, Windibe felt a burst of joy in her heart and couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. Is this the Navy? A bunch of bullies who are afraid of the strong and pick on the weak. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. Scared, aren't you? Why don't you say anything, pretty boy? Are you afraid of my father? Huh? Then why don't you get out of here quickly? When my father comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Karl's expression remained calm. He didn't take Windibe's mockery to heart. It was just the barking of a defeated dog. Surumaru pierced through Windibe's scapula, nailing her firmly to the deck, making her unable to move. The pain made her let out a miserable scream. Karl clapped his hands, picked up 2 scimitars from the ground, and completely nailed Windibe down. Then he pulled out Surumaru and turned his gaze to the terrified pirates around. On the Moby Dick. Marco's expression was solemn as he passed through his companions who were drinking and frolicking beside the deck and came to the center of the deck, looking at the tall and imposing figure who was drinking heartily. He said, "Father, something bad has happened. Just received an emergency distress signal from the witch ship. Sister Windibe is in great danger." Bang. Who is it? How dare someone touch my people? The people who were drinking and frolicking around changed their expressions and pricked up their ears one after another. It's the Navy. Whitebeard wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with a swipe of his hand and said with a frown, "The Navy actually dares to attack my people? Who is it? Akainu or Akiji? Neither. It's a Navy major named Karl. He single-handedly defeated Sister Windibe's witch pirates. Even Sister Windibe was no match for him." Hearing that it was a Navy major, a cold glint flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. "Gurura, a Navy major dares to touch my people. He really doesn't know how to live." "Marco, do you know the location?" Marco nodded. "Of course. Sister Windibe isn't too far from us. I can be there in about half an hour." Whitebeard gulped down a large bowl of wine and then said, "You go and support Windibe immediately. Make sure Windibe comes back alive. As for that major, just kill him. The Whitebeard Pirates aren't something that just anyone can step on. Go, Marco. Teach those damned Navy a good lesson. Captain Marco, come back soon. It's been a long time since I saw that Windibe. Bring her here to drink with us." Oh. Looking at this harmonious and happy scene, Whitebeard couldn't help but let out a gururara laugh. Wasn't this exactly what he had been pursuing all his life? And precisely because of this, anyone who dared to harm his family must pay a heavy price. Marco nodded with a smile. A Navy major was nothing. Even if he could suppress Windibe, it didn't mean much. After all, he was Marco, the Phoenix. Then he spread his wings, transformed into a phoenix, and flew into the sky. On the witch ship. No. Windibe, who was nailed firmly to the deck, let out a shout. It was filled with both anger and unwillingness. Karl didn't kill her, but in front of her, he killed her subordinates one by one. In an instant, the deck was filled with corpses, and those pirates who had lost their leader fled in all directions, playing a game of cat and mouse with Karl. Unfortunately, in front of Karl, who had mastered the observation hockey, they had nowhere to hide. Another pirate fell. Karl slowly retracted Surumaru. His white Navy uniform was already dyed red with blood. "Now there's only you left. You devil. You will surely pay the price." Karl squatted beside Windibe and patted her face with contempt. "Devil? That's right. A bunch of scum like you. I'm indeed a devil. You're lucky to have Whitebeard's protection." Brr. Karl picked up the sneaky Den Mushi wearing sunglasses and said, Moshi. "Whoa, you actually answered the phone. How terrifying. I thought you were dead." "Karl, how little faith do you have in me? Windibe is just the kind of person I can kick down with one foot in front of me. If she could kill me, she'd be really something. You should say this to the people of the Witch Pirates. This is really troublesome. If I remember correctly, that Icewitch should be a senior crew member of Whitebeard, right?" Karl looked down at Windibe, whose eyes were full of venom, and said with a cold laugh, "Don't worry, she's still alive. It's just that all the others have been killed by me." "You kid, you're really ruthless. Well, since she's not dead, don't touch her anymore. I'll come right away." After saying that, Kizaru hung up the phone. Karl also put away the Den Mushi, feeling a bit helpless. His strength was still too weak. This world belonged to the strong. Everything was determined by strength. It was precisely because Whitebeard was powerful that the Navy was afraid of him and didn't want to risk a full-scale war with him. This was the situation Karl was facing now. That he could easily kill Windibe, but he had to spare her life. Otherwise, it would draw Whitebeard's anger and implicate other Navy colleagues. You're lucky. Karl didn't bother to care about Windibe, who couldn't move. He casually leaned against the railing, took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and started puffing, waiting quietly for Kizaru to arrive. In the sky, Marco was getting closer and closer to the witch ship. "That's right. That's Sister Windibe's ship." "But why?" Marco lowered his altitude. After seeing the pirates' corpses lying all over the ship, he felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. Was this really the work of the Navy? But when he saw Karl, who was puffing on a cigar by the railing, with his blood-stained Navy uniform, he directly roared, "Die, Navy!" Karl's eyes focused, he quickly retreated from the railing. The next second, a bird, man with cyan flames smashed into the railing. "Bang, Marco, is that you? Save me quickly." Marco quickly looked up and only then saw Windibe, who was nailed firmly to the deck by swords. He had thought it was a corpse before. "Sister Windibe, damn it. How dare you do this?" Marco looked angrily at Karl, who had a calm expression. Karl shrugged. "I'm the Navy. Is there a problem? Humph. Very well. In that case, get ready to die." In his beast form, Marco flapped his wings and flew into the sky, getting farther and farther away. In Karl's sight, he turned into a black dot and finally disappeared. But Karl didn't dare to be careless at all. He activated his observation hockey to the fullest and watched the sky cautiously. A whistling sound came from above. Karl forcefully stepped on the deck with his left foot and used shave to leave the spot in an instant. The next second, Marco kicked at the place where Karl had been standing. Such a fast reaction. Could it be observation hockey? No wonder he could defeat Sister Windibe. Marco put away some of his contempt, changed back to human form, and punched Karl. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. Karl could only cross his arms and use armament hockey hardening to block Marco's fist. Armament hockey? I didn't expect a mere Navy major to master two types of hockey at the same time. You really have some skills. Ha ha ha. You flatter me. I just awakened it not long ago. Marco's expression changed. Don't put on airs. I didn't praise you at all. Subsequently, Marco launched a tempestuous assault on Karl, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Marco's strength far surpassed that of Windibe, especially in terms of physical prowess, not to mention his overwhelming domineering presence. Karl could only rely on the healing effects provided by the holy light to endure. With a thud, Marco sent Karl flying with a kick, the latter crashing violently against the mast, nearly breaking it. "You insolent brat, weren't you just boasting a moment ago?" Coughing violently, Karl spat out a mouthful of blood, a golden aura emanating from his body as his complexion swiftly regained its color. Although Marco was indeed stronger than Karl, defeating him was no simple task. The divine skill of moving like a rabbit was one thing. The healing effects of the holy light allowed Karl to adopt a tenacious fighting style akin to that of a mythical beast. Is that all you've got? I expected more." A flicker of surprise crossed Marco's eyes. He was an ability user, and it seemed his powers bore some resemblance to Karl's, at least indicating he possessed healing capabilities. Such arrogance. Don't beg for mercy later. With a deep breath, Karl centered himself, sidestepping Marco's next attack just in time, causing Marco to kick into thin air. .6 style secret technique. Six-pointer lance. Karl roared, his dark hand striking fiercely at Marco's midsection. A massive shockwave instantly pierced through Marco's body, tearing apart the deck behind him. Marco flew several meters away like a kite severed from its string. Never underestimate anyone. The indomitable Marco, the Phoenix, rose from the rubble, azure flames igniting upon his body as he healed himself, casting a dark glare at Karl without uttering a word. Is this the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division? I expected more, after all. Without the old man, you are nothing. Marco fell silent. Though he longed to retort, he understood the futility of such a response. The only fitting reply was to strike back with all his might. Before long, Marco's form began to shift. His arms transformed into the wings of the Phoenix, his legs into the claws of the Phoenix, complete with several long tail feathers. With a swift motion, Marco soared into the sky, then descended like a meteor. Phoenix stamp. Karl's pupils contracted as he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a devastating impact that sent a tremendous shockwave reverberating through the air. The entire ship shuddered, creaking ominously as if on the verge of breaking apart. Rising from the wreckage, Karl bore a few scratches that quickly healed under the holy light's influence. Suddenly, a lightning-fast figure burst through the smoke, delivering a kick aimed at Karl's chest. Armored iron block. The force of the blow sent Karl stumbling back several steps as he absorbed the impact, nursing his arm in pain, but Marco was already charging at him again. There was no time for Karl to devise a strategy. He was forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Marco. Iron block, steel elbow, wood finger lance, gale foot, break. In the midst of this intense battle, Karl's combat skills rapidly improved, utilizing every part of his body to its fullest potential. Yet Marco, leveraging his physical advantage, met each of Karl's moves with unwavering composure. After a brief exchange, Marco gained a slight upper hand while Karl suffered minor setbacks. This guy truly is a tough nut to crack. Such mastery of the 6 styles. Could it be that he started training from the moment he was born? Marco mused internally, though his expression remained unchanged. Karl, on the other hand, despite enduring numerous blows, experienced an astonishing improvement in his combat techniques, making it increasingly difficult for Marco to fend off his attacks. I must resolve this battle swiftly. Weidai's condition may not hold much longer. Marco's gaze sharpened, preparing to get serious. Though reluctant to admit it, Karl was indeed proving to be quite the nuisance, not a foe to be vanquished easily, just as Marco was about to make his move. A mocking voice echoed from above. Doe, isn't that the infamous Marco, the phoenix of the Whitebeard Pirates? What's with the disheveled state? Is it possible that my subordinate was too rough on you? Hearing that familiar tone, Marco's expression soured. Damn it, it's Kizaru. This complicates matters. Kizaru is far more troublesome than Karl. Most importantly, with Kizaru around, eliminating Karl will be nearly impossible. Kizaru materialized before Karl in a flash of light, casually regarding Marco. No need to be so formal. After all, we've sparred many times before. Humph. This matter will not be forgotten by the Whitebeard Pirates. With that, Marco approached Weidai, administering a brief treatment before lifting her and taking flight. Kizaru merely watched as Marco departed, showing no inclination to pursue until the two vanished from sight. Are you all right? Karl asked with a wry smile. Oh, I look like I'm in trouble, gazing at the ship littered with corpses. Kizaru smirked. Tsk. You truly are ruthless. You've thoroughly offended the Whitebeard Pirates now. And so what? I'm merely doing what a Marine ought to do. Sparing Weidai was already quite generous to that old coot. Kizaru shook his head, appearing somewhat resigned. Let us go. Why are you still standing there? After setting the pirate ship ablaze, Karl returned to the warship, and the gazes of the Marine soldiers towards him had shifted dramatically. Major Karl, you were truly remarkable. You annihilated the witch pirates and matched the Phoenix Marco. I had no idea you were so powerful. Indeed, I witnessed how those pirates stood no chance against Major Karl. Look at these well-honed muscles. Major Karl must have trained rigorously to achieve such strength. Cough, cough. Indeed, between diligent training and slacking off, Karl opted for the latter while still managing to hone his abilities. As for the soldiers' change in attitude, it was entirely within Karl's expectations. Whether Marines or pirates, they have always revered strength. One earns respect through capability. Facing the Marines' fervent and admiring gazes, Karl calmly raised a hand. There's no need for excitement. Defeating pirates is hardly an accomplishment. I merely wish to remind you all that the Marines are the true masters of the sea. Whether it's Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Kaido, they are merely pirates. The Marines are inherently the nemesis of pirates. Therefore, we need not fear them. Rather, it is they who fear us, fear justice. Upon hearing Karl's somewhat motivational speech, the Marines' faces flushed with excitement. Eager to take immediate action against any pirate they encountered, returning to the lounge, Karl collapsed onto the sofa, laboriously rubbing his neck. He needed to make up for the time lost in battle. Otherwise, he would fall short of completing today's routine tasks. On board the Moby Dick, Marco returned with the injured Weidai, arranging for her treatment before hastily seeking out Whitebeard. Old man. Oh, Marco, you're back. Gururara, how did it go? Marco bit his lip, his demeanor somewhat dejected. Old man, by the time I arrived, Karl had already slaughtered all of Weidai's subordinates, and she sustained severe injuries. I engaged Karl in combat, but I was taken aback. A mere Marine captain awakened dual hockey simultaneously, and I couldn't subdue him right away. Moreover, he is an ability user with healing capabilities. Whitebeard furrowed his brow slightly. Is Weidai all right? Marco hesitated before shaking his head. She's fine. Just a minor injury. That's good to hear. What happened next? Were you able to capture him? Not at all. Kizaru arrived. To prevent any mishap for Weidai, I retreated with her. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. That bothersome Kizaru again. Well, as long as she's safe, that's what matters. Once Weidai recovers, we will help her reclaim her honor. Indeed. Marshal's office, Marineford. The sequence of events unfolded as such. After listening to Karl recount the details, Sengoku nodded. Karl had managed the situation quite adeptly indeed. Exceptionally well. While he had eliminated a considerable number of pirates, Whitebeard would not instigate a full-blown war with the Navy over them. It was not that the Navy was genuinely intimidated by Whitebeard, but rather that the timing was not ripe for conflict. Should a confrontation arise, neither the Navy nor the Whitebeard Pirates could withstand the subsequent ramifications of war. Well, you handled this matter commendably. By the way, I heard you were evenly matched with Marco the Phoenix. Karl scratched his head. 3 men make a tiger. If we are to count it that way, then what about Sig's bottle knocking Shanks down or Monka nearly decapitating Garp with an axe? Certainly not. I could merely fend off Marco's assault. I am far from being his equal. Sengoku was even more pleased now. Karl displayed humility and a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Ha ha ha, such modesty. You will inevitably grow stronger, and when that time comes, who knows who will prevail? Karl smiled and nodded, opting to speak less. Since you could single-handedly defeat the Ice Witch, Whitebeard, you should possess the strength to lead a team on missions. Henceforth, your rank is elevated to Colonel, and the Navy headquarters will assign you a large warship for your missions. Upon departing the Navy headquarters, Karl couldn't help but pump his fist. From this day forth, he would be akin to Tina, a true Navy officer. Of course, publicly he remained the Vice Admiral to Kizaru, and for significant missions, he would still need to act in conjunction with him, much like a pirate crew. Where he would be akin to Kizaru's first division, the advantages of leading a team were manifold. For instance, he could decide whether or not to slack off, when, and how to do so. No one could dictate terms to him. Now he merely awaited the Navy headquarters to dispatch personnel, such as navigators, gunners, and support troops. After all, Karl couldn't single-handedly sail a warship to capture pirates. Patience was key. No rush. 3 days later, Karl was officially promoted to the rank of Major. This caused quite a stir, but upon learning of Karl's achievements, everyone fell silent. Single-handedly defeating the Witch Pirates and matching the renowned Marco the Phoenix was more than sufficient grounds for such a promotion. Ding! Detection confirmed host's rank elevated from Major to Colonel, awarding a promotion bonus. A random special skill extraction card. Daily task rewards changed to 5 designated attribute enhancement cards plus random rewards 3, storable. With rare reward probability increased to 5. Just as Karl stirred from his slumber, a smile crept upon his face. What bliss! He utilized all designated attribute cards to enhance his perception and employed the random special skill extraction card. Success! Congratulations, you have acquired the special skill, Child of the Sea, enabling you to breathe freely underwater while nullifying water pressure, with a 50 reduction in stamina consumption while submerged. Upon seeing this skill, Karl couldn't help but exclaim, startling Monica awake. What's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. Continue your rest. I'll just visit the bathroom. Karl quickly leapt from the bed, disappearing in a flash. System, check attributes. Host, Karl age, 24 years physique. B, perception. D, willpower. B, hockey. Armament hockey LV3. Observation hockey LV2 special ability. Silent as a maiden, swift as a hare, child of the sea, holy light fruit. 16.6, awakening progress. Active skill, fragile as a reed, usable. This skill had some peculiar advantages. Yet it wasn't overly powerful. However, for an ability user like Karl, it effectively eliminated a significant weakness. It is well known that those who consume devil fruits become akin to landlubbers. To elaborate, aside from being unable to swim, their stamina rapidly depletes in the sea, rendering them incapable of utilizing their powers, similarly to the effects of sea stone. This skill essentially granted Karl the physiology of a fishman, even surpassing Jack in capability. A tremendous gain. With this, could I not venture boldly to the Mermaid CAF, or rather, Fishman Island? Brew brew. Karl, phone call. Coming. 10 minutes later, Karl emerged from the family quarters and proceeded to the marshal's office. Karl, your crew for the warship has been assembled. You may set sail at any time. I happen to have several tasks that need addressing. Choose one to hone your skills. Upon finishing, Sengoku placed the intelligence reports on the desk, observing Karl with a smile. Karl skimmed through a few selections, all focused on capturing pirates, those newly arrived from the 4 seas to the Grand Line, with bounties ranging from 10 to 30 million, presenting little challenge and ideal for slacking off. This task. Upon seeing the task name, Karl frowned slightly. The assignment was to investigate the mastermind behind the assassination of Princess Odoheim. A year after her demise, wasn't this a tad late? Sengoku took the intelligence from Karl and frowned. Let me see. This task is indeed quite troublesome, which is why no one has been willing to undertake it. However, a world noble has been relentless, insisting that Princess Odoheim's death was a conspiracy and strongly demanding our involvement in the investigation. But as you know, after Princess Odoheim's death, the situation on Fishman Island became chaotic, and there was significant animosity towards humans, leading to an impasse. Karl stroked his chin. This task piqued his interest. While others believed Princess Odoheim was slain by human pirates, Karl was privy to the truth, that it was Hody Jones. This implied that the task posed little difficulty for Karl. No. Better to pass. The risk outweighed the reward. Despite the allure of Fishman Island and Princess Shirahoshi, The dangers far surpassed the benefits, and Karl had no desire to tread in murky waters. Marshal Sengoku, you make a valid point. I will take on these pirate crews. Karl casually accepted a few of the pirate crew dossiers. Bidding farewell to Sengoku as he prepared to depart. At Crescent Bay, Karl gazed at the 3 Navy warships before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia, as if he had returned to the 108th branch, reporting. Colonel Karl, all preparations are complete. We can set sail at any moment. Excellent. What is your name? The burly man ahead stood tall and proclaimed. Reporting, sir. I am Nelson, ranked sergeant, serving as your aide. Very well. Let us set sail. Hold on. Don't rush off. Karl, you forgot something. Karl turned to see Kizaru grinning mischievously behind him, holding a rectangular box. Nelson saluted upon seeing Kizaru, excitedly exclaiming, Admiral Kizaru. What is this? Karl seemed to infer what it was, his face lighting up with surprise as he looked towards Kizaru. Indeed, just as you suspected. Karl hurriedly took the box from Kizaru and opened it, confirming it contained a sword before promptly closing it. Thank you. Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru pouted slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Just a trivial matter. You will be executing a mission alone today. How swift. In that case, I shan't delay you any further. Remember to call if you need anything. With that, Kizaru transformed into light and vanished. Karl sighed inwardly. Thank you, Kizaru. Let us slack off together sometime. Upon boarding the warship, Nelson inquired, Colonel Karl, where are we headed? Without a moment's hesitation, Karl replied, to Water 7. A group of pirates is set to land there. Yes, sir. After returning to his quarters, Karl rubbed his hands together and slowly opened the box. Inside lay a completely black sword, reminiscent of the original Kitetsu, yet with a drastically altered hilt. The guard had transformed from a circular shape to that resembling raven wings, adorned with feather-like patterns, and at the top sat a red eye. The moment Karl picked up the sword, it began to writhe, eventually morphing into a black raven, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Karl. Its gaze was wary, flapping its wings as if warning Karl not to approach. Quite fierce, are we? Karl's gaze sharpened as he grasped the raven's body, speaking in a low tone, submit or perish? Ah, caw, the raven flapped its wings frantically, emitting spine-chilling cries. However, its movements grew increasingly feeble, and ultimately, it ceased its struggle and bowed in submission. From now on, your name shall be Raven. Transform into a blade. Raven nodded and reverted to a blade, falling automatically into Karl's palm. Not bad. Karl nodded silently. This blade, both in terms of its appearance and quality, perfectly met his requirements. Will 1. Don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid Raven might misunderstand. 3 minutes later, Karl stepped out of the cabin. Watching the naval soldiers working under Nelson's command, he nodded with satisfaction. Now he merely needed to be an easy going superior, slacking off when there was no task, and getting things done when necessary. Hey, Colonel Karl, what's this bird on your shoulder? Karl smiled faintly and couldn't help but show off. Oh, this is my weapon named Raven. No sooner had he finished speaking than Raven transformed from its avian form into a weapon form. A handsome black long sword appeared in Karl's hand, eliciting exclamations of amazement from the surrounding naval soldiers. How could this be? Ha ha ha. Have you heard of the ability transfer technology? This Raven is an ability weapon. Although Nelson couldn't understand but was greatly shocked, he still remembered the main matter and quickly asked, by the way, Colonel Karl, who is our target this time? There, this one. Karl took out a bounty poster. The Blazing Fire Pirates, Thompson. The bounty is 87 million berries. Karl nodded. That's right. Our goal is to wait for them patiently in Water 7, then send them to impel down. You have the confidence. Nelson and the soldiers thought this was a no-brainer. Everyone knew that Colonel Karl could easily handle pirates with a bounty close to 300 million berries. What about Thompson? It was just a piece of cake. Yes. Very well. Then let's speed up and strive to capture them in one fell swoop. Oh. After 3 days of sailing, Karl's warship finally arrived at Water 7. Looking at the familiar-looking buildings, Karl couldn't help but smile. Finally, he had come to an island he knew to avoid being discovered by the pirates that there was an ambush. Karl specifically sailed the warship into Water 7 and arranged for several naval soldiers to keep an eye on the scrap island. Then he could start his vacation mode. Walking on the streets of Water 7, Karl found that his rate of attracting glances seemed a bit high. How could a heroic and extremely good-looking young naval officer not draw attention? Karl was already accustomed to this. Boss, how much is it to rent one of these bulls here? The owner of the bull rental store quickly put on a smile. It's the naval officer. 1,000, no, 500 berries. 500 berries will do. That's great. I'll take that blue bull. Sitting on the bull that resembled a sea donkey, Karl couldn't help but light a cigarette. It would be nice if there was a woman by his side. Bull, please take me around. The bull let out a cry, as if it was already used to it, and slowly moved forward along the waterway. During this period, Karl didn't idle either. Taking this opportunity, he used the daily rewards he had accumulated over these 4 days. After using 20 enhancement cards, his perception was still at D+, with no change, but the 12 random rewards brought him a pleasant surprise. Congratulations on obtaining 3 swordsmanship skill cards, 1 observation hockey enhancement card, 6 items of 20-day lifespan, 1 box of Fatty's Happy Water, and 5 million berries. What could Karl say? It was like getting a pillow just when he was sleepy. Truly, it was a mature system that knew exactly what the host needed. After using all of them, although Karl's observation hockey was still at LV2, he gained a swordsmanship skill, LV2, max LV5. Although it was only LV2, he seemed like a swordsman who had practiced for a long time. Not only did he comprehend the breathing of all things, but he could also casually unleash a flying slash. He could harden his armament hockey and use the flying slash. Couldn't he call himself a swordsman? Caw. The raven on Karl's shoulder let out a chilling cry at the sight of the sea, water meat in front of it, frantically hinting at Karl with its scarlet eyes. The bull also turned its head and looked over, drooling. Karl, who had just drawn 5 million berries, shouted to the boss with great arrogance, "I'll take all this sea, water meat." The somewhat chubby female boss's face lit up. "Yes. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll pack it for you right away." Eating the sea, water meat, drinking the special, made beverage, and looking at the unique scenery, Karl couldn't help but sigh that the life of a navy was just like this. Plain, unadorned, and dull. Galley, La Shipyard. Looking at the name of the shipyard, Karl fell into deep thought. It seemed that Iceberg hadn't merged the shipyards in Water 7 yet, so the CP9 wouldn't be undercover here. Beep, beep. This is Karl. Colonel, pirates have landed on the Scrap Island, but it's not the Blazing Fire Pirates. What's their background? Judging from the pirate flag, it should be the White Wolf Pirates. The captain is White Wolf. With a bounty of 43.5 million berries. I'll come right away. Keep an eye on them. Yes, sir. Karl stroked the raven on his shoulder and said softly, "It's up to you." Raven nodded, flew into the sky, and gradually grew in size until it was as big as a water buffalo. Karl nodded with satisfaction and used the skywalk to land on Raven's back. "Let's go." Caw. Raven carried Karl and flew over Water 7. Soon, they arrived at the Scrap Island. When Karl saw the pirate ship parked by the coastline, he patted Raven's head. "Right here, fly down, on the Scrap Island." "Boss, is this Water 7? What a bustling place. There must be a lot of money here." "Right?" Captain Wolf slapped his subordinate's head in frustration. "Idiot. We're here to get a new ship, not to cause trouble. What if the Navy is attracted? How can we escape with this broken ship?" The subordinate covered his head in pain and quickly said, Right. The boss is wise." Wolf nodded with satisfaction and called on his subordinates to land on the Scrap Island, preparing to enter Water 7 quietly. "Boss, what's that in the sky?" "It's an eagle, a black eagle." Wolf stretched out his hand to block the sunlight and squinted at the sky. "No, there's someone on it. All hands on alert." Caw. Raven started to descend. At a height of about 30 meters, Karl jumped off the bird's back and landed with a thud in front of these alert pirates. Captain White Wolf, with a bounty of 43.5 million berries, and First Mate Black Wolf Duff, with a bounty of 18 million berries. "I'm here to inform you in the name of the Navy. You're surrounded. Surrender now." Wolf was shocked and quickly looked around. But he saw nothing. There were only scraps everywhere. Where were the Navy? "Boss, there are no Navy around. He's bluffing us." "Damn Navy, kill him." After Wolf gave the order, his subordinates raised their guns one after another, aimed at Karl, and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Bang, 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 ding, ding, ding. Karl didn't bother to dodge the bullets by twisting around. Instead, he simply covered his whole body with armament hockey to block these bullets. What kind of ability is this? It can actually block bullets. Wolf was shocked. Being ignorant, he didn't even know what hockey was. He just thought that Karl, like him, was a devil fruit user. The other pirate lackeys were also completely confused, only feeling that Karl's strength was unfathomable. Even the most effective guns couldn't harm him. How powerful must he be? How impolite. Karl slowly stretched out his right hand, and Raven landed on it, transforming into a pitch black long sword with the wings on that Sybil looking vivid. Are you ready to die, pirates? No sooner had he finished speaking than Karl made a horizontal slash. A huge golden flying slash swept towards the members of the White Wolf Pirates. White Wolf subconsciously lay on the ground. But the others weren't so lucky. Only cries of agony were heard. The standing pirates were cut in half, and the pirate ship parked behind them was also sliced apart. The upper part slowly slid into the sea, splashing a large amount of water. No, my subordinates, upon witnessing the tragic scene behind him, Wolf let out a heart-rending shout of grief. His gaze, as he turned towards Karl, was filled with sheer horror. Had it not been for his beast-like instincts that saved his life just now, he would likely have met the same fate as his subordinates. Yo, truly worthy of being the captain. You indeed have some skills. Aren't you an ability user? Show off a bit. Don't look down on people. Marine, you'll pay a price for underestimating me. With a fierce Wolf roared and transformed into a majestic white giant wolf. His green eyes stared emotionlessly at Karl. I'll devour your flesh and drink your blood to avenge my brothers. Die. Karl smiled faintly, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing right in front of Wolf with a swift slash. It hurts like hell. Wolf's body uncontrollably dropped to its knees. His two front paws had already been severed by Karl. I am Karl, a colonel of the Navy headquarters. You are under arrest. He was merely an ordinary Zoan ability user. And in Karl's presence, he was easily defeated. It had to be said that the sword raven was truly remarkable. In Karl's opinion, it was not inferior to a great sword. Moshi. The pirates have been dealt with. Come on over. After notifying the Navy, Karl waited on the spot. Gazing at the azure sea, he couldn't help but unleash several flying slashes to see just how far they could travel. Watching as the flying slashes disappeared from sight, Karl couldn't help but shake his head. They were too far away to calculate the distance. At this moment, the Navy soldiers stationed near the wreck island had arrived. Although many had already witnessed the scene through binoculars, they still felt a bit nauseous as they got closer. Bloodstains and severed limbs were everywhere. The soldiers' gazes towards Karl carried a tinge of fear. Colonel Karl seemed rather amiable, yet he showed no mercy towards pirates, even bordering on cruelty. Colonel, did you do all this? Karl shrugged. Who else? Arrest that guy. Oh, he's an ability user. Remember to put on a sea stone handcuff for him. Yes, sir. Nelson's expression turned serious, and he quickly summoned the soldiers to subdue and take Wolf away. Sir, what about this pirate ship and the corpses? Karl patted Nelson on the shoulder. You're a grown-up Marine now. Learn to handle things on your own. With that, Karl swaggered towards the Water 7, as if continuing to enjoy the music and dance. Nelson was startled at first, then became extremely excited. Colonel Karl trusted him so much. He must not live up to this trust. You guys, go throw these pirates' corpses into the sea. You others, collect the spoils before the pirate ship sinks. Yes, Lieutenant Nelson, in the waters near the Water 7. A solitary coffin was floating on the sea. Seated on it was a man with short black hair, wearing a black windbreaker and a wine-red patterned shirt inside. What drew the most attention was the great sword on his back. Shaped like a cross, the supreme, great sword among the 12. His identity was obvious. He was Dracul Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely savoring the red wine in his glass. Suddenly, the man frowned. Flying slashes. He saw several golden flying slashes approaching him from the front, but Myhawk didn't react at all. For the flying slashes dissipated into thin air before they could get close. A swordsman who can use flying slashes interesting. It should have come from over there. The Water 7. A glint flashed in Myhawk's eagle-like eyes. He immediately turned the bow of the ship, heading towards the nearby Water 7. To be precise, towards the direction from which the flying slashes had come. As the world's greatest swordsman, although Myhawk held the title of the strongest, he never refused challenges from challengers. He would even seek out opponents on his own. Apparently, the sword chi Karl released out of boredom had caught his attention. Wreck Island. The Navy soldiers, under the command of Lieutenant Nelson, were cleaning up the battlefield. The deceased pirates were one by one thrown into the sea. After being ransacked, the pirate ship was also towed to a hidden place and discarded. After all these operations, the wreck island was exactly the same as it had been before the White Wolf Pirates landed, quietly awaiting the arrival of the blazing pirates. But an unexpected guest disrupted the tranquility here. Lieutenant Nelson, look, there's a small boat coming towards us over there. Lieutenant Nelson frowned and quickly raised his binoculars to look. When he saw who it was, his pupil shrank to a dot. What? It's Myhawk. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the great swordsman Myhawk. Lieutenant Nelson, you mean the world's greatest swordsman? Yes, that's him. I'll never forget those terrifying eyes. The Navy soldiers became nervous and at a loss. Nelson took a deep breath and took out the din mushy. Inside the coffee shop, Karl was flirting with a beauty he had just struck up a conversation with, and there were occasional bursts of charming laughter at their table. Berber, the ringing of the din mushy interrupted their conversation. Karl gave a polite smile and answered the phone. What is it again? Reporting, Colonel. My hawk is here. What hawk? The world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. My hawk, the hawk. Nelson's voice was a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, Karl's smile gradually faded. Why was he here? Damn it. Another big shot he couldn't afford to offend. Although my hawk was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he wasn't necessarily polite to the Navy. At least from the Navy's perspective, my hawk was an unrestrained person, doing everything according to his own preferences. The other 7 warlords of the sea weren't much better. The seemingly loyal Bartholomew Kuma was actually a spy of the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, Karl didn't have a good impression of these 7 warlords. They were just a bunch of unreliable mercenaries. Ding, it is detected that my hawk has combat intent towards the host. Triggering the series mission Don't Fight Among Ourselves 17, an exclusive mission for the 7 warlords of the sea. As allies, we should get along amicably, live in peace, and avoid fighting, which would damage our harmony and waste our precious time for slacking off. Mission requirement: avoid a battle with my hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Reward: the method of forging the black sword. 5 armed, color hockey enhancement cards. Karl caught his breath, and a glimmer of surprise appeared in his eyes. The rewards were quite generous. Moreover, it was a series mission, and there were 7 warlords of the sea in total. Sorry, I'm on official business. Maybe we'll meet again if fate permits. Huh. So rushed? The beauty with wine. Red Longhair looked a bit resentful, but Karl didn't say a word and left the coffee shop directly. On the wreck island, my hawk leaped up from the coffin board and landed gracefully on the island. His gaze swept around, only to find a group of ordinary Navy soldiers. Who is your leader? Facing this question, the Navy soldiers all looked at Nelson, and my hawk's gaze followed suit. That you're the leader. What happened here just now? Although Nelson was a bit afraid of my hawk, he still said bravely, Lord My Hawk, although you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you seem to have no right to inquire about Navy internal affairs, right? The next second, the black sword blade was placed in front of Nelson. My hawk looked at Nelson with his sharp eyes, his expression indifferent. I'll ask again. What happened here just now? Just a few pirates died. This isn't worth drawing your sword for, is it, Lord My Hawk? My hawk raised his head and saw a handsome marine standing not far away, with a black bird perched on his shoulder. Who are you? My hawk's tone remained flat. A colonel of the Navy headquarters. Karl. My hawk slowly hung Yoru on his back and looked at Karl with his sharp eagle eyes. The flying slashes just now, you released them, right? Although Karl didn't have the overbearing momentum of a swordsman, my hawk could sense the aura of a strong person from him. Karl couldn't help but sigh slightly. This was the perception of the world's greatest swordsman. He wasn't even carrying a sword. Raven. Gagaga. So it's you. Hardly had the voice faded when my hawk grasped the black sword and slashed at Karl. A fierce crescent-shaped flying slash hurtled towards Karl like a shooting star. Ding. Friendly fire. The mission fails, Karl. Wait, the mission fails just like that? But seeing the approaching flying slash, Karl cursed loudly. Damn it. The raven instantly transformed into a weapon form, and then came a triple, /.3 flying slashes clashed with my hawk's slash, barely canceling it out. Karl stood there, breathing slightly. Rage welled up inside him. Damn my hawk, you really deserve to die. It's even worse than being killed. Woo-woo. Indeed, your sword is quite interesting. My hawk looked at the raven in Karl's hand. He had seen clearly just now that Karl's sword was transformed from the bird on his shoulder, which was the first time he had seen such a thing, but it somehow felt familiar, somewhat like the Shodai Katetsu. However, it was only the blade and the patterns on it that were similar. Below the tsuba, it was completely different. Karl held the raven and took a few steps forward, saying as he walked, Is this your provocation to the Navy, Lord My Hawk? Don't forget, you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. No. I just rarely come across a potential swordsman and couldn't resist the urge to test him. Draw your sword. Add a bit of excitement to my mundane life. Ever since Shanks lost an arm, he hadn't had a truly satisfying formal sword. Fight. In short, his great sword had long been eager for battle. Hearing this, Karl felt rather speechless. This guy seemed refined, but why was he so stubborn? The world of the martial arts isn't just about fighting. It's about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Understand? Alas, there's no help for it. Since the mission has already failed, further retreating would be meaningless and might even make him seem weak. Thinking of this, Karl slowly raised the raven in his hand, gently stroked the blade with his left hand, and said coldly, "This sword is named Raven. The blade is 4 feet and 7 inches long. With a net weight of 10 caddies and 5 tails. It cuts through things resolutely and kills without a trace. My hawk? What kind of operation is this? Do swordsmen these days play in such an elegant way? Could it be that I, the world's greatest swordsman, am out of date?" Despite his complaining, my hawk still imitated Karl's manner and showed off his black sword. "Yoru. This sword is named Yoru. The blade is 5 feet and 8 inches long. With a net weight of 18 caddies and 4 tails. It can cut hair with a blow and slice through iron like mud." After saying this in Karl's format, my hawk suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if his connection with Yoru had become deeper, interesting. A strange light burst forth in my hawk's eyes, and in the next second, he couldn't wait to rush towards Karl and swung his sword. Ding! Karl held the sword with both hands to block my hawk's attack, marveling at the strength of my hawk in his heart. His becoming the world's greatest swordsman was definitely not just due to his swordsmanship. His physique was also quite extraordinary. My hawk's expression remained unchanged as he continued to launch a fierce attack on Karl, using his exquisite swordsmanship to put Karl under great pressure. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords made a clear sound when they met, with sparks flying. The ground around them was filled with sword marks. The surrounding Navy soldiers had already retreated hundreds of meters to avoid being accidentally injured. Is Colonel Karl's swordsmanship this powerful? He can actually fight the world's greatest swordsman evenly. Yes, look at Colonel Karl. He seems so relaxed. In fact, Karl was under an enormous amount of pressure at the moment. His mind highly concentrated, because once he got distracted, my hawk's sword would strike at his vital points. Indeed, your swordsmanship is quite exquisite, but it seems a bit rusty. Haven't you used a sword for a long time? Karl ignored him. What long time? No use of sword. He had just started learning swordsmanship today. He couldn't do what my hawk could, talking while still wielding his sword with ease. All he could do was respond with his sword. Karl held the raven with one hand, parried my hawk's great sword, then flipped his wrist, held the hilt with both hands, and immediately made an upward thrust. Interesting. My hawk leaned his upper body slightly backward, easily dodging the deadly tip of the sword, then swung his sword in reverse, slashing at Karl's shoulder. Dang. Since he had no time to twist away, Karl could only place the sword on his right shoulder, with the back of the sword facing backward and the blade facing forward to avoid hurting himself. This move successfully blocked my hawk's attack, but the strong force still made Karl's shoulders sink, and he almost knelt down. My hawk nodded slightly. A clever move. Karl's face turned red. Damn, this guy is so good at showing off. So what if he's the world's greatest swordsman? My hawk. Sorry, being the world's greatest swordsman is indeed something to be proud of. Bang! Karl's left fist turned pitch black. He smashed the back of his fist hard on the blade of Yoru, knocking it away. Then, his right hand holding the sword took the opportunity to exert force, and the blade instantly swept towards my hawk's neck. If he didn't dodge, even my hawk would have been killed on the spot. But how could that be possible? Using the recoil from Karl's punch, my hawk smoothly made a flourish of the sword, which happened to collide with the edge sweeping towards his neck, making a cristing sound. Such pure armament hockey. A man like you. Why are you only a Navy colonel? Facing my hawk's question, Karl smiled slightly. A few days ago, I was only a Navy lieutenant commander. Oh, now my hawk understood. He thought this man's strength was more than enough to be a general, rank officer, as it was just that he hadn't had time for a promotion yet. So, my hawk decided to up the ante for Karl. It was this decision that made Karl get injured within just 10 odd seconds. It seems you're still a bit lacking. My hawk stood there, holding the sword. Blood trickled down the blade and dripped onto the ground. It was Karl's blood. Oh, really? In that case, I have to get serious too. Karl stabbed the sword into the ground, condensed a mass of holy light. The sword wound on his chest healed at a visible speed, and in just a few breaths, it was as good as new. Devil fruit user. My hawk frowned slightly as he looked at Karl, who was glowing with a golden halo. Karl's strength had clearly increased by a notch. Could this be his power? Zheng, Lord Myhawk, please teach me. 1. Sword style. Momentary radiance. Karl held the sword with his right hand and gently stroked the blade with his left hand. The black blade he touched turned into a dazzling gold, as if cast from light. Myhawk's eyes remained calm. He held Yoru with both hands and slashed upwards. The next moment, Karl held the sword with both hands, and a dazzling flash bloomed around him, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Karl's figure flashed, and the blade drew a golden arc. The voices of the two began to intermingle. Karl was behind, and my hawk was in front. Both of them maintained the posture of swinging their swords. Again, there was a crisp sound. Mihawk blocked Karl's attack, but when the light dissipated, a splash of blood spurted from Mihawk's waist. Karl had a hideous sword wound from his abdomen to his chest, and blood gushed out crazily. Although he was injured, Mihawk was not angry, but rather a bit delighted. Momentary radiance, what a wonderful name. A moment's radiance is enough to dispel all darkness. The surrounding Navy soldiers were stunned. What was going on? The world's greatest swordsman was actually injured. Although Colonel Karl was also injured, the two were clearly not at the same level of swordsman. Karl was just a Navy colonel who had recently risen to fame. Could it be that Colonel Karl already had the qualifications to challenge the world's greatest swordsman? Karl turned around and smiled bitterly. If you hadn't held back, I'm afraid I would have died long ago, right? That's right. I in that last move. Karl clearly felt that Mihawk had held back his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be injured. Young Navy man, you can't die now. Although you don't have the qualification to make me go all out yet. But no matter how many years it takes in the future, I'll be waiting for you in this position of the strongest. Mihawk's voice was faintly excited. After Shanks lost his arm, finally, he had found another swordsman with unlimited potential. Although Karl was still young and his swordsmanship was inexperienced, this was precisely his advantage, as long as he could become stronger. Then one day, they would surely meet again on the sea. Using the swords in their hands, they would decide the victor. Hearing this, Karl somehow felt a sense of familiarity, but still showed a smile. I believe this day won't be too far off. Mihawk strapped the black sword Yura to his back and walked towards Karl. As he passed by, he whispered softly, I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Having said that, Mihawk brushed past Karl, leaped onto the coffin board on the shore, and gradually disappeared from Karl's sight along with the rhythm of the coffin board. Hiss. Under the effect of the holy light, the hideous sword marks began to heal at a visible speed to the naked eye. And Nelson and the others gradually gathered around. What do you want to do? Colonel, you're so powerful. You were actually able to wound the world's greatest swordsman with your swordsmanship. Yes, Colonel Karl, how did you manage to do it? I admire you so much. Looking at the excited Marines one by one, Karl felt rather helpless. How was he powerful? If it weren't for Mihawk's leniency, he would have been killed long ago, but undeniably. From the perspective of ordinary people, he did seem to be evenly matched with Mihawk, and both of them got injured. It could be considered a draw, right? Coupled with the rumor of his draw with Marco last time. Oh no, I'm like Crocodile. To be fair, there is still a huge gap between him and both Marco and Mihawk now, especially Mihawk. Although he had just become a swordsman not long ago, as long as one becomes a swordsman, one can clearly feel Mihawk's strength. He is like the peerless swordsman seeking defeat in the pirate world, standing at the top of the swordsman, looking down on all beings. He values Karl only because of his relatively great potential, hoping that he can, like the future Zoro, have a battle with him. But, Mihawk, my series of quests, my method of forging the black sword, my hockey enhancement card. Colonel, how on earth did you become stronger? Is it through persistent and arduous training? Yes, persistent training, watering one's strength with sweat. This is the secret to my strength. Karl forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and spoke with great righteousness. Several enlisted men nodded vigorously. Colonel Karl is so right. Only through hard work can one become stronger. All right, stop gathering around. Hurry up and clean up the scene. Don't let the blazing fire pirates notice something amiss later. Yes, sir. After finally getting some peace, Karl let out a sigh. Failure is failure, that it's meaningless to say more. Who made Mihawk act out of the ordinary? The world's greatest swordsman. TSK. The Marines who were cleaning the floor secretly pointed at Karl and whispered to their companions. Hey, do you think Colonel Karl has a chance to challenge the throne of the world's greatest swordsman? I think it's possible. Colonel Karl is the strongest young person I've ever seen. Now he can wound Hawkeye. In a few years, Colonel Karl will surely be able to defeat Hawkeye. That's true. By the way, don't you have a din mushy camera? Did you record the duel just now? The Marine who was asked patted his purse with a smile. Of course, when I have time, I'll send it to the news agency and earn some extra money. Alas, I'm so envious. If only I also had a din mushy camera. The next day, in the early morning. Bang, bang, bang. Colonel, something bad has happened. The blazing fire pirates have escaped. Karl, who was sleeping, jumped up from the bed and opened the door. What did you say? Nelson gasped and said, after the blazing fire pirates arrived at Water 7. Instead of landing from the ship Graveyard Island, they directly entered Water 7 through the main gate. As a result, Karl frowned. What happened as a result? Because we've been active frequently in Water 7 recently. The civilians exposed our whereabouts. The blazing fire pirates didn't hesitate to turn around and leave Water 7, fleeing towards Sabaody Archipelago. Sigh. After sighing, Karl rubbed his brow and said calmly, Lieutenant Nelson, now you immediately mobilize personnel. I want everyone to board the warship within 10 minutes. The blazing fire pirates were extremely evil, the kind of pirates Karl loathed the most. Otherwise, among so many targets, Karl wouldn't have singled them out. Karl would never allow the cooked duck to fly away right in front of him. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, the warship set sail and rushed quickly in the direction where the blazing fire pirates had fled. But they had long since disappeared without a trace, and Karl could only analyze their escape route again. Sir, since they planned to go to Sabaody Archipelago, they must pass through the Florian Triangle. Otherwise, it will take a long time to deter. They must be near the Florian Triangle now. Karl stroked his chin and nodded. What you said makes a lot of sense. We're going to the Florian Triangle now. The Florian Triangle, the territory of Gecko Moria, a warlord of the sea. Karl had long said he would go there, but after getting Raven, he wasn't in such a hurry. So when coming to Water 7, they directly bypassed the Florian Triangle. In the end, they still had to go there. Karl thought that if he could meet Moria, he would take Shusui along the way. After all, it's a great sword. Raven is useful, but it also has drawbacks. It's a devil fruit weapon. Once it gets wet, it will be like a person. As if its body has been emptied. It becomes limp and can only be used again after being dried. Don't ask why. Karl knows. Just say he has experimented. Raven was quite annoyed about this. Florian Triangle. Rocky Thompson laughed and patted his subordinate's shoulder. Ha, you're really smart, kid. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that the Marines were waiting for us in Water 7. Now the expressions on those Marines' faces must be really funny. Ha! The surrounding pirates also burst into laughter, mocking the Marines' stupidity one after another. Boss Rocky, look. There's something on the sea. Ugh, it seems to be a barrel. Let me see. What kind of barrel is this? A knowledgeable pirate lackey said, Boss, this should be a wine barrel for sacrificing to the sea god. There's fine wine in it. Rocky's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth and laughed. Men, quickly bring it up. That it's just right to celebrate our pranking of the Marines. What do you think? Okay. Boss is brilliant. It didn't take much effort to bring the wine barrel up. Rocky couldn't wait to tear off the seal and open the barrel. Bang! Damn it! A red flare shot up into the sky, dyeing the sky red. Rocky sat on the deck in a daze, looking at the sky, not knowing what was going on. What the hell is going on? Is that a firework? Not good, boss. This should be a flare. Could it be a trap set by the Marines? The more Rocky thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Hearing this answer, he slapped his thigh. Damn it. I knew it must be those cunning Marines. Men, keep your eyes wide open. If the Marines appear, issue a warning immediately. On the other side. Sir, look, someone in front has fired a flare. Karl smiled and put down the binoculars, thinking that this should be the bait Moria used to fish. Without thinking, he knew it must be the blazing fire pirates who had taken the bait. Head towards the direction of the flare at full speed. Yes, but just a few minutes later, the sky around them darkened as if the sky was brewing a heavy rain. And the air became extremely silent. Sir, something seems a bit off. Karl glanced at the sky and said, It doesn't matter. Just do your jobs well. We're already very close to the blazing fire pirates ship. Just push a little harder. The blazing fire. Boss, this weather is a bit strange. I feel a bit creepy. Could there really be ghosts in the Florian Triangle? Rocky swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slapped his subordinate hard. You're useless. We're pirates. How can we be afraid of ghosts? It should be the ghosts that are afraid of us. All of you. Cheer up. Don't scare yourselves. Don't forget. There are Marines chasing us from behind. Not good, boss. The Marines are catching up. They're right behind us. Looking at the warship chasing after them, the pirates on the blazing fire became a little restless. On the warship. Colonel, should we fire the cannons? Karl shook his head. Fire the cannons. It doesn't matter. Moria will take action. The blazing pirates have taken the bait. He doesn't believe that Moria won't reel in the line. Perhaps the people on this warship are also one of Moria's targets. The Shichibukai, are not like what the pirates say, being lackeys of the world government and the Marines. Master, the prey has taken the bait. It's the blazing pirates. But there are Marines behind them. Moria, who was dozing on the throne, opened his eyes, spread his hands, and laughed. Whether they are pirates or Marines, I want all of their shadows. All of this is entrusted to you. Absalom. Yes, master. Subsequently, Absalom walked out of the castle, ready to close the net. On the sea, the blazing pirates were fleeing frantically. Originally, They wanted to intimidate with cannon fire, but just after firing one cannonball, a huge flying slash flew over from the warship behind, directly slicing off their lookout tower. It nearly scared them out of their wits. A flying slash is the mark of a swordsman. That means there is a marine swordsman on the warship behind. Such a person is definitely someone they can't afford to mess with. So they could only run for their lives. Karl wasn't in a hurry to chase either. He followed the flame ship slowly. Boss, why is there a wall in front? What? How is that possible? How could there be such a huge wall on the sea? Rock rubbed his eyes, hardly believing it. But there was indeed a stone wall stretching for thousands of meters in front. The only gap was right in front of them. Even a fool would know there was something wrong. But the problem was that there were Marines behind them. If they didn't go through the gap, they could only sit and wait to be killed, chopped into pieces by that Marine swordsman. Damn it, let's fight. Sail the ship over there. Boss, this is a haunted wall. We must not go in. If we go in, we'll be devoured by evil spirits. Rock turned around and gave a hard slap. Shut up. Who's the captain here? You or me? Sail the ship in? Or do you want to be sent to impelled down by the Marines? Just like that, the flame ship adjusted its course slightly and headed towards the gap. Colonel, they're heading towards the gap. Should we follow them in? This is clearly a trap. Karl waved his hand. Follow them in. We Marines are not afraid of any schemes or tricks. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later. After Karl's warship entered the gap, a loud rumbling sound came from behind. It turned out that the gap behind was slowly closing. Finally, there was a loud bang, as if a monster had closed its huge bloody mouth. The atmosphere became even more eerie. If it weren't for Karl standing fearlessly at the bow of the ship, the Marine soldiers would have probably started panicking long ago. After all, on the sea, such absurd and eerie things are very likely to make people think of demons and such. Karl wasn't a hawkish general. He didn't have any special feelings towards these frightened Marine soldiers. It was just human nature. I have to say, that fat slob Moria really has some tricks. He created a great atmosphere. Karl, who knew exactly who the mastermind was, wasn't panicked at all. He thought that if Moria didn't become a pirate and instead ran a haunted house, he would surely become a huge hit. Maybe he could even earn the title of the King of Terror. Colonel, why has the blazing pirate stopped moving? They actually dared to drop anchor. Nelson was extremely surprised. The pirates who were fleeing in a hurry just now were now dropping anchor right in front of them. They really had some guts. Could they be planning to fight it out? Little did they know, the pirates on the flame ship were already in complete chaos. Who was it? Which idiot did this? The underlings looked at each other in dismay. None of them had done it. Could there really be ghosts? Boss, look. Rock looked at the completely locked anchor and listened to the clattering footsteps, falling into silence, because there wasn't a single person in sight around them. The underlings behind then let out screams even more shrill than women's. There are ghosts. Bang. Karl, who landed from the sky, looked at the chaotic, blazing pirates and couldn't help but laugh. They were scared like this even before landing on the island. No wonder Moria was thriving in this place. Pirates, you're all under arrest. Hearing Karl's voice, these terrified pirates seemed to see a life-saving straw. One of the lackeys slid directly in front of Karl and knelt down with a thud. Take me away. I want to go to impel down. This place is haunted. It's okay. You won't be afraid soon. The raven on Karl's shoulder cawed and turned into a sharp blade, swiping across the pirate's throat, splashing out a pool of bright red blood. Marines. The Marines are here. Never mind the ghosts. Kill this damned Marine first. Karl smiled slightly and slowly walked towards these pirates, holding the raven in one hand. A few minutes later, the only one left standing on the pirate ship was Rock Thompson, but his hands had already been cut off by Karl for this group of people who massacred civilians and raped women. Karl had been quite merciful. At least they died peacefully. After giving Rock a holy light bullet to prevent him from dying due to excessive blood loss, he was tied up. Nelson, throw him into the prison. Yes, sir. Nelson saluted excitedly, thinking in his heart how incredibly powerful Colonel Karl was. This was a pirate crew with a total bounty of around 140 million. Colonel Karl could handle them easily alone. Although the process was a bit bloody, for pirates, this was the fate they deserved. Absalom, who was watching from the sidelines, was almost scared to death. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of being discovered by this marine-killing god. This man was even more terrifying than Hogbacked. He was simply a cold-blooded killer. No, I must go back as soon as possible and tell the master this news. This marine is too strong. I definitely can't fight him. So, Absalom tiptoed through the corpses, thinking he was well hidden, but all of this was sensed by Karl's Kenbunchika hockey. Karl just pretended not to notice. This Marine didn't notice. My ability is so useful. Absalom was overjoyed in his heart and couldn't wait to run towards the thriller bark. Colonel, Rock has been locked in the cell. What shall we do next? Karl looked at the thriller bark in front of him with a smile and said, just now. A pirate tried to sneak, attack me but failed, and then fled. Go gather some men, and we'll go in and take a look. This excuse is very useful. Even if Moria confronts him face to face, he'll have something to say. Nelson looked at Karl in confusion. If there's a pirate who can escape from you. Master, something terrible has happened. Master, that Marine is too strong. In the blink of an eye, he killed all our prey. Moria, who was dozing in his seat, suddenly opened his eyes. What's the name of that Marine? Is he a vice admiral? No, I heard them say he seems to be a colonel. Moria grinned. This is great, just great. I didn't expect a Marine colonel could easily wipe out a pirate crew with a total bounty of over 100 million. How powerful his shadow must be with him. My plan can finally come true. Absalom scratched his head, still a bit scared. But, Master, that Marine is really powerful. Maybe we should not mess with him. After all, you're also one of the Shichibukai. This indeed reminded Moria. According to his agreement with the world government, he couldn't attack the Marines. But it's not a big problem, after all. This is the Sabaody archipelago. It's normal for something unexpected to happen. As long as I turn all these Marines into zombies. How can I let these ready-made materials escape? Absalom, go tell Hogback to get ready. You and Perona immediately lead the zombies to deal with the other Marines. As for that Marine colonel, I'll deal with him myself. Yes, Master. Wait a minute. Absalom quickly turned around and looked at Moria. Master, is there anything else? Absalom, how powerful is that colonel? I don't know. I only saw a flash of sword light at that time. Then a bunch of pirates died. Right? That Marine swordsmanship is very strong that he can release that flying slash. Absalom nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's it. It's too terrifying. It can cut through steel. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. Otherwise, I would have been cut in half too. All right, I got it. Go quickly. Ooh. After Absalom left, Moria touched his neck. Forgive him for not having a chin flying slash, a swordsman. This is rather tricky. However, in the face of my invincible ability, he is still no match for me. The terrifying laughter startled a group of bats, and the empty castle gradually returned to tranquility. His shadow would be quite suitable for the zombie of Ryuma, the swordsman. Alas, what a pity. I'd better give it to us. Such a powerful shadow shouldn't be wasted. Colonel, this place is way too gloomy. Could there really be ghosts? Nelson tightly grasped the saber in his hand, and his voice trembled slightly. After walking through the gate, there was only a single-way path going down. The front was pitch dark and the ground was littered with bones. Who wouldn't shiver at the sight? Relax, they're just some skeletons. What's there to be afraid of? Have you ever seen me being scared? Besides, with so many of us here, are we really going to be afraid of some ghosts? Are you scared? Nelson forced a show of calm and shook his head. I'm not scared. Karl patted his deputy's shoulder with satisfaction. He just liked this kind of person who would rather suffer than admit defeat. Roar from the darkness ahead came a faint growl, which seemed particularly creepy in the gloomy environment. Nelson quickly raised his gun and pointed it forward. Come on, Colonel. There seems to be some kind of monster growling up ahead. Raven, go and take a look. The raven on Karl's shoulder flapped its wings and flew towards the front. After a while, roar, woof, 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 howl. A series of loud roars came from the passage, sounding like a wolf's howl or a dog's bark, and there were also sounds of running. The raven flew back towards Karl from the passage ahead, followed by a huge monster. Three heads. It's the legendary Cerberus, the guardian of hell. Karl couldn't help but laugh when he saw the fox-like head among them, just as he had expected. The raven directly transformed into a long sword in mid-air and landed right in Karl's hand. Karl then swung it forward. 1. Sword style. Jade, breaking. The three-headed dog in front fell to the ground with a thud, its body splitting in two. The Marines behind Karl were also stunned. See, there's nothing to be afraid of. Don't scare yourselves. That we're the Marines. The Marines fear nothing. Colonel Karl is right. We're the Marines. We fear nothing. In this way, most of the fear in the hearts of the Marine soldiers dissipated. With Colonel Karl around, what else did they have to be afraid of? Move on. Soon, the team walked out of the passage. And what came into view was a cemetery. The disorderly tombstones and the raised grave mounds everywhere gave it an air of a horror movie set. Boom, puff, one by one, pale arms emerged from the graves. followed by emaciated heads and bodies until they completely climbed out and stared blankly at Karl and the others. Are these zombies? Nelson, shoot one. Yes, sir. Nelson suppressed the fear in his heart, aimed at the head of one of the zombies, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet sank directly into the zombie's head. The zombie let out a scream. It hurts. It can talk? Nelson was stunned. Can't you tell? These aren't real zombies. They're just the products of devil fruit abilities. Nelson frowned. Devil fruit? Karl nodded. That's right. It's all man. Made so there's no need to be afraid of them. All we need to do is find the pirates who infiltrated here. If he dares to mess with us. Nelson immediately understood what Karl meant and shouted to the soldiers behind him. Fire! Kill them! Bang! 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 Round after round of musket volleys turned these zombies into thieves. But their movements didn't seem to be affected. Karl scratched his head. The weakness of these things seems to be seawater and salt or something. Forget it. Better do it myself. Slice. A golden flying slash flew towards the group of zombies, and they were instantly split in two, lying on the ground wailing. On the other side, that guy really made a move. It's terrifying. Hey, pervert, is there anything in this world that you're afraid of? Absalom snorted. Shut up. Perona, hurry up and send your animal zombie army in, or my zombie soldiers won't be able to hold on. It's a piece of cake. That my cute animal army is the best in the world. Kamasi, it's up to you. Cemetery. Nelson, where's the salt I asked you to bring? Nelson waved his hand, and several Marine soldiers carried 3 bags of salt over. It's all here, Colonel. Karl nodded. Good. The weakness of these monsters is salt. As long as we stuff salt into their mouths, they'll lose their combat effectiveness. You know what to do next, right? Yes, sir. Look closely. This zombie is wriggling. It was cut in half by Karl's flying slash just now and can only crawl on the ground, trying to reach its own leg. Suddenly, Deputy Nelson stepped on its back, forcefully twisted its neck, and a look of fear and disgust appeared in his eyes. Ugh, it stinks. I hope what Colonel Karl said is true. What are you doing? Nelson didn't answer and directly sprinkled a small amount of sea salt into the zombie's mouth. As it let out a sound, the zombie's face became ferocious. Soon, a black substance emerged from its mouth, and the zombie completely lost its vitality, turning into a pile of rotting, stinking flesh. Nelson shouted happily, Sir, it really works. Seeing this, the other Marines overcame their fear and went to find zombies to feed them salt. In just a few minutes, the cemetery truly became a place of death. Clap, clap, clap. Karl clapped his hands with satisfaction. You've done a great job. You still think these zombies are terrifying now? All the Marine soldiers shook their heads and shouted excitedly, not terrifying. Good, then we, charge, kill them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A horde of strange, shaped creatures rushed out from the forest in front of the cemetery, including zombies, animals, white ghosts, and even things like knights. Nelson's pupils constricted, and he shouted loudly, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All units on guard. The Marine soldiers quickly raised their rifles and aimed at the menacing monster army. Fire! Bang! 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 Bullets shot out, but they had little effect on these strange creatures. Or rather, they didn't seem to fear the bullets at all. Karl smiled when he saw the tall and thin zombie holding a sword in the monster army. So considerate. They actually came right to my doorstep. That Moria guy knows how to play. Colonel, they're almost here. The bullets don't work on them. Nelson looked anxious and felt a bit helpless. Their strength was too weak, from the time they set sail until now. Karl had solved all the problems alone, and they couldn't help him share the pressure at all. If Karl knew what Nelson was thinking, he would be gratified, but it wasn't necessary. Casting holy light buffs on them to fight would be a waste of time and energy, and it would waste his time for slacking off. It would be better if he just took action and quickly ended the battle. Efficiency is the key. Get out of the way. After saying that, Karl tightly grasped Raven in his right hand, and the armament hockey instantly covered the sword. After a short charge, he swung it forward forcefully, a golden crescent, shaped flying slash diagonally towards the monster army. Wherever it passed, nothing was left standing. Those not so sturdy monsters were no exception. It hurts. My head. After a series of screams, few of the monsters charging towards Karl could remain standing. Almost all of them were cut in half by Karl's single strike, and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. What a powerful swordsmanship. He's actually a swordsman. The zombie of Ryuma, the swordsman, looked at Karl with a solemn expression. Although his current shadow wasn't Brooks, but that of an ordinary swordsman, he could still sense Karl's strength. However, As a general zombie, his strength was much stronger than that of the other monsters. Even so, it was only by virtue of the sturdiness of the great sword Shusui that he barely withstood Kair's flying slash. Kamaxi! A scream rang out, and a pink-haired gothic loli flew out from the nearby woods. She picked up the half-body of the bear-shaped zombie in great grief. Perona, are you mad? You'll be killed by that marine. Absalom's voice came from the woods, but his figure was nowhere to be seen for a long time. Perona seemed to be ignited with anger by these words and shouted at Kair, "Damned marine! How dare you harm Kamaxi? I'll surely make you pay the price. Go, negative ghosts." Perona released several spiritual clones from her body. They were white ghosts with sausage-like mouths, charging towards Kair all at once. Negative. Kair's expression turned somewhat solemn. Perona's negative ghosts were that kind of extremely difficult to counter-control skill. In his mind, it was on the same level as Sugar's hobby fruit. So he had to take it seriously. There were so many marine soldiers here that if he got hit, how could he lead the team in the future? One sword style, shattering gold and jade. With two swishes, he slashed in the air, creating a cross. Useless. My negative ghosts are invincible. No. Looking at the negative ghosts cut into pieces by Kair, Perona's eyes almost popped out. She had a great facial expression for someone so young. She really couldn't believe that even Master Moria couldn't withstand the negative ghosts, yet Kair had wiped them out with just 2 slashes. Kair let out a sigh of relief and thought that armament hockey was really useful. How is it possible? My negative ghosts. A flash of light passed through Kair's eyes. He immediately stomped hard on the ground. Used the Sara technique to get close to Perona and prepared to subdue her. A black blade stabbed towards Kair. Kair's gaze focused, and he flicked it away with Raven, producing a clear ding sound. Ghost Princess, it's very dangerous here. You should leave quickly. Perona stared blankly at the zombie of Ryuma. The sword saint nodded, took a frightened look at Kair, and fled in a hurry. Your swordsmanship is exquisite. I may not be your match, but I will surely go all out. Kair looked at Shusui and Ryuma's hand with envy and showed a smile. How much power can the corpse of the sword saint Ryuma exert? An ordinary shadow, a not so powerful corpse. How strong can it be? The answer is that it was killed by Kair with 2 slashes. TSK. Shusui, the national treasure of Wano country and one of the 21 great grade swords. Moria really wasted such a precious thing. Kair was very satisfied with this sword. He didn't even need to forge a black blade himself. How convenient. With the item in hand, Kair immediately prepared to leave. Nelson, the escaped pirates are nowhere to be found. Let's withdraw. Nelson was taken aback and quickly nodded. Yes, sir. Let's go. As expected, an accident still occurred. Marines. You destroyed the zombie army I painstakingly created and still want to leave? Do you really think Moria, don't exist? A huge bowling ball appeared in front of Kair, and its eyes scanned Kair's body greedily. He had a purple pompadour hairstyle, horns on his head, a tail behind him. Wore a shirt with a bat-like collar and gothic clothing. His legs were very short, extremely short. That face, he's Gecko Mariah. Another one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ding.it is detected that Moria has hostility towards the host, triggering the series mission. Fight one's own people 27. As an ally. Mission requirement. Avoid fighting with Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Reward. Special skill Shadow Sight. X5 hockey enhancement cards for observation hockey. Shadow Sight. Transfer a part of the body's shadow to an item to obtain its vision, with a transfer limit of 1. Kair was delighted. Sure enough, the series mission came again. This time, he must not fail, especially this Shadow Sight. It was just like the Eagle Vision in Assassin's Creed that if he transferred a part of his shadow to Raven, it would be like having an extra moving true eye. Come to think of it, the first reward of this series of missions seemed to be related to the 7 warlords of the sea themselves. Mihawk's was the method of forging a black blade. Moria's was Shadow Sight. What would crocodiles be? What about doflamingos? Kair was quite looking forward to it. Lord Gecko Moria. So this is your territory, and no wonder it's so unique. Mariah snorted. Flattery won't work. That's right. Master Moria, this bad guy destroyed Kamaxi. You must kill him to avenge Kamaxi. Perona started to fan the flames. Yes, Master, most of the general zombies and animal zombies we've created over the years have been killed by this marine. We've suffered heavy losses. Absalom also started to fan the flames. Mariah sneered and pointed at Kair with his sharp finger. Marine, what else do you have to say? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, but Kair was well prepared. Lord Moria, We came here in pursuit of the blazing pirates. One of the pirates escaped here, so we chased after him. We didn't know this was your territory before. If there's any offense, please forgive us." After saying this, Kair didn't wait for Moria's reply but turned to Nelson and said, "You immediately inform the Navy headquarters that this is the territory of Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There's no need to send reinforcements to assist in capturing the pirates." "Yes, sir." Just as Moria was about to flare up, he was startled by Kair's words. The Navy headquarters had been informed already? This Marine was rather decisive. Damn it. In that case, if anything happened to these Marines, wouldn't he be the prime suspect? Mariah's desire to take Kair's shadow instantly diminished by a large part, but for the sake of face. He still said with a cold face, "Marine, if pirates come to my territory, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I will naturally deal with them. But the monsters you killed were all painstakingly created by me. How do you account for that? And the sword in your hand is also mine." Kair looked down at Shusui in his hand, nonchalantly put it behind his back, and smiled with his lips pursed. "Lord Moria, it was your monster army that attacked us first. We were just attacking passively. And if I remember correctly, your 2 subordinates brought people here to cause trouble for the Navy. Right?" After saying this, Kair looked at Moria with a slightly changed expression and said playfully, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Could it be your idea, Lord Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? You invaded my territory first." "They were just doing what they should do." Kair looked at Moria with a half-smile. "Oh, is that so? Then there's no misunderstanding. I thought Lord Moria didn't want the position of the 7 warlords of the sea anymore." Mariah looked at Kair with a gloomy gaze, extremely annoyed in his heart. Damn Marine. How dare he threaten him? If it weren't for considering the consequences of taking action, he would never let this hateful Marine go. That's right. Kair was taking advantage of the fact that Mariah cared a lot about his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so he dared to threaten him so brazenly. Because only as one of the 7 warlords of the sea could he stay here peacefully, create zombies, and carry out his plan of revenge against Kaido. Once he lost this position, he would be hunted down by the Navy. And his plan would never come to fruition. Of course not. But I've suffered such heavy losses. You Marines can't just leave like this. Kair nodded seriously. You're right, Lord Moria. Your words do make sense. Well then, Nelson, go and bring the captain of the blazing pirates, Roach, and hand him over to Lord Moria for disposal. He's just a pirate. It's not a big deal. Consider it the payment for Shusui. On the surface, Mariah remained calm, but in his heart, he calculated that Roach's bounty was about 87 million berries. He was somewhat powerful, and it should be no problem to create a general zombie. But his losses were far more than just one shadow. Roach's shadow was just a drop in the ocean. He had suffered a silent loss. So annoying. 10 minutes later, Lord Moria, this is the pirate with a bounty of 87 million berries. Roach Thompson, and I'll leave him to you. Mariah glanced at Roach and said to Absalom beside him, Abs, it's up to you. Absalom cast a wary glance at Karl and, in his presence, took Roach away and made him kneel before Moria. Master, Moria nodded slightly and sneered at Karl. Navy, I'll forgive you this time, but if you dare to barge into my territory again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Moria held Roach aloft, and Perona, who was behind him, somehow found a torch, bringing a glimmer of light to the eerie and terrifying environment. Now, you can scram. Navy. Karl probably guessed that Moria wanted to cut off Roach's shadow, just not wanting them to see it. Since they weren't allowed to watch, then leave. Let's go. Without the slightest bit of reluctance, Karl immediately turned around and left. The group returned the way they came, boarded the warship, and the distant sluice gate slowly opened. Making way for them. Let's go. Nelson nodded and immediately started giving orders. The warship raised its anchor and sailed towards the sluice gate. On the other side. Damn Navy. Damn Navy. All these shadows have disappeared. Damn it. After briefly counting his losses, Moria was heartbroken. These were the fruits of his years of lying in wait. Even the zombie of the renowned swordsman Ryuma, in whom he had high hopes, was destroyed by that Navy. Oh right, and the great sword, one of the 21 Wazamono grade, the black blade Shusui. Damn Navy, that was a treasure I painstakingly brought from Wano country. Seeing Moria in a rage, both Moria and Perona lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound, and the remaining monsters were even more cowering on the ground, trembling. After a good bout of venting, Moria finally calmed down. Abs, don't let any pirates passing through the Thriller Bark Sea area go. Yes, Master, in the warship's lounge. Ding, mission don't attack one's own kind completed. Reward. Active skill shadow sight. Observation hockey enhancement card 5. Karl nodded in satisfaction. Moria was really a kind-hearted person. Mihawk. Watch and learn. See how someone becomes one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Use all the observation hockey enhancement cards. Thus, Karl's observation hockey happened to upgrade from LV2 to LV4. Getting a little stronger again. With a 2-level jump in observation hockey, Karl could clearly feel that the range of his observation hockey perception had expanded significantly. Was it 250 meters or 300 meters? Karl wasn't sure, but roughly, every move within this range could be clearly perceived. Oh right, there's this too. Karl turned on the light, looked at the shadow on the floor, and softly called out, "Split," as if there was a mysterious force that shrank Karl's shadow by a circle. And in Karl's hand, there was an additional black mass of air the size of an apple. This should be the shadow he had just split off. Success or failure depended on this one try. The shadow sight described objects, and the raven was both a weapon and a living being that he didn't know if it would work, but it was worth a try anyway. Thus, Karl placed the mass of air in his hand at the hilt of the raven. Soon, the shadow mass quickly merged into the blade of the raven, yet nothing happened to verify whether it was successful. Karl closed his eyes that a miraculous thing occurred. Karl discovered himself standing in the room from another perspective. And this perspective was that of the raven. Raven, transform into a bird. Quack quack. The bird-shaped raven tilted its head to preen its feathers, as if it didn't feel any abnormality. Raven, go out and fly around. Quack. The raven immediately flapped its wings and flew out. Karl sat in the room like this, then closed his eyes, and his perspective began to shift. Outside, Nelson was talking to the navigator about something. Other soldiers were either cleaning or patrolling, each doing their duty. The sea was still misty, but it was much lighter compared to the area around the thriller bark. Karl opened his eyes in the room. Feeling as if he had just been playing VR.it was quite a unique experience. Given the special nature of the raven, Karl could even sense hearing, touch, etc. in this way. The raven was like a clone of himself. And it was a clone that could be controlled regardless of the distance. This is interesting. Karl nodded in satisfaction. In this way, the functionality of the raven skyrocketed. However, the biggest gain today had to be the black blade shoesway that Karl had been longing for. It's a bit heavy, but it doesn't matter much. The shoesway was indeed a bit heavier than the raven, but its overall length was about 5 cm shorter than the raven. Its blade had a chaotic edge and a large reversed, T-shaped tip. The blade body was black, purple with red serrated patterns. After simply swinging it a few times, Karl found that this sword was quite handy and had a good appearance. Most importantly, it was a max-level sword, unlike the raven, which needed to grow into a black blade through continuous battles. Although it was already quite black, probably even if it became a black blade, it wouldn't be noticeable. Click. Karl sheathed the shoesway and hung it around his waist as one of his permanent weapons. In this way, Karl could be considered a two-sword-style swordsman. Colonel, we've left the thriller bark sea area. Where should we go next? Karl stroked his chin and said, "Where is the nearest Navy base?" Nelson pointed to the nautical chart and said, "Colonel, currently, the closest Navy base to us is the 048 Navy base." Let's go to the 048 base to replenish supplies, and then you go and inform Impel down to lock up White Wolf. Yes, sir. After arriving at the 048 base, after some mutual flattery with Nasir, the Major General in charge of the 048 base, Karl temporarily imprisoned White Wolf in the 048 base prison. While replenishing supplies, a Navy supply soldier secretly slipped out, talked to a local reporter, and then sold the battle images of Karl and Mihawk to the reporter, then sneaked back into the team. Karl was completely unaware of all this, since he was either slacking off or on the way to slack off. He didn't have time to care about such trivial matters. After a brief one-day rest at the 048 base, the warship set off again. This time, the target was the Windbreaker Pirates. With a total bounty of just 100 million berries, also small fries. "Colonel, this is today's newspaper. There's news about you in it." Karl was stunned. News about him. After seeing the title, Karl gasped. Navy swordsman Karl vs. the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk at that time. He and Hawkeye clearly fought on the abandoned ship island. Besides his subordinates, there were no other witnesses. How could it still have leaked out? There was a mole in the team. After seeing that it was written at the end that the two were evenly matched, Karl heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this reporter was very professional and basically reported the truth, without exaggerating it for the sake of sales. Karl caught a glimpse of another news item from the corner of his eye. But after reading it, he shook his head. Kaido and Jack sank the escort ship and escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Carl had thought they would escape a few days earlier, but unexpectedly, they only escaped now. Bring. Carl picked up the din mushy. Seeing the simpering face of the din mushy, the corner of his mouth twitched. He knew that besides him, only Borsellino could see the newspaper at this time. Moshi, you're really something, Carl. You were actually able to wound Hawkeye. Your progress is really fast. You know, this guy even gives me a bit of a headache, Carl said with a bitter smile. Ah, don't praise me too much. My hawk wasn't serious at all. Otherwise, how could I have wounded him? That's true. Oh right, the World Conference is about to be held soon. The world government requires the Navy to step up the crackdown on pirates to ensure the smooth progress of the World Conference. So, there will be quite a few tasks coming up. You kid, remember to be more restrained. I won't say more. You should understand. Of course. Thank you for the reminder, Admiral Borsellino. Goodbye. Carl directly hung up the phone. Calculating the time, 2 months later would be the year 1514 of the sea calendar. Another new year. Bring. Another call. This was a face that Carl had never seen the din mushy simulate. It seemed to be a woman, a bit like Tsuru or T-Bone. Hello, this is Carl. Who are you? Carl. Kuin, have you forgotten me so quickly? As soon as he heard the voice, Carl knew who it was and quickly replied, so it's Tsune-san. What's up? Do you have something to talk to me about? You little rascal, you've been keeping a low profile. How come your sister, didn't realize you were also a swordsman last time? I didn't get a chance to show my skills last time. You're right. By the way, little brother Carl, I'll be at the Navy headquarters next month. How about we have about? Your sister is really interested in your swordsmanship now. I'm really sorry, Sister Zuyuan. I've got to hunt down pirates recently. How about another day in Frost Moon Village, East Blue. A green-haired lad was furiously slashing at the target ahead with 2 training wooden swords. He didn't stop until he was dripping with sweat. Huff. Brother Zaro, come and read the newspaper quickly. There's news about the world's greatest swordsman today. Zaro, who was gasping heavily, had his pupils constrict. He rushed over and snatched the newspaper. A few days ago, Navy Captain Karl and the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, had a sword fighting competition on the ship Graveyard Island in Water 7. Although both Captain Karl and Mihawk were injured, the match ended in a draw. Zaro silently read the contents of the newspaper. Looking at the photos of Karl and Mihawk on the paper, his desire to become stronger grew even more intense. Mihawk, Dracul, Karl, Navy Captain, I really want to have a decisive battle with them soon. Kuna, it's a pity that this call can never get a response anymore. Kuna died from falling down the stairs 2 years ago. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku frowned as he looked at the report in the newspaper. Why would Mihawk, a warlord of the sea, attack Karl? How dare he attack the Navy? Thinking of some recent intelligence about the warlords of the sea, an idea gradually emerged in Sengoku's mind. Come to think of it, the warlords of the sea were all in place last year. It's time to let them get together. With these words, Sengoku took out the din mushy used to contact the 5 elders from a hidden place. Last time, Karl, who shone brightly in the operation to capture Kaido, was only on the Navy internal newspaper, and the influence was limited to the Navy. But now, Karl's handsome and charming face appeared on the world-wide newspaper for the first time, immediately causing a strong reaction. What made Karl both amused and annoyed was that he became famous not because of his fight with Mihawk, but because of his unparalleled good looks. Gossips even put his photo together with that of the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, and called him the world's most handsome man, Hunk. Now Karl doesn't even dare to land on an island casually. Otherwise, he would be faced with women whose eyes would light up like green lights when they saw him. Karl was also puzzled. Before he was on the newspaper, they would just take furtive glances at him. Now they look at him without any concealment, as if they can't wait to strip him naked. Could this be the star effect? On the sea, a warship was slowly moving forward. Karl, wearing sunglasses, with his upper body bare, and in beach pants and flip-flops, the symbol of a big shot, was lying comfortably on a chair, with a parasol beside him. Captain, this is the juice sent from the kitchen. Oh, just put it here. Karl stretched, yawned, and looked sleepily at the sea in the distance. This is what life should be like. Fight pirates when there are pirates, and when there aren't, just take a vacation. And I can still get paid for this. It's so comfortable. Captain, this is the intelligence sent from the headquarters. Why do I feel that there are more tasks recently? Karl naturally knew the reason, but there was no need to tell Nelson. He shrugged and said, who cares? Anyway, it's just that there are more tasks during this period. All right, don't disturb my sleep. Call me if there's something. Yes, sir. Time flew by, and soon the end of the year was approaching. Karl had been slacking off for over 2 months. Ding. The cumulative slacking off time has reached 500 hours. The career mission, the first stage of King of Slacking Off, has been completed. Reward: 10 advanced designated attribute enhancement cards, 1 armament hockey external, release skill card. Karl grinned. Use all the enhancement cards to strengthen perception. After the enhancement, Karl's attributes are as follows. Host: Karl. Age: 24. Physique: B. Perception: B-. Will: B. Hockey. Armament hockey LV6. Hardening, wrapping, external, release. Observation hockey LV5. Special ability: as quiet as a virgin and as lively as a rabbit. Son of the Sea swordsmanship LV3. Holy Light Fruit. 23.6. Awakening progress. Active skills: frail, usable, shadow sight, used. Karl's strength was still steadily increasing, especially in hockey and swordsmanship, with rapid progress. Captain, we've arrived at Marineford. Please give instructions. Well, then, dismiss. Have a good rest. Yes, sir. After following Karl for 2 months, Nelson had grown a lot. At least he didn't need to come to Karl for advice on everything. Karl patted Nelson on the shoulder, turned around and left. Walking straight towards the marshal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Karl entered the marshal's office. After seeing Staff Officer Tsuru beside him, he nodded and smiled, then sat down and quietly became a handsome man. Karl, you've done a great job in these 2 months. You easily took down 4 pirate crews with bounties over 100 million. Your efficiency is really high. Karl was stunned. Was this considered high efficiency? How slow were the others? After thinking carefully, Karl thought it might be because he was lazy. He directly gave up those pirate crews with little intelligence and infrequent activities, and specifically targeted those more arrogant pirate crews. How could the efficiency not be high? He wouldn't be like the future smoker, chasing the straw hat all the way from the East Blue to the New World for just 1 straw hat. It's all for justice. Sengoku and Tsuru looked at each other and nodded. Sengoku then took out an official document from the drawer and handed it to Karl, with a faint smile on his face. Congratulations. Karl, from now on, you're a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Ding. It is detected that the host's military rank has been upgraded from Captain to Rear Admiral, and a promotion reward is obtained. 3 super grade designated attribute enhancement cards. The daily mission reward is changed to 7 designated attribute enhancement cards plus 4 random rewards, storable, and the probability of obtaining rare rewards is increased to 7. Karl's face lit up. He took the official document from Sengoku's hand, feeling delighted. Rear Admiral Karl. Yes. Sengoku smiled and shook his head, then handed a document to Karl. When Karl saw the title starting with Shichibukai, he frowned. Marshal Sengoku. This is... Yes, I originally didn't agree, but under the pressure of the world government, I didn't say much. But their behavior has been a bit excessive recently. You should have a deep understanding of this. Originally, Sengoku turned a blind eye to the behavior of the Shichibukai. As long as they were a bit more law-abiding and not too excessive, it would be fine. But Karl's 2 encounters with the Shichibukai had sounded the alarm for Sengoku. Obviously, some of the Shichibukai didn't take the Navy seriously at all. Karl nodded quickly. Exactly. Especially that Mihawk, who has a really bad heart. Look at how dedicated Moria is, even after I took out so many of his zombies. He didn't dare to attack me. I'm going to call all the Shichibukai members to Marineford for a meeting during the World Conference, and your task is to invite one of the Shichibukai to come to Marineford. To be honest, apart from having to accept the world government's mandatory summons and pay a certain amount of their earnings to the government, the Shichibukai usually act freely and are completely free from government interference. Even as the Navy Marshal, Sengoku can't casually mobilize these So Sengoku took great pains for this summons and spent a lot of effort to get the approval of the world government. After thinking carefully, Karl nodded that it was indeed a challenging task. Marshal Sengoku, tell me, who do I need to invite? Sengoku didn't say anything and put a piece of information on the desk. The other Shichibukai have already been invited by Vice Admirals. Now only Boa Hancock is left uninvited. You have the confidence? Karl raised his eyebrows. He immediately felt it was a bit troublesome. If it was the Empress, it would be very difficult to complete the task of not attacking one's own people. If it were Crocodile or Doflamingo, he would be 100% confident of completing the task, because these 2 really needed the Shichibukai status. But if it was the Empress, although she also needed it. This woman has a rather strange personality and always uses her beauty to do evil. Otherwise, this task wouldn't fall to him. Well, Marshal Sengoku, can I change to another one? What do you think? It seemed that there was no way to change it. Karl sighed and took the Empress's information. Well, I'll take this mission. But as I recall, Amazon Lily is in the comm belt, isn't it? My warship can't get through there. Sengoku waved his hand. This is a minor issue. You're already a general-level officer, and the headquarters will equip you with a Sea Prism Stone warship. It will arrive the day after tomorrow. Take these 2 days to rest and set off on time the day after tomorrow. All right. Just as Karl was about to leave, Staff Officer Tsuru called out to him. Wait a minute. Staff Officer Tsuru, what's the matter? Staff Officer Tsuru looked at Karl with a smile. There is indeed something. You should remember that girl Ain, right? Of course. Wait a minute. Staff Officer Tsuru, she's not in trouble. Is she? Seeing Karl's worried expression, Staff Officer Tsuru was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Don't talk nonsense. Ain is doing just fine. She just wants to be your adjutant. Oh, that's good. Wait, what did you say? Ain wants to follow me, Staff Officer Tsuru teased with a smile. Yes, alas, I've painstakingly trained her for so long, but now that she's grown up, she has her own mind. Now Karl felt a bit restless. After not seeing each other for so long, she suddenly wanted to be his adjutant. Could Ain be attracted to his physique? So, did she really say that? Could it be fake? At this time, Sengoku also said with a smile. Not to mention Ain, many female Marines can't wait to get on your ship, that it's really enviable. TSK, the most handsome man in the world. When I was young, I was also a handsome guy. Why didn't anyone give me this nickname? The most handsome man in the world. The rumor already this exaggerated? No wonder those female Marines were looking at him with shining eyes just now. Karl scratched his head in embarrassment. Since Staff Officer Tsuru has spoken, I'll go talk to Ain later. Staff Officer Tsuru nodded. That's for the best. Anyway, I've already given my permission. Just have her report to you directly then. After leaving the Marine headquarters, Karl came to the training ground. Although there were no new recruits, Zefa would come here every day to guide the Marines' cultivation. Teacher Zefa, long time no see. Huh? You brat finally remembered to come and see me. TSK. Not bad. You're already a rear Admiral. Zefa patted Karl on the shoulder, his face full of joy. Karl's physique hadn't deteriorated. It seemed that he had really been training hard. I've been catching pirates every day. Otherwise, I couldn't have been promoted directly from a colonel to a rear Admiral. Zefa waved his hand dismissively. With your current strength, you're more than qualified to be a vice admiral. Compared with Akainu and Akiji, you're even slow. How can I compare with those monsters? Hearing Karl's words, Zefa smiled but said nothing. In fact, in his opinion, Karl could also be called a monster. After chatting for a while, Zefa suddenly pointed at a blue-haired girl by the training ground. Hey, look, that isn't that Ain. Karl took a closer look. It really was her, and he quickly walked over. Ain, did you also come to see Teacher Zefa? Ain's face turned slightly red as she looked at Karl, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Did Staff Officer Tsuru tell you about becoming your deputy? Huh, of course she did. What? Are you that eager to become my adjutant? Ain unhappily punched Karl's chest with her pink fist. Humph, I just want to be your adjutant. Do you agree? How dare I disagree? Otherwise, if you turn me into a child, who should I complain to? Ain's lips curved slightly, and her heart beat slightly faster as she looked at Karl with a mischievous smile. You're sensible. I'm going to find Teacher Zefa. With that, Ain ran away with a blushing face. Hey, remember to report to me the morning after tomorrow. Got it. After Ain left, Karl left with a smile. He hadn't seen the blonde nurse Monica for several months and missed her very much. At night, after the passionate moment ended, Monica gasped and slumped weakly on Karl, drawing circles on his chest with her finger. In a few days, I'm going to move out. Karl frowned and looked directly into Monica's eyes. Why? Was it because of the recent news or something someone said to her? You're too dazzling that I don't deserve you, and you're always out fighting pirates. I don't feel safe. Karl then fell silent, silently lit a cigarette, got up from the bed, and walked to the window. After his cigarette burned out, Karl looked at Monica, who seemed to have fallen asleep, and said softly, I'm sorry. On the bed, Monica, who was pretending to be asleep, shed a stream of hot tears, wetting the pillow. She had already anticipated such an ending, hadn't she? Karl sighed. Monica was ultimately an ordinary person. What an ordinary person wanted was nothing but companionship, but as a Marine, he couldn't provide that in the dead of night. Karl suddenly opened his eyes, got up from the bed, took out 100 million berries from the system space, and put them into Monica's suitcase. Then he broke off one of Monica's blonde hairs, planning to make it into a Weevil card in this way. Even if they couldn't be together in the future, Monica could still live a wealthy life. And with the Weevil card, if Monica's life was in danger, he could also notice it in time. The next day, at Crescent Moon Bay. Look, isn't that Rear Admiral Karl? That's him. Sisters, don't let him get away. After hearing that Karl had returned, a large number of female Marines blocked him, calling him Rear Admiral Karl one after another. Rear Admiral Karl, can you do me a favor? The female Marine in front pointed to the scar on her side face, and Karl immediately understood. The debt owed in G2 branch would have to be repaid sooner or later. No problem. Wait, let me find a place. Thus, Dr. Karl's clinic officially opened. Female Marines queued up in an endless stream to see a doctor and get rid of their scars. In the end, the whole Marineford was in an uproar. Anyone with even a minor illness or injury claimed that if Karl hadn't been able to use holy light on a large scale, he would have been exhausted long ago. Taking a vacation was more tiring than working. Karl was really convinced, but such behavior greatly enhanced Karl's prestige within the Marines. At least in Marineford, the name of Divine Dr. Karl was known to everyone. The next day, at Marineford, Crescent Moon Bay. A medium-sized sea prism stone warship was quietly docked on the sea, about 80 meters long. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary warship. Rear Admiral, is this our new ship? Karl nodded. Yes, from now on, when we go out, we'll use the sea prism stone powered ship. Even in the calm belt, we can travel freely. By the way, congratulations on your promotion to ensign, Nelson. Nelson scratched his head and laughed foolishly. I owe it all to you, Karl. Nelson turned his head and saw that it was a female Marine who had called out. Soon she ran over dragging a suitcase, her sea blue long hair fluttering up and down. I thought you weren't coming. Pfft, how could that be? Don't even think about leaving me behind. Ain playfully pushed Karl, glanced at Nelson, then turned her gaze to the warship in front of her and showed a smile. Today, Ain was wearing a yellow short-skirted Marine uniform with dark, gray high stockings and a pair of small high-heeled black leather shoes. On her back was the same white justice cape as Karl's. She looked both valiant and full of youthful vitality, and there was a hint of a uniform temptation. Karl was startled. This girl came prepared. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Ensign Nelson, my adjutant. This beauty is a student in the training camp from my same period, and also my friend, Ain. Oh, right. What's your rank now, Ain? Hearing this, Ain puffed out her cheeks, pouted her lips, and turned her head away, seemingly very dissatisfied that Karl didn't even know her rank. Karl coughed in embarrassment. Well, anyway, she will be my adjutant from now on. Of course, you are also my adjutant. Nelson then heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought. Fortunately. All right, let's board the ship. Our destination is Amazon Lily. With that, Karl directly boarded the sea prism stone warship and headed straight for the lounge. Ain was stunned. What Sister Shishigami taught doesn't seem to work very well. Lieutenant Nelson, you may address me as Major Ain henceforth. Lieutenant Nelson nodded dumbly, and his status decreased by 1.3 minutes later. The sea prism stone warship slowly set off, advancing in the direction of Amazon Lily. In the lounge, Karl was sitting with his legs crossed, sipping tea and reading a newspaper. The Raven and Shusui were quietly placed aside. Neglected. When Ain entered, she said with a hint of speechlessness, you really are quite leisurely. Oh, you're here. Have a seat. Would you like some tea? Ain waved her hand, then looked at the two swords beside Karl. Her eyes lighting up instantly. These two swords seem quite remarkable. You mean these? Take them and play. Karl casually picked up the two swords and threw them into Ain's arms for her to examine. My goodness, is this Shusui, one of the 21 great grade swords, the legendary sword of the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryuma. Where did you find it? This, Gecko Moria gave it to me. It's quite handy to use. Would you like to give it a try? Ain quickly shook her head and said with a hint of dejection, forget it. My swordsmanship has just started. Unlike you, who can even fight the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing this, Karl put down the newspaper and looked at Ain in shock. You use a sword? Ain nodded, stretched out her hands, and two silver short swords appeared in her left and right hands. The light shone on the short blades, emitting a cold glint. Tsk. Impressive. Then Karl picked up the newspaper again and started reading with great interest, ignoring the beautiful woman beside him. Ain looked at Karl in disbelief. Was she being ignored like this? Hey, Karl, if you have something to say, say it. Can't I just call you? Karl sighed. If you're really bored, you can bite a lighter, but please don't disturb me while I'm slacking off. Okay, fine, of course you can. Then the room fell into silence again. Ain looked at Karl, who was slacking off, and felt a bit frustrated. She simply imitated Karl and sat on the sofa, picking up a newspaper. In the lounge, only the sounds of newspaper flipping and tea sipping could be heard. The whole morning passed like this. Seeing that Karl finally put down the newspaper, I wondered if Karl was like this every day. Hey, it was really the case. When traveling, Karl would just have a cup of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and read a newspaper all day. Doe, why are you still here? Ayn rolled her eyes. Otherwise, there's nothing to do. It's time for a meal. Do you want to go together? Glancing at the time, Karl nodded. It was indeed time to eat. Yeah, let's go. The two walked out of the lounge side by side. Karl noticed that the soldiers were looking at them a bit gossipingly. Karl didn't care, but Ayn's face flushed. Ayn didn't dare to meet the sailors' gazes. She thought that if she were in their shoes, she would also get the wrong idea seeing a man and a woman staying in a lounge for a whole morning. But who would have thought that she and Karl just sat in the lounge for a whole morning without saying much? After the meal, seeing that the sun was nice today, Karl casually said to Ayn, "The sun is so comfortable today. Do you want to sunbathe together?" Ayn? 10 minutes later, seeing the sailors skillfully taking out deck chairs, parasols, and other items, Ayn fell silent. Is this a mission? It's more like a vacation. Come on, Ayn, don't be shy. Ayn bit her lower lip, finally made up her mind, entered her room, changed into a relatively conservative black swimsuit, and shyly lay down on the deck chair next to Karl. Is this a bit inappropriate? Everyone is doing their jobs, and we're enjoying ourselves here. Karl smiled and said, "Get used to it. Besides, we're naval officers. Our main task is to eliminate pirates. Leave the other things to the sailors." "We can't do everything, can we?" I nodded thoughtfully. What Karl said made sense. On Vice Admiral Kizaru's ship, she did the other things. Now that she was on Karl's ship, she just wasn't used to it. Is our mission this time to invite that pirate empress, the world's most beautiful woman? Yes. Do you think she's really the world's most beautiful woman? Karl's instinct as a playboy told him that there was more to Ayn's words. After a little thought, he said, "I've never seen her. How would I know if she's really that beautiful? Maybe she's not even as good looking as you." Ayn's lips curved slightly, and she turned to look at Karl, smiling brightly. "You think I'm beautiful? Otherwise, you're a well-known beauty in our 24th training camp." Being praised by Karl, Ayn felt sweet in her heart. Looking at Karl's profile, Ayn thought in her heart, "You are too, the most handsome man in the 24th training camp. No, in the Navy." As night approached, "Rear Admiral, we've reached the calm belt. Do we sail at night?" Karl looked at the still water not far away and slightly shook his head. Although the Sea Prismstone warship can ignore the calm belt and the Sea Kings, the risks of traveling at night are always high, whether it's the calm belt or not. He wouldn't choose to travel overnight. "Drop anchor here. We'll set off again tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." After Nelson left, Karl said to Ayn beside him, "You should rest early too." "Yeah, you too. See you tomorrow." Early the next morning, the sea was calm and the sun was shining brightly. Set sail. With Karl's order, the Sea Prismstone warship officially entered the calm belt, heading towards Amazon Lily. So this is the calm belt. There really is no wind at all. I heard there are a lot of Sea Kings here. Why haven't we seen any? Ayn's whine. Red Eyes looked at Karl, full of It's good that we don't see them. If we did, we'd be in big trouble. After that, Karl pointed to the warship under their feet and continued, "See, the ship's bottom made of sea. Prismstone can emit the same energy as the sea, deceiving the perception of the Sea Kings. That's why we can sail safely in the calm belt." I nodded naively. So this is why Sea Prismstone can restrain devil fruit users. Look, up ahead is Amazon Lily. Looking in the direction Karl pointed, a lush green island appeared in front. On the big mountain in the center of the island were the words 9 snakes. And above were hideous snakeheads. At first glance, it was a bit scary. The warship stopped on the sea 3 kilometers away from Amazon Lily and dropped anchor. Then Karl said to Nelson beside him, "Fire a flare so they don't panic." Yes, a red flare flew into the sky, and after bursting in the air, a seagull logo appeared, indicating the identity of the Navy. According to the agreement, the warship can only stop 3 kilometers away from Amazon Lily. To avoid unnecessary conflicts and complete the mission smoothly, Karl really racked his brains. In the Empress's palace. "Sister, it's the Navy's flare. They really came because of the summons." Hancock, who was reclining on Salome, the snake, furrowed her brows slightly, quickly walked to the terrace, and looked intently at the red flare outside the island. "Sonia, you and Marigold go and gather the warriors. I want to see what tricks the Navy is playing." On the warship, Karl was looking at the Amazon female warriors on the port who were on high alert through binoculars, his expression a bit serious. The exclusiveness of Amazon Lily was more serious than he had imagined. How's the situation? Karl shook his head. Not optimistic. There might be a fight. That pirate empress has a rather strange personality. The Hancock in his memory, with her arrogance and rudeness, was just a mask, just like a hedgehog's spikes to protect itself. Her soft heart was only open to the one she loved. From an onlooker's perspective, this kind of personality had an unexpected cute contrast. But from the Navy's stance, Karl didn't like Hancock. Arrogant, rude, capricious. For the current Hancock, Karl could only describe her with 2 words: difficult. Ding. It is detected that Boa Hancock has hostility towards the host. The series mission Don't Fight Among Our Own People 37 has been activated. Mission requirement: avoid conflict with Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and solve the problem calmly. Reward: Amazon Lily Hockey Cultivation Secret Method. Will exclusive enhancement card 10. Karl took a deep breath. The reward this time was more substantial than he had imagined. Its richness lay in the secret technique of hockey cultivation. Although Karl had already mastered 2, colored hockey, in the Navy, a great many sailors could hardly awaken it even after a lifetime of efforts. Only vice admirals and above could, on average, possess 2 colored hockey. The warriors on Amazon Lily were not particularly powerful. Yet they could all have 2 colored hockey. What did this imply? Amazon Lily must have a special way of hockey awakening. If the mission could be successfully completed, perhaps a large number of hockey mastering admirals would emerge in the Navy, and the overall strength of the Navy would be significantly enhanced. In simple terms, this reward was not important to Karl, but it was of great significance to the Navy. At this moment, Karl's mind was working frantically, trying to figure out ways to make the Empress accept the invitation to the warlords of the sea calmly. However, after thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. How could one persuade an unreasonable woman? During the Battle of Marineford, if it hadn't been for Luffy, the Jinchuriki of the Nika fruit, Hancock might not have accepted the invitation. Alas, it's so difficult. Now, Karl could only take things one step at a time. If it really didn't work, Karl touched his smooth and tender cheek. About 10 minutes later, a peculiarly shaped snake ship sailed out from the port and slowly approached Karl's warship, propelled by a giant snake. The naval officers and soldiers present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, thinking in their hearts, was the legendary world's most beautiful woman about to appear? Karl and Ein, on the other hand, had serious expressions and their heartbeats quickened. After all, this empress was known for being unreasonable. The distance grew closer and closer until it stopped about 20 meters away. A group of oddly shaped women appeared on the opposite ship, looking at Karl with their eyes glowing. My God. Is this a man? He is so good looking. Could he want to go home with me? How could that be? Lady Hancock is the most beautiful and charming person in the world. He's just a stinky man, but he really is quite good looking. Slurp. Karl, wearing a black suit and a white justice cape on his back, walked to the bow of the ship. His right hand was on the hilt of Shusway, and a raven stood on his shoulder. He looked at the women on the opposite ship and shouted loudly, I am Rear Admiral Karl of the Navy, Boa Hancock, a warlord of the sea. I've come to fetch you. Please come out. A burly woman on the opposite side said with a laugh. What a coincidence. Lady Hancock won't come out. It's been a long time since we've seen a man. Do all men look as good looking as you? Karl frowned and didn't speak. He turned his head to look at the sea surface aside. It seemed that something was about to emerge. He wondered if it was because the docking time was too long or they had been discovered. Hadn't it been said that Hancock's ship could scare away the Sea Kings? Really? Poof, a huge creature resembling a cow broke through the sea surface 500 meters away and swam towards the warship. Roaring, Nelson shouted with a serious expression, It's a Sea King. Fire, fire. Karl remained calm. He slowly drew Shusway from his left waist. Without even glancing at the Sea King, he casually swung a strike. A huge golden flying slash flew towards the Sea King. Schwa, the Sea King stopped roaring, and its head slowly slid off its body, staining the sea red with blood. All around, it instantly fell silent. SSSSS Dong Shusway was sheathed. The female warriors on the opposite ship were stunned when they saw this scene. There was only one thought in their minds: this man is so strong. Although they could also deal with the Sea King easily, they would never be as relaxed as Karl. I'm afraid no one except Lady Hancock could be his match. This time, we invited Lady Boa Hancock just to discuss and modify the warlords of the sea system together and clarify our respective responsibilities and obligations. We hope Lady Hancock won't make things difficult for us. Please come out. A hint of fear flashed in the burly woman's eyes, but she still said stubbornly, Don't even think about it. Lady Hancock won't. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps came from the opposite ship. If one listened carefully, it should be the sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on the wooden board. The female warriors on the ship looked towards the cabin behind them one after another. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Creaked, the wooden door was pushed open, and a graceful woman slowly walked out. The female warriors in front made way one after another. Hancock walked straight to the head of the giant snake at the bow of the ship and pointed at Karl's warship. The giant snake with black hair stretched out its head. Hancock stood on a high place, looking down on all living beings with a haughty gaze. Nelson behind Karl said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. The opponent is a monster who can petrify people." Soon, the pirate empress stopped 5 meters away from the warship, and everyone could finally see the true appearance of the world's most beautiful woman. This was also the first time Karl had seen the living world's most beautiful woman. She had long, jet, black hair styled in a cut. The snake-shaped gold earrings under her ears were very eye-catching. Her eyes were like sapphires, bright and translucent. Her long and delicate eyes had a somewhat cold look in her almond-shaped eyes. Her nose was straight and small. Her lips were soft without a single wrinkle. The snake-shaped gold earrings under her ears were very eye-catching. Her upper body was wearing a pink and red crop jacket with a bare waist. Open in the middle, her skin was like creamy jade, and her figure was voluptuous, probably something like this. Her lower body was a cheongsam, like long dress. The slit on the right side was at least a dozen stories high, revealing a smooth and tender leg. She was wearing red high-heeled shoes that Karl from Greenough Island, Lubnar Kingdom in the North Blue, am witnessing this in person, after seeing her in the flesh. Even Karl had to admit that Hancock truly deserved the title of the world's most beautiful woman. The naval soldiers behind Karl were breathing rapidly, with lewd expressions on their faces, and the sounds of them swallowing saliva one after another could be heard. This is the pirate empress. She's really as beautiful as the legend says. Mom, I'm in love. So beautiful. Seeing this, Hancock showed a confident smile, charmingly brushed her black long hair behind her ears, and winked. The naval officers and soldiers felt a tremble in their hearts pounding, and they let out exclamations like, "Oh, who?" Karl still remained calm. After all, in his previous life, he had been exposed to countless teachers, top-ranked scholars, and the 3D area. For him, it was at most just a slight smile. That it wasn't that easy to make him lose his composure. 2 tall women stood on Hancock's left and right respectively, at a black panther wearing a hat, and an eagle ran to their sides respectively. Behind Hancock, there was an additional large snake with pink and white patterns. "You finally come. But unfortunately, I was lying to you before that I won't accept the invitation." Karl looked at Hancock with calm eyes and said in a deep voice, "Lady Hancock, the other members of the Warlords of the Sea have accepted the invitation and are on their way to the Navy headquarters for the Warlords of the Sea meeting. Are you sure you want to refuse to attend this Warlords of the Sea meeting? You know, this meeting is related to the change of the rights and obligations of the Warlords of the Sea. It's crucial to every Warlord of the Sea." That a hint of contempt flashed in Hancock's eyes, and she sneered. "So what? Anyway, no matter what, I won't go with you. Also, I want all the supplies on your ship." Karl took a deep breath, thought he was a bit speechless in his heart, and even began to doubt life. Could this be something a country's emperor could say? "Lady Hancock, are you joking? Oh, is that so?" Hancock glanced beside Karl. Karl turned his head to look. Led by Nelson, the naval officers and soldiers were moving supplies out of the warehouse one by one, as if they had been bewitched. "What a beautiful woman. We're willing to give her whatever she wants." Karl cursed secretly that he really wanted to slap them hard. They were so disappointing that couldn't they learn from this rear? "Admiral, be more steady. What are you doing? Wake up, all of you." Karl's shout temporarily brought these naval soldiers back to their senses. They finally regained their clarity. "Lady Hancock, I'll only say this once: if you refuse the invitation, then your title as a Warlord of the Sea will be revoked. This is my final ultimatum." Having said this, Karl's gaze had turned cold. He had no thought of showing mercy to a beautiful woman. Even if the series of missions failed, it didn't matter. If he couldn't get it from the system, he would take it back from her. "Rear Admiral Karl, are you threatening me?" "No, I'm just informing you." Hancock's lips curved slightly upwards, and she opened her mouth and said, "I quite fancy the title of Shichibukai, yet I don't desire to go to the Navy headquarters. What about this? The Navy soldiers who came to fetch me met with misfortune at sea. Their bodies turned to stone, and the entire army was wiped out. Karl slowly drew out Shusui, his gaze solemn as he looked at Hancock. What do you intend to do? Hancock remained silent. Sonia, standing on her left side, flicked her long snake's tongue and said, My sister has the worst temper. However, everything will be forgiven. Marigold, standing on the right side, then continued, Indeed, for there are reasons to be forgiven. As soon as the words were spoken, Hancock leaped down from the head of the giant snake, stood in front of Karl, and asked playfully, Do you wish to know the reason? Karl, no matter what I want to do, be it plundering or killing, the whole world will forgive me. If you ask why. Yes, it's because I am too beautiful. The next moment, the female warriors on the opposite ship shouted excitedly, Aw, Lady Boa. The Navy officers and soldiers on the ship, including Ein, also shouted in unison, That's right, forgive you, because you're so beautiful. Karl turned his head to take a glance, then shook his head helplessly. Hopeless. Besides, it would be a real miracle if they could resist Hancock's charm. The guilty hearts infatuated with me will harden your bodies. Hancock, wearing a smile, slightly shifted her right leg, held her head high, and with both hands, she swept the long black hair behind her back. Then, she stretched out her hands towards Karl, forming a heart shape. Love, wind. Pink heart. Shaped light waves instantly enveloped the warship. The Navy officers and soldiers cheering with raised arms instantly turned into dark, gray stone statues. They maintained their cheering expressions and postures until the very last moment, none being spared. Except for Karl, Luffy was immune to the Empress's charm due to his simple-mindedness. Then Karl ignored Hancock's petrification with his rich experience and knowledge. He even felt like saying, Is this all? If you have the guts, come up with something more exciting. Come on if you dare. I guarantee petrification. Ding. The Dawn Attack Our Own People mission of the 37 series has failed. As expected, it still failed. Karl had long been mentally prepared for this. Although he wasn't overly angry, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Karl looked at the stone statues with exaggerated expressions behind him and snorted. A bunch of people with weak wills. This is impossible. How could there be someone who can ignore my charm? Looking at this tall, handsome young Navy officer with sword-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes in front of her. Hancock covered her sexy lips in shock, her eyes wide open like bronze bells. The female warriors on the ship were also stunned, unable to believe that someone could resist Lady Boa's charm. Have you had enough, Miss Hancock? Karl pointed Shusui at Hancock and said calmly, Release the petrification and come with me to the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Since the mission had already failed, Karl had nothing to. It didn't matter if they fell out. Humph, you're only one person, yet you dare to threaten me. Karl tightly grasped Shusui, and armament hockey instantly coiled around the sword. He said in a cold tone. One person like me is enough? Audacious. Marigold, the small giant standing on the head of the giant snake, raised her guandao and suddenly slashed at Karl. Karl easily blocked Marigold's attack with one hand. His gaze directly meeting Hancock's. Can I take this as your declaration of war against the Navy? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Hearing this, Boa Hancock's expression remained unchanged. She narcissistically stroked her own side face. It doesn't matter. No matter what I do, the whole world will forgive me. So, step back. I will deal with this Navy officer myself, sister. Marigold looked at Hancock in confusion. I said, Step down. Yes. Marigold then withdrew. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes fixed on Karl and said, Being able to resist my charm is not a reason for you to be arrogant. You'll soon know the consequences of provoking me. Is that so? I'll be waiting with bated breath. As soon as the words were spoken, Hancock quickly rushed towards Karl, and her long, fair, and straight legs kicked towards his shoulder as she shouted, Sweet, scent kick. Karl's gaze sharpened. His left arm was covered with armament hockey and released outward to form a layer of armor away from his body, blocking Hancock's sweet, scent kick. What? Hancock was immediately shocked. Her sweet, scent kick could petrify anyone it hit, whether they had feelings of love or not. How could this Navy officer be fine again? Although Karl didn't know what was going on in Hancock's mind, he could tell from her expression that she had never encountered a powerhouse who could release armament hockey outward. Karl even thought that he didn't need to release it. Just using armament hockey hardening would be enough to be immune to Hancock's petrification effect, as long as his hockey was strong enough. Taking advantage of Hancock's distracted moment, Karl grabbed her ankle, spun around on the spot, and then threw her out. The battle venue thus shifted to Hancock's ship. There were quite a few petrified Navy officers on the warship. If they were broken, they would really be done for. Looking at the flung away Hancock, the female warriors of the Protectorate shouted worriedly, Lady Boa, Hancock quickly adjusted her center of gravity in the air and landed steadily on the deck. She shrieked, "Get out of my way." As soon as the words were spoken, Karl descended from the sky, and Shusui had been sheathed, because Karl thought he didn't need a sword to deal with Hancock. From the previous confrontation, he had already sensed Hancock's general strength. Her physique was not as good as his, and her hockey cultivation was average. The only thing probably stronger than him was her Conqueror's hockey. But Karl was no ordinary soldier. The deterrence of Conqueror's hockey had little effect on him. This time, Hancock was probably just 23 years old. Her birthday is September 2 ND, and it's the end of 1513 now. About 1.5 years younger than Karl. Have her current strength already surpassed most people. Hancock looked at Karl seriously, and in her heart, there were already huge waves. This Navy officer was so strong. Completely different from the opponents she had encountered before, but as the Empress of Amazon Lily, she absolutely couldn't lose in front of her people. Kiss bullet. Hancock lightly touched her lips with her finger, creating a very small heart. She regarded it as a bullet, aimed at the right side of Karl's head with her finger as the muzzle, and shot it. It wasn't that she missed. In the perception of observation hockey, Karl would turn his head like this. In fact, Karl was indeed about to do so, but after seeing the trajectory of the kiss bullet, he simply stood still. I've predicted your prediction, not hitting the target. Hancock wasn't surprised. With a calm face, she lightly touched her lips with her finger and transformed a huge pink heart. Then, she pulled it back like a bow and arrow and shot a large number of pink arrows towards Karl. Captivity arrow. Karl's figure flickered continuously. While dodging the captivity arrow, he kept approaching Hancock, preparing for close-range combat. The captivity arrows that Karl dodged directly shot at the female warriors, petrifying them one by one. Hancock remained calm even though she had accidentally injured her subjects. The non-petrified female warriors shouted, "Quick, stay away, don't disturb Lady Boa's battle." On the other side, when Karl was 10 meters away from Hancock, he stomped hard on the ground. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Hancock. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Hancock's face. Damn it. Hancock quickly raised her hands, hardened with armament hockey, to block in front of her, but the powerful force still made her retreat continuously. But Karl didn't let up. With a step, he rushed towards Hancock again, showing his exquisite physical skills incisively and vividly. The female warriors of the Protectorate watching from the side couldn't believe that the person being beaten up was actually their Lady Boa. She seemed to have no power to fight back. In less than a minute of the fight, Lady Boa had been hit several times, but she didn't even touch the hem of the Navy officer's clothes. Karl looked at Hancock in front of him, who was breathing slightly heavily and had a few bruises on her arms and thighs, and showed a smile. "You should be well aware of the gap between us, Boa Hancock. Now, come with me to the Navy headquarters obediently, and I can turn a blind eye to everything that happened today." Hancock looked at Karl with eyes full of anger and said through gritted teeth, "Don't dream. Even if I am defeated today and die on the ship, I will never go to the Navy headquarters with you." Karl shook his head with a sense of deep reflection, exclaiming, "Don't let it be too fragrant when the time comes. The fragrant feet of Defong." This was a grand and sweeping kick technique to in an instant. Hancock leaped high, raising her right leg with great force, aiming a powerful strike at Karl. The mysterious triangular zone becoming vaguely visible, Karl shouted, "Armament iron block." Instantly, a layer of armed color enveloped his skin, his muscles bulging with newfound strength, significantly enhancing his defense. As Hancock's thigh struck down towards his shoulder, Karl's body sank suddenly, his feet sinking into the deck. Fissures appearing around him, clearly indicating the immense power behind Hancock's blow. Unfortunately, Karl's defense was even stronger. To him, the iron block was no mere illusion but a veritable steel physique. The force was sufficient. Yet the precision lacked slightly. Karl swiftly reached out, seizing Hancock's thigh with lightning speed, and with a mighty shout, he hurled her down onto the deck, her face and chest hitting the ground first. Had it not been for Hancock's quick reflexes, using armed color to harden her defense, her J-cup figure would have suffered even more. Yet, the encounter was not over. Karl showed no intention of halting, continuing to grasp Hancock's leg, swinging it behind him, then forward. That's enough. A tremendous aura enveloped Karl in an instant, surging towards the crown of his head, causing him to instinctively release his grip. By the time he regained his senses, Hancock had already escaped from his grasp. The Conqueror's hockey is intriguing. Observing the onlookers around him still engrossed in their spectacle, Karl realized that Hancock had a commendable mastery of her Conqueror's hockey. As it at least distinguished friend from foe, avoiding indiscriminate attacks. Breathing heavily, Hancock gazed at Karl, her eyes revealing a tenacity that clearly indicated she was not willing to concede so easily. Die. After regaining her breath, Hancock charged at Karl with a flurry of kicks and punches. Having lost her composure, this meant she had abandoned her observation hockey. Remaining calm, Karl deftly evaded each of Hancock's assaults. The moment she exposed a vulnerability, he struck swiftly with his left hand. Got you. Hancock turned her head to see Karl's left hand gripping her shoulder, akin to being ensnared by an iron hook, a wave of agony coursing through her. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Hancock retaliated by grasping Karl's wrist with both hands, using her left foot to propel herself into a graceful 360 flip in the air, then suddenly retreating in an attempt to break free from Karl's hold. With a ripping sound that made one wince, Hancock's cloak and tight jacket were torn apart by Karl, exposing her delicate shoulder and cool jade back. Hancock's pupils constricted to mere pinpoints, her complexion paling in an instant, her expression filled with anxiety and trepidation. In the next moment, Hancock swiftly turned to the side, unhesitatingly tearing away the remaining fabric from her body, while one hand shielded her bosom, and the other pressed the leftover material behind her to secure it. Yet Karl still caught a glimpse of the mark, albeit just a fleeting glance, noticing the astonished look in Karl's eyes. Hancock's voice trembled slightly. I concede. I will accompany you to the Navy headquarters. Please return my clothes. Is that all right? In that moment, Hancock seemed to have lost all her pride. Her previous commanding aura diminished drastically. A stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The two sisters watching from the sidelines exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, and quickly shouted to the female warriors, Lady Snake Princess's Gorgon curse is about to erupt. Everyone, fall back immediately. The Gorgon curse, the legendary petrifying gaze. Withdraw at once. Under the sisters' urgent commands, the onlooking female warriors were hastily dispersed, leaving only Karl and Hancock on the entire ship. The sisters exchanged worried looks with their elder sister before swiftly retreating to the cabin. No one must witness that shameful mark. Upon seeing Hancock's tearful visage, Karl furrowed his brow slightly. Although he did not know much about Hancock, he was keenly aware of her past as a celestial dragon slave. Hancock's abrupt decision to surrender was likely driven by the fear of him discovering the indescribable mark on her back, known as the hoof of the celestial dragon. Karl could not fathom, nor did he wish to comprehend, the humiliation she felt. However, he could certainly sense Hancock's current vulnerability and fear. The celestial dragons, one of the greatest scourges of the world. After a moment of contemplation, Karl approached Hancock, who sat helplessly on the ground, curled up as if seeking solace. Karl drew nearer. No, don't come any closer. Hancock, like a startled beast, projected her remaining defiance towards Karl, attempting to preserve her last shred of dignity. Yet her slightly trembling form betrayed her true emotions. Without uttering a word, Karl unfastened his justice cape, draping it over Hancock's shoulders, calmly stating, I have seen nothing. No, you clearly saw. How else could you have that look in your eyes? Karl's unintentional words struck a chord within Hancock, leading her to misinterpret his sentiment as sympathy, a feeling she loathed above all else. Indeed, just as you surmised, but I do not require your pity. Take your clothes and get away. The farther you go, the better. Karl quickly stepped forward, covering Hancock's mouth with his hand, causing her body to stiffen. Her fist clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing through her palms. Shoo, don't speak. Hancock's body froze, gradually regaining her composure. Then Karl extended his right hand, a golden light emanating from his palm, merging it into Hancock's body. In that instant, Hancock's pupils widened slightly, feeling a warm current flowing through her, healing all the injuries she had sustained in battle, culminating at her back. The mark she had always regarded as a disgrace began to itch, and it took about 3 minutes for the sensation to gradually fade. Gazing at the smiling Navy officer standing before her, Hancock's heart fluttered with a delightful suspicion, yet she dared not confirm it with Karl, fearing it might merely be a fleeting illusion, a moment of empty joy. Trust me, Karl slowly drew out a sword, autumn water, and planted it on the deck behind Hancock, softly asking, would you like to take another look? After a prolonged silence, a faint blush crept onto Hancock's cheeks as she shyly murmured an mm. Loosening her grip on the fabric behind her, allowing it to fall. Through the blade's mirror-like surface, Karl beheld a back as smooth as jade. This time, he truly saw nothing at all. Karl remained transfixed by the blade. He smiled at Hancock, saying, look into my eyes. They will reveal the answer. With that, he took a step closer, narrowing the distance between them to mere centimeters. crouching down so she could see everything reflected in his gaze. This man. Hancock's eyes met Karl's, and her heartbeat quickened in her view. Karl's features were sharply defined, handsome and striking, undoubtedly the most dashing man she had ever encountered in her life. The black suit he wore fitted him impeccably. Though nothing was revealed, she could still sense the robust physique beneath the fabric. Fixing her gaze on Karl's eyes, she found them to be remarkably clear and bright, devoid of any disdain or contempt stemming from her status as a slave. Soon, within Karl's pupils, she glimpsed everything she longed to see. Although not entirely clear, her expression grew increasingly jubilant, feeling as though the heavy shackles binding her were evaporating into thin AI in that moment. Her eyes held no trace of the past's fears and insecurities, but only a delightful sense of liberation. How did you accomplish this? Karl looked at the holy light in his palm, saying, "This is my ability. As long as I have sufficient energy, I can heal all wounds." Hancock was taken aback. Indeed, she had been healed. Staring at Karl's face, she gradually became entranced, her heartbeat accelerating, her body warming. Miss Hancock, Miss Hancock." At Karl's calls, Hancock snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she met his gaze, her legs weakening. Karl was caught off guard by Hancock's sudden 180 shift in attitude. Only moments ago, she had been brimming with arrogance and disdain. And now, oh no, am I going to be ensnared? No, why should I be afraid? If she dares, let us face each other head on. Regardless of how deep the waters run, I can handle it. Just call me Hancock. Major Karl. Karl nodded, rose from the deck, and tugged at his collar. Well, Hancock, now that your Gorgon curse has been lifted, you need not live in fear any longer. Thank you, Rear Admiral Karl. Woo-woo, thank you. Hancock threw her arms around Karl and sobbed uncontrollably on his shoulder. Karl smiled softly and patted her back. Just call me Karl from now on. After a while, Hancock seemed to realize that apart from a justice cape, her upper body was almost bare, and she had been holding Karl like this for several minutes. Is this the embrace of a man? It's so warm, but the hilt of Karl's sword is a bit pokey. Hancock, you'd better go back and put on some clothes. We'll talk about the invitation to the 7 warlords later. Oh, by the way, my soldiers were petrified by you. Please lift the petrification for them. Hancock blushed and covered her private parts, then nodded. I'll lift the petrification for them right away, after making a gesture. The petrification was lifted. Hancock pretended to be calm as she passed by Karl, then covered her burning face, so nervous that she could barely breathe. On the warship, the petrified naval officers and soldiers gradually regained consciousness. They knew nothing about what had happened after they were petrified, only remembering that they seemed to be cheering for the pirate empress just now, and then nothing more. Anne woke up first, and her face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. She had actually fallen into that woman's trap, but when she saw Karl jump onto the deck, her expression brightened instantly. She quickly asked, "How's the situation?" Karl made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, I've got her under control." And immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't affect the mission, it was fine. But looking at the battle marks not far away, she still furrowed her brows. Did you two have a fight?" Karl patted Aine on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. She'll agree to return to the Navy headquarters with us. Just wait patiently." After saying that, Karl's expression changed suddenly. He looked at the confused naval officers and soldiers and said, "You really disappoint me. As Navy members, your will is so weak." Nelson's face flushed red. He quickly bowed to Karl and apologized. "Sorry, Rear Admiral Karl. I don't know how it happened. I'm willing to accept punishment." The other naval soldiers lowered their heads in shame and said in unison, "Yes, Admiral. We're willing to accept punishment," having achieved his goal. Karl nodded in satisfaction. "It's good to correct mistakes when you know them. From now on, I want you to be more dedicated to combating crime and pirates. Can you do it?" All the naval soldiers shouted in unison. "Yes." "Very well. Now get moving immediately. Clean up the deck for me." "Yes, sir." On the other side, Lady Snake Princess, are you all right? Lady Snake Princess, did that Navy man bully you? Damn Navy. Hancock looked at the indignant female warriors and shouted sternly. "All of you, shut up for me. Marigold, Sander Sonia, come with me." "Sister, what happened just now?" Hancock smiled with joy and showed her back to her 2 sisters without any hesitation, looking at their sister's flawless back. The 2 sisters opened their mouths wide in disbelief and exclaimed at This, sister, how did you do it?" "Thanks to Karl, he used his ability to remove the mark of shame for me." "Karl, is that the Navy man just now?" Hancock smiled sweetly. "Yes, it's him." After a brief moment of surprise, the 2 sisters hugged Hancock and wept. Great. Sister, you finally don't have to live in fear every day. Woo-woo. They were genuinely happy for Hancock, and at the same time, an idea came to their minds. Since that Navy man named Karl could remove the mark for their sister, what about them? Two sisters? Don't worry, I'll go and ask Karl to remove this mark of shame for you later. After a while, the pirate empress, dressed in a purple cheongsam, boarded the warship. Compared to before, she was less haughty and willful, and more shy and affectionate. Anne looked at Hancock, who was acting like a love-struck girl. And then at Karl, who had a normal expression. Something was wrong, very wrong. Her woman's intuition told her that there must be something going on between these two. What exactly happened just now? Karl glanced at Ayn and chuckled. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Didn't Staff Officer Tsuru teach you that? Humph. Hancock walked gracefully to Karl and looked at him with a flirtatious glance. Rear Admiral Karl, I'm willing to accept the invitation to the 7 warlords. But there are some things I want to talk to you about in private. If possible, could you please come to Amazon Lily for a visit? Karl stroked his chin, roughly guessing what Hancock wanted to say. He turned his head and shouted at Nelson. Nelson, bring the ship to the port. Amazon Lily. As the name implies, it's an island where only women exist. On the island lives a warrior tribe composed entirely of women. The Kuja tribe. Their characteristic is that they all have a snake coiled around them, and they have the ability to transform it into a weapon at will. The country is built in a mountain covered by jungle, and the architecture has a strong Chinese flavor. There is an absolute rule of the male ban that has been in place for hundreds of years on the island. Once a man enters this place, his fate is to be eliminated. Although Karl wouldn't claim to be the first man to land on Amazon Lily, he definitely dared to say that he was the first man to be formally invited to enter the island. As for Ayn, Nelson, and the others, they weren't so lucky. They could only watch Karl leave with longing eyes and continue to guard the warship, walking in the city full of Chinese-style architecture. Karl's arrival attracted astonished glances, because he was a man, a handsome and charming man. The women eyed Karl without any restraint and whispered conspiratorially loudly, "My goodness. This is a man. He seems so charming. Just like Lady Snake Princess. How dare a man step into our territory? Could it be?" Sander, Sonia, and Marigold exchanged a look and shouted loudly to the onlookers around. This is Rear Admiral Karl of the Navy headquarters. It was he who lifted the Gorgon curse for Lady Snake Princess. The women present gasped. The Gorgon curse, the vicious curse that had plagued Lady Snake Princess for years, was actually lifted by a man. No wonder he could come here. He lifted the curse for Lady Snake Princess. Then in that case. Great. Lady Snake Princess's curse has finally been broken. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for Lady Snake Princess. Karl showed an awkward smile. He knew that he had given Hancock a good beating earlier. Alas, no. Why should I be embarrassed? I beat her, but I also treated her and lifted the curse for her. They should thank me. Thinking this way, Karl immediately smiled and waved to the Kuja tribe residents, with an expression as if saying, "Hello, comrades. You've worked hard." Arriving at the palace, it seemed a bit desolate in Karl's eyes. Apart from a few female guards, there was hardly anyone else. Donna, Stoby, Lady Snake Princess hasn't ordered. No one is allowed to enter the palace later. Yes, the two sisters then said to Karl, "Our sister is waiting for you. Come with us." Karl smiled. "Then I'm troubling you." Entering the interior of the palace, Karl first smelled a faint, refreshing fragrance that was intoxicating. Then he looked around at the interior of the palace. He was a bit disappointed. Probably due to the scarcity of materials and the backward production level on Amazon Lily, it wasn't very luxurious. It wasn't even comparable to his private loafing restroom. Then Karl saw Hancock, who had applied a light touch of makeup. Walking over quickly, looking a bit excited. "You're here?" Karl looked at the stunningly beautiful Hancock, and a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. He praised with a smile, "This cheongsam suits you very well. I like it very much." Hearing Karl's compliment, Hancock's heart felt as sweet as honey, constantly thinking about Karl's words, "I like it very much. I like it very much," which is approximately equal to "I like you." Is this a confession to herself? Is this a bit too soon? After much contemplation, Hancock shyly remarked, "I, too, hold a deep affection." Before she could finish her sentence, a diminutive and wrinkled old woman abruptly interrupted, shattering the intimate atmosphere. "Hancock, you are the Empress of the Amazon Lily. Do you truly look the part in your current state?" The old woman launched into a scathing reprimand, causing Hancock's expression to shift dramatically. "You wretched old hag. How dare you ruin my moment?" Hancock's anger surged like the peaks of a mountain. Ordinarily, she would have unceremoniously thrown the old woman out. However, with Karl present, she refrained from allowing him to perceive her as a brutish woman. "Old woman, this is none of your concern. Who let her in?" she demanded. "Sandasonia, kindly escort the old woman out for me," Hancock declared with a forced smile that lacked authenticity. Sandasonia promptly entered from outside, seizing the old woman and dragging her out against her will. Hey, let go of me. Don't forget that you are the empress of the Nine-Snake tribe." The old woman's voice diminished as she was taken away. "That old woman is," Hancock quickly interjected. "Do not concern yourself with her. She will be fine." Though she spoke these words, a small voice within her seethed. "Damn that old hag for daring to sabotage my plans. Bring your two sisters here. I shall also lift their curse." Hancock nodded, fully aware that while she yearned to remain alone with Karl a little longer, the priority was to lift the curse as soon as possible, allowing her sisters to attain the same liberation she had. "Sandasonia, Marigold, please come in." In the next moment, the two sisters swiftly entered, their eyes glimmering with excitement as they glanced at Karl, having long since been impatient. "Thank you for your assistance, Major Karl." Looking at the two tall and robust sisters, Karl couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It truly was a world akin to that of the Pirate King. "No need for thanks. It is but a small favor." With that, Karl spread his arms, conjuring two orbs of holy light that merged into the bodies of the sisters. The holy light quickly took effect, and as the itching sensation dissipated, the sisters looked at each other with exhilaration, hastening to a secluded spot, followed by joyous shrieks. "Wonderful, it has truly vanished. The three of us can finally be free from worry." A few minutes later, the sisters emerged, solemnly bowing to Karl in gratitude. At this sight, Hancock couldn't help but sigh, covering her eyes with her hand as a tear slipped down her cheek. In that moment, she truly felt that the dark days of her past had finally come to an end, rather than lingering as an inescapable nightmare, and she could hardly contain her feelings. "Karl, do you know? 10 years ago, my sisters and I set sail with the Nine-Snake pirate crew." Hancock then began to recount her harrowing experience of having been reduced to slavery, a past she wished to forget. After hearing Hancock's tale, Karl couldn't help but exclaim, "The celestial dragons are indeed a disgusting breed." Hancock covered her mouth in surprise. After all, Karl was a Navy officer, and did the Navy not conspire with the celestial dragons? Noticing Hancock's astonished expression, Karl candidly replied, "In truth, many in the Navy despise the celestial dragons. I myself harbor a strong disdain for them." Hancock's gaze immediately ignited with fervor, nearly sizzling with intensity, as her sisters appeared to sense that their elder sister might be in love. Sandasonia quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Marigold, urging her to exit the room and close the door behind them. Now, only Karl and Hancock remained in the room. "Karl." The way she uttered his name sent a shiver down Karl's spine. He gazed at Hancock, who was half reclined on the cushions with a faint blush, and he couldn't deny the stirrings of excitement within him. Without a second thought, Hancock lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Karl's neck and bestowing upon him a fervent kiss. Karl's pupils dilated in shock. Everyone had witnessed that. She initiated it first. This was merely self-defense. He swiftly embraced Hancock, showcasing his experience as his hands gradually shifted territories. Was this what kissing felt like? The sensation was extraordinary. Wait, he had heard that kissing could lead to a baby. If it were Hancock and Karl's child, surely they would be stunning. What name would they choose? No, they should marry first. This all stemmed from Hancock's inner monologue. After an indeterminate time, Hancock abruptly realized what had transpired, pushing Karl away and hurriedly adjusting her disheveled dress. With a bashful demeanor, she apologized. "I am sorry, Karl. I am not quite ready." However, upon seeing Karl's incredulous expression, Hancock clenched her teeth and added, "If you are truly feeling pent up, then I." Witnessing Hancock in such a state, Karl couldn't help but chuckle, the tumult within him gradually subsiding. "It's all right. We have plenty of time ahead." Hancock suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at Karl. Then, "Are we considered a couple now?" Hearing this question, Karl hesitated instinctively. That moment's hesitation caused Hancock's heart to plummet. "As I suspected, you still disdain me for having once been a lowly slave." Karl's eyes widened in shock, and he was at a loss for words, wanting to inquire what on earth Hancock was imagining. Yet, he understood precisely what she needed in that moment. Indeed, she was a pirate, while the roles had reversed, and this time Karl successfully took the initiative. It wasn't until Hancock's heart raced wildly, nearly causing her to gasp for air, that he finally released her. "Oh, not utter such words again. Do you hear me?" Hancock nestled against Karl, giving a soft murmur in agreement. "Darling, The summons from Admiral Sengoku states that I am to report to Navy headquarters on January 5th for a meeting. There is still nearly a week left. Why not stay here with me for the next few days? Karl furrowed his brow. Are you instructing me on my duties? I merely wish to inquire about your opinion. Hancock replied, her expression slightly aggrieved. If you are unwilling, then it is no matter. Seeing the hint of disappointment in Hancock's expression, Karl smiled and planted a kiss on her cheek. Her words served as a reminder for Karl. Indeed, there were 7 days until the Shichibukai meeting, and all members were required to arrive a day in advance. Leaving 4 days for travel, he could not afford to waste these precious 4 days. That night, in order to avoid any misunderstandings, Karl resolutely declined the temptation to stay in the palace, opting instead to return to his ship and endure hardship alongside his subordinates. Shared suffering is a different matter altogether. Oh, isn't that Major Karl? You actually came back, he heard Ein's voice, laced with a hint of annoyance. Where have you been? It was clear that Ein was a touch displeased, her tone almost sulky. What is it? Ein huffed, pointing at the lipstick mark on Karl's face. First, wipe that mark off your face. Nelson, who had been eavesdropping, gasped in surprise. It was no wonder Karl was known as the world's most handsome man. It seemed that the handsome man had indeed captured the attention of a beauty. Karl, maintaining his composure, accepted the handkerchief Ein tossed at him and wiped the mark from his face. Isn't this the handkerchief you use for your runny nose? You gave me this. Ein was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with anger. You speak nonsense. How dare you? With a huff, she stomped back to the cabin. Observing this, Karl couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Reflecting, it is truly difficult to bear the favor of a beauty. Nelson burst into laughter at this, only to catch Karl's eye. What are you laughing at? Nelson quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head and retreating in embarrassment. The following day, Karl gathered all the sailors, except for logistics personnel, for their daily briefing. You are all fortunate. Yesterday, the Empress of Amazon Lily, the illustrious Shichibukai Boa Hancock, granted permission for you to enter Amazon Lily to participate in a banquet celebrating the lifting of the Gorgon curse on the Boa sisters. Now, maintain silence and follow me as we disembark to Amazon Lily. Do not cause a commotion. Do you understand? Understood. The sailors' expressions were filled with excitement. This was the legendary island inhabited solely by women. A forbidden land for men. They never imagined they would have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Major Karl was truly remarkable. Standing beside Karl, Ein crossed her arms, snorting, Men, today, Daughter Island is abuzz with excitement. Primarily to celebrate the release of the Gorgon curse on the 3 sisters of Boya, and partly because a group of men has arrived on the island. This is no exaggeration. The women, who have never encountered men before, are displaying an unrestrained enthusiasm that is nothing short of fiery. It is worth noting that previously, only the 9 Snake Pirates, the valiant protectors of the nation, could accompany the esteemed Lady Hancock on her expeditions, thus affording them the rare opportunity to meet men. In stark contrast, Nelson and his companions appear flushed, revealing their feminine allure, yet their expressions betray a hint of anticipation. As for Ein, she perceives this merely as a chance to experience the local customs of Daughter Island. Once a variety of beasts and sea creatures, destined to be culinary delights, are brought forth by the warrior women. The celebration officially commences. Several audacious women begin to engage the Navy personnel, playfully interrogating them under the guidance of the pioneers, leading to an increasing number of women joining the fray. It is certain that Karl would never dare to participate personally. Otherwise, given his physique and appearance, he would likely be devoured without a trace. However, such a scenario seems improbable, as Hancock is notably protective of her territory. At least on Daughter Island, none would dare to compete with her. At this moment, Karl stands on the palace terrace, his arm wrapped around Hancock's slender waist, admiring the lively festivities in the distance. My dear, can't you stay a few more days? He implores. Karl shakes his head. I wish I could. However, considering unforeseen circumstances, we must set sail early. What a pity. If only you could remain on Daughter Island to keep me company, Hancock laments. Karl smiles faintly, refraining from a direct response. The following day, Hancock boards the warship, preparing to head to Marineford. Set sail? Aye. The voices, though uniform, lack vigor, as if their spirits have been drained. Observing Nelson, whose eyes are sunken and demeanor listless, leaning against his waist. Karl cannot help but chuckle softly and sigh. Oh, Nelson, your condition is rather poor. The pitying look from Karl feels like a bucket of cold water splashed on Nelson, igniting a surge of indignation within him. A man cannot be deemed incapable, yet he quickly reconciles with reality, reassuring himself that it is not a matter of inability, but rather that the women of Daughter Island are fierce as wolves, voraciously consuming everything in their path, not to mention, aside from Karl, which marine does not bear a similar expression, blessings of the holy light. Under its radiant glow, the Navy personnel gradually regain their spirits, transforming from lethargy to vigor, akin to having ingested a revitalizing elixir. Nelson is astounded, never having anticipated that Major Karl possessed such a miraculous ability. All right, everyone, perk up. My sole demand is to return safely to Naval Headquarters. Do you have any objections? None? Excellent. Let us commence our duties. The Seastone warship departs from Daughter Island's harbor, heading towards Marineford. As the naval soldiers cast reluctant glances back at the island, their eyes filled with longing. In the lounge, my dear, you have finally returned. I missed you so much, Hancock exclaims. Karl closes the door, revealing a smile as he sits beside her, playing with her lustrous black hair. The journey might be a tad dull, so please don't sulk. Hancock wrinkles her nose, leaning on Karl's shoulder. How could I? As long as you are here, I could never be bored. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Ein strides in with an expressionless face. Casting a glance at Hancock, who is nestled against Karl, and lets out a cold huff. What is she doing here? Isn't there a room for her on the ship? Ein's demeanor is anything but welcoming. Her gaze fixed squarely on Hancock. This marks their first formal interaction, as their previous encounters were brief and ended with Hancock petrifying Ein. Hancock's brow furrows slightly as she tightly grips Karl's arm. I can be wherever I please, and it is none of your concern. Turning to Karl, she coyly inquires, Darling, who is this fierce woman? Please, have her removed. At this moment, Karl feels a wave of anxiety wash over him. Sensing an inexplicable tension akin to a battlefield, recalling his interactions with Ein, he swears he has done nothing inappropriate. Ein, Hancock is my girlfriend. I invited her to keep me company here. Hancock's captivating gaze flits provocatively towards Ein before she plants a kiss on Karl's cheek. Ein's face pales, her fist clenching tightly, making an ominous cracking sound. Karl, you are a Navy officer, and she is a pirate. How can you? This statement instantly displeases Hancock, her brows knitting together in defiance. What do you mean by calling me a pirate? I am currently a warlord of the sea. Go ask Sengoku if I am a pirate. You. Ein grits her teeth, glaring at Karl with palpable fury before storming out. Karl sighs, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why must he endure such turmoil even before establishing his harem? What do you think, Chung? In the room, witnessing Ein's retreat, Hancock breathes a sigh of relief, but a warning bell rings in her heart. This Navy officer named Ein seems to harbor feelings for Karl as well. Although she has temporarily triumphed, Ein possesses advantages that Hancock envies, as she spends day and night with Karl. What about her? Once the warlord meeting concludes, and Karl returns her to Daughter Island, their opportunities to meet will dwindle. Should Ein seize the moment to steal Karl away, she would be utterly powerless, reduced to tears daily. Even if she were to confront them, the fickle Karl would likely side with Ein against her. What then could she do? Karl observes the myriad emotions flickering across Hancock's face, as her smile fades into a sorrowful expression, leaving him utterly perplexed. Darling, will you ever abandon me? Of course not. How could that ever happen? Hancock's lips pout, and she speaks with a hint of melancholy, but Ein is young, beautiful, and possesses a fine figure. Do you fancy her? Thwack. Karl smacks his forehead in exasperation. Moments later, he finds himself kissing Hancock breathlessly, igniting a passion that makes it nearly palpable. Hancock, in turn, finds herself forgetting all about Ein through Karl's actions. She feels the depth of his affection. Despite the lack of soundproofing in the lounge, they ultimately do not cross any boundaries. Fortunately, Karl is experienced enough to navigate the situation without faltering, for Hancock's alluring figure is undeniably enticing. Meanwhile, in Ein's room, that detestable Karl, such a fickle heart, and that loathsome, infatuated woman. What right does she have? Just because she is beautiful. Ein seethes, striking a pillow adorned with Karl's picture repeatedly until it is reduced to tatters. After a prolonged moment of frustration, she releases a sigh and utilizes her devil fruit powers to restore the torn photograph before dialing Guillaume's number. Sister Guillaume. Karl. An hour later. Ein's face brightens with a smile as she gazes at the photograph of Karl on her pillow. I will not give up. In the afternoon, the Seastone warship has exited the windless zone, allowing the crew to finally relax, free from the fear of sea creature ambushes. Marshal Sengoku, we will reach Marineford within a day. Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly. After ending the call, Karl turns to Nelson and instructs, continue onward. We will anchor and rest once night falls. Aye, Commander, just as Karl is about to return to his quarters. Ein approaches him with a smile, resting so early. I'm used to it, right? Karl gazes at Ein in surprise, sensing something amiss. How could she be so composed after storming out in anger just this morning? Ein, feeling the intensity of his gaze, becomes slightly bashful, averting her eyes and tucking her hair behind her ear. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? No. You're not angry anymore? Ein replies nonchalantly, angry. What would I be angry about? Karl is taken aback, reflecting on Ein's remarkable self-control as a mature naval officer. In that case, I will take my leave. Wait a moment. Karl turns to Ein. Is there something else? Ein took a deep breath, recalling the words spoken to her by Sister Guion earlier that day, and began to speak. I have been resting lately, and I feel as though my strength has stagnated. If possible, could you offer me some guidance? Karl scratched his head and replied, sure, right now? Or should we wait until work starts, perhaps until we return to the Navy headquarters? Ein squinted her eyes and smiled. Resembling a cunning little fox that had just stolen a chicken. Yes, let's agree on that. I will come to find you then, and you must not refuse. Absolutely. By the way, regarding today's incident, I apologize on behalf of Hancock. She did not mean it, and waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing. Today I was the impulsive one. Alas, it's all my fault for disturbing you. I hope Sister Hancock isn't upset. Karl instinctively shook his head. No, how could she be angry? Besides, you were so considerate. Even if she were upset, she would surely forgive you. Suddenly, Karl felt something was amiss. But before he could ponder it further, Ein had already floated away, scratching his head as he watched her retreating figure. Karl could only turn and leave. The next day, the Seastone warship was reactivated. Setting sail for Marineford. In the lounge, Hancock remarked, during our sparring session that day, the aura you displayed was certainly that of Conqueror's Haki. Hancock nodded. Indeed, I have awakened it many years ago. Dear. Do you wish to awaken Conqueror's Haki as well? Not exactly. I am merely curious if I recall correctly. You have mastered all 3 types of Haki, and this was all your own comprehension. At this moment, Karl's face was filled with curiosity, as if he were genuinely intrigued. The plot thickens. Karl had waited 3 days for an opportunity. He sought to reclaim his lost dignity, not to prove his greatness, but to inform the system that what he had lost must be retrieved by his own hands. To Karl, Hancock posed no threat, and without hesitation, she said, of course not. In Amazon Lily, there exists a special method that aids warriors in awakening their Haki. My Conqueror's Haki was awakened during trials in my childhood. If you wish, I can share it with you. Karl's eyes sparkled, and he pulled Hancock in for a fervent kiss on her cheek. That's wonderful. But, will this have any repercussions for you? After all, this is a secret of your island. Hancock was completely oblivious to the underlying implications in Karl's words, interpreting them merely as his concern for her well-being. I am the Empress of Amazon Lily. Who dares to trouble me? Besides, this is no secret. Every member of the Kuja tribe knows. It's just that others are unaware. 10 minutes later, ding. Through Hancock's narration, the host successfully acquired the secret technique for cultivating Haki specific to Amazon Lily, reducing the skill card requirements for Haki upgrades by 20. Oh my, what an unexpected boon! Karl exclaimed in delight, knowing that higher levels of Haki require increasingly more skill cards. He typically used the skill cards earned from daily tasks directly. Yet, he had only reached levels LV5 and LV6, thus FAR.TO level up further would require a significant investment of skill cards or personal training in Haki. Although Karl would engage in training, it was merely for familiarization and adaptation. This brings to mind Big Mom. Karl once suspected she possessed a system for producing powerful offspring, as her strength seemed to grow with each child, while he had to struggle to enhance his own. How unfair. However, the cultivation technique was somewhat different than Karl had imagined. It was not merely about activating Haki with a bang. Rather, it involved creating an environment that could push one to the brink of life and death to awaken their Haki, a method fraught with peril. Although most who passed through it successfully awakened their Haki, how was this different from the conventional awakening methods? Thus, relying on it to produce a cadre of Haki masters within the Navy seemed unrealistic. However, The methods of utilizing and cultivating hockey contained valuable insights. What's the matter, dear? You seem a bit disappointed. Karl shook his head. How could that be? I was merely pondering how much easier my path could have been had I known this sooner. It's not too late for you now. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Karl was about to share a tender moment with Hancock, he quickly retracted his unclean hand and sat upright beside her, saying, Come in. The door opened, and Ein entered, carrying 2 cups of beverage. Karl, Sister Hancock, this drink was sent from the kitchen. Do try it. Hearing Ein address her as sister, Hancock felt a surge of pride, standing up to receive the drink with a smile. Thank you. Little Sister Ein. Hancock had expected Ein to display a sour expression, but was surprised to see her respond quietly with a serene her demeanor unchanged and even accompanied by a smile. No need to be polite. It's what I ought to do that I won't disturb you to any longer. Karl, I will notify you once we arrive at Marineford. All right. With that, Ein exited the lounge. Her demeanor a far cry from the tension of the previous day. Hancock found Ein's behavior somewhat peculiar, but dismissed it, thinking perhaps Ein had conceded. Here, dear, by the way, what exactly is the meeting of the warlords about? Will it affect me in any way? Karl was uncertain about this question, replying, It may influence the authority of the warlords, but not significantly. It's primarily due to the recent excessive actions of certain warlords. Hancock quickly interjected, Darling, it's not me. I haven't set sail recently, of course not referring to you. I mainly mean Mihawk and Moria, possibly Doflamingo too. What about them? Karl shrugged. I'm not sure about Doflamingo. But Mihawk and Moria definitely want to take action against me, especially Mihawk. Just thinking about him makes me angry. Upon hearing this, Hancock grew anxious and promptly inquired, What did he do to you? It's none of your concern. Reflecting on it, only Kuma, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Jinbe remained among the warlords. However, the task of not turning against one's own was indeed a low completion rate. Karl no longer held high hopes for this series of tasks. He would let things unfold as they may. He was tired. Under the blazing sun, a Seastone warship slowly entered Crescent Bay, docking, anchoring, and lowering the gangway. Finally arrived, Karl exclaimed, addressing Nelson and Ein behind him. Nelson, you'll be responsible for the subsequent maintenance aboard the ship. Once everything is in order, you should also take a break. Nelson saluted crisply. Yes, sir. Ein, please wait here for a moment. Okay. With that, Karl entered Hancock's exclusive quarters. Ready to escort her to Navy headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Hancock, darling, are you ready? Just a moment, dear. Inside the room, Hancock made her final adjustments to ensure she looked stunning, turning to Salome beside her. Do I look good? Salome dared not contradict her and nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Hancock allowed it to accompany her outside. As the door opened, Hancock emerged in her classic attire, and Karl smiled. You look truly beautiful today. A blush crept onto Hancock's face. Clearly pleased by Karl's compliment, as long as you like it, darling. Now, let us go. Remember, once we disembark, do not call me darling. Refer to me as Major Karl, and I shall call you Lady Hancock. Understood? Hancock's expression shifted to one of slight disappointment. Oh, I understand. In truth, she wished for the entire world to know that Karl was the man she adored, that they were a couple. Unfortunately, Karl seemed to harbor some reservations. Let us go. Thus, Karl stood beside Hancock like a bodyguard as they descended from the warship. With Ein trailing behind them, a patrolling sailor, upon spotting Hancock, widened his eyes. Wait, that is, Warlord Boa Hancock. Indeed, all the warlords were to be present. Another sailor, starry-eyed, remarked. Yes, the first to arrive among the warlords was that tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. And then there's this beauty. She truly is stunning, truly worthy of being the world's most beautiful woman. As for Ein and Karl beside Hancock, they were simply overlooked. There's no way around it. Hancock's charm is just so overpowering. That's why Karl didn't let Hancock show herself on the way back to the Navy headquarters. As they got closer to the Navy headquarters building, more and more people came to watch, making Hancock seem like she was walking on a red carpet. Good heavens, she's so beautiful. Yes, have you noticed how well matched she and Rear Admiral Karl are? One is the world's most handsome man, and the other is the world's most beautiful woman if they were to be together. Oh, so exciting. Hancock seemed to have heard this as well and gave Karl a loving glance. But Karl just stared ahead, pretending not to know anything. Finally, after arriving at the headquarters building, there were far fewer onlookers behind them, while there were more Navy personnel. Hello? You must be Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai, right? I am true. The Chief Staff Officer of the Navy. You can call me Staff Officer Tsuru. Welcome to Marineford. Although Staff Officer Tsuru said the words of welcome, not a trace of welcome could be seen from her expression or tone. Actually, it's quite normal that a large part of the Navy's high-ranking officers have always detested the Shichibukai system. In their eyes, these so-called Shichibukai are just pirates that's impossible for them to show a friendly face. Hancock wasn't stupid. She could naturally sense the coldness in Staff Officer Tsuru's tone. Although angry in her heart, she gradually understood the intention behind Karl's actions. When will the Shichibukai meeting start? I can't just keep standing here waiting. Can I? Staff Officer Tsuru said indifferently. Don't worry about that. The Navy headquarters naturally won't neglect guests who have come from afar. Then she took out a document and handed it to Karl. This is the VIP room for Miss Hancock. You take her there. Miss Hancock, since you arrived relatively early, please be patient for a while. The meeting can only start when all Shichibukai members have arrived. Hancock nodded slightly with a poker face and pointed at Karl beside her, saying, during this waiting period, I want him to serve me. Staff Officer Tsuru frowned. That's impossible. Once you're in the VIP room, there will naturally be someone to serve you. Karl is a rear admiral of the headquarters. He has no such obligation. I don't care. I only know him. If anyone else dares to break into my room, they'll bear the consequences. Facing such an unreasonable Hancock, Staff Officer Tsuru could only express her helplessness and gave Karl a look. Letting him understand on his own, Karl immediately understood and said coldly, I can agree to your request, but remember, I won't do anything too excessive. Ian, who was beside them, snorted in his heart as he watched the two of them acting so intensely. They're really going all out, still acting here. Since Karl had already agreed, Staff Officer Tsuru didn't say anything more and just whispered to Karl, You've worked hard. After sending her to the VIP room later. Remember to report to Sengoku. Okay, don't worry. I'll come right away. After escorting Hancock all the way to the VIP room and closing the door, Hancock immediately stopped acting and threw herself into Karl's arms. My dear, will you stay with me here today? No problem, but I have to go report my work to Sengoku first. Can you stay here for a while? Hancock nodded sensibly, closed her big eyes, tilted her head back, and pouted. Karl chuckled and put his arm around Hancock's slender waist. 10 minutes later, in the marshal's office. Karl, you're here. Have a seat. After Karl sat down, Sengoku clasped his hands together and looked at Karl with a smile. You've done a great job on this matter. Hancock is quite a handful, but I didn't expect you to bring her to the Navy headquarters so quickly. I really didn't misjudge you. Karl nodded seriously. Indeed, she's so clingy. If Hancock had not been mentally prepared all the time, he might have come in hunched over. Just now, I heard from Tsuru I'll have to trouble you these few days. Karl immediately slapped his chest. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. I guarantee I'll keep her here safely until the meeting is over. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. After the meeting is over, you send her back to Amazon Lily, and then you can take a rest. You've been busy fighting pirates for the past few months and haven't had a good rest. It's necessary to relax appropriately. Well, I'll grant you a 1-month vacation then. Except for the New World, you can go on vacation anywhere you want. How about that? Karl was shocked. A vacation, a whole month. If it were Garp, he'd probably be so happy that snot bubbles would come out, but Karl felt his heart ache. Why? Because vacation time isn't counted as slacking off time. Karl immediately got anxious and stood up abruptly. Marshal Sengoku, the sea is infested with pirates causing chaos everywhere. As a rear admiral of the Navy, how can I go on vacation with a clear conscience? So I volunteer to give up my vacation and devote my limited life to the infinite fight against evil. Sengoku looked at Karl, who was full of righteousness, and a hint of shock faintly flashed in his eyes. What kind of spirit is this? Karl is truly a Navy officer with the world in his heart and justice in his mind. If every Navy officer could be like Karl, why worry about the sea not being peaceful? He used to worry that Kizaru would lead Karl astray, but it turns out that Karl remains untainted even in a bad environment. Sengoku's affection and regard for Karl increased even more. He even thought that if Karl could grow to the level of an admiral, he would definitely be the prime candidate to become the Navy Marshal. Good. Well said. Karl, I'm very pleased to hear you say this. If Kizaru and Akiji could learn more from you, I'd have much less to worry about. However, there's a reason for asking you to rest. Sengoku took out a stack of wanted posters with crosses drawn on them and placed them on the table, saying, Look, these are the results of the past few months. Most of the pirate crews that dared to show up recently have been captured or killed. Except for the New World, there aren't really any big fish worthy of your action. Those small, fry pirate crews can be handled more than adequately by other officers. Your abilities should be used for more challenging tasks. I can't have a rear admiral of the headquarters chasing after pirate crews with a bounty of just 10 million berries every day. Can I? Karl frowned. What he said did make sense. A rear admiral should do what a rear admiral is supposed to do. He couldn't very well volunteer to capture those unknown pirates. Could he? Marshal Sengoku. In that case, I'll go to the New World to carry out missions. I'm not afraid of pirates with a bounty of over 500 million berries. At this point, Sengoku shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, "It's not that I don't want you to go to the New World. But recently, the Whitebeard Pirates have been waiting for you to go there." The Whitebeard Pirates? Karl frowned slightly. Could it be because of Windy Bay, the Ice Witch? Is it because of Windy Bay? Sengoku nodded. Yes. Whitebeard's protectiveness of his subordinates is no joke. The New World is full of Whitebeard's territory. Once you show up, there's a high chance they'll trap you. For your safety, you still need to grow for a while before I can send you to the New World to carry out missions. The subtext was that Karl was very important to the Navy, and it wasn't worth going head to head with a max-level character like Whitebeard. It was better to level up first. Karl was silent for a while, and then continued. Well, Marshal Sengoku, but I still don't want to go on vacation. How about this? I'm quite interested in Fishman Island. The mission to investigate the cause of Queen Otoheim's death should still be unhandled. Right? Sengoku paused for a moment and then shook his head. Okay, I'll take this mission. After the Shichibukai meeting ends, I'll go to Fishman Island to investigate if I can find out the truth. That's the best, if not, I'll just consider it a vacation. What do you think? Tap, tap, tap. Sengoku tapped his fingertips on the desk, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed. All right, I'll temporarily agree to you. But for now, everything should focus on the Shichibukai meeting. We'll talk about this later. Karl immediately felt relieved. Finally, he didn't have to really go on vacation. Kizaru, watch and learn. Even when slacking off, Sengoku still praises us. When Karl left the Navy headquarters, an unexpected old acquaintance had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Karl, it's been a few months, and you've become a rear admiral already. Upon discerning the approaching figure, Karl revealed a faint smile and made his way towards him. As he drew near, he deftly plucked a cigar from the man's breast pocket, placed it between his lips, and ignited it, then exhaled a perfect smoke ring. With an air of haughtiness, Karl looked at Smoker and said, Is Karl the name you should be using? Address me as Sir. Smoker was taken aback, and the cigar in his hand nearly dropped to the ground. You rascal, Karl. You're still pulling this kind of stunt. Ha! Just kidding. So, are you on leave? At this, Smoker's expression turned somber, and he shook his head. That it's not leave. I've been suspended. Suspended? Are you kidding? Why? Some filthy and messy affairs. Just thinking about them gets me furious. Let's not talk about it. It's not often we get to be together. Care to join me for a drink? It was precisely noon, and Karl hadn't had his meal yet. So he didn't decline. Karl, do you think the current Navy truly deserves the word justice? Karl stroked his chin, and after much deliberation, said, The Navy is, of course, the embodiment of justice. However, where the light of justice fails to reach, darkness will inevitably take root. Glug, glug, glug. Smoker downed all the wine in one go, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and let out a sigh. Yes, but there seems to be an overwhelming amount of this emerging darkness. Karl had no idea what kind of darkness Smoker had encountered, but one thing was certain. At this moment, he had grown somewhat disillusioned with the Navy, feeling that it was far from the army of justice he had envisioned in his mind. So, what can a Navy major like you change? I surely can't change much, Karl said with a smile. So, cheer up. On the sea, only the strong hold the power of speech, whether it's the Navy or the pirates. Since you can't stand those dark aspects and wish to change them, you must possess the means to do so. As a 10-year veteran and a time traveler, how could Karl not be aware of the intricate affairs within the Navy? But knowing was one thing. Before, as a branch captain, he had the will but lacked the power. Now, even as a rear admiral, he still didn't have much say. The only thing he could do now was to strive to enhance his strength, raise his prestige, and promote his military rank. Only in this way could he gain the power of speech and the ability to alter the current state of the Navy. Having the ability to change is one aspect. while actually making the change is another. For Karl, whether to change or not didn't really matter. After all, he was just going through the motions. Smoker furrowed his brows, looked at Karl, and seemed to understand something. But he didn't say anything. He glug, drank in silence, then slumped onto the table. Karl shook his head and sighed, then snapped his fingers. Hello, how may I assist you? Karl stood up, pointed at Smoker, and said, This is Major Smoker. He'll be paying for all the expenses today. And bring me a bottle of red wine. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Karl picked up a pack of napkins, wiped his mouth, took the red wine handed to him by the waiter, and left the restaurant, disappearing without a trace of his deeds. Little did he know that Smoker, who was pretending to be asleep on the table, gradually clenched his fists, filled with thoughts that would be censored if spoken out. A fool's errand. The next day, at Crescent Bay, a warship slowly approached, and a man wearing a flamingo print coat and sunglasses descended with a swagger. Although his eyes couldn't be seen clearly, from his lively tongue, it could be inferred that the man was in a good mood at the moment. So this is the Navy headquarters. It doesn't look like much. Vice Admiral Prometheus, who was in charge of picking up and seeing off Doflamingo, said with unconcerned sarcasm, Doflamingo, you should be grateful that you became a warlord of the sea. Otherwise, the place you should be in is impelled down. That was true. Before Doflamingo became a warlord of the sea, it was Staff Officer Tsuru who was in charge of hunting him down. She was the woman who had once pushed the Don Quixote family to the brink of despair. If it hadn't been for Doflamingo using the heavenly gold to blackmail the world government and thus become a Shichibukai, he might really have been sent to impelled down by Staff Officer Tsuru. Doflamingo couldn't help but recall that Staff Officer Tsuru, who had been relentlessly pursuing him. He snorted and swaggered towards the Navy headquarters. Outside the VIP room, Karl, who had spent a night resting at home alone, was about to visit Hancock when he unexpectedly ran into Vice Admiral Prometheus coming from the opposite direction. Good morning, Vice Admiral Prometheus. Prometheus looked at Karl with a smile and said, You're quite efficient, kid. You managed to get the most difficult one to come. Karl smiled but remained silent at IT present. It was still hard to tell who had won over whom. Isn't this the world-renowned handsome guy Karl? It's truly a rare sight to behold. You really do have a pretty boy face. Prometheus turned his head to look at Doflamingo behind him, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Doflamingo, don't be too arrogant. This is the Navy headquarters. Alas, Vice Admiral Prometheus, don't say that. Look at him. He always wears sunglasses and doesn't dare to show his full face. It's normal for him to be jealous of my appearance. That I'm already used to it. Prometheus patted Karl on the shoulder and laughed. You rascal. Doflamingo's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He walked up to Karl and looked down at him. What a glib tongue. Then he walked straight towards his VIP room. Karl, don't pay attention to him. Oh, I have to report to Marshal Sengoku. I'll be going now. All right, Vice Admiral Prometheus. Take care. Looking at Doflamingo's departing back, Karl gradually fell into deep thought. Doflamingo seemed to know him quite well. Could it be that the habit of reading newspapers diligently was formed long ago? Inside the VIP room. Hancock, this is the breakfast I brought you. Come and have it. Oh, and there's some for Salome too. Thank you, my dear, that you're so kind. Karl put his arm around Hancock, gave her a kiss, and said with a smile, Silly girl, who else should I be good to if not you? By the way, I might not be able to stay with you in the room today. Hancock became anxious immediately and quickly asked, What? Why? Karl then informed Hancock that all the warlords of the sea were about to arrive. After much comforting, he managed to calm Hancock down and then left the VIP room and went to Crescent Bay. Perhaps because it was rumored that many warlords of the sea would come today, there were quite a few onlookers. For example, a certain man who wanted to trick Karl into a meal but ended up tricking himself instead. We won't say who it is. Tisk, Hawkeye. I heard you injured him. Is that true? Karl rolled his eyes. Of course it's true. It was reported in the newspaper. But that Mihawk is really something. Although his physique isn't top-notch, his hockey and swordsmanship are truly formidable. In my opinion, among the warlords of the sea, the strongest are Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma. Smoker exhaled a smoke ring and nodded in agreement. That's right. But I think Crocodile should be quite strong too. I heard that this guy once fought Douglas Bullet, a crew member of the Pirate King, to a draw, and he even managed to escape unscathed after challenging Whitebeard. Karl looked at Smoker in shock, thinking, when did this honest-looking guy start believing rumors? What, escape unscathed? Maybe Whitebeard wanted to take him as a son, but Crocodile refused, and Whitebeard couldn't be bothered to chase him. The credibility of such old stories exists, but it's not much. Judging from his experiences, being evenly matched with Marco and narrowly losing to Hawkeye is already quite absurd, yet there are still a lot of people in the sea who firmly believe it. Don't believe those rumors that I'm telling you. This kind of news is the least reliable. Oh no, he saw me. Smoker looked at Karl in confusion, then noticed that Mihawk was walking straight towards them. His sharp gaze stared at them emotionlessly. Or more precisely, at Karl. You become stronger again. I was right about you. Unfortunately, after saying this, Mihawk shook his head disappointedly and turned to leave. Karl, of course, knew what Mihawk was regretting. He regretted not being able to draw his sword and fight him right away. Phew, his gaze is really intimidating. By the way, Mihawk seems to think highly of you. Karl firmly shook his head. No, he's not thinking highly of me, he's just incredibly bored. I'd better avoid him in the future. At least before he becomes extremely proficient at slacking off. Karl has no interest in engaging in a battle with Hawkeye. It's a laborious task yielding no rewards. Moreover, if by any chance he were to win, things would be even worse. Given Mihawk's personality, he would most likely thrust the title of the world's greatest swordsman upon him. In that case, what awaits him would be an endless stream of challengers. Then how could he enjoy his slacking off time? After approximately half an hour, the lazy fatty, no, the great and kind Gecko Moria also arrived, if it weren't for the fear that Moria might come to demand repayment of debts. Karl would have been eager to receive Comrade Moria in person. What a wonderful person. He not only gave away swords, but also cooperated with him for free to complete tasks. Why can't the other warlords of the sea learn from him? Looking at Moria's plump figure, Smoker couldn't help but sneer. Humph. How could this guy become a warlord of the sea? The world government's judgment really isn't that great. You're not allowed to say that about Moria. Big brother, you simply have no idea how hard he has worked. Smoker, you're being unreasonable. Since he could become a Shichibukai, there must be a reason for it. Despite Moria's chubby appearance, his abilities are by no means simple. Smoker suddenly became interested. Judging from what you said, have you had encounters with him? Indeed, this guy occupies the thriller bark. His ability can even resurrect the dead. Smoker looked at Moria in shock, then turned to look at Karl, his eyes filled with disbelief. Resurrect the dead? How? How is that possible? Karl patted Smoker on the shoulder and said meaningfully, the guys who can make a name for themselves on the sea are not that simple. Moria is a man who has fought Kaido head-on. Let's go. There's nothing more to see. Since we have nothing to do, why not go to the training ground for some practice? Smoker exhaled a smoke ring and looked at Karl with a smile. Karl returned the smile, yet a sly glint flashed in his eyes. It seems that Smoker doesn't seem to know that he has awakened two types of hockey yet. After all, when on missions outside, information isn't that accessible. Judging from your appearance, have you made further progress in your strength recently? Smoker sighed and waved his hand. Alas, just a little bit of minor progress. It's not worth mentioning. Karl couldn't help but laugh. He's actually showing off his modesty to me. 10 minutes later, at the training ground, both of them stood empty-handed on opposite sides of the training ground. Smoker had his hands in his pockets, with a cigar in his mouth, as if he didn't know what an opponent meant. This time, I'll be using my elementalization that I hope you won't lose too miserably. Karl nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Come at me, White Python. Smoker launched the attack first. He turned his arm into smoke first, then shaped the smoky arm into the form of two giant pythons and aimed them at Karl, striking out. No matter how Karl dodged, it was useless because this move came with a built-in tracking and locking system. You can't escape. Is that so? Karl activated his observation hockey after sensing the two pythons chasing from behind. He suddenly turned around and delivered a Rankyaku kick. Rankyaku, break. A blue slashing wave precisely cut through the bodies of the pythons, but it was only temporary. The smoky pythons quickly merged back together as if they hadn't been affected at all. Ha ha! I told you it's useless. Little did he know that at this time, Karl had already reached in front of Smoker using Skywalk. Standing right in front of him, his right hand was coated with armament hockey. Bang! In Smoker's shocked eyes, Karl's fist directly pounded towards his head, sending his entire body flying out. Aya, it hurts. That year, Smoker held his head in his hands, completely at a loss from the beating. Pain. It hurts so much. This might be the most intense pain he had experienced since becoming a Logia-type devil fruit user. Ah, it hurts like hell. When did you awaken your armament hockey? At this moment, Smoker was somewhat disillusioned. He had joined the Marines since he was young and had experienced ups and downs for over a decade. In the end, not only was his military rank lower than Karl's, but even his strength had fallen behind. Clearly, just a few months ago, they could still fight evenly. Even when he saw in the newspaper that Karl was evenly matched with Marco and had injured Hawkeye, he just thought that Karl had a good foundation and was strong in physical skills. Who could have imagined that he had actually awakened armament hockey? I awakened it during an internship mission. So early. Smoker was dumbfounded. Karl nodded. Yes, at that time. I almost died. Smoker then fell silent, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Speechless. Only then did he realize that perhaps he had been a bit too slack. After thinking for a while, he got an affirmative answer. Yes, he had been slack. He was always the unhealthy practices, corruption, and abetting of evil within the Marines. Yet he had forgotten the most important thing for a Marine, strength. After graduating from the training camp, he had hardly fought any real tough battles. He was constantly switching between being suspended from duty and capturing pirates, and he didn't even have time to train properly. How could he possibly become stronger like this? In contrast, Karl had to face the overlord of the sea like Kaido of the Beasts in his first mission, followed by the well-known Phoenix Marco and the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. What about him? He didn't have a single opponent he could brag about. Every time, he just relied on his devil fruit ability to bully those small fry. Even Tina, who graduated at the same level as him, was now on a mission in the New World with, facing the monsters of the New World that in front of Karl, he was a complete failure. A weakling who complained about everything. Karl, as a friend, I ask you to do me a favor. Go ahead. As long as I can do it. Smoker took a deep breath and bowed his head towards Karl, lowering his noble head. I want to become your adjutant. What? Karl looked at Smoker in disbelief, and even rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had misheard. Could such words come out of Smoker's mouth? Yes, I want to become your adjutant and carry out missions with you to fight against pirates, because only by following you will I have the chance to encounter stronger enemies. Only then can I become stronger. At this moment, Smoker had already given up his pride. He had only one goal, to catch up with Karl's footsteps and become stronger. On the surface, Karl looked astonished, but in fact, he was overjoyed inside. He had been worried that Ein, a fighter, was a bit insufficient, but he didn't expect Smoker to come and offer his services for free, with Ein on the left and Smoker on the right. This lineup is truly dreamy. Speaking of which, if Smoker follows him, he won't end up guarding the newbie village. He should even thank me. Karl helped Smoker up in one go and patted his biceps. Great. It's a deal. Let's go. We're going to find Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Seeing Karl being so straightforward, Smoker couldn't help but feel a bit touched. Karl is such a good brother. Good brothers, for a lifetime. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there's something I'd like you to approve. Sengoku looked at Karl and Smoker who entered, and he gradually had an idea in his mind. So he nodded. Go ahead. Here's the thing. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Smoker has been suspended from duty recently. I want him to become my adjutant and fight against evil together. Sengoku looked at Smoker, his index finger tapping regularly on the desk. Smoker's expression tightened suddenly, and he said sincerely, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I promise to obey Karl's commands from now on and never act on my own initiative. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded slightly, and his expression softened. In his opinion, Smoker is definitely a potential Marine and one of the few outstanding talents among the new generation of Marines. It's just a pity that he has an impetuous personality and is arrogant. Originally, he was planning to let Smoker settle down for a while and reuse him when his personality matured and he could take on responsibilities independently. Now it seems that it can be advanced. Smoker, Karl is an excellent Marine officer, and there are many things you can learn from him. I hope you can learn something by his side. So, I approve of your request. Standing up, Sengoku looked towards Karl and Smoker, saying, the future belongs to you, young man. Thus, Karl successfully gained a powerful assistant. In this way, when dealing with pirates with a bounty of less than 200 million berries, Ion and Smoker could be directly sent into action, allowing Karl to slack off with a clear conscience. No, this wasn't slacking off, it was training Ion and Smoker. Yes, that was at point. One day later, the Shichibukai meeting officially commenced. Sengoku sat upright, quietly observing these warlords of the sea. Doflamingo was the one he detested the most, without any exception, because his adopted son, Trafalgar Law, had died at the hands of Doflamingo Tio Sengoku. Law was like his own biological son. When he heard the news of Law's death back then, he couldn't help but cry out loud. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had Tsuru constantly pursue this crafty fellow. Unfortunately, Doflamingo eventually became a Shichibukai, a nominal ally of the Navy. His bounty was cancelled, and past events were forgiven. Next was Bartholomew Kuma. On the surface, he seemed obedient, but in fact, he only obeyed the orders of Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist of the world government. The feeling he gave Sengoku was strange. There was a sense of having ulterior motives. But due to limited information, Sengoku couldn't figure out his true purpose. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, was the only Shichibukai who openly attacked the Navy. He was solitary and had an eccentric personality. Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman, was haughty and willful. Fortunately, she only moved around in the calm belt, and there were few reports of her causing trouble. Crocodile, a former supernova pirate, possessed a powerful devil fruit ability. Recently, he was active in Alabasta. With an unknown purpose, to be honest, Sengoku somewhat looked down upon Gecko Moria. With his appearance, how much combat power could he possibly exert? Jinbe, Sengoku didn't know why he joined the Shichibukai, but the 5 Elder Stars explained that it was to strengthen harmony among races. To which Sengoku could only scoff. Members of the Shichibukai, I, Sengoku, hereby solemnly declare that the Shichibukai meeting officially begins. The expressions of the Shichibukai present varied. Some were intrigued, some were indifferent, some were only thinking about men, and some were showing off their sexy leg hair and fancy bean shoes. Approaching noon, Karl, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the Shichibukai returning to the VIP room one after another. What did Marshal Sengoku say in the morning? Hancock lay comfortably in Karp's arms and coquettishly said, I sat for a whole morning and my butt is numb. You don't even care about me. Humph, then shall I rub it for you? Salome, who was beside them, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She simply climbed into a corner and curled up, saying, I can't hear or see anything. After being affectionate for a while, Karp asked again, Can you tell me now? With a blushing face and slightly panting, Hancock said, He just emphasized things like prohibiting attacks on the Navy and interfering with the Navy's operations. Is that all? Of course not. There were also some revisions to the rights of the Shichibukai. I have no objections, but that Doflamingo or something seemed very dissatisfied. Karp smiled slightly. Oh, what did he say? I forget. Because the proposed revisions to the rights had little impact on me, so I didn't pay much attention. Karp shook his head helplessly, thinking that this meeting was likely to end in a deadlock. The Shichibukai wouldn't give up their rights easily, and Sengoku's aim was just to warn these Shichibukai. Will it continue in the afternoon? Probably. But the results should be out soon. Karp nodded and said to Hancock, Hancock, could you do me a favor? When the meeting ends, please ask Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea, to wait for a moment. I want to talk to him about something regarding Fishman Island. Jinbe? Is he the blue chubby one? Karp. Yes. In the afternoon, in the meeting room. After a morning of haggling, Sengoku didn't expect the Shichibukai to agree to his modification plan at this time, because his goal had always been only one, that was, as long as the Shichibukai weren't too excessive, they could do as they pleased. But they absolutely couldn't attack the Navy or interfere with the Navy's operations. However, to his surprise, apart from Crocodile and Doflamingo, the other Shichibukai didn't seem to have any objections. Everyone, since we've reached a consensus, I will now announce the revised content of the Shichibukai Agreement. Point 1. All Shichibukai members must fulfill their obligation to combat pirates every year. The total bounty of the pirates captured or killed shall not be less than 200 million berries. 2. Once a Shichibukai fails to meet the task target of combating pirates, it will be considered that their strength is insufficient to hold the Shichibukai position. The world government will revoke their Shichibukai title and reissue a bounty. 3. Any evil actions that harm the interests of the world government's affiliated countries and the Navy are strictly prohibited, including but not limited to attacking the Navy and invading affiliated countries. At first glance, the requirements didn't seem high and seemed easy to achieve, but this was the result of Sengoku's painstaking efforts in negotiation. Though you all have no objections, the Shichibukai present remained silent. Sengoku smiled subtly, then let out a long sigh, stood up, and said, In that case, the Shichibukai meeting comes to an end. Tomorrow, warships will send you back to your stations. Of course, you can also leave on your own. With a gloomy face, Doflamingo left first, followed by Hancock, and then the others. After the Shichibukai left one by one, Sengoku rubbed his temples wearily and showed a smile. For him, this meeting was a complete success. Recalling Doflamingo and Crocodile, who had the most objections to the revised agreement during the meeting, Sengoku lowered his head and murmured, Doflamingo, Crocodile, there must be something wrong with these two guys, at the same time. Walking out of the meeting room, Doflamingo's brows knitted into a knot, and he seemed to be thinking about something to him. The position of Shichibukai was extremely important. Only as a Shichibukai could his power expand greatly, and his business spread across the four seas. Therefore, the position of Warlord of the Sea must not be lost. Fufufu, for the sake of safety, it's necessary to get rid of a batch of toys. Crocodile's face was equally unpleasant. His plan hadn't even started yet, and he was hit hard. Once his actions were discovered by the Navy, he wouldn't be able to become the hero of Alabasta. Mr. Jinbe, please wait a moment. Jinbe, who was about to return to Fishman Island, turned around, slightly frowning. That wasn't this the world's most beautiful woman? They didn't seem to have any interaction. Miss Hancock, may I ask what you want from me? Hancock thought he seemed easy to talk to, so she said, Rear Admiral Karp has something to talk to you about. Please don't leave in a hurry, it's about Fishman Island, whispering. Jinbe was about to refuse. But when he heard the name of Fishman Island, he was stunned. After thinking, he nodded. Okay, then I'll stay for a while. No. You can come directly to the VIP room. Rear Admiral Karp has been waiting for a long time. Jinbe looked at Hancock curiously. If he remembered correctly, this pirate empress seemed very difficult to get along with. Why was she so attentive to this Rear Admiral Karp? Wait, Karp? Could it be the Karp who was evenly matched with Marco? Jinbe nodded with a heavy heart and followed Hancock away in the corridor outside the VIP room. Karp was teasing a raven when a flash of golden light appeared, and the handsome guy made a grand entrance. Admiral Kizaru, what are you doing here? Kizaru pouted his small mouth and babbled, You've been quite busy lately, kid. You're already a Rear Admiral. How terrifying. Karp waved his hand. Hey, I can't compare with you. What do you want from me this time? Kizaru nodded and slowly took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Karp. There is indeed a small matter. Aren't you about to send those Shichibukai back to the comm belt? Well, it's on the way. Karp looked at the document and slightly frowned. This is asking me to go to Impel Down. The mission was simple. He was to select 500 prisoners from Impel Down and then escort them to Punk Hazard. I'm a bit busy recently. You don't have a problem with this mission, right? No problem. Coincidentally, I'm also going to visit Impel Down. Then I'll leave it to you. I must be off. After saying this, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. Even Karl couldn't help but sigh. Kizaru is really a busy person. Although he always seems to be slacking off, he is truly a chosen hard worker. What is the most troublesome problem for the Navy? Timeliness. Many times, when pirates are plundering towns, the Navy has already received the news, but every time they arrive, it's too late. The pirates have already fled. But this is reality, and no matter how fast the warships are, they can't fly over immediately. Kizaru is different. When there's a mission, okay, he can reach the scene in no time and start combating the pirates that I asked for the process of combating. Well, it all depends on Kizaru's mood. Rear Admiral Karl. Karl turned his head and saw Hancock standing daintily beside him, her eyes fluttering as she looked at him. There was also a chubby blue-colored person beside her. I'm Rear Admiral Karl of the headquarters. Pleased to meet you. Facing the kindness shown by Karl, Jinbe said expressionlessly, Rear Admiral Karl, may I ask what you want from me? Karl's expression turned serious. He gave Hancock a meaningful look. And Hancock then walked into her room. Only he and Jinbe were left in the corridor. Recently, I've been tracking down a pirate crew. I'm planning to head to the New World via Fishman Island. I want to ambush this group of pirates directly on Fishman Island. Since Fishman Island is your territory, I naturally have to inform you first. Jinbe frowned. Can't you just ambush them directly in the New World? Why must it be on Fishman Island? Karl shook his head. No, this group of pirates is very cunning. Once they reach the New World, it will be very difficult for me to keep track of them. After all, they are a group of ferocious pirates with a total bounty of over 300 million berries. You don't want them to cause any trouble on Fishman Island, do you? Jinbe. No need. A mere 300 million is nothing. I can deal with them alone. After saying this, Jinbe turned around and left without any hesitation, not giving Karl a chance to speak. Karl, who stayed where he was, touched his chin. He seems difficult to talk to. Was the excuse too perfunctory? Forget it. Anyway, the warning has been given in advance. I'll just dock the ship there when the time comes. In the VIP room. Hancock leaned lazily on Karl's shoulder, playing with the buttons on his chest. Alas, after returning to Amazon Lily, it will be very difficult for me to see you again. What should I do? Hancock, who was in the heat of love, wished she could be by Karl's side all the time. But this was impossible. She was the empress of a country, and she bore the heavy responsibility of the country at its present. She couldn't shake off this burden. As long as we love each other, why do we have to be together day and night? Do you think you will suddenly stop loving me one day? Hancock quickly covered Karl's mouth with her finger. No, I won't. I will only love you in this life. Me too. The next day, the Seastone-equipped warship was already ready. Smoker, Ein, and Nelson were all in position. Set sail? Aye. After sending Hancock into the room, Karl came out that he saw Ein and Smoker chatting, so he sneaked over. Hey, what are you two talking about? Ein smiled serenely. Nothing much. Major Smoker is just a bit curious about my ability. Yes, it's really a miraculous ability. Alas, it seems much stronger than his ability. Why did he eat the smoke? Smoke fruit. Look at Tina, with the cage fruit. She's really good at catching pirates. Look at Karl, with the holy light fruit. It can strengthen and heal, so comprehensive. Look at Ein, with the retrograde fruit. If she can get close, she can make people younger in no time. It's really overpowered. Then look at him. TSK, Karl teased. Looking at Smoker, you wouldn't be envious of Ein's devil fruit ability, would you? Smoker wasn't being coy. He nodded. Yes, although I'm a Logia type, the lethality of smoke can't compare with that of the admirals at all. In the end, I still have to rely on physical techniques to fight. It would be better to eat a paramecia type devil fruit. At least, it would be stronger than now. Karl shook his head, indicating that he didn't agree with Smoker's view. In his opinion, the smoke fruit clearly still had great potential. Smoker, can you control the density of the smoke now? Smoker nodded. Yes. Why? Have you ever thought about spreading the smoke over a large area to make people suffocate? Even further, directly sending the smoke into someone's body and then controlling it to damage the internal organs? Listening to Karl's description, Smoker's eyes lit up. Right? Why didn't he think of that before? The more Smoker thought about it, the more he felt that Karl's train of thought was correct. He couldn't help but release a large amount of smoke, enveloping the three of them. Cough, cough, cough. Ein immediately felt short of breath. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something. She felt extremely uncomfortable and quickly used shave to escape the smoke area. The surroundings were filled with smoke. Karl, who was holding his breath, seemed to be looking for Smoker's figure, but found that he couldn't find it no matter what. He had to activate Kinbunchikahaki. Only then did he find Smoker's figure in the smoke. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Karl's mind. Smoker, try to elementalize. Elementalize? Okay. After Smoker activated elementalization, he completely merged with the smoke. Karl, who had activated Kinbunchikahaki, couldn't find him. In the perception of Kinbunchikahaki, this area covered by smoke was full of Smoker. It was simply impossible to sense his specific location unless Smoker took the initiative to cancel elementalization. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find his trace. Enough, put away your magical power. Smoker canceled elementalization, and the surrounding smoke disappeared in an instant. How do you feel? Smoker's expression was faintly excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Very powerful. I think your previous way of using it completely wasted the advantages of the smoke. Smoke fruit. Smoker nodded. To be honest, he had been learning from the three admirals' way of developing abilities. But could smoke be compared with lava and ice? Obviously not. Yes, my development direction was completely wrong. Karl nodded with satisfaction. It seems you already have some ideas in mind. Coincidentally, I also have some ideas about the smoke fruit. I might as well tell you all. Smoker quickly walked over, indicating that he was all ears. The first direction is what I just said, covering a large area with smoke, using the smoke to occupy space, repel air, and make people breathless. Besides, there's another effect, interfering with the perception of Kinbunchikahaki. Smoker was stunned. It has this function? Why didn't I know? Did you use Kinbunchikahaki just now? Yes, just as you think. When you hadn't fully elementalized, I could still sense your position, but after you elementalized, Smoker said, I merged with the smoke, and even Kinbunchikahaki couldn't sense my position. Is that right? Congratulations. You've learned to answer in advance. Yes. Smoker stroked his chin and nodded. This news was very important to him. In the smoke, his perception was not affected at all. Isn't this better than his Seastone equipped JIT? What about the second one? Hurry up and say. Karl glanced at Smoker indifferently, took out a cigar from him, and put it in his mouth. Click. Smoker wisely lit the cigar for Karl. Only then did Karl nod. The second one is to compress the density and volume of the smoke, and then instantly inject it into the enemy's body to make them suffocate immediately. Or secretly control the smoke to penetrate into the enemy's body to make them suffocate. This is equivalent to an advanced move of covering a large area with smoke. Whichever way, it can quickly deal with the enemy, make them lose their combat effectiveness, and let you do whatever you want to them. Unless they can hold their breath and fight you throughout the whole process. Smoker clenched his fist, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Yes, you're so right, bro. At this moment, he felt more and more that the smoke fruit should be used this way. The third one is more difficult, which is to create smoke clones. Smoke clones? Smoker stretched out his hand, and a small smoke figure appeared in his palm, making various movements. It. Karl shook his head. Almost, but not enough. The so-called clone means making it independent of you to carry out activities, such as scouting, pinning down, and fighting. However, it's better to study using the clone to fight after you awaken the armament hockey. Otherwise, the results would be quite unsatisfactory, as the nature of smoke is inherently limiting. For now, that is all I can think of. I cannot conceive of any other developmental directions. Karl scratched his head and continued. If you can achieve the effects I just mentioned, you could effortlessly take down pirates with bounties around 1 billion. Smoker immediately broke into a broad grin. That's enough. I can hardly wait to give it a try. With that, Smoker dashed to a corner, releasing a copious amount of smoke to conduct his own experiments. While experimenting, he discovered that the sea prism stone atop his jutty affected the speed of his elemental transformation. Frustrated, Smoker hurled the jutty into the sea, vowing never to use such a thing again. Karl chuckled at the sight, relieved that he had finally discarded that useless object. Speaking of which, Karl had indeed made commendable progress with his light fruit. It was merely that he had not had many opportunities to utilize it. Currently, his light could be released either as a single target or an area effect, providing healing and physical enhancement. The single target effect was notably stronger than the area effect. Moreover, the enhancement capabilities had improved to the point where his physical prowess could be elevated by 2 stages, but this benefit was exclusive to Karl as the fruit's user. For others, the effects would only be half as potent, and the area effect would only yield 1/4 of the benefits. The weaker the individual, the stronger the effects of the light. Conversely, the more powerful one was, the lesser the influence. The duration of the effects had also increased from 1 hour to 3 hours. Though this was only the standby duration, once combat commenced, the duration would depend on the circumstances, unless the day came when Karl developed it into a sort of aura that continuously provided effects. As for combat capabilities, the development remained somewhat limited. At present, he possessed only a technique called instant radiance, which released a blinding flash to disrupt the enemy's vision, quite lackluster. After all, the light fruit was a quintessential support-type devil fruit, with minimal offensive capability, and it could only be used on allies. Using it against enemies would be considered rather underhanded at that moment. I approached Karl and remarked, "Humph, you're biased. Why have you never guided me in developing my abilities?" Observing Ein's sulky expression, Karl couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to guide her. Rather, their abilities were quite similar, both being support-type devil fruits with clearly defined developmental paths. Ein pouted, "How is it clear? I don't see it." Karl puffed out a smoke ring and replied, "Think about it. As long as your reversal fruit can continuously enhance its effects, it is already formidable. Whether it be rapidly aging enemies or rejuvenating the elderly, it is immensely useful. The only drawback is that it can only be released at close range. If you could develop it to allow for area effects like I did, you would be invincible." Karl was not joking. Once Ein's reversal fruit awakened, it might indeed achieve such effects. The light fruit provided group enhancements, while the reversal fruit caused group deterioration. Just the thought of it was somewhat terrifying. A smile crept onto Ein's face. Karl's words did carry some weight. However, since she had yet to develop a long-range release, how could she even consider an area effect? Nevertheless, Karl's attitude pleased her. Once that despicable woman Hancock left. Yes, I will put in the effort." On the deck, several deckhands crawled out of the smoke, their faces flushed and purple. Huff, huff, finally, fresh air. Indeed, Major Smoker's abilities are terrifying. For a moment, I thought I would suffocate. Deckhand A nodded in agreement. That move was too cruel. Pirates encountering Major Smoker are bound to be unfortunate. Cruel? Karl, standing behind Deckhand A, furrowed his brows slightly. How could the Navy be so brutal towards pirates? The young man's mindset was concerning. Deckhands A and B turned around, swallowing hard. "See Captain Karl." Karl glanced at them and coldly stated, "Nelson, inform all naval personnel to assemble. I have something to address." Nelson bellowed, "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, Karl sat on a bench, with Smoker and Ein flanking him like guardians. Nelson began. Ultimately, it was misplaced. Just moments ago, while Major Smoker was experimenting with his abilities, I heard someone say that such treatment of pirates was too cruel. This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life. Let me ask you, what are pirates? The artilleryman Karl pointed to trembled, stammering. Evil beings who kill, burn, rob, guilty of all sorts of heinous acts. Precisely, this is what pirates are. Thus, whatever means we employ against them is justified. You know how I ascended from a deckhand to a lieutenant in the branch before obtaining a devil fruit. The soldiers shook their heads, and even Ein and Smoker were intrigued. They knew little about Karl's past. The answer is simple: through immense military merit. And how does one earn military merit? By slaying pirates. But do you know how I dealt with pirates? The naval soldiers exchanged glances, tentatively suggesting, with guns? With knives? Nonsense. With Captain Karl's formidable martial arts, it must be with his fists. Karl dismissed each suggestion, declaring loudly, "You raise valid points, but these are merely methods. When it comes to confronting pirates, we must fight like pirates. If you can ambush from behind, do not engage in a frontal clash. If you can deceive and scheme, do not act honorably. If you can overwhelm them together, do not fight alone. If you have guns, use them. Never resort to cold weapons. If you can utilize cold weapons, do not engage in hand-to-hand combat. If killing is permitted, do not merely incapacitate. If you can incapacitate, do not settle for merely injuring. If you can injure severely, do not only inflict minor wounds. Of course, what I said applies only to ordinary pirates. At least the third point does not quite apply to true powerhouses. However, they were all mediocre naval officers, and remembering Karl's words would suffice to deal with most lowly pirate crews. In short, one must be ruthless, focusing solely on results, attacking and annihilating the enemy without regard for consequences, leaving them to arrive standing and depart carried, for pity towards enemies will inevitably lead to one's own bloodshed. Upon hearing this, I nodded thoughtfully, while Smoker experienced a revelation, his confusion dissipating in an instant. Indeed, why should there be any talk of benevolence and morality when dealing with pirates? None. Dead pirates are good pirates. The captain is right. Exactly. This is how pirates treat us. Why should we not treat them the same way? The naval soldiers felt as if some kind of shackles had been lifted, eager to immediately slay a few pirates for excitement. They recalled Karl's brutal efficiency against pirates, which could hardly be deemed cruel, more like savage. Encountering Captain Karl often meant either being cleaved in two or losing limbs. Those with missing limbs were often devil fruit users. For living was a mere luxury otherwise. Karl nodded with satisfaction, pleased that his words had some effect. Remember what I said today. You are the Navy, and kindness and mercy are never meant for pirates. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Dismissed. The naval soldiers departed in groups or individually, but discussions continued to linger in the air. How right you are, Captain Karl. This is precisely how we should deal with pirates. I find you increasingly to my liking. Ha ha ha. Smoker excitedly patted Karl on the shoulder, almost wishing to swear brotherhood with him. Enough of that. Go develop your abilities. Otherwise, you will never surpass me. Smoker let out a cold laugh and swiftly moved to an isolated area to experiment with the newly developed smoke strangulation technique. Ein, there's something I need to discuss with you. Ein looked at Karl, her expression calm, awaiting his next words. After we return Hancock to Amazon Lily, we will head straight to Impel Down. I need to escort a transport ship heading to the New World. At that time, you will be responsible for piloting the warship back to Marineford to wait for my return. Ein's brows knitted slightly. I want to go with you. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you it'll only be a day or two. It's a good opportunity for you to take a rest. Isn't rest a wonderful thing? Ein pursed her lower lip and said reluctantly, but I'd much rather be with you than rest. Just as Xianjie said, affection needs to be nurtured gradually. These days, Hancock has been closely guarding her, and she hasn't had the chance to say more than a few words to Karl. Clearly, Hancock will disembark today, and she won't be seen for a long time. With such a good opportunity, how could she? But in Karl's stern gaze, she still conceded and had to agree that I in the restroom. Just now, I seemed to hear quite a commotion outside. What happened? Karl smiled softly, kissed Hancock on the cheek, and said, It's nothing, just some internal affairs of the Navy, after being affectionate with Hancock for a while. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully courting girls 1,000 times with pay. Obtaining the achievement reward. Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. For every female's affection obtained, physical strength increases by 0.005, and the physical strength recovery speed increases by 0.001. Due to the extremely large amount of data the system is collecting, Karl, collection completed. Current bonus to physical strength and physical strength recovery speed. Looking at this bonus, Karl was completely speechless. With the affection of 452 females, goodness, was I really such a scoundrel? Impossible. Even if I had the intention, my body couldn't keep up. Even if I had an indestructible kidney, I wouldn't have the time. Wait, could it be because I was rated as the world's most handsome man by the newspaper? Just like those gigs before my rebirth, having a few fans is normal. Alas, if the entertainment industry in the One Piece world wasn't so underdeveloped, Karl would have wanted to train for a year and then debut. Darling, what's wrong? Karl forced a smile. Nothing, it's okay. The next day, Amazon Lily. Look, isn't that Rear Admiral Karl's warship? Yes, it is. Great. Lady Snake Princess is coming back. The female warriors stationed at the port of Amazon Lily spread the news and excitedly waited in place as the warship approached. It seems your subjects have been waiting for a long time. Hancock reluctantly held Karl's hand, looking at Amazon Lily getting closer outside the window with a sorrowful expression, although she had prepared mentally. When this moment arrived, she was still reluctant to part. Darling, can you stay for one more day? I'm already ready. Looking at Hancock's blushing face, Karl's lips curved slightly. Well, then stay for one more night. At night, in the Imperial bedroom, Karl looked at the charming Hancock in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. Her black hair was like lacquer, her skin like congealed fat, with a well-proportioned figure. Extremely charming. Darling, everything goes without saying. Hidden content. Please pay to unlock. The next day, Karl opened his eyes and yawned that he suddenly felt a bit weak and quickly used a holy light spell on himself and Hancock, who was still asleep. Regarding last night, Karl could only say that the bed was big and soft, but it leaked quite a bit. Fortunately, Karl was very good at unclogging pipes. Darling, you're awake. Hancock naturally nestled in Karl's arms. Pressing her ear to his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, the two embraced each other, whispering sweet nothings until the din mushy rang. Brrrr. Karl glanced at Hancock, took a deep breath, and hung up the phone. One more time. An hour later, Karl got dressed, put on his justice cloak, gently kissed the sleeping Hancock on the forehead, and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned towards Hancock's direction, and said tenderly, I'll come and see you often. The sleeping Hancock seemed to hear this and murmured in her sleep, I'll wait for you. At the port of Amazon Lily. TSK. You've been hiding it so well. If Ian hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known you had a relationship with the world's most beautiful woman. Karl gave Smoker, who was being nosy, an annoyed glance. So? You're 27 years old and haven't even touched a girl's hand. Smoker's tone faltered, and his face turned red. You're talking nonsense. What about my mother's hand? Karl looked at Smoker disdainfully and said, Tsk. A virgin? What? Don't slander me. Karl ignored Smoker and directly said to Nelson, Set off. Go to Impel Down. Impel Down, also known as the Undersea Great Prison. The world's first prison is located in the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. About 2 days' journey from Amazon Lily. Finally, we've arrived at Impel Down. It's really gloomy here. The part of Impel Down above the sea surface is like a medieval fortress, with thick city walls and strict sentry posts. The only entrance is a drawbridge, and in the middle is a thick iron mesh gate. Isn't this your first time here? It shouldn't be, right? Smoker looked at Karl suspiciously. Karl shrugged. It really is the first time. You know, the pirates I sent to Impel Down are probably only 1% of those I killed. I usually send them to the branch first, and then have others send them to Impel Down. Smoker suddenly understood. No wonder. We stopped. We need to go down. Karl shook his head. No, I'm enough on my own. Well, you come with me. Then he turned to look at Ian. From now on, you're the commander. Your task is to safely sail the warship back to Marineford. Okay, Lieutenant Nelson, let's go. After Karl and Smoker got off the ship, the Seastone warship slowly left Impel Down. Halt. Who are you? Karl took out the document given to him by UNZ and handed it to the jailer. I'm Rear Admiral Karl from the headquarters, and this is Major Smoker from the headquarters. This is my document. I want to see Warden Magellan. After carefully checking the document, the jailer became much more respectful. Rear Admiral Karl, Please wait a moment. I'll inform Warden Magellan immediately. 3 minutes later. The jailer rushed back. Rear Admiral Karl, Major Smoker, please follow me. Warden Magellan is already waiting for you. Oh, remember to put these on. The jailer took out 2 gas masks. Clang clang after passing through the iron mesh gate. Karl officially entered impelled down. Welcome, Rear Admiral Karl, Major Smoker. I'm Warden Magellan, and this is Deputy Warden Domino. Standing in front of Karl was a towering man. He was nearly 5 meters tall, dressed in a black uniform, with 2 horns on his head and 2 wings on his back, like the devil Satan in legends. When speaking, he would faintly exhale purple poisonous gas, which was probably the reason they had to put on gas masks in advance. Seeing Magellan, Karl felt a slight emotion in his heart. This man was the one who single-handedly fought against 3-4 emperors. If it weren't for Shiryu, the traitor, the Battle of Marineford would have had nothing to do with Blackbeard. However, looking at the blonde beauty Domino beside Magellan, Karl probably guessed that Shiryu was probably already in the infinite hell at this time. This guy was not an obedient person. Hello, Warden Magellan. My task is simple, and it's clearly written in the document. Magellan was about to speak when his expression changed, and he quickly said, Domino, please entertain Rear Admiral Karl. I have something urgent. Puff a series of farts. His buttocks must have been clenched tightly. Karl subconsciously looked at Magellan. It seemed this guy couldn't hold it in anymore. Domino's face immediately turned ugly. She felt that Magellan had embarrassed her in front of Karl, the world's most handsome man she had admired for a long time. How could you act so impolitely in front of Karl Gidge? Cough. Miss Domino, let's go quickly. Domino eagerly opened the elevator door and said to Karl, a bit coyly, come in quickly, Rear Admiral Karl, and you, Smoker. Upon entering the elevator, Karl promptly removed the gas mask from his face. Since Magellan was absent, he no longer had need for this item. Domino, who was standing nearby, was completely stunned. Such extraordinary beauty. Was it something she could behold for free? Smoker disdainfully sneered. Wasn't he just a bit more handsome than himself? Humph. Miss Domino, may I ask how long it would approximately take to prepare 500 prisoners? Domino came to her senses and said somewhat sheepishly, excuse me, Rear Admiral Karl, that I didn't quite catch that. Karl had no choice but to repeat it again, and this time Domino heard clearly. You can rest assured about this. When you arrived, Vice Warden Hannibal had already been mobilizing personnel to escort the prisoners to the ship. It will probably take about an hour. Miss Domino, could you show me around Impel Down in an hour? I'm quite curious about this place. Is that possible? Looking at Karl's handsome countenance and his warm and charming smile, Domino simply couldn't refuse. Well, of course, I'll be your guide. Just then, the elevator stopped, and the 3 of them stepped out. What greeted their eyes was a red forest of steel, with mournful cries coming intermittently. This was the first underground level, also known as the Crimson Hell. They had been on the first C-level floor earlier, where no prisoners were detained. However, every inmate would undergo a baptism. The so-called baptism meant throwing the prisoner into water at 100 degrees Celsius for sterilization on the first floor. The first underground level was the prison in the true sense. The prisoners on this level had relatively lighter crimes and were rather weak in strength. The forest in the middle was the origin of the Crimson Hell, specifically used to punish those disobedient prisoners. Smoker lit a cigar and suddenly remarked, Crimson, that's the blood of those prisoners, isn't it? That's right. Karl clicked his tongue. How pitiful. The pirates who died under his blade were rather fortunate. At least they could once again experience a slumber like that of an infant. Walking along the corridor of the cells, Karl noticed that most of the prisoners looked pale, as if on the verge of death. Especially when they saw Domino, they involuntarily shuddered. It seems they're quite afraid of you, Miss Domino. That's natural. These scoundrels weren't so obedient when they first arrived. Only tough measures can keep them in line. Clank. A burly man wearing shackles suddenly grabbed the bars of the prison cell and defiantly shouted at Domino, have the guts to let me out. See how I'll teach you, this vicious woman. A lesson. Domino's eyes instantly turned icy cold. She glanced at the cell number, took out a walkie-talkie, and said, Cell 1024, send a few people over. A few minutes later, a group of prison guards came. Open the cell, and let out the burly man who had just spoken. Smash his mouth, and then send him over there to have some fun. Yes, ma'am. After a fierce beating, the burly man, who was limp all over except for his stubborn mouth, was sent to the steel forest in the middle by the prison guards. Subsequently, Domino sweetly smiled at Karl. This fellow is new here and doesn't understand the rules yet, and I'm sorry if this has amused you. Karl nodded in a serious manner. Indeed. Look how obedient his cellmates are. They had been lying motionless on the ground the whole time, not even breathing. Prisoners can't get out once they're in here. Right? Domino glanced at Smoker and nodded. Most of them can't, because before they have the chance to get out, they're already dead. Unless they escape, but during my tenure, there has never been an escape incident. Karl, who was about to speak, was momentarily speechless. He had originally intended to mention Golden Lion, that it seemed that Domino hadn't joined Impel Down when Golden Lion escaped. After all, at that time, Magellan was only a vice warden. Miss Domino, take us to the second level, please. Hearing Karl speak, Domino immediately flashed a sweet smile, with her cheeks slightly blushing. Yes, Rear Admiral Karl, please follow me. They entered the elevator again and arrived at the second level. After coming out, Domino first pointed to the large iron cages on both sides. The second underground level was the Beast Hell. These fierce monsters in the iron cages were the origin of the name of this level. Under normal circumstances, they are let out for exercise once a day. That if there is an escape attempt, they will all be released to tear apart those prisoners who dare to escape. Karl nodded and, looking at the prison guards who were busy in front, asked, Are all the prisoners I'm going to escort from the second level? Yes. Look, the one over there with his bare chest is our vice warden Hannibal. At this time, Hannibal also walked towards Domino. That he looked down at Karl and Smoker and said, Domino, what are you doing here? Where's that Magellan guy? Is he in the toilet again? Humph, he's always slacking off. What an incompetent warden he is. He can't even receive guests. I think I should be the warden instead. After saying that, Hannibal seemed to realize something. He quickly covered his mouth, looked at Karl and Smoker, and whispered, Oops, I accidentally revealed my ambition again. Karl looked at the man in front of him, who was shirtless and resembled a pharaoh, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Hello, Vice Warden Hannibal, I'm Rear Admiral Karl from the headquarters. Hello, call me Warden. Domino immediately said, Vice Warden. Hannibal glared fiercely at Domino. Humph, I'll be the warden sooner or later. Humph, no matter how bad Warden Magellan is, his strength is far greater than yours. Want to be the warden? Come back when you're stronger. Hannibal's face instantly fell, and he wore an expression like that of a resentful woman. Damn it, I can't refute that. His strength is indeed stronger than mine. Otherwise, I would have been the warden long ago. Karl quickly said, Well, Vice Warden Hannibal, how many of the prisoners I need have been escorted? Well, they're being escorted. It will take some time. After all, we have to select prisoners who are in good health. Karl nodded in understanding. Then I'll trouble you, Vice Warden Hannibal. Since that's the case, we won't disturb your work. Domino, take us to the next level to have a look. Okay, the third underground level was the Hunger Hell. Starting from this level, the environment became somewhat fantastical. The air was both scorching hot and dry. The criminals detained on this level were all ferocious ones with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. Logically speaking, their physiques were far superior to those of the criminals on the first and second levels. But their faces were withered, their lips were chapped, and they were all emaciated. A prisoner in the cell, who was still breathing, upon seeing Karl and the others, weakly said, Please, give me some water. Give me some water. Domino directly ignored his plea and turned to Karl, saying, Don't pay attention to him. This level is called the Hunger Hell because there is no food or water provided. They are only given a little food and water every half-month to torment them. Karl nodded. Well, it not only saves resources, but also steadily eliminates a group of criminals with weak constitutions, ensuring the vacancy rate of the cells. That's a rather good method. Domino looked at Karl in surprise. An expert indeed. That's exactly what the first warden thought. And under such harsh conditions, the criminals simply don't have the energy to think about escaping. We don't need to keep a close eye on this place. Makes sense. Karl had always advocated killing pirates in the past, because he always thought that rather than wasting resources by sending them to Impel Down, it would be better to execute them on the spot and let them return to nature. But now, well, that's decided. From now on, for criminals with bounties over 50 million berries, if possible, don't kill them. Sending them to Impel Down to experience free accommodation seems like a good idea. Smoker wiped the sweat from his head and said somewhat speechlessly, Let's go quickly. It's too hot here. My clothes are soaked with sweat. Smoker, who hadn't stayed long, was already drenched in sweat. Compared to Karl, who didn't have a single drop of sweat, he looked extremely dull. Almost forgot. Karl condensed 2 balls of holy light and integrated them into the bodies of Domino and Smoker respectively. The two of them immediately felt much more relaxed, with a cool sensation rushing straight to the top of their heads. That's right, the healing effect of the holy light is also effective in high-temperature environments, with an effect similar to that of a strengthened version of cooling ointment. You rascal, so that's why you're not sweating at all. Is this Rear Admiral Karl's ability? It's so comfortable. Ha ha ha. My apologies, let us proceed. It seems there is little of interest here. Let us descend to the next level, the fourth level, the Scorching Hell. This is where Magellan's office is located, or rather, it would be more accurate to refer to it as his private restroom. Beyond that, there is also a kitchen and a granary, where all supplies for the Push City are stored. As they stepped out of the elevator and approached the blood pool, a wave of searing heat greeted them. Reminiscent of a colossal iron pot, with boiling blood and a sea of flames, Karl observed the steam rising incessantly and immediately comprehended the arid climate of the third level. The temperature here is considerably high, necessitating the wearing of specialized protective suits to remain unaffected. General Karl, would you like to take a look inside? No, that would be too troublesome. Karl was here for a leisurely visit, not to endure suffering. Merely witnessing how well the inmates were being cared for was enough to set his mind at ease. By the way, this is Director Magellan's office, but at present, he should be preoccupied with personal matters, so it would be best not to intrude. Smoker nodded in agreement, recalling the lingering unease he felt after encountering Magellan for the first time, especially after that series of unfortunate events. Thankfully, he was wearing a gas mask. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, let us proceed directly to the fifth underground level. Wait a moment. Karl turned to see Magellan emerging from his office. Director Magellan, what brings you out? General Karl, quickly put on your gas mask. Smoker interjected. You are truly remarkable, so self-important. Without needing Domino's reminder, they donned their gas masks. General Karl, are you here to tour the Push City? Indeed, transporting prisoners to the escort ship takes some time, and I, too, am not one for idleness. Thus, I entrusted Miss Domino to guide us on a tour of the Push City. This doesn't violate any regulations, does it? Magellan pondered for a moment. That in principle, it is not permitted. However, it is not entirely without merit. The next two levels house some of the most vicious criminals. Domino may struggle to manage them. Perhaps it would be better if I guided you from here on. Domino was taken aback. How could she pass up the opportunity to be in the presence of the world's most handsome man? Director, are you certain your health is not compromised? Allow me to take over. Magellan scratched his head, acknowledging her point. Although he had just released a wave of toxins, his stomach issues were unpredictable. The thought of an accident in front of a general was quite embarrassing. Suddenly, a growl emanated from his stomach, and Magellan's expression shifted. Don't know. Why must this happen now? Karl, witnessing the scene, chuckled and suggested, Director Magellan, why not allow me to assist? With that, Karl concentrated and summoned a sphere of holy light. Infusing it into Magellan's being, Magellan felt a warm flow coursing through his abdomen, and the previous agony in his stomach eased considerably. This is, Magellan, having consumed the poison fruit, exhaled toxic air, which inadvertently contaminated food near him. Consequently, he often suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress due to the potency of the toxins. Karl's holy light effectively expelled the toxic remnants of his breakfast, alleviating his discomfort. My ability possesses healing properties. Poisoning is merely another form of injury, and you are temporarily cured. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Magellan's eyes. Such a remarkable ability exists in this world. Thank you so much, General Karl. Even if it is only a temporary reprieve, I am immensely grateful. Were it not for the fear of compromising the efficacy of his gas mask by getting too close, Magellan would have grasped Karl's hand in gratitude. Now that Director Magellan is in good health, shall we proceed to explore the remaining levels of the Frozen Hell and the Infinite Hell? Certainly. The fifth level, the Frozen Hell. This level houses pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The environment here starkly contrasts with the previous level. That if the previous level resembled a steamer, this one is akin to a refrigerator. Everywhere one looks, there is a vast expanse of whiteness, and the cold is biting. Thankfully, with the protection of holy light, Karl was spared from shivering as he walked. Do not approach that forest over there. It harbors a multitude of military wolves. Despite their relatively small size, they are far more ferocious than the beasts of the beast hell. Any prisoner attempting to escape this level will either freeze to death in the icy wilderness or be torn apart by the military wolves. To be honest, Magellan did not favor such brightly lit and open spaces. However, today he was in high spirits, and happiness held greater importance than anything else. Smoker, observing the snowflakes drifting into his hand, remarked, "Indeed, in such weather, not only does the body grow rigid, but the spirit may also become frozen." Director Magellan, may I take a look at the prisoners here? If my memory serves me correctly, I should have some old acquaintances among them. A few months ago, 2 captains with bounties exceeding 100 million were captured by Karl. He had only eliminated their subordinates, leaving them with mere injuries. Given their bounty, they should be imprisoned here. Are they recent arrivals? If you provide me with their names, I should recall them. One is named Steel-Toothed Fizz, and the other is Evil Fire Trade. Magellan stroked his chin. Let me think. Yes, they were sent here last month and should be in cell 5047. Magellan swiftly made his way to the opposite side, pointing at the shivering figures in the cell. These 2 should be them. Take a look and confirm. Fizz and Trait, clad in thin prison attire and huddled in the corner, quaked in fear upon seeing Magellan's silhouette, instinctively shrinking back. Indeed, that is them. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fizz and Trait exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly filled with malice. "ITSU. You bastard. You are the reason I ended up in this wretched place. If you have the guts, kill me." Fizz screamed with all his might, having reached his breaking point. Rather than endure torment here, he would prefer death. As for repenting for his sins, that was out of the question. Even if he regretted anything, it would be his misfortune in crossing paths with Karl, the devilish Navy officer. Scum, silence your tongue, or you shall soon learn the meaning of a fate worse than death. Fizz, spurred on by the confrontation, screamed hysterically at Magellan. "Come on, kill me." Magellan snorted coldly, extending his finger towards Fizz, ready to unleash his wrath, but Karl intervened. "Let it be, Director Magellan, that we wouldn't want to inadvertently grant him the gift of death. Would we? How about we just remove his remaining hand instead? Perhaps not. He needs that hand to eat. Then let us sever his other hand, as it serves no purpose anyway." Magellan widened his eyes in astonishment at Karl's ruthless suggestion. Goodness, how cruel. Even Satan would have to tattoo your likeness on his back. Fortunately, General Karl was not part of the Push City. Otherwise, Magellan would have to step aside for him. Ha ha ha, just a jest. Do not be so tense. That a silence fell over the room as everyone exchanged knowing glances, signifying a shared understanding. After a brief tour, Magellan led them to the elevator, arriving at the final level. The very bottom of the deep-sea prison, the infinite hell. Here, there are neither extreme climates nor various forms of torment. The only elements present are heavy shackles and damp cells. Once incarcerated here, one can forget ever seeing sunlight again. The prisoners confined in this level are either sentenced to death or life imprisonment. More specifically, the inmates here are largely notorious pirates erased from history due to their heinous acts. Each of these prisoners is nearly legendary, facing either execution or life behind bars. Magellan, have you come to pay me a visit? As soon as they entered the prison, a voice from a side cell called out with mocking laughter. Magellan, unfazed, replied, "Be silent, Shiryu. I have no time to visit you." This individual is, Magellan lowered his gaze, recounting, he was once the chief warden of the Push City, but due to his brutal nature, he often killed prisoners for his own amusement. After multiple futile attempts to persuade him, I resorted to discussing his situation concerning the infinite hell, the death penalty, and the execution of his probation. Karl approached the vicinity of the cell, his footsteps resonating distinctly in the stillness of the surroundings. Unlike the other inmates, Shiryu still donned the uniform of the chief warden. His rugged visage, broad jaw, and indifferent gaze were complemented by a sinister smile that played on his lips. Shiryu lifted his gaze towards the pale-faced figure outside the cell, particularly noting the 2 blades at his waist, and a scornful smile appeared on his face. "Those are commendable swords. But do you, a mere pretty boy, have the prowess to wield them?" Karl replied with a faint smile, glancing down at the autumn water and the raven at his waist, and nonchalantly remarked, "It would suffice to cleave you in 2." A flicker of crimson light flashed in Shiryu's eyes as he let out a series of cold chuckles. "Is that so? Ha, Karl, this fellow truly is audacious. Does he not realize you barely escaped the clutches of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye?" Shiryu's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Hawkeye, the king of swords who stands atop the swordsman hierarchy. Looking down upon them all, this pretty boy merely managed to escape defeat. How can that be? I refuse to believe it. Magellan, release me." Hand me my swords, and I shall see just how formidable this lad truly is. Magellan snorted dismissively. Stop dreaming. Shiryu, do you still think you are the chief warden? You are merely a criminal now. You have no right to make demands of me. After saying this, Magellan turned his attention to Karl. Although he resided in Impel Down, he had heard of Hawkeye's renown, and since Karl had only narrowly lost to Hawkeye, it was reasonable to assume his swordsmanship was extraordinarily formidable. Rubbing his pleasantly warm belly, Magellan felt a spark of inspiration and addressed Karl. Major Karl, Shiryu is also a swordsman, and his blade appears to be quite renowned. In gratitude for alleviating my diarrhea today, why not accept his sword, Thunderstorm, as a gift? Karl replied, by my mother, what an unexpected boon. However, he already possesses 2 swords, one being a weapon of capability and the other a black blade. To be honest, I do not hold Thunderstorm in high esteem. It is merely a token of goodwill. There is no need for you to be so modest, Director Magellan. Magellan shook his head, disliking the notion of being indebted to others. The more Karl declined, the more he felt compelled to bestow it upon him. He promptly produced a phone bug adorned with a gas mask, declaring, I am the director. Locate the sword formerly belonging to the chief warden Shiryu and place it on the ground floor for Major Karl to collect shortly. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Magellan turned to Karl. He has no use for it now. Leaving it unused would be a waste. It is far better to entrust it to a powerful swordsman like you to unleash its true potential. You dare? By what right do you gift my sword to another? Shiryu shouted as he charged forward. Magellan exhaled a cloud of poisonous mist towards the advancing Shiryu, who had no means of resistance, and inhaled it entirely, causing his body to stiffen and emit a cry of anguish. Do not mind him. Shall we continue our tour? Karl cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Shiryu and nodded, and the 3 continued onward. What is that? Karl pointed to an unusual cell exuding an icy chill, within which a criminal was encased in solid ice. The World Destroyer, Bondi Walder. He was already frozen when I first assumed my post at Impel Down. Karl rubbed his temples. The name sounded vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall it. After all, having traversed this world for over 2 decades, it was quite normal to forget characters with minor roles. He was a pirate from long ago, so it was understandable that Major Karl had not heard of him. Smoker casually glanced over, but upon seeing the prisoner in the adjacent cell, his pupils dilated. And he swallowed hard, exclaiming, Is that the Red of Solitude? The white-haired elder within the cell smiled faintly and said leisurely, It seems my name has not been forgotten. Karl turned to Smoker, puzzled. Do you know him? Smoker shook his head. No, I have merely heard of his name. Long ago, he was a pirate of unparalleled stature, on par with Roger and Whitebeard. Most importantly, he acted alone. Bartholomew Bart Ledeville shook his head. Ah, the naive young navy. I am not as formidable as you imagine. Do you know why I am here? Smoker shook his head, and Ledeville sighed with a hint of melancholy. It is precisely because I have witnessed the might of Roger and Newgate that I have succumbed to despair. I relinquished my dream of becoming the pirate king, voluntarily allowing myself to be defeated by the navy and spending the remainder of my days in Impel Down. Karl and Smoker exchanged a glance. Astonished at the revelation. It is worth noting that Ledeville was contemporaneous with figures like Garp, Sengoku, and the Golden Lion. That such a person would feel disheartened after witnessing the might of Roger and Whitebeard was alarming. Just how powerful must they have been during their prime? Ledeville's lips curled into a slight smile. How strong were Whitebeard and Roger? Their might was utterly despairing. You two would likely be unable to endure even a single blow. Karl was taken aback. Was this not his own inner thought? How could it be? There is no need for such astonishment. It is merely the result of my observation hockey, which allows me to see into people's hearts. Indeed, Ledeville had possessed formidable observation hockey since childhood, and as he grew older, it only intensified, enabling him to perceive the innermost thoughts of others. However, this had also led him to become jaded by the ugliness he encountered in those around him. Thus, he developed a profound aversion to forming alliances, adhering to a creed of solitude, which earned him the moniker the Red of Solitude. If you wish to comprehend Roger's might, that fellow should be quite knowledgeable. Following Ledeville's pointing gesture, Karl beheld a towering, robust man imprisoned within a cell. His skin was a deep crimson, his gaze sharp, and he exuded an air of ferocity. Roger? Merely a coward. The cell fell silent thereafter. Devoid of any further sound, Magellan's eyes filled with trepidation as he inhaled deeply and remarked, This prisoner is known as Douglas Bullet, infamously called the Devil's Heir. He was originally a crew member of Roger's pirate crew. Following Roger's execution, he wreaked havoc across the seas until the Navy launched a purge against him, and after his defeat, he was incarcerated in Impel Down.at. That time, I was still the vice warden. Karl cast a glance at Bullet, remaining silent, pondering that the criminals on this level were all monsters. If they were to break free, the consequences would be dire. Damn it, I wish to eliminate them all. How could such scourges be allowed to live? At the very least, those without devil fruit powers should be dealt with. Ledeville, who had been feigning sleep nearby, chuckled lightly to himself, contemplating the heavy intent to kill. However, he was indifferent to it all. His body was gradually succumbing to age and frailty. Remaining here was akin to death. And did he truly expect someone to launch a prison break? Director Magellan. Since they are all heinous criminals, why not eliminate them? Magellan hesitated, scratching his head as he replied. These devil fruit users cannot be recklessly killed. Are they all devil fruit users? Not exactly. They are imprisoned to ensure they remain in perpetual darkness, never to rise again. Until they die, they will spend their remaining days atoning for their sins. Karl chuckled lightly. I see no indication of any remorse on their part. Director Magellan, to speak frankly, if they were to escape, would not the efforts of the Navy, who painstakingly captured them, be rendered futile? As the director, Magellan possessed the authority and capability to execute any inmate within Impel Down on the spot, and clearing out the infinite hell would be well within his means. Ultimately, he believed that there was no need to kill them. As long as he was alive, who would dare to breach Impel Down? Magellan's expression turned grave as he stated, That is impossible, Major Karl. As long as I draw breath, I will never allow these scoundrels to escape from Impel Down. You need not concern yourself further. It is not that I doubt your abilities, Director Magellan.it, is just that I heard Domino mention you only work 4 hours a day, excluding meals and sleep. Spending nearly 10 hours suffering from diarrhea and 8 hours sleeping. Karl's tone grew increasingly stern as he locked eyes with Magellan. In your current state of affliction, how can you respond to a planned and organized invasion? Magellan faltered, fully aware of his predicament. Unless he refrained from eating entirely, his diarrhea would not improve. Moreover, due to his daily affliction, he had no time to train his physique. His strength relied nearly entirely on his devil fruit abilities. Once the enemy possesses means to counter him, his effectiveness will be significantly diminished. The Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, didn't he? May I ask, Warden Magellan, how did the Infinite Hell Guards compare to those of the present? Alas, there has been little change. But the Golden Lion was able to escape because of his ability. Karl, with an expressionless face, said, He escaped. Did he? Yes, since there was a precedent of prison break and you didn't strengthen the defense. And you are restricted in strength by the diarrhea problem. How can you guarantee that no accident will occur one day? Magellan was left speechless for a moment. He was not a narrow-minded person. On the contrary, he was highly responsible. The problems Karl pointed out did exist, and he simply couldn't refute them. Warden Magellan, I'm not suggesting you go on a killing spree and deal with the criminals arbitrarily. I just don't want the Navy to have to deal with extremely vicious criminals again. For those with devil fruit abilities, it's fine to imprison them for life. But as for those criminals without devil fruit abilities, I think it would be better to execute them to eliminate future troubles. Smoker, who was standing aside, also nodded. Yes, I think this proposal is quite reasonable. Anyway, their deaths won't make much difference, will they? The non-devil fruit user criminals were very dissatisfied after hearing Karl's words and immediately started shouting. Damn Navy, we've already been punished. What more do you want? Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. Magellan remained silent. His mind was in a turmoil at the moment, constantly thinking about what he would do if what Rear Admiral Karl said really happened. I'm afraid he would unhesitatingly atone for his fault with his life at that time. Seeing Magellan's conflicted expression, Karl was afraid he might take it to heart and quickly said, Warden Magellan, please forgive me, I'm just stating some views from the Navy's perspective. After all, you are the warden of Impel Down, and you can decide how to deal with these prisoners. I won't say more. What Karl said was the truth. Even if Magellan didn't listen at all, it wouldn't have any impact. Because of his existence, the gears of fate had already quietly started turning. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Magellan heaved a long sigh and finally couldn't make up his mind. Thank you for Rear Admiral Karl's proposal. I will seriously consider your opinion. I promise. Well, it's about time. Let's go. Magellan, with a heavy heart, turned and walked towards the elevator. When passing by Shiryu's cell, Shiryu was still shouting at the top of his voice, Magellan, if you dare give Thunderstorm to someone else, I swear I'll kill you. Humph, A hint of coldness flashed in Magellan's eyes as he stretched out his left hand and condensed a long, slender dragon-shaped fluid poison, whispering, "Sorry, you won't have the chance." Shiryu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want to kill me? Have you forgotten that we were once called the impregnable wall of Impel Down? Shiryu, because you killed prisoners and colleagues indiscriminately, I sent you to the infinite hell. You should have been executed, but considering our past friendship, I changed it to a death sentence with a reprieve, but now it seems that you not only haven't repented but have become even worse. Today, in my capacity as the warden of Impel Down, I will execute you on the spot. Poison dragon!" Shiryu shouted, "I just killed some trash. What right do you have?" The dragon-shaped poison roared towards Shiryu and exploded on him. The purplish-red venom continuously corroded his body, and he couldn't even make a sound. Eventually, Shiryu's entire body turned into a sticky, indescribable mass, and he died in the cell. Magellan sighed, looked at Karl beside him, said nothing, yet seemed to have said everything. On the first floor of the sea, Magellan personally handed Shiryu's saber, Thunderstorm, to Karl and said, "I hope it can be of some help to you." Karl smiled and took Thunderstorm, condensed a huge mass of holy light, and integrated it into Magellan's body that at least for 3 days. Warden Magellan won't be troubled by diarrhea. Consider this my parting gift. Only then did Magellan show a smile. Rear Admiral Karl, you are so considerate. 500 prisoners have been loaded onto the escort ship. Wish Rear Admiral Karl a pleasant journey. Domino, who was standing aside, reluctantly watched Karl's departing figure and sighed in her heart. When would she be able to see such a handsome man again? Watching the escort ship gradually leave, Magellan's expression returned to calm. He turned to Hannibal and said, "Put the information of all the criminals in level 6 in my office within 2 hours." Hannibal blinked in confusion. Was this still the Magellan he knew? On the escort ship, Karl held Thunderstorm and slowly drew it out of its sheath that a strange red glow flashed on the blade. TSK, TSK, TSK. An evil-looking sword. Soon the red glow disappeared. The blade showed an effect similar to liquid washing, and the edge turned blue, then returned to normal. Just when he grasped the handle, Karl felt the desire to kill in his mind constantly surging. And it was still the same now. An evil-looking sword is indeed bewitching. No wonder that guy Shiryu was bloodthirsty. He was quite a match for this sword. Smoker came over and looked at Thunderstorm in Karl's hand. An evil-looking sword? This sword is an evil-looking sword? I can't tell. Here, you can try it, and you'll know. After saying that, Karl threw Thunderstorm to Smoker, letting him experience it firsthand. TCH, there's nothing special. Smoker's words were cut short as he suddenly froze. A red glow flashed in his pupils, and he looked at Karl expressionlessly, holding Thunderstorm with both hands in a combat stance. Smoker, the next second. A strange red trajectory flashed past Karl. There was a clang. Karl drew Tsumuru halfway out and blocked Smoker's attack. This guy, bang! With a backhand kick, he kicked Thunderstorm out of Smoker's hand into the air and precisely caught the handle as it fell. Smoker scratched his head in confusion. What just happened? The waters of this sword are too deep. You couldn't handle it, and were controlled by it. So what was I doing just now? Yes, you were trying to cut me. Smoker immediately looked at Thunderstorm in Karl's hand with fear. Is this an evil-looking sword? Fortunately, I don't use a sword. Karl sneered and smiled, saying, the so-called evil-looking swords are famous swords. Famous swords choose their masters. The weak are unworthy and thus can't handle them, leading to their death. The weak fear famous swords and thus gave them the name evil-looking sword. Being called an evil-looking sword is an honor for the sword, proving that its fierce reputation is feared by people. After saying that, Karl sheathed Thunderstorm and continued, to use this sword, either respect its will and let it drink blood, just like its original owner. Shiryu. Or completely master it and make it a killing weapon in your hands. TCH. Smoker lit a cigar and walked away leisurely. The escort ship needs to sail all the way from the Calm Belt to the Red Line, pass through the pass of Mariawa, reach the New World, and then head to Punk Hazard. In this way, it will take about 2 days, including nights, of sailing time. Near dinner time, Karl took off an eye patch similar to Akiji's, sat up from the deck chair, and yawned. The cumulative slacking off time has reached 8 hours, and the daily mission is completed. Reward, 7 specified. Attribute enhancement cards plus random rewards 4 can be stored. Karl silently thought in his heart, strengthen physique with all of them. Immediately, the rewards took effect. Now, for the daily mission rewards, Karl usually uses all the enhancement cards and saves the random rewards. By now, he had saved for about less than a month. With today's rewards, there were a total of 122 draws. Karl planned to save up to 150 draws and then draw all at once. After a slight spasm in his body, the strengthening ended, and there was basically no significant change in his attributes. It is detected that the host's Devil Fruit Awakening progress has reached the first stage, and the host can freely develop new abilities. To help the host slack off happily, this system will automatically explore the development direction for the host. Data collection is in progress. Please wait. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Karl's mouth. Look, what is a mature system? The data collection is completed. The most suitable development direction for the host in the first stage is purification. Karl slightly raised his eyebrows. Go on. Purification, by greatly enhancing the curative effect of holy light. The body can return to normal immediately. Thus, various negative effects can be instantly removed, such as burns, poisoning, bleeding, and other common negative states, when developed to the extreme. It can remove the negative effects on the host caused by other devil fruit abilities. Sounds good. Although still lacking in combat effectiveness, its auxiliary capabilities have reached the maximum. Not bad. Since the system had already informed him how to develop it, Karl immediately began to experiment. After condensing a mass of holy light in his left hand, Karl furrowed his brows. The holy light he was releasing now came with both strengthening and healing effects. To enhance the healing effect alone, he had to find a way to separate the strengthening and healing first. After trying for a long time without success, Karl dispersed the holy light and rushed into the cafeteria. As the saying goes, food is as essential to man as steel is to iron. One gets hungry if skipping a meal. Even if he needed to develop his abilities, he should have his meal first. At night, Karl had a dream in which his left hand emitted white light and his right hand yellow light. With one hand, he healed, and with the other, he strengthened. With his assistance, the 3 admirals of the Navy slapped the pirates hard, and then he woke up. Karl climbed out of bed in a daze. It was already dawn. Could this be some kind of hint? Without hesitation, Karl went to have his meal first. After the meal, Karl secluded himself in his room to develop his abilities. This way, he could both accumulate the time of slacking off and develop his abilities. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What? You're asking who will defend the escort ship and prevent attacks from sea kings and pirates? Isn't there Smoker? Otherwise, why bring him along? After a day of effort, Karl finally got a glimmer of inspiration. Success or failure hinges on this one try. Karl took a deep breath, made a virtual embrace with both hands, and conjured a holy light the size of a basketball. Then he closed his eyes and felt the power of the holy light with his heart. Yes, that's right. Separate for me. Yes, exactly right. With his eyes tightly shut, Karl slowly spread his hands. The basketball-sized golden holy light began to split at an extremely slow speed. As time passed, the splitting speed became faster and faster, and finally, under Karl's control, it turned into 2 light balls of the same size. One was white, representing healing, and the other was yellow, representing strengthening. Karl opened his eyes, looked at the differently colored light balls in his left and right hands, and let out unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. It worked. It finally worked, although it was a bit slow, taking over an hour to successfully separate. But after all, it was the first time. Some people finish quickly, while others take a long time. Now he just needs to practice constantly to achieve instant separation or directly condense a white light ball. In this way, the purification ability would be considered successfully developed. Knock, knock, knock. It's me, Smoker. Karl dispersed the light balls and opened the door. What's the matter? I need a clearance certificate. Do you have it? Smoker was referring to the certificate to pass through the Mary Geos Pass. Yes, here you are. Just show it to them. After taking it, Smoker looked at Karl suspiciously. You've been in the room all day. Do you have some shady secret? Karl chuckled. How do you know? Smoker had an knew it expression, then showed a teasing look. Can you tell me? Karl's expression turned serious. No. Bang. New World. Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard isn't too far from the red line. At the speed of the escort ship, half a day is enough to reach there. Karl stood in front of the railing, sipping coffee and watching the prisoners being sent to the island one by one. Recalling the past, the last time he came here was also the last time. These prisoners are sent here to be experimental subjects, right? Karl glanced at Smoker. What else? Smoker sneered disdainfully. TSK, I knew it. The world government always likes to conduct inhumane experiments. Why care so much? They're just a bunch of criminal pirates. It's just making use of waste, isn't it? It's much better than directly catching civilians for experiments. Right? Smoker probably had another outburst that he snorted and said, "It's easy for you to say. What if the world government asks you to catch civilians for experiments? Will you go? First of all, the situation you mentioned is highly unlikely to happen. Secondly, even if they really assign me such a task, I'll catch them without hesitation." Humph. In your eyes, the lives of civilians are less important than the task, right? Karl shook his head. Of course not. As the saying goes, there is always a countermeasure for every policy. When they ask you to catch civilians, you just catch civilians? I catch a group of pirates and say they're civilians. Is there a problem? Smoker stared at Karl in disbelief. Holy shit. There's such an operation. Are you sure this works? Karl said proudly. I'm the commander. I can do whatever I want. The reason you can't think of this method is that you've always been someone else's subordinate, and you don't have the right to resist. Of course, it's the same now. Smoker's expression turned extremely unpleasant. He felt both annoyed and pleased. He was annoyed that he used to be so stubborn, always arguing about right and wrong instead of making the wrong behavior right. He was pleased that Karl was indeed Karl, and he learned a new trick from him. In the future, when he encountered such a situation, he wouldn't be impotently furious. Report, Rear Admiral Karl. The prisoners have all been escorted. Shall we return immediately? Return. Just send us back to Marineford. Yes. A day later, the escort ship arrived at Marineford. Karl and Smoker disembarked. It's getting late. To go back and have a good rest. Assemble on the warship tomorrow morning. Smoker nodded. What's the mission this time? You'll know when the time comes. The next day, at 9 a.m., in the Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku, the Empress of the Seven Warlords, Boa Hancock, has safely returned to Amazon Lily. Regarding the mission on Fish Man Island, what do you think? Sengoku sighed. All right, I'll assign this mission to you, but don't push yourself too hard. If you really can't find out, it doesn't matter. Just consider it a vacation on Fish Man Island. Remember, you only have 1 month. Whether you find out or not, you must come back to me by then. Do you hear me? Karl smiled. Of course. Marshal Sengoku. Then I'll take my leave. After returning to Crescent Cove, the Seastone-equipped warship was already docked at the port. Ein and Smoker were ready to go. You're finally here. What's the mission this time? Get on the ship and I'll tell you. Under Nelson's command, the warship left the port and set off towards Sabati Archipelago. Can you tell us now? Karl nodded, led Ein and Smoker into the lounge, and said straightforwardly, our mission this time is to go to Fish Man Island and investigate the real cause of the death of Queen Odoheim. Fish Man Island? Queen Odoheim? Ein said first. I remember Queen Odoheim was assassinated by pirates on Fish Man Island. There's something more to it. Yeah, I even read about it in the news. Because of this incident. The attitude of Fish Man Island towards humans isn't exactly friendly now. Why go there? Smoker said he couldn't understand. The three of them were all devil fruit users. What if something goes wrong on the way? It would be a total disaster. Stop. Don't be so nervous. Actually, I'm just going to Fish Man Island for a vacation and see if I can find some clues by the way. Whether this mission can be completed doesn't matter much. Ein pursed her lower lip and then said, but we're all devil fruit users. What if something unexpected happens on the way to Fish Man Island? Before she could finish, Karl interrupted. Don't worry about this. See this? Karl took out a route map and continued. This was given to me by Marshal Sengoku. It said that Jinbe the Sea Knight gave it to the Navy when he became a warlord. Smoker took a close look and breathed a sigh of relief. That's better. With this route map, the risk of going to Fish Man Island isn't that high. Knock, knock, knock. Report, Rear Admiral. We've arrived at Island No. 66 of Sabati Archipelago. Brigadier General Gregory, the base commander, is waiting for you. Got it. Karl stood up from the sofa, hung shoe sway and thunderstorm around his waist, and the Raven perched on his shoulder. Let's go. After getting off the ship, Karl saw a tall figure. His face was weather-beaten, with a long beard, and he carried a large axe on his back. He looked very fierce. Hello, Rear Admiral Karl. I'm Gregory. Pleased to meet you. All of a sudden, Karl transformed into a fake, smiling boy and amiably engaged in conversation with Brigadier General Gregory Doe. Let me introduce you. This is Major Ian, and this is Major Smoker. They are both my assistants. Hello. After a brief acquaintance, several people entered the guest room within the branch together. By the way, Greg, how long will it take to coat my warship? Gregory patted his chest and said, Don't worry. I've already arranged for someone to notify the shipwright in Saboti.in at most 2 days. Your ship will be ready to set sail. That's great. In that case, I'll be troubling you these 2 days. Gregory casually waved his hand and said, "You're being too polite that we're all in the Navy. Such a trifle is nothing. Then I won't disturb you. Greg, we're just going to have some fun in Saboti." No problem. By the way, island number 129 is an illegal zone. You'd better be careful. Smoker furrowed his brows and said, "It's so close to the Navy headquarters. How can there be a place that the Navy can't control?" Karl patted Smoker on the shoulder, indicating for him to keep quiet. Let's go. After leaving the Navy branch, Karl said to Smoker, "The situation here is quite complicated. It's not as simple as you think." Smoker looked utterly confused and said, "But it's clearly so close to the Navy headquarters. You just need to know that the current situation in Saboti is the result of mutual compromises among multiple forces. The Saboti archipelago is divided into 79 areas. Among them, areas 60 to 69 are the Navy's garrisons. The permanent military strength here is no less than that of the G-class naval fortresses in the New World. In the future, when Luffy beats up a celestial dragon, a large number of Navy troops can arrive immediately, which shows that the Navy has some control. However, correspondingly, there are also illegal zones numbered 1 to 29 on the Saboti archipelago. Coupled with the fact that Don Quixote can openly operate an auction house here, it can be seen that the forces entrenched on the Saboti archipelago are not just pirates and the Navy. TSK, politics again. What a troublesome thing. I really don't understand why the Navy gets involved with politics. In Smoker's view, the Navy's task is to combat pirates. It's precisely because the Navy meddles in politics that justice is defiled. Otherwise, where do you think your uniform, my warship, and our salaries come from? Do they fall from the sky? So you're saying that the Navy is doomed to be involved in politics? Karl nodded, more or less. Unless the Navy becomes self-sufficient, you can kill pirates, but can you make money? Can you negotiate? At this, Smoker fell silent. So, don't think too much. Look how calm Ian is. Ian rolled her eyes at Karl. In fact, she thought the same as Smoker, but just kept her doubts to herself. Oh, let's change our clothes and go have a look around that so-called illegal zone. Why? Karl said matter-of-factly. Of course it's for sting operations. I've heard there are a lot of human traffickers here. Karl, detest human traffickers the most in my life. Since we're here, we should catch a few before leaving. Well, that's what I say. Actually, Karl also wants to take a chance to see if he can find Murloc or mermaid slaves from the human traffickers' dens. That way, going to Fish Man Island will be more secure. He doesn't want the team to be wiped out due to some uncertain factors. Smoker thought for a while and thought it made sense that if he really encountered human traffickers, he could test out the smoke strangulation formation he had developed. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them came out of their respective rooms. After looking at each other, Karl and Ian simultaneously started to laugh at Smoker, because Smoker was wearing a leather jacket on the upper body without an undershirt, and leather pants on the lower body, with hooks, chains, and whatnot. He looked like a loafer at first glance. Smoker, what are you wearing? Don't tell me this is the only outfit you have. Smoker blushed and said, What do you know? This is the trend. Do you understand trends? Ian's expression turned serious. Pointing at Smoker, she said, You'll easily give us away if you walk with us like this. How about I go with Karl? And you go alone? After saying that, Ian secretly glanced at Karl. When she saw that he didn't object, she felt delighted. Finally, she had a chance to be alone with Karl. Humph, I couldn't ask for more. Smoker waved his hand grandly and left in a defiant manner. Now only Karl and Ian were left. It has to be said that this was the first time Karl had seen Ian in civilian clothes. She was stunning. A white princess dress and lace gloves made her look like a princess. He, on the other hand, was still the same. Just that his black suit had turned dark blued. Oh, I look good? Karl replied without even looking. Ah, yes, you look good. You're so beautiful. Ian rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with Karl, and directly put her arm through his. What are you doing? Ian said nonchalantly. Let's pretend we're a couple so that no one will suspect us. Karl, you scheming. All right, let's go. Island number 2 is very close to island number 1, but compared to the bustling island number 1, this place is like a slum. There's no other reason, because this is an illegal zone. Normal residents simply won't come here. It seems that everyone here is looking at us. Ian seemed a bit scared and tightened her grip on Karl's arm. Indeed, the combination of Karl and Ian, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, was completely out of place in this place. The people here looked at them with undisguised greed. Karl glanced around and immediately came up with a plan. He said loudly, "Honey, we seem to have come to the wrong place. Is this the tourist area? Let's leave quickly." Using retreat as an advance, others would just think they were a young couple who had come to the wrong place. Although Ian knew it was just an act, her body still warmed up slightly. She thought it would be nice if it wasn't just an act. In the darkness, a man wearing sunglasses carefully observed Karl and Ian through binoculars and excitedly clenched his fist. What a find! Although they're just ordinary humans, their quality is extremely high. Even if it's 100 million berries, there will definitely be someone who wants to buy them. That pretty boy looks kind of familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. He immediately took out a den mushy. Mr. Disco, 2 perfect prey have appeared on island number 2. They seem to have come here by accident. Should we take action? Are you sure? It has been confirmed, Mr. Disco. All right, catch them as soon as possible. Today's the auction, and we just happen to be short of a finale. Don't worry. Subsequently, the sunglasses-wearing man hung up the phone and said to the 2 strong men next to him, "Let's go. Catch that young couple." On the other side, Karl, who was using retreat as an advance, was leading Ian away from island number 2, but it seemed they had no way out. What do you want?" A sloppy-looking fat man leered and said, "Hee, your girlfriend has quite big breasts. How about letting us have some fun?" Ian blushed with shame and anger, covering half-exposed cleavage, and shouted, "Dream on, my boyfriend loves me very much. Little beauty, don't get excited. Your boyfriend hasn't even said anything yet." Then the fat man took out a gun and pointed it at Karl's head, looking at him with a faint smile. "Big brother, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, my girlfriend." Karl looked at Ian reluctantly, as if making up his mind. "You can do whatever you want with her." The fat man and his men looked at each other and laughed. "Gaha, what a spineless pretty boy." Ian stared at Karl in astonishment, as if saying there's no need to act this way. At this time, the sunglasses-wearing man hiding in the corner nodded. "These 2 should be fine. Let's move in." After a few gunshots, the fat man looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief and fell to the ground with a thud. The sunglasses-wearing man swaggered over with his men. "These 2 lambs are the prey of the Don Quixote family. If you don't want to die, get out of here." The few thugs who had already soiled their pants scrambled away, wishing they had a few more legs. The sunglasses-wearing man smiled mockingly and walked up to Karl, looking him up and down. "Tsk, what an enviable face. Those noble young ladies will probably go crazy." This inevitably reminded him of the recent sensation surrounding the world's most handsome man. And so forth. You are that." Karl let out a whistle, and a black raven descended from the rooftop of a nearby building, perching upon his shoulder, discovered so swiftly. I had hoped to indulge in this a little longer. Ein.